It was the year 1964 in the Hongxing Street, Courtyard, located in Jiujing City. Li Anye stood at the entrance of the courtyard, carrying a military green liberation-style bag. In the center of the bag was a red 5-point star with the slogan, "Study well and make progress every day." Although his navy blue cotton-padded jacket was patched all over and his pants were far too short, none of that could hide the air of vigor around him. He was nearly 6 feet tall, with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, clearly a young man full of vitality. His unexpected arrival caught the attention of Yin Bugui, one of the residents. Most people in the courtyard were still working at the steel mill, but Yin was a teacher at the mill's primary school, so he got off work early. At that moment, he was strolling the front yard when they stepped through the gate. "Hey, young man, who are you looking for?" Yin adjusted his taped-up glasses and sized up the young man before him. Judging from his worn-out clothes, this guy must have come from the countryside, probably visiting relatives in Jiujing. But Yin had lived in the courtyard for years and didn't recognize Li at all. Li looked at the bespectacled, refined-looking old man and immediately recognized him as third Uncle Yin Bugui, one of the main characters in the story. Unexpectedly, he had already met someone from the plot just by stepping into the courtyard. "Uncle," Li swallowed back the words "third uncle" that almost slipped out. "I'm here to see my uncle, Zhonghai." "What?" Yan's eyes widened behind his glasses. "Hey, Zhonghai's old fellow, since when did he get such a grown nephew?" No wonder Yin was surprised. Li's mother in this body was actually Zhonghai's younger sister, but she had chosen to fall in love with a rural boy instead of living her life as a city dweller. She married him and moved to the countryside, giving up her urban household registration to become a farmer. Because of that, the two families hadn't kept in touch for years. Half a month ago, Li's original parents had both passed away from illness. Fortunately, they had been reasonable people. They had gritted their teeth and managed to send Li to vocational school. Li had only reincarnated 2 days ago. Left alone in the crumbling rural house, he was dirt poor. If it weren't for the special ability he brought with him upon reincarnation, he probably would have starved to death by now. Luckily, he had already graduated from vocational school, though due to taking care of his ailing parents, he had never officially reported to the steel mill where he was assigned to work. After resting for 2 days, Li took his school bag, a gift from his vocational school, packed 2 sets of clean clothes, got an introduction letter from the village committee, and headed to Jiujing. In just 2 days, he had figured out he had reincarnated into the world of the novel affection fills the courtyard. Although most people preferred calling it perversity fills the courtyard, because the courtyard was filled with basically perverts. The high and mighty white Lily Qin Huairu, the scheming first uncle Zhonghai, the power-hungry second uncle Lu Haizhong, the calculating third uncle Yin Bugui with his abacus skills. And then there was Shuizi, the fool who gets completely drained and used for life. After hearing Li's explanation, Yin Bugui immediately called his second son, Yin Jiefeng, and sent him to the steel mill to fetch Zhonghai. As for himself, he warmly led Li toward the main courtyard where he lived. "At this hour, your aunt should be home," Yin said while giving Li a sharp, calculating glance. Li could tell from Yan's expression that he wasn't doing this out of kindness, was probably thinking about what favor or benefit he could ask from his new cheap uncle later. Otherwise, why go out of his way to send his son to fetch someone? But Li didn't mind. The moment he arrived in Jiujing, he came straight to the courtyard without even reporting to the steel mill first, because his entire plan was to rely on his distant uncle. Cold stove, cold kong bed, and cold nights, those were things he couldn't endure after just reincarnating. Besides, this uncle of his was the first uncle of the courtyard and also an 8th-level machinist at the steel mill, earning 99 yuan per month. Plus, the family only consisted of him and Annie, the big aunt, who couldn't bear children. In the original storyline, Zhonghai schemed to use Shuizi to support him in old age. So without hesitation, Li went straight to seek help from Zhonghai, fully intending to mooch off him. Of course, Li did have a special ability, a personal spatial dimension shaped like a small convenience store. He wouldn't starve to death, but everything inside was snacks, cigarettes, and alcohol. No hot meals. We learned from the original memories that Zhonghai was truly his biological uncle. He packed up and came to the city right away. "Big Annie, come quickly and see who's here." Yin smiled broadly in the middle of the main courtyard, shouting toward Zhonghai's door. Big Auntie opened the door at once, wearing an apron. Her hands were wet. Wiping them on the apron, she must have been washing something inside. "Who is it?" Big Auntie curiously examined the unfamiliar young man next to Yin. Li knew Big Annie had never seen him before, so he stepped forward politely and introduced himself. "Auntie, I'm Li Anye." Big Annie paused at the name Li Anye. It sounded familiar. "Li Anye, you're the son of Xiaowan." Finally, she recalled from deep memory. She rushed forward in shock and delight. circling around Li excitedly. "You've grown so big. Already a grown man." "Auntie, he'll be 20 this coming new year," Li shyly scratched his head, slightly overwhelmed by the sudden warmth. "Quick, quick, come inside, come inside." Big Annie carefully wiped her hands dry on the apron before grabbing Li's arm and pulling him indoors. "Ah, Big Annie, I already sent my second son to the factory to call first uncle." Yan's voice came from behind Li. Big Annie turned and smiled. "Thank you so much, old Yan. Don't worry, once my husband comes back, I'll have him bring you some stuff. You really know how to treat people. Big Auntie, you're so considerate." Yan gave Big Annie a thumbs up, then walked back happily with his hands behind his back. The Yi couple had no children and earned a high income. Their expenses were minimal. So when Big Annie said bring some stuff, it definitely wasn't just a little token. At the very least, it would be a gene of cornmeal flour. Moreover, the old couple had been childless for years. Now suddenly, they had a grown nephew. This was indeed great news. Yan's mental abacus clattered loudly in his mind. Looks like taking a walk in the front yard today was the right decision. Just running an errand like this could earn him a gene of cornmeal and lighten the burden at home. After all, his eldest son was about to get married soon. The family's financial pressure was huge. With only his salary supporting 6 mouths, if he didn't scheme a bit, life would be impossible. Chapter 2: Seeking Refuge with Uncle Li Anye was warmly ushered into the house by a kind aunt, who showered him with inquiries about his well-being, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the door swung open, revealing Zhonghai, who had hurried back from the factory. Standing at the threshold, Zhonghai fixed his gaze on Li Anye, a glimmer of moisture welling in his eyes. Li Anye bore a striking resemblance to his sister, and it was immediately evident to Zhonghai that this was indeed his beloved nephew. "Uncle," Li Anye called out, bringing Zhonghai back to his senses. He responded with a dazed affirmation, akin to a marionette, and entered the room, settling into a chair beside Li Anye. "Anye, how is your mother?" Zhonghai inquired, his eyes never leaving Li Anye after he took a seat. After a brief silence, Li Anye hoarsely recounted the family's circumstances. The memories from his previous life surged within him, and as he spoke of his parents, the sorrow of his former self enveloped him, leaving him choked with emotion. Zhonghai's eyes reddened, while the aunt began to dab at her tears. "What a muddle!" Zhonghai exclaimed, striking the table lightly, his voice thick with emotion. "Why didn't you come to find your uncle sooner?" Li Anye wiped his eyes, his voice heavy with nasal tones. "My mother wouldn't allow it." Zhonghai sighed. His sister, bearing such a strong resemblance to him, was indeed as stubborn as he was. After a moment of shared melancholy among the three, Li Anye produced the introduction letter from his school and handed it to Zhonghai. "Uncle, I graduated from vocational school and was assigned to the steel mill. But I haven't reported yet." Zhonghai glanced at the introduction letter, feeling a profound sense of pride in Li Anye's educational achievements. "At least your mother hasn't completely lost her senses. Graduating from vocational school is commendable." The aunt's face also radiated pride, exclaiming, "We've produced a high-achieving student." Zhonghai carefully folded the letter and returned it to Li Anye. "You've traveled a long way. You should rest here today. I'll take some time off from the factory and accompany you tomorrow to the street office and the mill to finalize your employment." He then scrutinized Li Anye's attire. "This outfit won't do. Tomorrow, your aunt and I will take you out to purchase a new set of clothes. After all, you've graduated from vocational school. It's essential not to let others look down on you." Li Anye smiled broadly, willing to adhere to his uncle's plans. In this world, the only family member he had left was this earnest old man before him, and he was more than happy to follow his guidance. In the original narrative, Zhonghai was portrayed as a good person, despite later morally coercing Shaju and preventing him from leaving Qinhuairu. His motives were understandable, stemming from a fear of being left alone in old age. Moreover, while he treated Shaju well, it could be argued that he had ulterior motives regarding his future security. However, with respect to the deaf old lady, Zhonghai's intentions were genuinely selfless. Hence, from Li Anye's perspective, Zhonghai stood out as one of the few good characters in the story, with nothing but minor flaws to note. This understanding allowed Li Anye to feel justified in relying on his uncle, as the prospect of being supported by a blood relative was far more comforting than a calculated arrangement. Moreover, he has now come to seek refuge with Zhonghai, so it is only natural that he would provide for him in his old age. With this understanding, Li Anye felt a great sense of ease, allowing him to face the enthusiastic demeanor of Auntie with composure. "Anye, you must be hungry," and he said with a warm smile. "After a long day of travel, your uncle has prepared some delicious food for you." Upon hearing this, Li Anye realized that he indeed felt a pang of hunger. He had only nibbled on a few pieces of bread before arriving, and the prospect of a hot meal was a true blessing. His biological parents had left him nothing but a dilapidated earthen house in the countryside, and since his arrival, he had been unable to scrape together even a single cent. The cotton inside his winter coat was in clumps, with some areas barely retaining a thin layer of fabric. It was quite the predicament. Why bother cooking? Let us go out to eat. Zhonghai exclaimed generously with a wave of his hand. Annie furrowed her brow slightly, noting the frigid weather outside. Anya, your clothing clearly lacks warmth. We wouldn't want you to catch a chill. Upon hearing this, Zhonghai's enthusiasm waned, and he smacked his thigh, exclaiming, How did I not consider that? He then declared, I shall go out and buy some meat and return with warm clothes for Anya, so he can wear new attire when we go out to dine tomorrow. Young people care about their appearance, and he would not allow his dear nephew to wander about in such a state. At the mention of meat, Li Anye could not help but salivate. In this era, for an ordinary family to consume meat even once a month was a remarkable feat, let alone for someone like him who had always lived in the countryside. The mere thought of meat awakened in him a primal longing. Anya, bear with it for today. Tomorrow your uncle will treat you to a nice meal. Zhonghai said with a cheerful smile, preparing to head out. Everything is at your discretion, uncle, Li Anye replied, his eyes nearly disappearing into a smile. He felt he had made a wise decision. If nothing else, Zhonghai and Annie's current behavior clearly indicated their intention to treat him as their own son. It was no surprise, as Annie was unable to bear children, and Zhonghai had completely abandoned the thought of having his own offspring. Initially, he had placed his hopes for old age on his apprentice, Jia Dongshu. However, after Jia Dongshu's untimely demise, he had no choice but to shift his focus to the backup, Shaju, now that his biological nephew had come to him for support. And with Anya proving himself by securing a position at the steel plant, though his specific role had yet to be confirmed, Zhonghai, being a level 8 mechanic at the steel plant, was certain to ensure that Li Anye would not be neglected. With his own nephew at hand, there was no longer any need to rely on outsiders for his support in old age. With this thought, Zhonghai straightened his back even more than usual, greeting others in the courtyard with a cheerful demeanor, a stark contrast to his typically stern and serious appearance. In a show of generosity, he spent 2 meat coupons and 9 jiao to purchase a pound of pork. The elderly couple seldom indulged in meat, and with extra coupons on hand, they decided to use them all at once this time. In a visit to the department store, Zhonghai procured 2 new cotton jackets for Li Anye, even acquiring 2 sets of new undergarments, all for a total expenditure of 18 yuan, an amount that equates to over half a month's wages for an ordinary laborer. Afterward, he stopped by the grain and oil shop to purchase half a jean of oil, and then he ambled homeward, burdened with his acquisitions. At that moment, the clock coincided with the end of the workday at the steel mill, and the residents of the courtyard began to return home in a steady stream. Hiyuju, carrying 2 aluminum lunchboxes, caught up with Zhonghai from behind, his expression one of curiosity. Hey, did the sun rise in the west today? With 2 months still to go before the new year, have you already started preparing? Zhonghai, who typically refrained from indulging in new clothing, had evidently exhausted his fabric ration with this sudden spree. If grain coupons are the ultimate authority, then fabric coupons undoubtedly reign supreme. This was the first time Hiyuju had witnessed Zhonghai being so extravagant. Come, my nephew has arrived. This is all for him, Zhonghai replied. Speaking of Li Anye, a proud smile illuminated his face. He graduated from vocational school this year and has been assigned to our steel mill. Oh, this is indeed splendid news, Hiyuju exclaimed, his grin widening as he snatched the items from Zhonghai's hands. Let me carry these for you. You should come and cook tonight. Your aunt's cooking can't compare to yours. Zhonghai's face crinkled into a joyful expression. All right then. Chapter 3. A fresh attire upon returning to the courtyard. Qin Huairu was in the front yard washing clothes, her sleeves rolled up high, revealing her snow-white arms. When she saw Hiyuju and Zhonghai entering together, her eyes, unusually, did not dart towards the lunchboxes in Hiyuju's hands. Instead, she gazed in astonishment at the myriad packages Hiyuju was carrying. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a string of meat that appeared to weigh at least a jane. With her eyes sparkling at the sight of the meat, Qin Huairu, disregarding Zhonghai's presence, set down the clothes and approached him eagerly. Hiyuju, what is this? Hiyuju raised the items in his hands. These are for my uncle. I'm just helping him carry them. Don't get any ideas. Qin Huairu shot him a playful glare. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhonghai chuckled softly. Ordinarily, he would engage in a light-hearted conversation. But today his mind was solely focused on his nephew. He promptly continued walking forward. He Yuzhu, bring those over when you come to cook later. I'm heading home first. All right. He Yuzhu responded from a distance, preparing to tidy up before heading to Zhonghai's house to cook. After taking just a few steps, Qin Huairu caught hold of his sleeve and leaned in, whispering, "What's going on? Has your uncle changed his ways?" He Yuzhu grinned, revealing his large front teeth. "My uncle's nephew has arrived. All of this is for him. I can't chat any longer. I need to change my clothes before heading over to cook for my uncle." "Hey," Qin Huairu persisted, still clutching He Yuzhu's sleeve. "If you're eating at your uncle's tonight, what about the lunchboxes? All right, take both of them," He Yuzhu reasoned, knowing full well that his uncle would certainly invite him to dinner that evening, and thus, he generously handed both lunchboxes to Qin Huairu. Though he serves as the chef in the cafeteria, it is only when preparing meals for the higher-ups that he gets to savor a morsel of meat. On ordinary days, the large pot dishes rarely reveal even a shadow of meat. Now, having the opportunity to dine at Uncle Da's house, he naturally felt inclined to part with the 2 vegetarian dishes in his lunchbox. Qin Huairu, joyfully clutching the 2 aluminum lunchboxes, returned home, only to be met with her mother-in-law's irritable voice. In broad daylight, such public displays of affection were unbecoming. Qin Huairu sighed, placing the 2 lunchboxes on the table. After all, it was Shaju who had supported them over the years. Without his assistance, they might have starved long ago. Jia Zhang glanced at her disdainfully. Just as Shaju mentioned that Uncle Da's house was visited by a nephew. What nephew? Qin Huairu shook her head, unsure, only knowing that Uncle Da had purchased an abundance of goods, far more than he had ever bought for the new year. As she spoke, she gestured towards the surroundings. Such a large piece of meat, and so many new clothes. Jia Zhang, upon hearing Qin Huairu's words, couldn't help but swallow hard. "Isn't Shaja cooking for Uncle Da tonight? You should see if you can help with anything." Qin Huairu's expression turned troubled at the suggestion. "Uncle Da hadn't asked for my assistance. Wouldn't it be foolish to go uninvited?" "What foolishness? The lad is growing up. It's been ages since he savored the taste of meat. I don't care. You must go. And Shaja must get you a taste." Qin Huairu sighed, realizing she could not resist her mother-in-law's insistence, and reluctantly acquiesced. At that moment, He Yuzhu had already packed up, carrying various items to Zhonghai's home, where Zhonghai promptly took the clothes from his hands. "Anya, this is your brother Shaju. We live in the same courtyard. Your uncle has invited him to cook dinner tonight." He Yuzhu smiled at Li Anye. "So, you are Uncle Da's nephew. Quite a fine lad." Li Anye returned the smile. "Brother Zhu, I am Li Anye." However, he inwardly sighed, recognizing that this was the Shaju who had been drained of his vitality by the residents of the courtyard throughout his life. After working half his life, he could barely afford to call his own son. "Brother Anya, carry on, I'll prepare dinner for you." He Yuzhu neatly organized the items and headed to the kitchen with a pound of pork. Zhonghai's home was one of the few in the courtyard equipped with running water and even had a small kitchen, aside from Su Damao's family. His was the only one with such amenities. "Come on, try on the new clothes. If they don't fit, we can exchange them tomorrow." Zhonghai cheerfully handed the new clothes to Li Anye, urging him to change in the inner room. Li Anye, not one to be shy, took the paper bag and walked into the inner room. Truth be told, the clothes he wore carried quite an odor, and as a modern individual, he could hardly tolerate it. However, he had no choice but to wear them. The temperature in the capital had already plunged below 0. "Dear, do we have any bath tickets left at home? After dinner, let Anya go wash up," Zhonghai said, lifting a large ceramic jar from the table and taking a sip of the hot water inside. Yes, I'll prepare a ticket for Anya shortly," Anta smiled, nodding in agreement. The arrival of Li Anye not only provided a sense of reassurance to Zhonghai, but also alleviated the guilt of the elderly woman, who had long been troubled by her inability to bear children. To speak candidly, she had silently expressed her gratitude to the heavens more than once for blessing them with such a remarkable nephew. Although she was aware of Zhonghai's retirement plans, she still felt uneasy about the involvement of Shaju, who was an outsider. Furthermore, Shaju was currently unmarried, leaving his future uncertain. Now that her nephew had arrived, it brought both elders a renewed sense of security. Historically, maternal uncles hold significant importance. And with the nephew's parents having passed away before he could navigate the world on his own, he could now rely solely on his 2 uncles and aunts. Their kindness towards Li Anye now seemed justified, as he would naturally support them in their old age. Thus, both were determined to treat Li Anye well, fearing that this gift from above might slip away. Zhonghai gifted Li Anye the latest fashionable work attire, as this era celebrated the dignity of labor. The sturdy and durable fabric was a favorite among contemporary individuals. Once Li Anye donned this fresh attire and emerged from the inner room, the sight elicited pure joy from the elderly couple. Zhonghai, in particular, felt a deepening resemblance between Li Anye and his late sister, and his happiness was beyond words. This connection was a cherished bond he had longed for. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Yuzhu had already heated oil in the pan, and the scent of sizzling pork began to waft through the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of children clamoring and adults scolding filled the air. "I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat. All you do is eat, you glutton," followed by the sound of a bamboo stick being used for discipline. Zhonghai exchanged a knowing glance with the elderly woman, recognizing this as the reason he typically refrained from cooking meat at home. Today, however, he was willing to indulge for Li Anye's sake. The elderly woman smiled sheepishly, assuring him that it was commonplace after living in the courtyard for a while. At this moment, Qin Huairu, under the strict instructions of Jia Zhangshi, had made her way outside Zhonghai's home and gently knocked on the door. "Uncle, do you need my assistance?" Inside, the elderly woman frowned but nonetheless approached to open the door for Qin Huairu. The sight of Qin Huairu outside, anxiously smoothing her clothing and keeping her head bowed, revealed her discomfort. Li Anye, unable to discern her features from within, could only vaguely see her slender, alabaster neck. "No need. Shaju was helping with the cooking." The elderly woman understood Qin Huairu's intentions but chose not to address them directly. This only heightened Qin Huairu's embarrassment, causing her to glance back multiple times as she departed. The elderly woman closed the door with a hint of irritation. Casting a disapproving glance at Zhonghai as she whispered, "I told you to assist the widow Qin more often, didn't I? Now she's grown accustomed to a bigger appetite and shows up at the scent of meat." The elderly woman was well aware of Zhonghai's late-night deliveries of cornmeal to Qin Huairu. After all, Qin Huairu's life over the years has not escaped her observation. She is acutely aware that the Qin widow's family is an insatiable pit, unwilling to engage in any association with her own. Thus, whenever food is sent, Zhonghai is instructed to deliver it stealthily at midnight, ensuring that none of the residents in the courtyard catch sight of it. Although her husband earns a respectable salary, times are tough for everyone. It is unreasonable to provide assistance to every household. Yuzhu, in the kitchen, overheard the commotion from the inner room and sighed, choosing to remain oblivious to the outside world as he continued to sort the vegetables in front of him. Cooking at Uncle Yi's home is not akin to working in a communal canteen, where one might take home leftover food. It would be utterly inappropriate to do so at Uncle Yi's residence, especially since he has graciously invited him to dine. However, Yuzhu pondered how he would explain things to Qin Huairu upon returning home. The thought of her watery, pleading eyes sent shivers down his spine. After Qin Huairu departed, a group of children gathered outside Zhonghai's door, lined up, inhaling the delectable aroma wafting from within. One young boy, around 10 years old, nudged a similarly aged boy beside him and asked, "Didn't you say your silly uncle treats you the best? Why isn't he inviting you to eat the meat?" The nudged boy, with his round cherubic face, would not be mistaken for a child from a widow's household. Even the only child from an ordinary worker's family would not be as plump as he. This rotundity is entirely attributable to the generous feeding from silly Zhu. Puffing out his cheeks, the boy boasted, "Just you wait. Silly uncle will definitely call me in to eat soon." Upon hearing this, the other children could not help but drool, gazing at him with envy. The boy reveled in the admiration from his peers, feeling more self-satisfied than ever. "When you come out, can you tell us how the meat tastes?" One child inquired eagerly, licking his lips. "No problem." The commotion outside naturally drew the attention of those inside. Zhonghai exchanged a knowing glance with his wife, and Aunt E promptly rose to shoo the children away. "Off you go. It's mealtime. Hurry home." Her voice was loud, intended to remind the families in the courtyard that their children were loitering at her doorstep, tempting fate, and it would be wise for them to take their children home. Although this era is marked by scarcity, most families still value their dignity. Before long, the children's parents arrived, scolding and dragging their offspring back inside. Only the trio of Bang Gong and the Huaihua siblings remained outside. Auntie cast a glance at the three little ones inside, noting that Qin Huairu was pretending to be deaf to their plight. However, with only a pound of meat reserved for welcoming her nephew, she would never allow it to go to outsiders. With that thought, Aunt E ignored the children and hastily returned indoors. "By the way, did you visit the home of your third uncle? Wasn't today the day that child from the Liberation Factory called for you?" she asked, picking up a sewing basket from the table. Intending to help Li Anye stitch a new quilt, Zhonghai slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten all about it. That old man was likely at home berating him. Auntie chuckled. You'd better hurry. When your third uncle gets to scolding, he does so without resorting to foul language. All right, I shall make haste. Zhonghai remarked as he promptly stood up, taking a cloth bag to the kitchen to gather 2 pounds of cornmeal. After a moment's contemplation, he also grabbed a piece of oil paper to wrap a small leftover portion of pork, intending to deliver it to Yin Bugui's household. Engaging Yin Bugui in tasks is not particularly arduous, provided one offers appropriate compensation regularly. However, should one fail to reward him even once, one can forget about receiving his assistance in the future. Li Anye initially wished to accompany him, but was halted by an elderly lady who argued that the cold outside was too severe and that he was already fatigued from a day's journey, making him ill-suited to endure the chill. The elderly lady's concern warmed Li Anye's heart. Such care was reminiscent of parental affection, far surpassing that of mere relatives. This was understandable, as the elderly couple had no children of their own, and the sudden arrival of a tall nephew had left them in a delightful state of surprise, as if they wished to carry him in their pockets. Zhonghai approached Yin Bugui's home, his cloth bag and oil paper package in hand. From a distance, he could hear Yin Bugui's murmurs within. He was taken aback by the apparent stinginess of his uncle, who showed no inclination towards generosity. If he is so parsimonious, shall I take my leave? Zhonghai intentionally raised his voice, pausing at the entrance of Yin Bugui's abode. Instantly, a flurry of commotion arose from within, and shortly thereafter, the door swung open, revealing a smiling Yin Bugui, his face alight with eagerness. Ah, uncle, why do you linger at the door? Zhonghai turned with a grin. I shan't intrude, for I must return home for dinner. He then presented the concealed cloth bag and oil paper package to Yin Bugui. I am quite particular, he declared with a hint of jest. Yin Bugui, squeezing the oil paper package, could discern its contents with a mere pinch, his face crinkling with delight. Save for his glasses. All is well. The goods have been delivered. I shall take my leave now, Zhonghai said, strolling back leisurely. Yin Bugui took the cornmeal and oil paper package inside, calling out to his wife, Look what I have here. He carefully unwrapped the oil paper, revealing a small piece of pork, no larger than a baby's fist. Yet for Yin Bugui's family, this was a delicacy they could seldom afford, a rarity that might only grace their table during festive occasions. Zhonghai's visit, albeit slightly delayed, had resulted in the acquisition of lean meat, as the more succulent cuts had already been purchased by others. Nevertheless, for a family living on a tight budget, this was a culinary delight reserved for celebrations. The sight of Zhonghai's arrival did not go unnoticed by the son of the second uncle, who promptly reported back to Lu Haizhong upon returning home. Lu Haizhong, upon hearing the news, loosened his belt and chastised the 2 boys. You spend your days loitering in the courtyard, yet you never lend a hand to your uncle. He expressed his frustration. If it weren't for you two, Yin Bugui would not have been able to seize this opportunity. Thus, the boys received a scolding without fully understanding the situation, yet their minds remained preoccupied with the enticing aroma of Zhonghai's meat. Chapter 5. The innocence of children. Zhonghai uncorked a bottle of CXIN brand Fingio, a treat he typically reserved for special occasions. With his nephew visiting, he deemed it an appropriate time to indulge and promptly placed the bottle on the table. The 3 of them gathered around, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the dishes, eagerly awaiting Hiyuju to complete the final course before they began their meal. Should we invite the deaf old lady to join us? Annie Wong hesitated, eyeing the spread of meat dishes. Let us invite her for a drink, Zhonghai suggested, his face already flushed with joy, even before tasting the wine. All right. Auntie Wong cheerfully rose to fetch the deaf old lady from the backyard. Li Anye, well-versed in the unfolding narrative, held no bias against the crafty old woman, recognizing that she, like Zhonghai, had her own motives concerning the simpleton, Shaju. Before long, Annie Wong returned with the deaf old lady in tow. The old woman entered with a beaming smile, prompting Zhonghai and Li Anye to rise in respect for the elder of the courtyard. Old lady, this is my nephew. Li Anye, Zhonghai announced, deliberately raising his voice. What did you say? I didn't hear you. The deaf old lady pouted, feigning ignorance, though her eyes were keenly assessing Li Anye. Li Anye quickly discerned her pretense. Her ears were perfectly functional, but she selectively chose what to hear, conveniently ignoring Zhonghai's introductions, likely to protect her beloved grandson, Shaju. In the tale, the old lady had long regarded Shaju as her own grandson, and Shaju had dutifully fulfilled his role, providing for her in her twilight years. Despite Zhonghai's repeated attempts to clarify, the old lady continued her charade of hearing loss until he eventually conceded defeat. "Let us eat meat and drink, old lady." This time, the old lady understood clearly, her remaining few teeth gleaming as she broke into a joyful grin. "Eat." Her eagerness for the meat elicited laughter from everyone. Li Anye understood her motives for pretending not to hear Zhonghai's introduction. She feared that Shaju might lose the strong support of Zhonghai. In the narrative, it was Zhonghai who had discreetly intervened on Shaju's behalf during his misadventures. Now that Zhonghai had found a potential caregiver, he might not treat Shaju with the same dedication as before. At that moment, Hiyuju finished preparing the last dish and brought it over. Instantly noticing the finjiu on the table, his eyes lighting up with delight. "Ah, Uncle Li, you've been hiding such fine liquor." Zhonghai chuckled heartily. "Let us enjoy ourselves today." Turning to Li Anye, he inquired, "Anye, how well can you hold your liquor?" Li Anye smiled. "I have a prodigious capacity." In his previous life, he had proven himself capable of handling his drink, and although he was unaware of the original's limits, his memories of drinking grain liquor with his father suggested that the original's tolerance was commendable. His confidence stemmed from the existence of a spatial cheat. "Very well. Let us witness your prowess tonight." Zhonghai hadn't felt such joy in a long while. As a few individuals sat down at the table, preparing to dine, the door swung open, allowing a gust of cold air to invade the room. At the threshold stood three little ones, drooling as they gazed at the spread before them. These three children belonged to the Qin Huiru family. "Uncle, I want to eat meat too," insisted the bold little one, his eyes fixed intently on the dishes. Hiyuju felt a wave of embarrassment. After all, this was not a decision his foolish uncle could make. "How about this?" he suggested. "Next time, I'll bring back some meat dishes for you." Li Anye immediately recognized the lead child as the notorious little thief of the courtyard, the ungrateful Wang Geng. He thought to himself that he must not emulate such a thankless brat, and should instead show genuine respect to his elders, for they had always treated him with kindness. "Whose child is this? What brings them here at mealtime?" Li Anye feigned a puzzled expression and inquired. And he sighed. "This is something your aunt will explain to you later." As she spoke, she placed a generous piece of meat into Li Anye's bowl. "Go ahead and eat. You must be quite hungry." With that, she rose and addressed Zhonghai. "Old man, please keep the children company while I take these three back home." Seeing this, Hiyuju quickly stood up. "Auntie, I'll come with you." No, you should enjoy your drink with your uncle." She waved her hand dismissively, moving toward the door while taking Huaihua and Xiaodang by the hand. The two little girls, feeling shy, followed her outside without protest. Having seen Wang Geng's request for meat rejected, only Wang Geng remained stubbornly planted in place, his eyes still locked on the meat, resembling a famished wolf. "Uncle, I want to eat meat." "Oh, you little rascal." Wang Geng's uncle raised an eyebrow. "Why can't you understand? This meat does not belong to your uncle. It belongs to someone else. How many times has your uncle brought back meat for you?" Wang Geng remained unmoved, evading Auntie's attempts to grasp his hand. Defiantly standing his ground in silence, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the food. Li Anye frowned. This child had clearly been spoiled by the Jia family to the point of incorrigibility, standing at someone else's door demanding food and refusing to leave if not appeased. What was the difference between this and being a rogue? At that moment, Auntie hesitated. "Old man, what do you think?" "Auntie," Li Anye interjected, sensing her wavering resolve. "If every child behaved this way, wouldn't we be obliged to provide for them all? We must not set such a poor precedent." Zhonghai took a sip of his drink, agreeing. "Anye is right. Indeed, he is quite the scholar." In this era, those who could attend university were exceedingly rare, and even vocational school graduates were few and far between. Given Li Anye's educational background, he certainly deserved the title of a scholar. Upon hearing this, Annie ceased her attempts to coax Wang Geng and instead led Xiaodang and Huaihua out. "Qin Huiru, your son Wang Geng is begging for food at my door. Are you not going to do something about it?" Annie's voice rang out loudly, and her words echoed through the entire courtyard, drawing the attention of all the residents. They had already been enticed by the aroma of meat wafting from Zhonghai's home, and now, upon hearing Annie's outcry, they opened their doors to see what commotion was unfolding. Qin Huiru could no longer feign ignorance and hurriedly emerged to pull the child back, exclaiming, "Oh, dear aunt, the child is simply unaware. Please do not hold it against him." Truly, she was a white lotus. With a mere casual remark, she deftly deflected the blame onto the child, leaving the aunt feeling somewhat guilty. However, the aunt was not one to be trifled with. if the child is ignorant. It is the duty of the adult to educate him. Huairu, I understand that your family is struggling, but times are tough for everyone nowadays. We all know that if it weren't for my nephew visiting, our family would hardly be able to afford meat even once throughout the year. How could we possibly withstand your child coming to beg for food? The bystanders nodded in agreement, for it was well known that the couple, Zhonghai and his wife, were notoriously frugal. Otherwise, with Zhonghai's substantial salary, envy would have surely arisen long ago. Yet, despite their high income, their lives were no different from others, barely affording meat dishes throughout the year, which is why the community held no strong feelings of envy towards them. Chapter 6. Times have changed. A look of embarrassment swiftly crossed Qin Huairu's face. She had never anticipated that the aunt would publicly unveil her shame. Previously, the aunt had been renowned for her kindness in the courtyard, so what had caused her to become so irritable today? Perhaps the arrival of her nephew had emboldened her? While the aunt's amiable demeanor towards others was commendable, the issue of supporting the elderly had been resolved, and now the child was seeking food meant for her nephew. Surely stepping on the aunt's toes. I sincerely apologize, Auntie. I have been preoccupied with work and neglected to educate my child. I shall take him home at once. Aware of her own shortcomings, Qin Huairu quickly spoke kindly, urging the aunt to cease her outcry. Typically, the Yi family exhibited remarkable tolerance towards her, so she was baffled by this sudden change in attitude. Otherwise, she would not have allowed her child to go begging for food. Seeing Qin Huairu personally escorting the child away, the aunt felt a slight sense of relief. Her usual leniency towards the child stemmed from her admiration for Shaju, hoping that he would one day support them in their old age. In light of this, she had been more lenient towards the Jia family. But it seemed that her kindness had led to their taking advantage of her. All right, we still need to eat. You take care of your child and ensure he doesn't come here again. The aunt waved her hand dismissively and entered her home with an air of annoyance. After all, she had not been stingy in her generosity, yet it had resulted in raising an ungrateful wretch. This last remark was muttered under her breath, but Qin Huairu, standing nearby, heard it all too clearly, her face flushing with embarrassment. She inwardly cursed Li Anye, wondering why he had to complicate matters by bringing a nephew into the mix. In previous years, the elder's family would gather with the Jia family and the deaf old lady to enjoy a delicious meal of dumplings together during the new year. But this year, it seemed that would not be happening. At this moment, Qin Huairu stood in the courtyard, feeling the weight of curious gazes upon her. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She hurriedly retreated into the house, scolding herself for her insatiable cravings. Seated on a stool, she poked the forehead of the child, banging. In frustration, how could Jia Zhangshi bear to see her grandson mistreated? She immediately cradled banging protectively, lamenting that it was the fault of his inept mother. How could she not procure even a morsel of meat? Banging would have to fend for himself, yet she still scolded him. With a sigh, Qin Huairu remarked, "The times have changed, indeed. An uncle has arrived with a nephew, and I fear we shall no longer receive assistance. The couple will surely reserve their kindness for their own kin, leaving us outsiders in the lurch. It seems we must rely on Shaju to procure more from the cafeteria." Jia Zhangshi sighed in response. It seems like a finality has been cast upon us, yet here emerges a nephew. Surely, the monthly supply of cornmeal from that uncle cannot be cut off. With a thud of her thigh, she exclaimed, "What shall we do if that supply is gone? Our rations are already meager." Qin Huairu, visibly agitated, replied, "Mother, please refrain from lamenting further. My heart is already heavy. That old miser has forgotten us entirely." Jia Zhangshi, releasing banging, looked mournfully distressed. Had I known Zhonghai was of such character, I would have never allowed Dongshu to apprentice under him. "Mother, please calm down. Allow me to consider our options." Qin Huairu turned her head away, not wishing to meet Jia Zhangshi's sharp gaze. "What options do you have?" Jia Zhangshi glared at her. Initially, she had opposed her son marrying a woman from a rural household, and now, alas, their 3 children all bore rural registrations, without rations, forced to purchase expensive grain. If only her son were still alive, the high prices might have been more bearable. Yet now, with her son gone, even though her daughter-in-law had taken his place as a first-class worker at the steel mill, the rations remained solely Qin Huairu's. How could they possibly manage in the future? While the Jia household was shrouded in foreboding, the Zhonghai family radiated warmth and joy. The interior was suffused with a comforting heat. The table laden with fine wine and delectable dishes, causing the 3 men to flush with merriment. "Come, uncle, let us drink together," Zhonghai exclaimed, belching lightly as he raised his glass, urging Shaju to join in. Today marked perhaps his happiest day, as this modest inheritance finally found a worthy heir. Had Li Anye not been a vocational school graduate, he would have eagerly imparted all his skills as a mechanic to him. Li Anye and he Yuju readily lifted their glasses, cheerfully downing their drinks. As soon as Li Anye set down his glass, he eagerly piled several chopsticks full of meat onto his plate, devouring it with great gusto. His appetite for meat was insatiable, had he not restrained himself. He might have been too distracted by the food to enjoy the drink. Observing Li Anye's voracious eating, a kind-hearted and felt a twinge of sympathy and continued to serve him more meat. Anye, do take your time, don't choke. As she began to harbor resentment towards her sister-in-law, she reflected on the years of discord between her and her brother. The meager provisions sent from home were unceremoniously returned, leaving her eldest nephew to suffer the consequences. Observing his meager appetite, it was evident he had long been deprived of the taste of meat. The dishes prepared by Brother Zhu were indeed delightful. Li Anye savored each bite, not forgetting to give a thumbs up to Yuju. He mused that this foolish Zhu was indeed the chef that Vice Director Li was reluctant to replace, for his culinary skills were truly commendable. Perhaps it was also the superior quality of the ingredients in this era that rendered the flavors far more exquisite than any Michelin-starred cuisine he had previously encountered. Seeing Li Anye shower him with compliments, Yuju's grin widened, and he quickly raised his glass to toast with Li Anye. Brother Anye, I've heard from Uncle that you will be working at the steel factory in the future. Quite impressive, indeed. A fine graduate such as yourself has stepped right into a leadership role. Li Anye promptly lifted his glass to clink with Yuju's, deliberately lowering his own in a gesture of respect. In truth, he held a deep admiration for the simple-minded Zhu. There was a saying in television dramas that resonated with him. If you think Zhu is foolish, then you are even more so. Despite being called foolish, Zhu understood more than anyone else. His apparent simplicity was merely a guise for his moments of folly, a misfortune compounded by his encounter with a high-minded woman like Qin Huairu. Having traversed into this narrative, Li Anye felt no qualms about assisting Zhu, provided that Zhu could discern his own circumstances. If he could not, then Li Anye had no intention of intervening, for he himself was grappling with the challenges of adjusting to this era. Chapter 7. No unjustified abuse of customers permitted after a hearty meal. Aunt Da escorted the deaf elderly lady home, while Yuju, feeling quite tipsy, wobbled back to his own residence. Zhonghai also felt somewhat inebriated, though aside from Li Anye's flushed cheeks, he appeared to be unscathed. The flush on his face was likely due to the warmth radiating from the robust stove. Well, my boy, your tolerance for alcohol is commendable, Zhonghai remarked with satisfaction. In the future, as a cadre, you certainly want to be bullied at the table. In this era, upon graduating from a technical secondary school, one would be assigned to work as a 7th-level clerk. And given Li Anye's youth and his position as a core technical backbone in the factory, he had ample opportunity for advancement ahead. The more Zhonghai pondered, the more promising the future seemed. The second uncle Lu Haizhong in the courtyard had been striving diligently to attain a leadership position, but had yet to succeed. Meanwhile, his own nephew had graduated and already secured a cadre role, albeit the lowest level of clerk, yet still a cadre. After a brief conversation with Zhonghai, Li Anye felt less bloated and stood up to tidy the table. As he reached for a plate, Zhonghai halted him. Leave that be. Your aunt will handle it when she returns. You should take a moment to rest and digest. Later, I'll have your aunt fetch you a bath ticket so you can enjoy a good wash and perhaps a haircut. In this era, to accommodate the workers, public baths typically closed at 8 o'clock. Li Anye smiled gently and settled down to rest beside Zhonghai, acquiescing to his uncle's indulgence. Initially, he had contemplated putting on a diligent front on his first day, wishing to make a good impression. However, given his uncle's generous pampering and his own inability to endure any longer, he decided to take a break, knowing that opportunities to showcase himself would abound in the future. This was, after all, the first time in several years that he savored meat, and he felt no particular need to restrain himself, despite being uncomfortably full. Yet, he did not feel ashamed, as many others were in similar circumstances. Upon returning, Auntie handed him a bath voucher and, from her pocket, produced a small handkerchief containing 8 yuan, which she presented to him. Don't save for your uncle. If it's insufficient, just ask your aunt for more. Li Anye felt somewhat awkward. You needn't give me so much, Auntie. I'm merely going out for a bath. You child. Auntie stamped her foot in mock annoyance. Take it. What remains is entirely yours to spend as you wish. Indeed, it is only natural for a nephew to spend his uncle's money. Zhonghai lit an inexpensive cigarette, his expression so relaxed that one might mistake it for a luxury brand. Li Anye reluctantly accepted the money, saying, "Auntie, I shall surrender my salary to you and uncle in the future." Zhonghai's face tightened. "So you look down upon your uncle? My salary is only 99 yuan a month. You should spend your own earnings." Li Anye glanced at Zhonghai's cigarette and then at the 8 yuan in his hand, his emotions a tumult of thoughts. Well, after receiving his salary, the first thing he ought to do is buy Zhonghai a luxury brand cigarette. With the bath voucher and 8 yuan in hand, Li Anye stepped outside, pondering as he walked. Given Zhonghai standing in the factory, he could at least aspire to be an 8th-level clerk, earning 33 yuan a month. In a year, barring any misfortune, he could secure a permanent position as a 7th-level clerk, with a salary rising to 37 yuan and 50 cents, comparable to that of Shaju. If fortune smiled upon him and he landed a lucrative position, he could receive additional allowances, rendering life not so arduous. Moreover, with an 8th-level mechanic as his uncle, his monthly salary was akin to that of a deputy section chief. Having resolved these thoughts, Li Anye's steps grew lighter, and before long, he arrived at the Hongxing bathhouse. After presenting the bath voucher and a dime, he successfully entered the establishment. Upon crossing the threshold, he was greeted by a striking slogan: "No unreasonable abuse of customers." The white walls adorned with bold red letters sent a chill down Li Anye's spine, reminding him to behave himself. The modern notion that the customer is king held no sway in this era. Here, customers were akin to servants. Li Anye lay on a small cot in the bathhouse, feeling as though his skin might be scrubbed raw, yet he dared not utter a sound. It is worth noting that those employed here held iron rice bowls. Regardless of customer relations, a few harsh words were the least of one's worries, and if provoked, one could easily be thrown out into the frigid weather. After enduring the vigorous scrubbing service, Li Anye was ushered into the back room for a haircut. He had always shaved his hair himself in front of the mirror, but after recently attending his parents' funeral, he could no longer manage such trivialities. His hair had grown quite long, and it was time for a shave. The total cost for a bath and a haircut amounted to 30 cents. In addition to the previous 10 cents for entry, making a total of 40 cents. It appeared that had he not received that previous 8 yuan, he would have only been able to afford a simple wash and nothing more. Feeling significantly lighter, he stepped out of the bathhouse with a buoyant stride, the lingering warmth still clinging to him. The Red Star bathhouse was not far from the courtyard, and the sturdy cotton coat gifted by Zhonghai kept him warm throughout the walk. Upon returning to Zhonghai's home, Andy had already arranged a makeshift bed for him in the main room. The inner room had a heated Kong, ensuring that the temperature in the main room was quite comfortable. Sleeping there for a while would pose no issue. "Anya is back," Annie exclaimed, her smile unwavering as she welcomed him. She cherished her nephew dearly. "You can stay here for the night. Tomorrow, I'll have your uncle and others tidy up the vacant room next door for you to reside in from now on." Curious, Li Anye inquired about the vacant room. Auntie's smile faded slightly as she explained, "That was prepared by your uncle many years ago, intended for future children to establish their own families." A hint of sorrow crossed her face. Li Anye understood the underlying sentiment and quickly assured her, "Auntie, please rest assured that I will always regard you and uncle as my own parents." Her eyes welled with tears of gratitude. Good, good. What a wonderful child. Your uncle and I will certainly not neglect you." Meanwhile, Zhonghai, who had been in the inner room, felt his own eyes moisten upon hearing Li Anye's words. The prospect of aging had previously seemed a matter solely between him and Auntie, but after hearing Li Anye's declaration, he felt reassured that they would have support in their later years. He had indeed seen the goodness in this child. This train of thought led him to reflect on his sister, and he sighed deeply. Had she not been so stubborn, perhaps his nephew would not have had to endure so much hardship over the years due to her refusal to accept his assistance. In the end, it was the child who suffered. Chapter 8. Reporting to the steel mill early the next morning, without any prior notice, Zhonghai left the house carrying a large bundle. He returned just before noon, and Annie warmed up the leftover food from the previous night. After they had all filled their stomachs, Zhonghai took Li Anye to report to the steel mill. "Your uncle has already spoken with the factory leaders. The personnel department will assign you to the purchasing department, where the work is relatively light," he explained, taking a puff from his economical cigarette. "As for the purchasing department, you must work diligently and avoid the mistakes your cousin Zhu made. Do not take even a penny from the public," Zhonghai warned, his brow furrowed. While he believed that placing Li Anye in the purchasing department had its advantages, there were also potential downsides. To outsiders, the purchasing department might appear to be a lucrative position, often dealing with the grain station and commune personnel, which could lead to various benefits. However, Zhonghai feared that Li Anye might inadvertently stray from the right path and become entangled in unethical dealings. In the procurement department, it is often necessary to liaise with the leadership of the grain station and the commune. Your commendable drinking capacity has led your uncle to believe that you will thrive in that environment. Li Anye listened intently to Zhonghai's instructions, occasionally affirming, "Rest assured, Uncle, I will heed your advice and behave appropriately once I arrive." However, despite his words, he harbored the notion that one should seize every opportunity for personal gain. After all, he was merely going with the flow, and if everyone else were to benefit, would it not be foolish for him to abstain? Having watched numerous television dramas, he understood that in this era, it was commonplace for individuals to take small advantages from public resources. Not partaking would render him an outsider. Yet, the intricacies of the situation would only become apparent upon starting his employment. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the steel mill, where the security personnel halted them. Li Anye glanced at the militia stationed on either side, noting their rifles slung across their backs. Zhonghai retrieved a pack of decumin from his pocket and handed a cigarette to the guard, saying, "This is my nephew. Just graduated from vocational school and assigned to the steel mill. I'm bringing him to the personnel office for registration." After speaking, Zhonghai cast a knowing glance at Li Anye, who promptly presented the letter of introduction to the guard. "Mastery, when did you acquire such a remarkable nephew? Especially one fresh out of vocational school?" The guard quipped, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Zhonghai chuckled. "He just graduated and has moved to the city from the countryside." The guard scrutinized the letter of introduction and, finding no discrepancies, permitted their entry. Once inside, Zhonghai handed the newly opened pack of decumin to Li Anye, instructing, "If the guards stop you in the future, simply offer them a cigarette. It's essential to maintain good relations with the security personnel, otherwise, they might make your access difficult." Li Anye nodded, silently committing this advice to memory. In modern times, social niceties seem to have dwindled. It appears that there are still lessons to be learned from his uncle, though he possessed the memories of his former self, which provided him with some understanding of this era. He had primarily been confined to school and rural life. The inner workings of the factory remained unfamiliar territory. Hence, he recognized the necessity of observing, listening, and learning to integrate into the steel mill's community. With this mindset, Li Anye dutifully followed Zhonghai, keenly observing his every move and interactions with others. Upon reaching the personnel office, Li Anye quickly adapted. He entered and distributed cigarettes to everyone in the office before standing obediently behind Zhonghai as he facilitated his onboarding process. Li Anye's file had already been submitted to the steel mill, but due to his obligation to care for his gravely ill parents, he had delayed his arrival. This morning, Zhonghai had made all the necessary arrangements, ensuring a smooth onboarding process. "Mastery, please take him to the procurement section," said the personnel office staff. All smiles. Clearly, Zhonghai held a significant reputation within the factory. After all, being one of the two 8th-level workers in the factory does afford a certain level of respect. Upon exiting the human resources department, Zhonghai, with a serious demeanor, instructed Li Anye to report to the procurement section on his own. "You've observed long enough. It's time for you to hone your skills," he said. "Now off you go. I must attend to my duties as well." Li Anye nodded, feeling a mix of apprehension, yet possessing a general understanding of the process ahead. After confirming the location of the procurement section with Zhonghai, he set off alone. As he walked, he noticed Zhonghai discreetly trailing behind him, which brought a smile to his face. Just moments ago, he had insisted on allowing him to venture forth independently, yet now he seemed concerned. Nevertheless, Li Anye felt deeply touched. His uncle's unwavering support was commendable. Early in the morning, he had already taken the initiative to help him establish connections. Otherwise, considering the original occupant's 6-month absence from reporting for duty, this opportunity might have slipped away. The procurement section was situated in a standalone 2-story building specifically designated for procuring materials for the factory's employees. Its primary responsibility involved acquiring food supplies for the factory canteen and procuring welfare items for the staff from the local commune. With the limited grain available at the grain station, sustaining the meals for over 10,000 factory workers heavily depended on the local commune. The ability to procure the necessary supplies relied on the ingenuity of the procurement staff, each showcasing their unique skills. Finding the procurement section was straightforward. It occupied the large office at the far right of the second floor. After confirming the iron sign outside the office, Li Anye straightened his attire and gently knocked on the door. A glance revealed Zhonghai peeking around the corner of the hallway, which elicited a faint smile from Li Anye. Moments later, the door swung open. "Hello, who are you looking for?" inquired a bespectacled man, appearing to be in his 30s. "Good day. I am here to see Section Chief Wang. My name is Li Anye, the new recruit for the procurement section." "Oh, so you are Comrade Li Anye," the bespectacled man exclaimed, realization dawning on him. "Please, come in. Our section chief has been expecting you." He continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Xingli, a procurement officer in the section." Li Anye smiled and shook hands with Zhou Xingli, then retrieved a substantial portion of his cigarettes from his pocket to distribute among the staff in the office. "I am Li Anye, the new arrival. I look forward to your guidance." He bowed respectfully toward his new colleagues, displaying a demeanor of utmost courtesy. "Ah, we've heard about you. You are the vocational school graduate, indeed a promising talent, exhibiting such politeness." The colleagues in the office, observing Li Anye's respectful attitude, began to ease their initial reservations regarding his sudden assignment to the procurement section. After all, each of them had ascended to their positions through hard work, while Li Anye, fresh from vocational school, had been assigned to this role at such a young age, which understandably stirred some feelings of imbalance among them. Chapter 9. The department store. After witnessing Li Anye introduce himself to the personnel from the department, Zhou Xingli led into a small door at the end of the office corridor and knocked. "Director Wang, the new Comrade Li Anye has arrived. Come in." A deep male voice resonated from within. Zhou Xingli opened the door, revealing a modest office adorned with a wooden desk at its center. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man with slicked back hair, appearing to be in his 40s, with a square jaw and thick brows, dressed in a Zhongshan suit that exuded an air of authority. "Hello, Director Wang. I am the newly arrived Li Anye." Li Anye bowed respectfully towards Wang Jianmin, maintaining a demeanor of utmost reverence. "Ah, splendid. I heard from the personnel office this morning that we have been assigned a bright talent," Wang Jianmin replied, rising with a hint of a smile. "Come in, have a seat." "Director, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Zhou Xingli remarked after witnessing Li Anye enter and receiving Wang Jianmin's approval, then gently closed the door behind him. "I am aware of the particulars. You are indeed a commendable comrade, filial," Wang Jianmin expressed with a sense of appreciation. "In our procurement department, we require individuals of your integrity and kindness." "Thank you, Director," Li Anye replied with a smile, absorbing Wang Jianmin's official praises. "Upon your employment, you will serve as an 8th-level clerk in our department. If you consistently meet the procurement tasks assigned to you, you can expect a smooth transition to a permanent position next year," Wang Jianmin explained, detailing the department's expectations. He granted Li Anye a day off to attend to personal matters, instructing him to report to work the day after tomorrow. The monthly procurement target for an 8th-level clerk is 60 yuan, which necessitates personal visits to the commune for purchases, including grains, meats, and byproducts. The higher one ascends in rank, the more demanding the procurement responsibilities become. However, upon reaching the first-level clerk position and advancing to deputy section chief, the procurement tasks become considerably lighter. "By the way, you should visit the logistics department to collect your uniform and allowances," Wang Jianmin concluded, encouraging him to work diligently and contribute to the factory's success. "Certainly. Thank you, Director. I will give it my all." Li Anye flashed a bright smile, revealing his gleaming white teeth. After bidding farewell, Li Anye exited the procurement department, only to find Zhonghai waiting patiently in the corridor. Feigning ignorance, he approached. "Uncle, weren't you supposed to be at work? What are you doing here? How did it go? Is everything in order?" Zhonghai inquired. His concern focused not on the logistics, but rather on the impression Li Anye had made on his superior. Li Anye chuckled, addressing Zhonghai's concerns one by one. "Uncle, rest assured, I followed your advice, and the director even praised me as a commendable and kind comrade." Hearing this, Zhonghai visibly relaxed. "That's good to hear. Make sure to foster good relationships with your colleagues. Avoid any conflicts at all costs." He worried about Li Anye's youthful exuberance leading to discord within the department. "Understood, Uncle," Li Anye replied cheerfully. "Aren't you heading to work?" Only then did Zhonghai snap back to reality, clearing his throat awkwardly. "I was just thinking of taking you to buy a few outfits, and perhaps a bicycle while I'm at it." The procurement department often ventures into the countryside for purchases, and lacking a bicycle would undoubtedly pose a challenge. With a wave of his hand, Zhonghai declared that his uncle possessed a bicycle ticket that had remained unused. and today he would prepare everything for him. Li Anye fell silent. It is worth noting that although Zhonghai served as an 8th-level mechanic at the factory, he had never acquired a bicycle, opting instead to walk to work. Initially, Li had assumed that Zhonghai could not obtain a bicycle ticket, which was why he chose to walk. However, it now appeared that he was reluctant to utilize it. Yet upon Li's arrival, Zhonghai, without a second thought, intended to allocate the bicycle ticket for his use. I must say, it's fortunate that your aunt didn't sell it in the market. These bicycles are not easily obtained. Zhonghai whispered to Li Anye. Stop dawdling, go home, and fetch your aunt. Let us take a stroll through the department store. All right. Li Anye nodded vigorously, contemplating how he would procure another bicycle ticket once he began working, so that he could arrange for his uncle to have a bicycle as well. His reluctance to ride a bicycle was one matter, but honoring his uncle was entirely another. This uncle was akin to a father, and Li Anye resolved that even if Zhonghai were to grow increasingly domineering in the future, he would still treat him well. As long as his overbearing nature did not interfere with the significant events of his life, he could not betray the kindness Zhonghai currently extended towards him. The pair returned to the courtyard, accompanied by an aunt, and with money and the bicycle ticket in hand, they strode confidently toward the department store. On their way, they encountered Aunt San, who was returning from grocery shopping. Upon learning that the three intended to purchase a bicycle, she was left speechless. It was known that Uncle Da's family was the most frugal in the courtyard, and even their head had gritted his teeth to acquire a bicycle for the sake of convenience. Yet now, with a bicycle ticket in hand, Uncle Da's family had decided to buy one without hesitation, seemingly resolved to treat their nephew as a son. Aunt San watched their retreating figures and muttered quietly. The old couple still refuses to accept their fate. Beware of raising a thankless child. Upon reaching the department store, they made a beeline for the bicycle section. Anye, choose for yourself. If you find one you like, go ahead and buy it, Zhonghai said, a smile gracing his otherwise stern face. Reminiscent of a father accompanying his son on an outing, Li Anye did not hold back, directly selecting a sleek black bicycle from the Permanent brand. The slender saleswoman glanced at the bike he pointed to and coldly stated, 200 yuan. Unfazed by the saleswoman's indifference, the trio remained undeterred, as they were accustomed to such attitudes. In other shops, they would have been met with disdainful glares and impatient responses. Zhonghai promptly retrieved the money, handing both the bicycle ticket and the cash to the saleswoman, after which they proceeded to purchase a sturdy iron lock. In these times, leaving a bicycle unsecured outside was akin to inviting thieves. Once the bicycle was acquired, Li Anye wheeled it to the bicycle shed of the department store, securely locking it to the iron railing before feeling at ease to continue exploring the store alongside the elderly couple. It must be said that Zhonghai's wealth is indeed substantial. He just spent 200 yuan to purchase a bicycle, and now, as if nothing were amiss, he has taken Li Anye to browse for furniture. Your house lacks decent furnishings. It would be best to procure everything at once. Li Anye glanced at the brand new furniture in the department store, all of which bore a hefty price tag. Furthermore, the items were monotonously adorned with the latest trendy patterns, which, to Li Anye's eyes, appeared quite unsophisticated. A middle-aged woman observed Li Anye's lack of enthusiasm and suggested, why don't we hire a carpenter to craft everything for you? It would be much cheaper than buying here, and we could choose a variety of styles instead of being limited to what is available. Upon hearing this, Li Anye's eyes brightened. That sounds excellent. Engaging a carpenter to make furniture would indeed be more economical than purchasing directly from the department store. Moreover, having the freedom to select our preferred designs is far more appealing than the uniformity offered here. Chapter 10. Your uncle is wealthy. Zhonghai pondered for a moment. Well, since we are preparing for the wedding, we might as well get everything in order now. He added, let us also look for a radio and a sewing machine, since those are essential items as well. Upon hearing the word wedding, the middle-aged woman eagerly chimed in. The phrase 3 turns and 1 sound referred to the tradition in the 4-9 city of preparing for a marriage. The 3 turns denote a sewing machine, a bicycle, and a watch, while 1 sound refers to a radio, each of which was considered a rarity at the time. Having all 3 turns and 1 sound was crucial for the prestige of a wedding. In those days, if a girl could marry into a family that possessed all 3 turns and 1 sound, it was a remarkable achievement, enough to garner envy from neighbors for many years. Auntie, I just started working, Li Anye replied somewhat bemused. Isn't it a bit premature to be thinking about finding me a wife? What is wrong with that? The middle-aged woman retorted, her eyes narrowing. Your uncle is wealthy. Marrying a wife won't cost you a penny. Li Anye chuckled and teased. So, are we finding a wife for me? or for uncle. The middle-aged woman playfully nudged him. You jest. Auntie, listen to me. Let us just bring home a bicycle today. That will be enough to draw attention. We want to acquire anything else. Li Anye affectionately linked arms with her. I know you and uncle are willing to spend on me, but I want to wait until I've started working properly to show my gratitude. It's not too late to add more items later. He continued. Besides, if you buy so much for me at once, the people in the courtyard will surely gossip. Although Li Anye was indifferent to being labeled as someone who relies on his family, he was not keen on flaunting it in the courtyard. After all, the residents there were not the most reputable characters. Drawing attention could easily lead to resentment, and he certainly did not want to be stabbed in the back later. Let them say what they will. It is only natural for your uncle to spend on you, as it is not their money. The middle-aged woman scoffed. All right, dear. Let us heed an ES wishes. We will gradually acquire items in the future. It's indeed unwise to be overly ostentatious, Zhonghai interjected. He too had considered the people in the courtyard. While it was necessary to obtain items, it should be done discreetly, bit by bit. Furthermore, Li Anye is a young lad who values his reputation. When he hears the idle chatter of those in the courtyard, it is likely to dampen his spirits. If he were to distance himself from them, it would be an unwise trade-off. All right then, I shall heed your counsel, gentlemen. The elderly matron wore a displeased expression. Yet she refrained from voicing any further comments. Observing her discontent, Li Anye promptly engaged her in light-hearted banter, which restored her smile. Very well. Let us not linger on trifles. We shall procure some new garments for Anye. The matron took hold of Li Anye's arm and led him towards the clothing store. Indeed, as Anye is to assume a more significant role in the future, it is time he acquired a couple of fine outfits. Previously, Zhonghai had only bought him 2 sets of work clothes made from labor cloth, as he deemed it inappropriate to invest in finer attire before Anye's position was secured. Moreover, he intended for Anye to choose his own clothes, recognizing that his own preferences had become outmoded. Li Anye, without any reservations, selected 2 white shirts, 2 pairs of black trousers, and 2 Zhongshan suits. At the checkout, he spent 30 yuan, which equated to nearly a month's salary for him. Reflecting on this, Li Anye resolved that these respectable garments would only be worn during procurement visits, as he would need to interact with the leaders of the commune and village. Ensuring he was not looked down upon. For everyday wear, he would stick to his work attire, as frequent laundering would render finer clothes unpresentable. He also spent an additional 18 yuan on 2 pairs of black leather shoes for alternating wear, and the trio exited the department store. To keep the furniture situation in mind, your room currently has only a bed, Zhonghai remarked as he strolled, hands clasped behind his back. While Li Anye followed on his bicycle, laden with bags of new clothes, chatting and laughing with the matron. All right, uncle, once I secure stable employment, I shall visit the thrift store, Li Anye replied. When you do, be sure to ask your aunt for money. If you find something you like, don't hesitate to purchase it. Zhonghai maintained a serious demeanor. Your uncle earns 99 yuan a month. Your aunt and I have little to spend, so do not skimp on our behalf. Li Anye chuckled, recalling the character Shaju from the television series, who frequently boasted of his 37 yuan and 50 cents monthly salary, while Zhonghai, earning 99 yuan, remained exceptionally modest. Then I shall not hold back. Li Anye grinned as he pushed his bicycle. When we get home, ask your aunt for 50 yuan. A man cannot be without money while working. Zhonghai lit a thrifty cigarette. Goodness, smoking an 8-cent pack. Yet ready to part with 50 yuan. Li Anye found himself at a loss for words, feeling that his uncle, standing at 1.68 meters, seemed to tower at 1.80 meters in his eyes. Upon entering the courtyard, they encountered Yen Bugue, who was strolling in the front yard. His eyes widened at the sight of the brand-new bicycle and the bags piled upon it, nearly popping out from behind his glasses. Good heavens, you really bought a bicycle. Yen Bugue circled around Li Anye in amazement, exclaiming about the bicycle being a permanent model. Zhonghai smiled faintly, noting that his nephew had recently been assigned to the procurement department and, finding it inconvenient to travel to the countryside, had taken him to purchase one. What a treat. Yen Bugue gave a thumbs up to Zhonghai and then turned to Li Anye, saying, your uncle truly dotes on you. You mustn't forget your roots. Of course not. Li Anye replied generously. I intend to honor my uncle and aunt well in the future. Whether he would truly remember his roots was uncertain, but he couldn't help but think that the children of third uncle had somewhat forgotten theirs. However, Li Anye could only voice his thoughts in silence. Sharing them would yield disbelief from third uncle. Ah, you've even bought so many new clothes. I must say, uncle, you've certainly spent a fortune today. Yen Bugue's small glasses sparkled. Whether from the sun's reflection or the glint of his own eyes, it was hard to tell. That's enough, third uncle. Anye is starting work now. This money is well spent. Zhonghai waved his hand dismissively. We need to head back and put our things away. We'll chat later. Chat later. Chat later. The voices of several people in the front yard reached the ears of Jia Zhongshi, who was mending clothes in the central courtyard. She couldn't help but move to the window, and indeed saw Li Anye pushing a brand-new bicycle into the courtyard, heading towards the main yard. Humph. Jia Zhongshi snorted coldly, brushing her needle against her scalp. How lovely it is now, raising a small ungrateful wretch, in the end. One must be cautious of raising a white-eyed wolf, losing all one has in the process, in contrast to others who were acquiring this and that. Her own household was barely scraping by with cornmeal. How could she find balance in her heart? Chapter 11. Economic Smoke and the Great Front Gate. Upon returning to Zhonghai's home, Li Anye packed his newly acquired clothes into a wooden box that Anye had brought over and then moved it into the empty room designated for him. This courtyard was likely once the residence of a wealthy family, comprising a 3-entry sihiyuan. Zhonghai's family resided in the house on the right side of the main courtyard, while they occupied a wing room, with the Yushua's room on the left. The right wing room was where Li Anye made his abode. The large room that Zhonghai occupied had been partitioned into 2 standard rooms, one for sleeping and a sitting room, which contained a radio. Outside the sitting room, a small wooden shed served as a kitchen. Li Anye's current wing room was merely a dozen square meters in size. Partitioning it was out of the question. Among the entire courtyard, only Yushua's main room was spacious, yet as a single man, he had little inclination to organize or divide the space. Daily activities such as cooking, sleeping, and receiving guests all took place in the expansive main room. After settling his clothes, Li Anye went next door and sat in the sitting room, waiting for dinner. Tonight, and he had steamed buns made from 2 parts flour. And they were to eat those with leftover dishes from the previous day, supplemented by a small side dish and some pickled vegetables. Northerners favor wheat-based foods. Although rice was available for purchase, much of it was used to make porridge, as cooking plain rice was considered quite a luxury. Li Anye took a bite of the steamed bun made from a mixture of 2 types of flour, and the aroma of wheat wafted through the air. However, for a modern individual, it was somewhat harsh on the throat. The 2-flour blend consisted of white flour and cornmeal. But the cornmeal of this era was not as finely ground as the present-day variant. Instead, it was a yellowish-gray hue. In this time, cornmeal was produced from whole corn and cobs, and its texture required little elaboration. It was merely sustenance to stave off hunger. The white flour was not the refined version we know today. The milling technology of this period was relatively primitive, resulting in a grainy, gray flour, which led people to prefer calling it gray flour. Thus, the taste of this 2-flour steamed bun was rather unremarkable. Nevertheless, Li Anye understood that the elderly couple had always been frugal, and it was unlikely they would indulge in white flour buns at every meal. However, he was not in a hurry to alter their habits. Such changes would require a gradual approach. The thought of the Huairu family across the street, who primarily consumed cornmeal steamed buns at every meal, brought him a sense of balance. In an era marked by food scarcity, having any sustenance was a blessing. He silently reassured himself. After finishing his meal with a stiff neck, Li Anye assisted an elderly lady in clearing the dishes. He had not overeaten and was able to demonstrate good behavior. The elderly lady was quite pleased with Li Anye's thoughtfulness, and her smile widened as she observed him bustling about. Tomorrow, you should go to the street office to sort out your household registration. And also take care of your grain ration book, she instructed. After the meal, Zhonghai lit an economical cigarette, which made Li Anye feel a twinge of desire. Although his original self was not a smoker, Li Anye himself was quite the habitual smoker. Observing Li Anye's eager demeanor, Zhonghai chuckled and retrieved a pack of Dakiamin cigarettes from the drawer, offering it to him. You can smoke this. I'm not accustomed to good tobacco. Li Anye accepted the Dakiamin and tucked it into his pocket, his gaze fixed intensely on the economical cigarette in Zhonghai's hand. Uncle, I'm not used to good tobacco either. How can an uncle smoke economic cigarettes while I smoke Dakiamin? Zhonghai laughed and, sharing a cigarette with Li Anye, added seriously, just remember not to smoke this in public. You are, after all, a cadre. Understood. Li Anye nodded vigorously while sitting on a small stool. After asking Zhonghai for a match, he lit an economical cigarette, took a deep drag, and immediately began coughing from the harsh smoke. Have you smoked before? Zhonghai observed Li Anye's familiar but unsteady manner with the cigarette. It was unusual for a seasoned smoker to cough on their first puff. Li Anye, tears springing to his eyes from the harshness, hurriedly nodded. I haven't smoked in a long time, and since I'll be dealing with people at work in the future, it would be inconvenient not to know how to smoke. Zhonghai nodded in agreement. Indeed, you have much to learn. There is no rush. Uncle, aren't you coming with me tomorrow? Li Anye took another puff, attempting to acclimate his body to the taste of tobacco. Zhonghai squinted and exhaled a smoke ring. Uncle really has to go to work tomorrow. If you're not familiar with it, let the elderly lady accompany you. I'll go alone. Li Anye took a long drag from his cigarette, feeling a sense of disorientation. Although he was uncertain about the necessary procedures he needed to undertake, he understood that he must gradually acclimate to this new era alone. Relying on others for every little thing would render him no different from an overgrown infant. He was not here to live off his relatives, but to carve out his own path. Perhaps it would indeed be beneficial for the young man to undergo some trials. Zhonghai deliberately refrained from informing Li Anye about the important details regarding tomorrow's visit to the street office. After all, if a simple task like handling paperwork proved too daunting, how could he ever hope to excel as a procurement officer in the future? The two relatives exchanged a few casual remarks before Zhonghai ushered him away. Go back to your own room and rest. If you can't sleep, take a stroll. Why linger around me? Li Anye left, feeling somewhat dejected. Upon returning to his room, he found that the elderly woman had already lit the stove, rendering the otherwise empty space quite warm and inviting. In this era, entertainment was scarce after dinner. People in the courtyard typically took a leisurely walk before retreating to their homes to prepare for bed. Those living more frugally often engaged in sewing or handicrafts to supplement their household income. Li Anye kicked off his socks and climbed into the comfortably heated bed. He casually retrieved a chilled bottle of soda from his space and gulped it down. He glanced at the empty can, deliberated briefly, and ultimately discarded it back into the trash bin in the convenience store of his space. Next, he took a box of Sue cigarettes from the shelf and began to smoke while reclining on the bed. In comparison to the economical brand he had just consumed, these were smooth and flavorful. With a deep sigh, he flicked the cigarette but back into his space and lit another one from the Daiqianmen brand, discovering that this new choice surpassed even the Sue in quality. From now on, he would prefer the Daiqianmen, feeling too lazy to retrieve cigarettes from his space anymore. A quick survey of his surroundings revealed that his space was mostly stocked with snacks, daily necessities, and alcoholic beverages, with hardly any items to improve his meals. It was evident that if he wished to enjoy hearty meals with steamed buns, he would need to rely on his own diligent efforts. Just as he pondered this, a knock echoed through the wooden door. Who is it? Li Anye sprang up in surprise, scanning the room for any modern items, hastily slipping on his socks. It's me, came a soft, alluring voice from outside. Qin Huairu? Li Anye's brow furrowed slightly. Having been here for some time, he had only caught a distant glimpse of the female lead in the storyline, aware only that she possessed exceptionally fair skin and a remarkable figure. However, the fact that this widow was knocking on the door of a single man at such an hour stirred his curiosity. As he approached the door, still cleaning his shoes, he opened it to find Qin Huairu's enchanting face before him. It was no wonder that Sha Zhu had willingly devoted his entire life to her. One could not deny that her beauty was a divine gift. Despite standing still, she radiated an irresistible charm, or perhaps this was indeed what they referred to as an innate allure. I thought since you've moved into a new place, perhaps I could assist you in tidying up a bit? Qin Huairu's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief, reminiscent of the enchanting Daji from television. Clad in simple work attire, her figure, with its alluring curves, exuded an undeniable charm. Li Anye held a certain admiration for Qin Huairu's beauty. After all, having encountered numerous artificial visages crafted by technology in his previous life, he found this natural allure to be a rare gem. Sister Qin, you see, there's really nothing to tidy up here. You may as well return home. He replied coldly, yet politely, wishing to distance himself from any association with her, as he perceived her intentions as dubious. Peering inside, Qin Huairu noticed the sparse furnishings, merely a bed, a stove, and a large wooden box on the floor. Indeed, there was little to arrange. She covered her mouth delicately, feigning surprise. Did your uncle and aunt not furnish your place? She asked, adopting a posture of sympathy for Li Anye. Qin Huairu, with her innate charm, possessed an enchanting grace in her every expression, explaining why she had captivated Sha Zhu in the original narrative. Li Anye mentally cautioned himself, reminding that she was a white lotus, a term he used to express his wariness of her beguiling appearance. I have no preference for the styles from the department store. My aunt said she would find a carpenter for me. He responded patiently, aware that her late husband, Jia Dongxiu, had been a disciple of Zhonghai. As a newcomer, He felt it prudent to maintain decorum with Qin Huairu, despite his desire for her to leave. Perhaps I could wash your sheets? Qin Huairu persisted, her resolve unwavering. After all, Li Anye now held a legitimate position as a cadre, and she understood the advantages of fostering a relationship with him far outweighed those of associating with Shaju, who was merely a cook. Li Anye shook his head. No need. My sheets are freshly changed. Sister Qin, if you have no other business, I kindly ask that you take your leave. I truly don't require your assistance. As a single man. He found her presence unnecessary and felt uncomfortable with the implications it might carry. Should you ever find yourself in need of my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Qin Huairu offered him a disarming smile. It is only right to reciprocate the kindness your uncle and aunt have shown my family. Reciprocating kindness, though perhaps with ulterior motives. Li Anye silently critiqued in his mind. After bidding farewell to Qin Huairu and closing the door, he felt a sense of vigilance regarding her sudden visit. Suspecting she sought to gain some advantage from him, he reflected on the rumors surrounding Qin Huairu and Shaju, which had indeed originated from Su Damao. However, she had maintained an ambiguous stance towards these rumors, neither clarifying nor refuting them. Moreover, Qin Huairu persistently undermines Shaju's matchmaking efforts in the narrative. She brings her sister, Qin Jingru, from the countryside under the pretense of arranging a match for Shaju, yet seizes the opportunity to introduce Qin Jingru to Su Damao during a movie outing. She even refuses to occupy her own spot, insisting on seating Qin Jingru directly in front of Su Damao, allowing her intentions to be unmistakably clear. After successfully marrying Shaju, she exerts complete control over him, leaving him unable to afford even the cost of a phone call to his own son after years of diligent work. Furthermore, Qin Huairu had no intention of bearing children for Shaju from the outset. She took measures to prevent pregnancy, determined that Shaju would only care for her 3 children. It was only when Lu Shaoyi returned with Shaju's biological son, He Xiao, that she hurried to the hospital to remove her contraceptive device. But by then, she was already 50 years old. Was it even feasible to conceive? Such a selfish woman, regardless of her outward beauty, prompted Li Anye to instinctively keep his distance from her. Although he had traversed time, he remained a principled young man in the modern era, ill-equipped to contend with such an affluent and duplicitous figure. Upon returning home, Qin Huairu was met with a disdainful glare from Jia Zhongshi. She had eagerly sought to curry favor only to be met with scorn. Jia Zhongshi, triumphantly mending clothes for Bang Gung, made her feelings clear. Qin Huairu, feeling disgruntled, protested. Mother, how can you say that? I was merely trying to think ahead as our supply from the elder is about to dwindle. Jia Zhongshi scoffed dismissively. I will not eat your tainted food, made from inferior flour. Frustrated, Qin Huairu stamped her foot, declaring, Then do not consume anything I bring home. It is all unclean. At that moment, she felt profound uncertainty, as her efforts to flatter others were solely to fill her family's stomachs. Yet, her mother-in-law, with no qualms, consumed the fruits of her labor while simultaneously rebuking her. Jia Zhongshi, hearing this, set aside her sewing, retorting, so as soon as Dongshu leaves, your true colors emerge? You wish to send me back to the countryside, do you? Just wait, I will summon the elders from the courtyard to arbitrate. If a daughter-in-law fails in her duties and I chastise her, I am to be banished? She bellowed, slapping her thigh. Qin Huairu swallowed her grievances and replied, Mother, please do not make a scene. I admit my fault. Finally, Jia Zhongshi ceased her outcry, snorting in response, That's more like it. Let me tell you. Do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Your primary duty is to raise Bang Gung and the others well. There will be blessings for you when the children grow. Qin Huairu sighed, feeling disheartened at the prospect of impending hunger while her mother-in-law spoke so brazenly of future fortunes. Chapter 13. Mortise and Tenon Technology. The following day, Li Anye nibbled on a small piece of bread in his room before emerging for breakfast. He found it quite difficult to adapt to the combination of coarse and fine grains in the mixed flour buns. Yet during his previous rural life, he had consumed cornmeal mixed with corn cobs at every meal. Not wanting to reveal his discomfort, he decided to first eat a soft bread roll to ease his hunger, planning to manage with a mere bite for breakfast. Observing Li Anye solely focused on the porridge, a kindly aunt promptly placed a mixed flour bun into his bowl, urging him to eat it since porridge alone would not suffice to stave off hunger. Li Anye obediently picked up the bun, soaked it slightly in the porridge, and consumed it while thinking to himself that he would definitely grab a few white buns at the factory cafeteria the next day. Hurry up and eat. Today, I bought next month's meal tickets for you. And tomorrow you'll be able to enjoy the cafeteria's hearty meals. Zhonghai chuckled silently at Li Anye's struggle with his food, knowing that his wife's cooking was far inferior to the cafeteria's offerings. After finishing breakfast, Li Anye took his household registration documents and the introduction letter from the factory, then rode his bicycle straight to the local street office. Originally a rural resident, he had been assigned to a steel mill after graduating from a technical school, allowing him to settle in the city. Thus, he transitioned from a rural to an urban household registration, and once his food ration book was processed, he would enjoy the same grain allowances as city dwellers. However, the registration procedures were quite complicated, but thanks to Li Anye's amiable and polite demeanor, he managed to navigate through the process, albeit it took him the entire morning to obtain his ration book. Glimpsing at the clock on the street office wall, he realized it was lunchtime. From his liberation bag, he retrieved an aluminum lunchbox filled with porridge, pickles, and a mixed flour bun, prepared by the kind aunt who anticipated that he would need a substantial meal while handling the paperwork. The bun had already turned quite hard, but since he was outside, Li Anye hesitated to take snacks from his supplies and resolutely finished the cold porridge and bun. After satisfying his hunger, he strolled along the street, where the aroma of dishes wafted from the state-run restaurants, lamenting that he should have asked the aunt for some meat and grain tickets before leaving, as he only had cash on him, rendering him unable to indulge in a proper meal. Upon returning home, the aunt was already dressed and waiting for him. "Come, I will take you to find Carpenter Go in the neighboring compound," she said briskly, wrapping her scarf tightly. "You needn't ride your bicycle, it's south quite close." Agreeing, Li Anye parked his bicycle neatly in the courtyard before following the aunt out. Carpenter Go resided in a nearby compound, easily recognizable by the assortment of unfinished furniture scattered outside his door, along with some completed items that appeared to be unpainted. The furniture almost monopolized a vast area of the courtyard. It appeared that the Carpenter Go was quite popular among the locals, as no one seemed to mind him occupying so much space. Li Anye surveyed the assortment of furniture, contemplating how the designs were far superior to those seen in department stores, which offered only glass-encased cabinets adorned with landscape paintings, utterly misaligned with his aesthetic sensibilities. In contrast, the pieces crafted by Go were characterized by their simplicity and exquisite carvings, exuding comfort and a refined taste, unlike the cheapness emanating from the department store offerings. "Master Go, I need some furniture made," an elderly woman called out from the courtyard. Coming, a sprightly old man, seemingly in his 50s, emerged, radiating vitality, and one could tell he possessed a fair amount of strength, a requisite for his trade. "Master Go, this is my nephew. I would like you to craft a set of furniture for him," the elderly woman said, her face beaming with delight. "My nephew has discerning tastes and finds the offerings of the department store lacking. I thought it best to bring him to you." Master Go appeared quite pleased upon hearing her words, giving her a thumbs up. "You truly understand the craft. Most of my furniture utilizes mortise and tenon joints. How can the nail-driven constructions from the department store compare to my work?" Li Anye's interest piqued at the mention of mortise and tenon joints, an age-old technique passed down through generations. It was said that ancient artisans could create a variety of furniture without a single nail, and even large structures within palaces extensively employed this technique, standing the test of time for millennia. "Wait a moment, I will fetch my catalog for you. I have a plethora of designs," Master Go cheerfully informed Li Anye, gesturing for him to peruse the furniture in the courtyard. With that, he turned and entered his home. Li Anye then approached the semi-finished pieces in the yard, and indeed, at the joints of the wood, he observed a flawless mortise and tenon structure, seamlessly integrated. It was evident that this carpenter possessed remarkable skill, and the furniture he produced was nothing short of exquisite. The elderly woman had truly struck gold in finding him for this task. After all, the mortise and tenon technique had largely faded into obscurity, with only a few elderly artisans in villages still practicing it, while many enthusiasts abroad continued to replicate this ancient craft. Soon, Master Go emerged with a thick catalog in hand. Li Anye accepted it and opened it, discovering sketches of various furniture designs, seemingly drawn by Go himself. The styles within were predominantly vintage, starkly contrasting with the mass-produced, landscape-printed furniture of the department stores. Li Anye selected a low-footed wardrobe, a simple desk with double drawers, and opted for a modest round table and a back chair for the room. He chose not to include a dining cabinet, as his room was not particularly spacious. And since he did not cook for himself, such a piece would prove both cumbersome and impractical. As the carpenter watched Li Anye select such an array of furniture in one go, his heart blossomed with joy. After all, this was a rare opportunity to cater to a significant client. Moreover, seeing that Li Anye was still unmarried, he pondered that if he crafted these pieces well, Li Anye might return when he eventually tied the knot, perhaps to furnish an entire new set for his home. Thus, Guo resolved in his heart to devote himself to creating exquisite furniture for Li Anye, aiming to secure him as a repeat customer. After calculating the costs, Guo estimated that, excluding materials, the total would amount to 88 yuan. That's fine, just make it quickly. My nephew is eagerly awaiting the furniture. Auntie promptly paid half of the deposit to Guo. Rest assured, I will prioritize your order and set aside all other work. Guo assured, patting his chest confidently. Chapter 14. The quest for 36 legs on the way back. Annie rambled on. Your room is too small now. If we are to gather 36 legs, I doubt it would fit. She suggested, perhaps you could ask your uncle to inquire if there are larger rooms available in the courtyard. The tradition of 36 legs in the 4-9 city dictated that the beds, tables, chairs, desks, and a large wardrobe, along with a pantry, would perfectly amount to 36 legs, ensuring the home was not bare and making it more appealing for a young lady to consider marriage. Andy, you are too good to me, Li Anye replied, grinning as he linked arms with her. Oh, don't mention it. Andy feigned reluctance, yet her expression showed delight. It would be best if you married soon and brought a little one into the world for me to care for. Li Anye, with mock seriousness, offered a salute, vowing to fulfill the task. Goodness, Andy chuckled, playfully tapping Li Anye's arm. I reckon Guo's handiwork will be prompt. He should complete everything within half a month. As she surveyed the earthen bed in the room, she added, it would be ideal if you could also have a proper bed. This earthen Kong can serve merely for warmth. After all, a stove will keep the home cozy. Andy, I believe this Kong is wonderfully warm. There is no need for another bed, Li Anye remarked, gazing fondly at the earthen Kong. In the frigid climate of 4-9 city, sleeping on the warm Kong was his daily source of happiness, and he would never consider replacing it, given that Li Anye's new furniture would likely not arrive just yet. Annie brought over a small table from her home for placing items, along with a spare kettle and cups, to set up in Li Anye's home so he could offer guests a drink when they visited. The tradition of 36 legs in the 4-9 city dictated that the beds, tables, chairs, desks, and a large wardrobe, along with a pantry, would perfectly amount to 36 legs, ensuring the home was not bare and making it more appealing for a young lady to consider marriage. Andy, you are too good to me, Li Anye exclaimed, smiling as he linked arms with her. Initially, he had worried that spending 88 yuan would lead to Andy chastising him for being extravagant, but to his surprise, she not only refrained from reproach, but also actively sought to help him assemble a complete set. Oh, do not say that, Auntie insisted, though her face radiated satisfaction. It would be best if you married soon and brought a little one into the world for me to care for. Li Anye respectfully greeted an elderly lady, assuring her of his commitment to complete the task at hand. The lady, smiling, playfully tapped Li Anye's arm, remarking that she would come by with news whenever there was any. She surveyed the earthen bed in the room, suggesting that it would suffice for warmth, and that with a stove, the home would soon be cozy. After arranging the new furniture, she brought over a spare kettle and cups from her home, ensuring that Li Anye would be prepared to offer refreshments to any guests. As for tea, it was a luxury difficult to procure in those times. While the supply and marketing cooperative did sell broken tea leaves, they were scarce, and common households were reluctant to serve such a commodity to visitors. Once everything was settled, the elderly lady handed Li Anye 50 yuan, understanding that he would be starting work the next day and that being without any money would hinder his efforts. Aunt, I'm heading to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some good cigarettes. I start work tomorrow, he said. All right, make haste back. Your uncle will be off work soon, and we'll have dinner together. Li Anye donned his coat again, wrapping himself in the scarf and gloves lovingly handmade by the elderly lady, and stepped outside. Not far from the courtyard was the cooperative. The clerk at the cooperative was a young man with a disinterested demeanor, who greeted Li Anye with a scowl as he entered. 3 packs of Detention, please, Li Anye stated, choosing not to engage in conflict. The young man glanced at him, impatiently turned, and retrieved 3 packs from the shelf, slamming them onto the counter. 34 cents a pack. Li Anye silently produced a 1 yuan bill along with 2 1-cent coins, collected the cigarettes, and hurried back. Unlike modern clerks, those at the cooperative were on fixed salaries, indifferent to sales performance, thus their service was predictably lackluster. As Li Anye approached the front gate of the courtyard, he encountered the affable Yin Bugue, who was meandering about. Just as Li Anye intended to greet him, Yin Bugue's eyes lit up as he spotted Su Damao approaching, pushing a bicycle laden with various bags, with strings of dried mushrooms hanging from the handlebars. Damao is back from the countryside with the films? Yin Bugue remarked, rubbing his hands together, his gaze fixed eagerly on the bicycle's contents. The folks in the commune are truly warm-hearted, wouldn't you agree? The wrinkles on Yin Bugue's face seemed to radiate joy. Su Damao, accustomed to the routine, extended a string of dried mushrooms toward Yin Bugue, saying, "Here, take some to taste." He had grown used to the sight of Yin Bugue waiting here while he went out to show films, but each trip yielded considerable rewards, rendering these trifles insignificant compared to the face he maintained. A newcomer. Su Damao raised an eyebrow at Li Anye. "So, you must be the nephew of the esteemed elder?" Li Anye mused to himself that the unfolding events proved the narrative's truth. For Su Damao indeed carried an air that invited reprimand. Though he harbored such thoughts, Li Anye held a measure of admiration for Su Damao, the king of tricksters in the courtyard, for managing to deceive those rascals so thoroughly. Only he, Su Damao, could achieve such feats. "Hello, brother Damao. I am Li Anye, currently a purchasing agent at the steel mill." Li Anye approached Su Damao and extended a friendly handshake, then retrieved a newly purchased cigarette from his pocket, offering one to both Su Damao and Yin Bugue. Su Damao tucked the cigarette behind his ear, appreciating Li Anye's thoughtfulness. "In the future, if you need anything, just come to your brother Damao. But one thing, don't meddle with that fool Zhu." After speaking, Su Damao draped a string of dried mushrooms around Li Anye's neck and, swaying slightly, pedaled his bicycle toward the backyard. Yin Bugue, having accepted a cigarette from Li Anye, smiled and gave him a thumbs up. "Not bad. You know the ropes." Truly a graduate of a vocational school, Li Anye was well aware of what Yin Bugue was praising him for and merely smiled in silence. Now that he had joined the purchasing department, frequent trips to local communes to procure grain byproducts were inevitable. And Su Damao was the most popular film projector in those areas. Thus, fostering a good relationship with Su Damao would yield benefits. Though one should not form a deep bond, lest they find themselves ensnared unexpectedly. Chapter 15. The Visit of the Thief Saint. Upon entering the main courtyard, Li Anye spotted Qin Huairu washing clothes by the water basin, though her distracted demeanor suggested she was likely waiting for Zhu's lunchbox. "Brother Anye." Qin Huairu's eyes lit up upon seeing him. "Are you adjusting well to life here?" Li Anye felt a deep-seated aversion to interacting with Qin Huairu. He found himself ill-equipped to handle someone as refined as her, preferring to engage with simpler individuals like Lu Xiao or Qin Jingru. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. "Just getting used to it, Sister Qin. I'll head inside now." With that, he hastily retreated to his room, shutting the door as if fleeing from some impending calamity. Observing Li Anye's avoidance, Qin Huairu surmised that he would not be of much benefit to her. Washing clothes while flirting was utterly shameless. Inside, Jia Zhashir thrust her needle into the fabric with undue force, as if envisioning the garment as Qin Huairu's skin. Ceasing her work, Qin Huairu turned to the room and said, "Well then, mother, I won't be needing Zhu's lunchbox today. Let us just have some rice soup." Only then did Jia Zhashir begrudgingly fall silent. As Qin Huairu continued washing, she pondered how Li Anye's arrival had severed the support from the eldest uncle's family, constantly searching for ways to compensate for the loss. After all, the eldest uncle's family was far from comparable to Zhu's modest means. The eldest uncle himself was a skilled 8th-level fitter earning 99 yuan a month, while Li Anye, now rumored to have joined the purchasing department, earned 33 yuan monthly, with his salary poised to match Zhu's once he was confirmed. Moreover, the purchasing department's perks were simply unparalleled by the canteen. Yet, given the protective nature of the eldest aunt, it seemed unlikely that she would allow her to get close to Li Anye. Upon contemplating this, Qin Huairu's vigor in washing clothes suddenly intensified. How could Li Anye possibly compare to the foolish Zhu? One emerged from vocational school as a cadre, with a boundless future ahead, tall and handsome, while foolish Zhu, with his disheveled appearance, was hardly a match. At that moment, oblivious to the disdain directed at him, Zhu ambled into the courtyard, carrying 2 aluminum lunchboxes. With a scowl, Qin Huairu stepped forward, snatched the lunchboxes from Zhu's hands, and briskly returned indoors. "Hey, sister, at least leave one for me," he protested, but the only response was the resounding slam of a door. Zhu awkwardly rubbed his nose, pondering how he had offended her. After a moment of futile contemplation, he decided to dismiss the thought and turned to saunter back into his room. Upon returning, Zhu rummaged through the bottom of a cabinet, retrieving a burlap sack from which he extracted a handful of peanuts, placing them on a plate. He then produced the leftover wine from the previous night. Sipping a little, he began to speak to himself. One must always keep their wits about them. With that, he shook his head and indulged in the peanuts. Not long after, Li Anye returned, followed by Zhonghai, who was also clad in work attire. After changing, Auntie called the two to prepare for dinner. Today we have authentic white steamed buns, not a hint of cornmeal, she announced, placing the steaming buns on the table. Oh, why is the old lady so generous today? Zhonghai remarked, his expression surprisingly animated. Annie huffed, isn't it for our Anya? Eating a 2-grain bun is like swallowing glass. Or do you think this is all for you, you old rascal? Zhonghai, feeling a bit deflated, merely chuckled and took a bite of the bun still steaming in his hands, thinking that he was indeed basking in the glory of their nephew. At this moment, Li Anye appeared somewhat embarrassed, quickly justifying himself. The meal that foolish you made earlier was simply exquisite. I haven't quite recovered from it yet. Zhonghai, in agreement, patted Li Anye on the shoulder. Tomorrow, we can enjoy the cafeteria fare. Although it may lack a certain charm, it still carries that familiar taste. Li Anye's eyes brightened at this, but Annie, displeased, plopped down in her seat. So you two are dissatisfied with my cooking? She retorted. The two exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. Zhonghai, the once stern and rigid old man, had lightened up since resolving his retirement issues, no longer wearing that perpetual poker face. After a satisfying meal, Li Anye returned to his room, only to discover a footprint on his desk. Judging by its size, it likely belonged to a child. One could easily deduce that the notorious thief Banging had paid a visit to his quarters. Residents of the Courtyard seldom locked their doors. Having lived together for many years, while not quite akin to family, a basic trust existed among them. This was why the thief Banging could move about the Courtyard with such ease. However, in the narrative, he typically only targeted foolish Zhu's household, or, at worst, pilfered a trinket from Su Damao, often as an act of revenge for disparaging remarks about his mother. Why has the mood shifted today, focusing solely on him? Li Anye fetched a clean cloth and meticulously wiped away the footprints from the table, surmising that the young rogue harbored a grudge against him for previously disrupting his meat-eating plans. However, his room was devoid of any food. All provisions had been stashed away in his space, leaving the thief with nothing to gain this time. Yet, since the matter had escalated to his doorstep, Li Anye deemed it necessary to seize an opportunity to teach the thief a lesson, ensuring he would think twice before pilfering from his home again. Li Anye placed the teapot on the stove to boil water, unpacked a sachet of green tea from his space, and brewed himself a small cup. He was certainly not lacking in snacks, tea, or tobacco, but he could not indulge openly. With the prospect of returning to work looming the next day, he sought out a local woman to acquire a substantial amount of clean newspapers. Returning to his space, he divided the remaining green tea, wrapping half of it in the newspapers. In this era, tea tickets were notoriously difficult to come by. Even minor leaders in factories could only afford to drink low-grade tea. Thus, this tea had become a valuable commodity among the factory's leadership. The secret of the pigeon market was common knowledge, and if questioned, he could merely claim he had purchased it there, facing little more than a reprimand. After packaging the tea, Li Anye retrieved a generous quantity of candies from his space, unwrapped them, and encased them in newspapers. There might come a time when he needed to procure grain from the countryside. Rural folk were not as particular, and offering them tea would be impractical. Instead, distributing candies to the village children would earn him goodwill. While adults could be appeased with a bit of tobacco, no one would be at a loss. His hesitation lay in the fact that he could not afford to give away other items from his space. Being discovered and labeled as an enemy agent would spell disaster. It was worth noting that unity among people in this era was unprecedented, with a collective stance against external threats. Chapter 16. The upright and kindly Anye. Early the next morning, Li Anye rose, donned a newly purchased white shirt and a Zhongshan suit, and made his way next door for breakfast. This morning's meal consisted once again of steamed buns paired with salty porridge. Li Anye indulged in 3 large buns and 2 bowls of thin porridge before he felt satisfied. After a hearty meal, he mounted his bicycle, carrying Zhonghai towards the steel mill. Initially, Zhonghai was reluctant to let Li Anye give him a ride, insisting he could walk and urging Li Anye to leave first. However, Li Anye was adamant about accompanying Zhonghai to the factory, leading Zhonghai to relent and take a seat on the back of the bicycle. Along the way, numerous acquaintances from the factory greeted Zhonghai with smiles, and Li Anye patiently halted his bicycle to allow Zhonghai to chat with them before they continued on. Without exception, everyone praised Zhonghai for his good fortune. Noting how filial his nephew was, such a sight of a younger relative riding with an elder to work was rare in these times. Though Zhonghai modestly deflected the compliments, anyone could see from the expression on his face that he was secretly relishing the attention. When I first encountered Master E in the factory, a perpetual smile adorned his face. Upon entering the factory gates, Zhonghai leaped from the back seat, thermos in hand, waved at Li Anye, and proceeded to his workstation. Li Anye pedaled his bicycle directly to the procurement department's small building, parking it downstairs. There was no concern about theft within the factory premises, so he merely secured his bicycle with a single lock before ascending the stairs with the key in hand. Upon entering the office, he found only a few colleagues present, and Wang Jianmin had yet to arrive. It was his first day on the job, and Li Anye certainly did not want to be the last to arrive. He felt compelled to make a good impression. He greeted his colleagues amiably before settling at his desk, marked with his nameplate. He retrieved his thermos from his bag, took a sip of hot water, and patiently awaited Wang Jianmin's arrival. As it was his inaugural day, he was still uncertain about many protocols and needed to report to Wang Jianmin promptly to collect this month's allowances. Prior to his arrival, he had heard that the procurement officers received a substantial number of vouchers each month, and they could also reimburse 2 rounds of large front-door purchases. After all, as a procurement officer, one needed to engage in external purchases and traverse various locations. Without quality tobacco, one would find it challenging to navigate. Moreover, as procurement officers represented the steel mill during their outings, each member of the department was entitled to an additional 10 bathing vouchers each month, while ordinary workers received only 5. In an era when most households lacked proper bathing facilities, individuals could only manage to wash themselves minimally to bathe. They had to rely on 2 locations, the factory's boiler room or the bathhouse. However, bathing in the boiler room was far from convenient, making the extra 10 bathing vouchers provided to the procurement department a true lifesaver for Li Anye. As a modern individual, being restricted to bathing just once a week felt akin to a death sentence. Before long, the office filled with colleagues arriving in small groups, and Wang Jianmin entered the office right on schedule. Director Wang, Li Anye promptly stepped forward to greet him. "You must be Li Anye." Wang Jianmin assessed him from head to toe, noting his commendable attire and spirited demeanor. "Thank you, Director Wang." Li Anye humbly bowed his head. "Come with me," Director Wang said, grasping a black briefcase and turning towards his small office. Once seated at his desk, he retrieved an envelope from the drawer and handed it to Li Anye. "This is the allowance for our department this month. The others have collected theirs, so you may take yours as well." Li Anye received the envelope with both hands, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Director Wang. Our procurement department operates under unique circumstances. Much of our time is spent sourcing in rural areas. You only need to come in and sign in during the mornings. The rest of the time, whether you remain in the office is entirely up to you. However, one thing to note is that the tasks assigned to you each month must be completed. If additional tasks are given, they must also be addressed promptly, though extra tasks typically come with bonuses and do not factor into your salary." Li Anye listened intently as Wang Jianmin outlined the essential points of his responsibilities. "In our procurement department, unlike other divisions, we do not have a tradition of mentoring. Everything relies on one's own efforts. If there are uncertainties, one may consult colleagues." As Wang Jianmin spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Li Anye. Upon hearing this, Li Anye promptly retrieved a small paper bag from his pocket, containing a modest portion of green tea leaves. "Department head, this is a little tea I managed to acquire with great difficulty. I present it to you for your enjoyment." Wang Jianmin initially intended to decline, but upon discovering it was tea, his interest was piqued. He discreetly accepted the small bag, opened it, and inhaled the aroma, instantly displaying a look of delight. "Indeed, this is fine tea. Of course, it sells for 88 yuan a package at the convenience store." Li Anye thought to himself, though he maintained a humble demeanor. "I am not well versed in this. I have yet to taste it myself. I thought I would bring it to you since you work so hard." Wang Jianmin nodded approvingly. "Indeed, I knew I had not misjudged you. You were truly a principled and kind-hearted comrade." With that, both men shared a knowing smile. In truth, the work in our procurement department is not overly complicated, as long as one maintains a good relationship with the village secretary and fulfills the assigned procurement quotas. All will be well. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Jianmin continued, "Given that you are a newcomer, today Zhou Shengli happens to be going out to procure goods. You should accompany him and learn from his experience on your first day." "Thank you, department head." Li Anye's face brightened with joy. Very well, you may leave now. I will inform Zhou Xingli shortly. Just follow him when he departs, and remember to observe and listen attentively. Yes. Li Anye exited the small office with enthusiasm. Being able to learn from a seasoned colleague in the department was indeed the best opportunity. Otherwise, as a novice, venturing into the countryside for procurement without any knowledge could easily lead to being misled. Furthermore, he was entirely oblivious to the procurement process, utterly in the dark. Now, having the chance to accompany Zhou Xingli to learn about the experience and procedures was certainly advantageous. Before long, Zhou Xingli approached with a friendly demeanor. Comrade Li Anye, the department head has requested that you accompany me to the countryside shortly for procurement to gain some experience. Li Anye feigned surprise. Really? That is wonderful. I was just worrying about what to do. Zhou Xingli adjusted his glasses, his face displaying nothing but a smile. In the procurement department, everyone is quite astute. Since the department head has chosen to give special consideration to this newcomer, the senior colleagues can only acquiesce to the department head's wishes. After all, those whom the department head chooses to favor likely have significant backgrounds, hence Zhou Xingli's friendly attitude towards Li Anye. Chapter 17. The nuances of procurement. Li Anye and Zhou Xingli rode their bicycles out of the steel mill's gates and along the main road, eventually exiting the city. Under Zhou Xingli's guidance, they veered off the main road onto a rugged, uneven path. As they rode, Li Anye felt as though the seat was jarring him to the core. To an outsider, the role of a procurement officer may seem lucrative and appealing, but in reality, it is not as glamorous as it appears. The rugged terrain alone is enough to challenge anyone. After approximately 2 hours of travel, Zhou Xingli brought Li Anye to a village where he guided him to push their bicycle into the community. There, he encountered a lean, elderly man, presumably the village secretary, and explained their purpose. The village secretary appeared to be quite familiar with Zhou Xingli, engaging in casual conversation before dispatching someone to summon the villagers to lift their goods. In this production team under the commune, any surplus grain that is not submitted to the commune is typically sold to various factory buyers in exchange for currency to enhance the team's facilities. Those of us without connections are limited to sourcing grain from the team, while higher-ranking procurement officers usually procure from the commune. As Zhou Xingli waited, he took the opportunity to explain this to Li Anye. The amount of grain available from the team is generally modest, however. Too much would be impractical to transport back on a bicycle. Zhou Xingli smiled as he spoke, adding, "But since you've come along today, my friend, I can procure a bit more. The month's end is approaching, and my quota remains unfulfilled." Li Anye quickly grasped Zhou Xingli's intent. He was to serve as a means of transport. He confidently assured, "Rest assured, I am strong and can help you carry quite a bit." Not one to hesitate, he felt it was only right to assist since he had come to learn. After all, mutual assistance is the essence of camaraderie. Zhou Xingli's face broke into a genuine smile upon hearing this, and he patted Li Anye on the shoulder, saying, "I must thank you in advance." In return, he began to elaborate on the intricacies of procurement. A procurement officer typically pays out of pocket to collect goods, which are then transported to the factory, where they can submit the receipts issued by the production team or commune for reimbursement. Make sure to secure the receipt, Zhou Xingli cautioned, or you might be mistaken for a speculator. Li Anye listened intently, committing the essentials to memory, while also keeping his hands busy, sharing cigarettes with both the secretary and Zhou Xingli, filling the office with a haze of smoke. Before long, 2 young men arrived, carrying several burlap sacks, followed by a number of villagers who had come in response to the news. Typically, when a buyer visits, villagers seize the opportunity to exchange surplus produce for cash. Some brought baskets filled with eggs, while others carried large heads of cabbage. An assortment of goods lined up as they patiently queued outside the office. Zhou Xingli first examined several sacks, discovering they were filled with cornmeal, each weighing about 10 pounds. "As per usual, let's settle at 3 yuan per pound," he stated. After handing a cigarette to the village secretary, he inquired, "How many pounds do we have in total?" The secretary, with a grin, replied, "A total of 46 pounds. Li Anye stood quietly to the side, carefully observing the interaction between the two. Purchasing agents do not require grain tickets when procuring in rural areas, as such items are not commonplace there. Consequently, the purchasing price tends to be slightly higher than market rates. The regulations within the department stipulate that coarse grains, such as cornmeal, should not exceed 3 yuan per unit for procurement, and most purchasing prices align with this standard. After all, if you offer too little, the farmers will not sell to you. Once the cornmeal was weighed and no discrepancies were found, Zhou Xingli welcomed the villagers waiting outside to enter. The first to step in carried a basket of eggs, and without even glancing at them, Zhou Xingli permitted the person to take their goods. After all, these items are precious, and given the bumpy ride on a bicycle, one misstep could lead to breakage. Who would be responsible then? For the subsequent vegetables, Zhou Xingli mostly selected those that were compact and easy to carry. Li Anye estimated that on this trip, he procured approximately 8 yuan worth of goods. Like Li Anye, Zhou Xingli was also an 8th-level purchasing agent, with a monthly target of 50 yuan in procurement to fulfill his duties. With assistance today, he was able to bring back nearly double the usual amount, which typically amounted to only about 4 yuan per trip. It was anticipated that Zhou Xingli would need to go out to procure goods for 15 days in a month to meet departmental expectations. After the procurement concluded, while no one was watching, Zhou Xingli discreetly slipped a packet of Detention cigarettes to the village secretary, an act noticed by the observant Li Anye. It turned out that the Detention which the department reimbursed was intended for such purposes. Li Anye silently made a note of this. Upon completing the procurement, the village secretary enlisted a few young men to help the two load their goods onto the bicycles, bidding them farewell with a warm smile. Comrades in leadership, remember to look after our production team for any future procurement quotas at the factory. Of course, Zhou Xingli replied, his spirits lifted, perhaps due to exceeding his targets today. As he hummed a cheerful tune on the way back, I'm grateful to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to gather so much material, he said, beaming as he pedaled alongside Li Anye. Well, isn't it only fair that I help you with the procurement since you're teaching me? Why say so much? Li Anye replied, pedaling vigorously. Just think, as 8th-level purchasing agents, if this amount of material is so heavy, how do those above us manage? Li Anye seemed to jest. Oh, those who know the ropes go for meat procurement. The prices are higher. At the very least, they could apply for a vehicle from the transport department to accompany them, Zhou Xingli explained. As they conversed along the way, Li Anye learned from Zhou Xingli that purchasing agents with significant quotas often cultivate relationships with the transport department, even spending their own money on cigarettes to maintain good rapport. Otherwise, if one applies for a vehicle, they could be waiting for half a month without guarantee of approval. After all, there are 3 purchasing departments at the factory, not to mention other areas requiring transportation, while the transport department has only 1 vehicle for the entire factory. In my opinion, the easiest job these days is that of a driver. They occasionally take the car out for a spin, and their wages are comparable to ours. Not to mention the gifts from various departments, Zhou Xingli remarked with a smirk. I suspect their benefits far exceed their salaries. Li also clicked his tongue, finding it truly exaggerated. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but internally criticize the situation, thinking, isn't it just driving? He considered himself quite the seasoned driver in his previous life, though he lamented how challenging it was to obtain a driver's license in this era. Chapter 18. The old hand defends. By the way, I forgot to mention something. If you desire any items, you can purchase them at the acquisition price. However, when reporting to the factory, you need not declare the items you bought for yourself. Zhou Xingli casually remarked. As for me, I have yet to complete my purchasing task. Otherwise, I would certainly bring something back today to enhance our meals. Just one thing to keep in mind. Under no circumstances should you carry items for others. It's perfectly fine to buy a few things for yourself, and if discovered, the worst that will happen is a reprimand from the department. However, if you are caught carrying items for someone else, that could be deemed as speculative trading. Upon hearing this, Li nodded, a smile gracing his face. The items acquired from rural purchases do not require receipts. This truly is splendid news. Furthermore, after completing your purchases, it is advisable to enter the factory first rather than taking items home. Although you possess a receipt, it can easily be misinterpreted as speculative trading. Additionally, when acquiring items, you must ensure you select areas not contracted by other purchasers. Otherwise, you risk encroaching on someone else's territory. And should they choose to create obstacles for you, you could find yourself accused of speculative trading. Zhou Xingli earnestly admonished him, emphasizing the importance of vigilance. You must heed my advice. Do not take this lightly. Li, upon hearing this, nodded solemnly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Zhou. No need for thanks. With your technical school diploma, you have ample opportunities for advancement. Zhou Xingli waved his hand as he rode away, contrasting his own aspirations for promotion, which felt as unattainable as climbing to the heavens. Li cheerfully reassured him, do not say that, considering your work ethic. You might find yourself rising in rank before you know it. The two chatted and laughed, and before they realized it, they had entered the capital city. Although there was still time before the end of their shifts, their bicycles were laden with bags, prompting the factory security to stop them at the entrance. An experienced security guard approached with a smile. "Oh, Brother Zhou, it seems you've had quite the haul today." Zhou Shengli reciprocated the smile, offering him a cigarette. "Indeed. Luck has favored me today." The seasoned guard inhaled deeply from the cigarette, savoring the moment, yet he did not budge. The newcomer behind Zhou Shengli caught his attention. Zhou Shengli glanced back at Ong Li and retrieved another cigarette from the pack, handing it to him. "This is our department's new colleague. All right, safe travels." After receiving 2 cigarettes, the seasoned guard allowed Ong Li and his companion to enter. Once inside the factory, Zhou Shengli, visibly exasperated, complained to Ong Li. "These guards keep a close watch on our procurement department, seeking to take advantage of us. Yet, we cannot deny them, after all. When it comes time to take our own purchases out, we must pass through their scrutiny. Therefore, I suggest you offer them a cigarette when you see them. This way, they will not scrutinize your belongings when you leave." This has become an unspoken understanding between our procurement department and the security office. The pair made their way to the logistics department of the factory, where they registered their newly acquired items. Afterward, they took the receipts provided by the logistics office and the production team to the finance department to collect their funds. As the day's procurement tasks came to a close, Li Anye found himself hungry, his stomach growling audibly. Regretfully, he felt the meal ticket tucked away in his pocket, realizing it would go unused today. Zhou Shengli, having overheard the sound, expressed his apologies. "I'm sorry for delaying your mealtime. In our line of work, it's rare to coincide with mealtime." Li Anye smiled nonchalantly, replying, "It's all right, Brother Zhou. I owe you my gratitude. Without you today, I wouldn't have learned so much." Zhou Shengli beamed at this, approaching Li Anye to give him a friendly pat on the shoulder. "All right then, I'm off. I'll head home and have your sister-in-law whip up something delicious. Tomorrow, when the salary comes in, I'll treat you to a meal out." Li Anye, surprised, glanced at the clock in the office. Noting it was still not time to leave, Zhou Shengli chuckled heartily. "In our department, once attendance is marked, you're free to leave whenever you wish, as long as the procurement tasks are completed by month end." Li Anye surveyed his surroundings, noting that only a few people remained in the office. Zhou Shengli laughed as he exited, poking his head back through the door. "Remember, tomorrow, I'll treat you to a meal." "All right, I'll thank you in advance, Brother Zhou." Li Anye waved back with a smile. He had no intention of leaving just yet, as he had promised Zhonghai to meet him at the factory gate after work to head home together. After checking that no one was paying attention, Li Anye discreetly retrieved a piece of chocolate from his space, discarding the wrapper back into the space before savoring the treat. His hunger was pressing. He needed to replenish his energy. Finally, the clock signaled the end of the workday. Li Anye gathered his belongings and stepped outside, where the steel mill transformed into a sea of deep blue as workers flooded out. After a bit of searching, he spotted Zhonghai and quickly pedaled his bicycle to take him home, briefly updating him on the day's learnings. Zhonghai nodded approvingly. "That's great. Learning from your seniors is always beneficial. By the way, I'll ask your aunt to buy you a briefcase tomorrow. It's time for you to step up from that student bag." Li Anye grinned, pedaling faster with the eagerness to return home for a steaming white bun. Upon arriving home, Li Anye finally opened the envelope handed to him earlier by Wang Jianmen. Inside, he discovered not only 15 bath tickets but also some vouchers for daily necessities, such as soap tickets. To his delight, there was even a fabric ticket, though small in value. If received monthly, it would amount to a respectable income. After taking out the bath tickets, he handed the rest to an elderly lady nearby. She beamed at the colorful vouchers, exclaiming that Li Anye had found a good job, while Zhonghai stood proudly beside him. After finishing his dinner, Li Anye took a moment to digest his meal before heading straight to the Hongxing bathhouse with his bathing ticket in hand. After all, having carried so many items back to the factory made him sweat profusely along the way, and he certainly needed a proper wash. Today, he had even brought an entire bar of soap to the bathhouse, as he would soon be entitled to a monthly soap ration. The following day, after taking attendance in the office, Li Anye found himself in a quandary. Being unfamiliar with the surroundings of the 49 city, he had no idea where to procure supplies. Since he had joined the procurement department mid-month, he only needed to complete half of the purchasing tasks for this month to receive half of his salary at the end of the month. However, with only a little over half a month left, where would he find supplies worth 25 yuan? Sitting in the office and pondering for a considerable time, he ultimately decided to venture out and try his luck. After all, simply sitting in the office would not magically produce supplies. He had no food or meat in his space to contribute to the task, so he had to rely on himself. However, when he spotted a familiar figure at the factory gate, a smile immediately spread across his face. Chapter 19. Taking advantage of Damao. Brother Damao. Li Anye called out as he rode his bicycle to catch up with Damao, who was just exiting the factory. Are you heading out to show films in the countryside? Damao glanced at the overly enthusiastic Li Anye with a hint of confusion. Yes, what do you want? Li Anye flashed him a bright smile. My uncle often says that among us, Brother Damao is the most capable, living a prosperous life that I aspire to learn from. Damao couldn't hide his delight and exclaimed, Did his senior really say that about me? Absolutely. I'm also planning to procure supplies for the countryside. And I thought it best to accompany you, Brother Damao, to learn a thing or two. Seeing that he had successfully flattered Damao, Li Anye immediately adopted a humble and eager demeanor. Damao, being astute, quickly discerned Li Anye's ulterior motives and politely declined. I'm quite busy with the film screenings in the countryside. I probably won't have time for you. With a smile, Li Anye leaned closer and whispered, Brother Damao, I've heard so many intriguing stories about you from our colleagues. Damao was startled and quickly replied, All right, let us go. There is no need for such formality with your Brother Damao. Thank you, Brother Damao, Li Anye said, seizing the opportunity. I will need your help to speak favorably on my behalf to the village secretary later. Though Damao was reluctant, he reluctantly agreed. Yet, he couldn't shake off the unease in his heart. He had always kept those escapades discreet in the village. And the young ladies involved were willingly seeking sustenance with him. How had such tales reached Li Anye's ears? It seemed he would have to be more cautious in the future. Li Anye, noticing Damao's inner turmoil, couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Oh, how well I know your true nature. In the original narrative, Damao's inability to father children was likely a consequence of his numerous indiscretions, leading to the repercussions he now faced. Regrettably, he remains oblivious to his own shortcomings, blaming Lu Xiaoyi for her inability to bear children. Unbeknownst to him, after kicking her, Lu Xiaoyi promptly became pregnant with Shaju. The sound of that slap echoed resoundingly. However, that is a tale for another time. Presently, Damao and Lu Xiaoyi are in a harmonious relationship. Reflecting on Lu Xiaoyi, Li Anye realized he had been at the quadrangle for several days. Yet he had yet to catch a glimpse of the legendary Lu Xiaoyi. Surely, the daughter of a landlord would not lack in beauty. He resolved to visit Damao's home to witness her for himself. After all, Lu Xiaoyi is one of the few virtuous characters in the original narrative. And if the opportunity arose, Li Anye would not hesitate to lend her a hand. Damao guided Li Anye along winding paths until they arrived at a place called Sangha Village, a production team under the commune. Upon seeing the equipment on Damao's bicycle, the villagers eagerly gathered around. You must be the projectionist from the steel plant's propaganda department, right? The village head sent us to escort you. Several villagers promptly assisted Damao in carrying the heavy equipment. Observing the villagers' warm enthusiasm, Li Anye marveled at the favorable treatment afforded to projectionists, especially with villagers welcoming them at the village entrance. However, Damao appeared unfazed, calmly instructing the villagers to account for the equipment, cautioning them not to damage it, lest they miss the evening's film. We understand, the villagers nodded eagerly. Hurry. Our village head has prepared a feast in your honor. It was then that Li Anye comprehended why Damao had set out early that morning. The village lacked a dedicated projection room, and films could only be shown in the evening. Damao cast a glance at Li Anye, raised his chin, and said, Follow me. I shall show you how your brother Damao is respected outside. Feigning surprise, Li Anye obediently trailed behind Damao. Knowing he would need to rely on him to forge a connection with the village head for his procurement endeavors, and he aimed to avoid any offense if possible. Upon entering the team's cafeteria, Li Anye was astonished. Although most dishes were vegetarian, a whole chicken was prominently displayed at the center of the table. How extravagant! Li Anye swallowed hard, realizing why it was said that this projectionist was once among the esteemed 8 cadres. Such treatment for screening a film in the countryside was indeed remarkable. If he were in that position, he would gladly accept it as well. Not only was he enjoying a lavish meal in the village, but each time Damao returned from showing films, he always brought back numerous packages. Initially, Li Anye believed Damao to be shameless, demanding handouts from the villagers. However, it now appeared otherwise. Judging by the villagers' demeanor, it seemed they were more than willing to offer their hospitality. Indeed, shortly after, a bespectacled elderly gentleman approached with a warm smile, grasping Damao's hand. Welcome, esteemed leader of the working class, to our village. Upon noticing Li Anye standing behind Su Damao, he assumed he was an apprentice and extended the same cordiality towards him. "Comrade, come, let us dine together. I have prepared some fine liquor for you." As the meal hour approached, Li Anye, without hesitation, joined Su Damao and the village secretary at the dining table. Shortly thereafter, several middle-aged men arrived, clearly leaders within the village. During the course of the meal, Li Anye began to appreciate the esteemed position of the film projector operator in this era. Everyone at the table seemed to treat Su Damao like a revered star, subtly hinting at their desire for him to screen an additional film. Su Damao, while not overtly agreeing, also refrained from outright refusal. Li Anye understood that they were awaiting some form of benefit. Sure enough, not long after the meal concluded, a villager arrived with several large bags, primarily filled with local produce. However, Li Anye's keen eye caught sight of a whole, prepared chicken. Having just enjoyed one at the table, he noted that another was being presented. It appeared that Su Damao indeed led a life of considerable comfort, not merely due to the fact that Lu Xiaoyi was the Navi daughter of a landlord, but also because Su Damao possessed notable skills of his own. With a beaming smile, Su Damao accepted the offerings and cast a proud glance at Li Anye before introducing him. "This gentleman is my neighbor from the courtyard, serving as a procurement officer at our factory." With this brief introduction, Su Damao seemed unwilling to elaborate further. Li Anye recognized that Su Damao would not assist without reason. This introduction was his limit, likely motivated by a desire to keep his reputation intact within the village. Immediately, Li Anye rose to distribute cigarettes among the group. But when offering one to the village secretary, he discreetly concealed his actions, stealthily slipping an entire pack of Detention cigarettes into the secretary's pocket. The elderly man's face lit up with delight, and he promptly announced that everyone should check their homes for items to sell, urging them to present them to the procurement officer for assessment. It seemed that Li Anye's plan was unfolding successfully, as he now only needed to procure items from the villagers. Nevertheless, he understood that today's success was largely thanks to Su Damao, and thus he resolved to pay a visit to express his gratitude later that evening, also to extend his thanks to Lu Xiaoyi. Chapter 20. The first procurement. Li Anye was guided by a short, stout middle-aged man to the activity room of the team, while Su Damao remained behind. Most of the items brought forth by the villagers were home-produced eggs and vegetables, but one villager presented an old hen that had ceased to lay eggs. The owner, unwilling to slaughter it for meat, decided to bring it in hopes of exchanging it for some cash. Li Anye had the hen weighed. It was approximately 6 pounds. The procurement price for chickens was around 0.48 yuan per pound, slightly cheaper than pork, as chickens were indeed a rarity during these times. After all, most people were reluctant to part with their hens, which could still produce eggs. This single hen contributed 3.8 yuan to Li Anye's procurement total. And along with the other vegetables, he managed to accumulate nearly 6 yuan in total that day. This left him with just 19 yuan remaining to meet his department's procurement target. Feeling optimistic about the future, Li Anye, in a moment of indulgence, purchased 12 eggs for himself, naturally to supplement his meals. In the realm of his space, he was unperturbed by the prospect of the eggs fracturing along the way. He intended to place them securely in a bag upon arrival at the factory. Should a colleague inquire, he would simply declare that he had purchased a few eggs for himself, untroubled by the potential for breakage, and without drawing undue attention. After settling the payment and acquiring a receipt, Li Anye meticulously loaded his day's spoils onto his bicycle, fastening them securely, and planned to seek out Su Damao to inform him of his early return to the factory. However, upon inquiring at the cafeteria, he learned from the village secretary that this old rascal had ventured out, claiming to be gathering inspiration. Li Anye understood all too well that this was no artistic endeavor, but rather a dalliance with flowers. He refrained from further comment, exchanged pleasantries with the village secretary, and departed from Sangu village, discreetly slipping a pack of Detention cigarettes into the secretary's hand, candidly mentioning he might return for further procurement. The secretary, having received such a token, had no grounds for refusal and accepted with a broad smile. As he pedaled along the road, humming a cheerful tune, the uneven terrain seemed less daunting. He had successfully established a purchasing stronghold for himself, which filled him with joy. Approaching the smooth main road, Li Anye retrieved the eggs from his space and placed them in his bag. The villagers who sold him the eggs had thoughtfully wrapped each one in layers of newspaper, ensuring that, upon his return to the office, he could provide a satisfactory explanation should his colleagues discover them. Upon reaching the entrance of the steel rolling mill, Li Anye was indeed halted by an unfamiliar security guard. It appeared that the usual seasoned officer was not on duty today, yet the rules remained unchanged. Unperturbed by the obstruction, Li Anye courteously offered the guard a cigarette before continuing on to the logistics department. Sister Zhang in the logistics department, upon spotting the live chicken Li Anye had brought back, could not contain her laughter, praising his resourcefulness. Such a live chicken was indeed a rarity. Typically, the meat brought back by purchasers was reserved for the leader's small cafeteria. Whenever the leaders of the steel rolling mill hosted banquets for their counterparts, the meals were prepared in that small cafeteria, often overseen by the somewhat bumbling chef, Jesus. This chicken, like others, would not find its way to the mouths of ordinary workers. Nonetheless, Sister Zhang was delighted, for if the leaders were pleased with their meals, the logistics department would surely earn their favor. After completing the necessary paperwork, Li Anye returned to his office with the eggs nestled in his bag. His colleagues, noticing the bulging bag, were well aware that Li Anye had likely procured some desirable items during his excursion to the countryside. Such occurrences were not unusual within the procurement department. After all, those who ascended to the role of purchaser were not merely vocational school graduates like Li Anye, but often individuals with some influence. Furthermore, the lucrative salaries of purchasers allowed them to indulge in culinary delights, making it commonplace to bring home treats from rural trips. Hence, no one was particularly inquisitive about Li Anye's bounty, leaving him without the need to resort to the explanations he had prepared. With an hour remaining before the end of the workday, Li Anye, having enjoyed a hearty meal at Su Damao's expense at noon, was not hungry and thus sat calmly in the office, awaiting the end of the day to return home with the Zhonghai. The procurement officer frequently gifts cigarettes to the security personnel, which proves advantageous, as the guards at the entrance seldom inspect the bags of procurement staff, a tacit understanding between the security and procurement departments. Therefore, as soon as the workday concludes, Li Anye confidently strides out of the factory with his bulging bag. While awaiting Zhonghai at the entrance, he encounters Shaju. Just as he intends to greet him, Shaju snorts disdainfully through his nose, casts a glance of contempt at Li Anye, and walks away without a backward glance. Li Anye stands there, momentarily stunned by the awkwardness, but quickly deduces that Shaju must have heard about his earlier departure with Su Damao. Shaju has always been at odds with Su Damao, and Li Anye's association with him likely incited Shaju's disdain. Amused by the childishness of Shaju, who, at nearly 30, still engages in petty rivalries, Li Anye resolves to take the time to explain his situation to Shaju. After all, he has been able to procure fine ingredients from the countryside, and given Shaju's culinary prowess, he still fondly remembers the last meal. Upon meeting up with Zhonghai, Li Anye leisurely rides towards the courtyard, where Zhonghai spots the bulging bag from a distance, causing his brow to furrow. However, due to the presence of others, he refrains from voicing his thoughts. Inside the courtyard, the atmosphere is less restrained. Upon entering, everyone's gaze gravitates towards Li Anye's bag. Particularly, Uncle Yin Bugue, whose glasses reflect the waning sunlight, approaches with curiosity. Anye, what is in that bag of yours? It looks quite full, he inquires, rubbing his hands together. With a smile, Li Anye opens the bag to reveal its contents. I went to the countryside today, and my fellow villagers gifted me some eggs. He cannot divulge that these were purchased, as this represents an unspoken perk of being a procurement officer. Such matters should not be disclosed publicly. Upon hearing this, Zhonghai's expression darkens further. He lets out a huff and strides away without waiting for Li Anye. Realizing that his uncle is displeased, Li Anye hurriedly hands an egg to Yin Bugue, saying, Uncle, I must take my leave. He swiftly returns home to clarify the origin of the eggs to Zhonghai, explaining the nuances of the situation. Hearing that the eggs were indeed paid for, Zhonghai's demeanor softens slightly. Remember, Anye, you must never act like Su Damao, taking advantage of villagers. It is utterly disgraceful. Zhonghai firmly places his thermos on the table, exuding an unspoken authority. Li Anye, feeling a bit sheepish, touches his nose and remarks, I am merely a small procurement officer, and I still need to be mindful of the village leaders' opinions when making purchases. They wouldn't gift me anything. It seems Zhonghai has also caught wind of his earlier association with Su Damao. However, it is true that Su Damao did not engage in any underhanded dealings. The villagers willingly offered their gifts, a fact Li Anye can attest to. Yet, he dares not express this in front of Zhonghai, as it is clear his uncle harbors a negative view of Su Damao. Uncle, you mustn't speak of this to others. It is an unwritten rule in our department that we cannot accept gifts from outsiders, only from our own. Zhonghai nodded in acknowledgement. Although it was customary for everyone to act this way, caution was still advisable. Uncle, rest assured, he replied, My colleague assured me that if this matter escalates, the worst that could happen is a reprimand within the department. With that, Zhonghai finally felt a sense of relief. Chapter 21. The Simple-Minded Daughter of the Landlord. Lu Shaoyi dinner featured a newly prepared dish of scrambled eggs, made with fresh eggs brought back by Li Anye from the countryside. Only a pinch of salt was added. Yet Li Anye relished the meal. In those times, larger eggs typically cost 2 cents each and could only be purchased with an egg ticket, with each person receiving a limited monthly quota. To procure more, one had to take the risk of visiting the pigeon market. The eggs Li Anye brought back were substantial, and the kind aunt was overjoyed. She had been worried about how to ensure that the 20-year-old Li Anye, who lived on a diet of steamed buns and cabbage, could receive proper nourishment. Anya, next time you visit the countryside and find something you fancy, don't hesitate to bring it back. You look a bit too thin. You need to nourish yourself well, she insisted, persistently serving him more scrambled eggs. Your aunt can't cook, so let your cousin do it. Li Anye was so engrossed in his meal that he could hardly lift his head. All right, aunt. After dinner, he went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a bottle of wine, estimating that Su Damao would have returned by now. Carrying the wine, he made his way to the backyard. In the backyard lived Su Damao's family, the second uncle's family, and the deaf old lady. Su Damao resided in the west wing of the backyard, to the right upon entering. Li Anye knocked on Su Damao's door, and it opened promptly. Seeing Li Anye at the door, Su Damao's expression shifted to one of panic. He lowered his voice. What is going on? Didn't I help you out during the day? Why are you here now? Li Anye quickly realized that Su Damao had misunderstood and put on a cheerful demeanor. Brother Damao, why do you say that? I'm here to express my gratitude, he said, raising the bottle of wine in his hand. Su Damao breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the entire bottle of wine in Li Anye's grasp and allowed a slight smile to grace his face. In that case, come in and share a drink. Upon entering the main room with Su Damao, Li Anye finally laid eyes on the enchanting Lu Shaoyi, the simple-minded daughter of the landlord. She possessed an innocent, clear-eyed simplicity that men found endearing, with a figure that was pleasantly plump and skin as smooth and delicate as a freshly shelled egg. Unlike Qin Huairu's complexion, Lu Shaoyi's skin radiated a natural luster, suggesting she had never endured hardship. Li Anye internally marveled at Su Damao's remarkable fortune. With Lu Shaoyi's figure and face, she was undoubtedly one of the finest in the entire courtyard, if not the whole Hongxing Street. Moreover, Lu Shaoyi's parents had once been major shareholders of the Hongxing steel plant, genuine capitalists. Even if Su Damao lacked a proper job, with Lu Shaoyi's family wealth, the couple would not go hungry. What is this? Lu Shaoyi asked, her curiosity piqued as she observed the handsome young man who had unexpectedly appeared in her home. Oh. Su Damao responded affirmatively and explained, this is the nephew of the elder from the first family I mentioned to you. Today, he is here for the first time from the countryside to procure supplies for the factory. I spoke a few kind words for him to the village head, and here he is to express his gratitude. Although Su Damao spoke nonchalantly, the pride on his face was unmistakable. Hello, Sister Lu. Li Anye greeted Lu Shaoyi before placing the wine he held on the table. I truly owe it to Brother Damao today. Su Damao waved his hand dismissively, saying, no need for excessive thanks, let us share a drink together. He then instructed Lu Shaoyi, please bring us some snacks to accompany the drinks. Li Anye quickly interjected. I already had dinner at home. Just some peanuts or something will suffice. Su Damao nodded in agreement, having also dined in Sangu village before returning. They decided on some peanuts and dried fruits, nothing too filling. Lu Shaoyi tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled in acquiescence. Li Anye couldn't help but exclaim, is Su Damao perhaps the authoress' favorite son? Not only are the women he is paired with all beauties, but they are also obedient. It is worth noting that during this era, the notion of women being equally capable was prevalent, and many women responded to this call by entering the workforce. Consequently, most women of this time exhibited a spirited resilience, much like the characters in the narrative, such as Qin Huairu, Yu Haitang, and He Yushui. However, Su Damao's 2 wives, particularly Lu Shaoyi, were exceptions. Coming from a prestigious family, she was cultured and well-mannered. Aside from being somewhat strict regarding matters of gender, she generally deferred to Su Damao's decisions. Yet, this was not entirely Lu Shaoyi's fault. It was Su Damao's restless nature that prompted such dynamics. His second wife, Qin Jingru, though perhaps lacking in poise, was also compliant, enduring whatever treatment as long as she was not dismissed. Reflecting on this, Li Anye regarded Su Damao with a hint of envy. Come, brother, let us raise a glass. Su Damao. Having abstained from alcohol during dinner in Sangha village due to the need to return home at night, was now craving a drink, and Li Anye had brought the wine. Li Anye lifted his glass and, without hesitation, drained its contents in one go. In truth, he felt a pang of confusion, wondering why Sudama had suddenly invited him to drink. If it were someone else attempting to curry favor with him, a procurement officer at the steel mill, it would be understandable, particularly if they wished for some off-the-books meat. However, as a film projectionist, Damao had villagers eager to offer him hospitality, so there was no need for him to buy anything. "Did you hear that Shaju is ignoring you?" Damao inquired with a chuckle after finishing his drink. Li Anye was taken aback. Indeed, Shaju had not been cordial upon seeing him in the yard today. He wondered how the happenings in the main courtyard had reached Damao's ears. He nodded obediently, feigning ignorance. Damao laughed heartily that Shaju is not a good person. "It is indeed a blessing that you do not have to deal with him." Li Anye finally understood why Damao had suddenly shown him such enthusiasm. It turned out he was also, like Shaju, engaging in the formation of little cliques here. If you are at odds with Shaju, then you and I, Damao, are friends. It seemed that their long-standing enmity in the narrative was not without reason. Li Anye took a swig of his drink, choosing not to engage further. He had no intention of embroiling himself in their feud. However, Damao interpreted this silence as tacit agreement, and his fervor in toasting Li Anye only intensified. As the evening progressed, he even brought out his finest liquor to share with Li Anye. By the time Li Anye took his leave, Damao warmly gifted him 2 cans of meat, an item that was rare and coveted outside, leaving Li Anye curious about where Damao had procured such delicacies. Clearly, Damao's resources were not something the residents of the courtyard could rival. Chapter 22. Do you know where the deputy section chief is gone? After stumbling out from Damao's place, Li Anye returned to his own quarters, where a kindly woman had already stoked the stove, filling the room with a comforting warmth. Lying in bed, combined with the effects of a little drink, he felt a profound sense of solitude on this long, dark night. It seemed high time he prioritized finding a wife. Otherwise, how would he pass the endless hours of the night? Restlessly sitting up, he realized that in this era, without computers or mobile phones, enduring the long nights alone was quite a challenge. He finally grasped why families in this age often had 4 or 5 children. With little else to entertain them at night, what else could they do but procreate? In the middle of the night, he was abruptly awakened by the urgent need to relieve himself and hurriedly made his way to the communal restroom in the courtyard. The shared facilities, while functional, were notoriously unpleasant, and Li Anye always required a good 5 minutes of mental preparation before entering. If given the chance, he would certainly persuade the elderly couple to install a bathing and lavatory area within their home. However, considering the limited space of his current quarters, he would need to find a larger residence to accommodate such amenities. The largest dwelling in the entire courtyard belonged to Shaju, who had even foolishly allowed a thankless relative to move in. Lying in bed in a daze, Li Anye resolved to work diligently at the factory, aspiring for a swift promotion that would allow him to be assigned a small apartment, where he could invite the elderly couple to live with him and help care for the children. The next day, as soon as he entered the office, before he had even settled into his seat, he was summoned by Section Chief Wang Jianmin. "Hey, Shaoli, how's your drinking capacity?" Wang Jianmin appraised Li Anye with a hint of amusement. "You look young and robust. You should be able to hold your liquor." Though Li Anye was uncertain of Wang Jianmin's intentions, he responded honestly, "I can handle my drink reasonably well." Wang Jianmin appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, his smile broadening. "Well then, this afternoon I have a drinking engagement with the head of the grain station. You'll help me with the drinks." "Not a problem. I've got your back," Li Anye replied with a grin, patting his chest. As they exited Wang Jianmin's small office, Zhou Shengli approached with a look of curiosity. "What did the section chief call you in for?" Li Anye recounted the task assigned to him in detail, only to be met with Zhou Shengli's suddenly serious demeanor. "Brother, just how well can you hold your liquor? You can be honest with me." Noticing Zhou Shengli's expression, Li Anye sensed the gravity of the situation. After some reflection, he reassured him, "I can manage a drink or 2. My tolerance is decent." Zhou Shengli, however, remained visibly tense. Leaning closer, he lowered his voice. "Do you know why you haven't seen the deputy section chief since you started a few days ago? The grain station's head doesn't merely savor wine. He is quite the dice player. The deputy station chief once faced him at a dinner and ended up with a bleeding stomach. He's taken an extended leave from the factory." Upon hearing this, Li Anye felt a wave of relief wash over him, though he masked it with a calm facade. He had initially feared the gathering might be a trap, but it seemed it was merely a game of dice. Ordinary individuals might have recoiled at the thought, as no one wishes to gamble with their health. However, he possessed an advantage that alleviated his concerns. "No worries, I'll handle it," Li Anye said, patting Zhou Xingli's shoulder. "Thank you for the heads up, brother Zhou." Seeing Li Anye's nonchalant attitude, Zhou Xingli sighed. "Just promise me you won't push yourself. If you can't drink anymore, don't." Li Anye nodded emphatically. "Understood." After Zhou Xingli returned to his desk, Li Anye rested his chin on his hand. Lost in thought, he had no intention of heading out to the countryside today. After all, this was only his third day at work, and he had yet to enjoy a meal from the cafeteria. The section chief was supposed to take him to the small cafeteria for a special treat, finally allowing him to relish the culinary skills of Shaju. However, the meal vouchers his uncle had given him seemed wasted, as he had yet to use a single one. Though fortunately, they could be refunded at the end of the month. As he surveyed the dwindling number of colleagues in the office, he sighed in boredom, contemplating obtaining a library card to pass the time during his office hours. When the clock struck 11, Wang Jianmin emerged from the office with his briefcase in hand. Calling out to Li Anye, "Xiaoli, let us go." The remaining colleagues watched as Li Anye followed the section chief, none feeling envious, as most had experienced such gatherings. The head of the grain station was notorious for his prowess. Even the combined efforts of all three procurement sections could not surpass him. A collective anxiety washed over Li Anye's peers. On the way, Wang Jianmin advised him, "If the head of the grain station challenges you to a dice game, keep your wits about you. If you find yourself losing too much, don't force yourself to drink." Wang Jianmin sought a drinking companion not with the intent to harm Li Anye, but rather to offer him a measure of support. Along the way, he took the opportunity to remind Li Anye of the situation. The station master of the grain depot was indeed formidable. Yet the procurement department relied on sourcing grain from the depot, with the bulk of their purchases coming from this source. Therefore, it was imperative for the procurement department to maintain a good rapport with the station master, particularly since Director Wang's monthly procurement tasks hinged on the grain acquired from the depot, directly impacting his performance evaluations. Additionally, the other procurement personnel had suffered at the station master's dining gatherings, leaving Wang Jianmin at a loss for whom to invite to this gathering, until the arrival of the newcomer, Li Anye, alleviated his concerns. Remember, the station master is an important figure. It is crucial to treat him well. "You go ahead, and I will cover for you," Wang Jianmin said. A resolute expression etched on his face as he patted Li Anye on the shoulder. As the head of the procurement department, he felt obligated to lead the charge. However, the station master's drinking habits were notorious, and without a buffer, Wang feared he might end up in a similar predicament as Vice Station Master Wu, who was currently recovering in the hospital. Li Anye grasped the stakes involved and, filled with determination, straightened his posture. "Don't worry, Director. I excel at dice games," he confidently proclaimed. Wang Jianmin could only manage a wry smile, sensing that Li Anye was blissfully unaware of the potential dangers. If, after this gathering, Li Anye could still speak with such confidence, it would bring Wang a sense of relief. "Let us head inside," he said. Chapter 23. The dice-playing station master Li Anye followed Wang Jianmin to the second floor of the third cafeteria, a venue designated for the factory leadership to entertain esteemed guests. While the first and second cafeterias also boasted small dining areas, their culinary offerings paled in comparison to those of the third cafeteria, which remained the last bastion of quality. By the time they arrived, members from the second and third procurement divisions were already assembled, seated at a large table, awaiting the arrival of the station master. Such gatherings occurred monthly, as the procurement amounts fluctuated, contingent upon the station master's satisfaction during these meals. Logically, the combined efforts of the three procurement divisions should suffice to handle the station master. However, he was a master of the dice game, and even a united front would struggle to withstand his prowess. The game they played was a simple matter of comparing numbers. The one with the highest rolled number was exempt from drinking, while the others were compelled to partake. In this era, such games at the dining table were not frowned upon. Years prior, the station master had developed a fondness for dice after a business trip to Hong Kong. After all, it was the procurement department that sought favors from the grain depot, rather than the other way around. In these times, many sought to curry favor with the station master in hopes of securing additional grain supplies. Director Hu of the second procurement department observed as Wang Jianmin took a seat with a young man, unable to suppress a chuckle. "What is this, Director Wang?" With Deputy Director Wu unwell, you've brought along a mere lad who hasn't even sprouted his first whiskers. It was not entirely unjustified for Director Hu to look down upon Li Anye. In these times, drinking capacity is often correlated with age. Typically, barring health issues, those older tend to possess a greater tolerance for alcohol, having honed their skills through frequent indulgence. Wang Jianmin offered a wry smile, lamenting that whenever the prospect of attending a banquet with him arose, his colleagues would scatter like rabbits. Director Liu from the 3rd Procurement Department chuckled softly, remarking that it seemed the 1st Procurement Department would once again find themselves at the bottom of the rankings next month. With his confidence wavering, Wang Jianmin refrained from retorting to the mockery from the leaders of the 2nd and 3rd departments, acutely aware that the primary contributions would rely on their personnel. He and Li Anye would merely provide support. After all, just a few months prior, their department had been the first to falter, leaving only the 2nd and 3rd departments still engaged in the struggle alongside Director Qian. To put it bluntly, without their assistance, Director Qian might have been disinclined to collaborate with the steel mill. Li Anye, appearing humbly seated with his head bowed, internally scoffed at the situation. He hoped that these individuals would unleash some bold remarks at the dinner table. As the conversation unfolded, dishes began to arrive in succession. Director Qian, undoubtedly a distinguished guest of the factory, was presented with culinary offerings rarely seen outside these walls. For instance, the braised lion's head before him was as large as an infant's fist, exuding an enticing aroma and flavor that was leagues above the mere sustenance typically served elsewhere. Before long, a short, stout, middle-aged man with a beer belly and a prominent nose entered, clutching a briefcase, followed closely by the smiling Deputy Factory Director Li. The personnel from the 3rd Procurement Department promptly rose to greet the two leaders. After ushering Director Qian in with a cheerful demeanor, Deputy Director Li cheerfully remarked that they should ensure Director Qian was well entertained, as he had other matters to attend to and would take his leave. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Deputy Director Li departed, radiating warmth. Once seated, Director Qian cheerfully raised his glass towards the assembly, proposing a toast before they commenced their meal. The attendees swiftly lifted their glasses, clinking them together over the central hot pot before downing their drinks in unison. Upon finishing his drink, Director Qian wore a look of delight, surveying the room until his gaze landed on the unfamiliar face of Li Anye. "Oh, a newcomer in the 1st Procurement Department?" he exclaimed, his jovial expression accentuating his features. Li Anye promptly stood, acknowledging, "Indeed, I joined the 1st Procurement Department 3 days ago." "Excellent. Let us begin." Director Qian beamed, instructing for the dice to be brought forth. One should not underestimate these wooden dice. They had been specially prepared at Director Qian's request, with each wooden container housing 5 dice. The group would compete based on the values of these 5 dice. Li Anye had long asked Wang Jianmin for a set of dice, arranging them in the space to show 5 sixes. All he needed to do was to discreetly switch the dice in the bamboo tube with those in the space after rolling them. Soon, the crisp sound of dice clattering filled the small private room. "Ha! I rolled 4 sixes and 1 5, exclaimed Director Qian, bursting into laughter. "You must drink to this." Li Anye quietly opened the lid of the bamboo tube and replied, "Director Qian, I have 5 sixes." Director Qian's eyes widened as he gazed at the dice before Li Anye, indeed confirming 5 sixes. He immediately regarded Li Anye with newfound respect. "You rascal. Have you played before?" It is worth noting that dice games were not particularly popular in this era. Rather, they thrived across the harbor in Hong Kong, leaving most people inexperienced with such games. Director Qian, however, was different. He rolled dice daily at home, having developed a certain finesse, which made him quite formidable at the gaming table. "I have not played. I merely engaged in a similar game with wooden blocks during my childhood," Li Anye replied. Director Qian was taken aback and scrutinized Li Anye anew, pondering, "What is your name? This lad shows such promise with dice. If he were in Hong Kong." He shivered at the thought, for the implications were unfathomable. Li Anye smiled, revealing 2 gentle dimples. "My name is Li Anye. You may call me Xiao Li." Director Qian. "Very well, Xiao Li, you possess quite the talent," Director Qian complimented, then picked up the bamboo tube, placing the dice within. "I must admit, I underestimated you before. This time, I shall not lose." With that, Director Qian shook the dice with a serious expression. Li Anye always waited for Director Qian to finish rolling before subtly adjusting his own rolls to exceed Qian's by a slight margin. Although Director Qian was skilled with dice, he was no match for Li Anye, a seasoned player. In the subsequent rounds, he, like everyone else, did not stop drinking. During this interlude, Li Anye found a moment to enjoy some dishes, and it was evident that the foolish Zhu, despite being criticized, managed to work diligently in the kitchen, showcasing his undeniable skills. Of course, Li Anye was cautious not to win every single time, occasionally allowing Director Qian a victory to maintain the guise and share a drink. Perhaps due to the lack of worthy opponents in recent times, Director Qian became exceedingly jubilant with each win, while the others lamented, downing drink after drink. By this time, the procurement teams had already swapped players, as they were on the verge of vomiting, with only Wang Jianmin sitting in the corner, smiling contentedly as he watched Li Anye dominate the game. It seemed he would not need to roll the dice today. Chapter 24. Finally, not at the bottom unbeknownst to them, the group had consumed 5 bottles of 1-pound liquor, while Li Anye had only partaken of 4 or 5 cups. More. Director Qian, now flushed with drink, spoke fluently, his own alcohol tolerance decent, yet with Li Anye, a master of dice, he became increasingly indignant with each game. Li Anye appeared unfazed, yet the others were lamenting internally, with only Wang Jianmin sporting a radiant smile. With Li Anye as the formidable frontliner, he remained entirely sober. And observing Li Anye's demeanor, it was evident he possessed a remarkable confidence in the art of dice. It seemed the long-standing myth of the procurement department consistently finishing at the bottom was on the verge of being shattered. The mere thought of his performance next month filled Wang Jianmin with uncontainable joy. The members from the 2nd and 3rd procurement sections regarded the smile on Wang Jianmin's face with a hint of resentment, yet they found themselves at a loss for words. The game of dice had successfully circumvented the formation of cliques at the drinking table, ensuring fairness. However, the dice in their hands did not yield as obediently as those of Li Anye, leading them to drink far more than they anticipated. As members from the 2nd and 3rd procurement sections succumbed to the effects of alcohol, a faint blush appeared on Li Anye's cheeks, while Director Qian found himself nearing his limit. Initially, they believed the contest was a test of alcohol tolerance, yet Li Anye defied expectations, demonstrating an extraordinary mastery of the dice game. Well then, you lot are no match for me. Come, Comrade Li, let us have a one-on-one. Director Qian, using the phrase "let us have a drink," seemed to express his admiration for Li Anye's dice-playing prowess. Wang Jianmin, noticing that Director Qian was beginning to slur his words, concocted a plan in his mind. He quickly pulled Li Anye aside and whispered, "Take it easy. I can see Director Qian is about to reach his limit." Li Anye discreetly signaled a thumbs up to Wang Jianmin from beneath the table, indicating his understanding. With a beaming smile, he approached Director Qian and engaged in a spirited exchange of dice rolls. However, as the game progressed, it became apparent that Li Anye was losing more often than winning, seemingly out of his depth in this aspect of the game. As Director Qian observed Li Anye's increasing losses, his enthusiasm surged, revealing that Li Anye excelled at rolling high numbers, while rolling low appeared to be his Achilles heel. I've discovered your weakness. Director Qian chuckled wickedly. Let us see if I can't get you to drink until you're flat on the ground. Li Anye smiled shyly, and as he saw his losses accumulating, he pretended to gain a semblance of control, managing to tie with Director Qian a few times. Director Qian marveled at Li Anye's quick grasp of the game's intricacies, noting how, in just a few rounds, he had begun to understand the patterns. While Director Qian considered himself to have found a worthy opponent, Wang Jianmin was inwardly skeptical. Li Anye had previously asked him for an extra set of dice, claiming he wanted to familiarize himself with them. Was he perhaps employing some clever trick? Otherwise, how could these dice behave so obediently in his hands, while his own seemed to defy him? Nevertheless, it mattered little. After all, they were merely engaging in a drinking game, and pleasing Director Qian was of utmost importance. Wang Jianmin observed the members of the 2nd and 3rd procurement sections swaying unsteadily, with Director Qian also wobbling in his seat, while Li Anye remained remarkably clear-headed. Was it the heavens themselves intervening to prevent the 1st procurement section from being perpetually trampled upon, sending a gambling prodigy to their aid? After several more rounds of intense competition, Director Qian finally waved his hand dismissively, proclaiming, "I am no match for Comrade Li." The pace of Director Qian's speech had noticeably slowed, hinting at his inebriation. "How can you say such a thing, Director Qian? You are a person of great significance, while I merely dabble in trifles. We are hardly comparable," Li Anye coaxed, managing to win over Director Qian, who openly declared he would increase the procurement quota. As for the specifics of this increase, that was beyond Li Anye's purview. Ultimately, Director Qian was assisted away, and before leaving, he emphatically stated that if Comrade Shaoli were absent from next month's gathering, he would not attend, as one of the only 2 sober individuals present. Wang Jianmin felt it his duty to escort Director Qian home. Before departing, he took a moment to commend Li Anye, exclaiming, "My goodness! You have certainly brought honor to our procurement department, a significant achievement indeed." With that, Wang Jianmin, alongside the cafeteria staff, supported Director Qian as they walked away. Li Anye then sighed in relief, picked up his chopsticks, and began to savor the dishes that had been largely untouched as the others had been preoccupied with drinking. After leisurely satisfying his hunger, Li Anye returned to the procurement department to summon help. For both the heads of the 2nd and 3rd procurement divisions were incapacitated in the small cafeteria. Zhou Xingli was astonished to see Li Anye sauntering back into the office. His mouth agape in disbelief, a sentiment echoed by his colleagues who quickly gathered around him. Upon getting closer, they detected the scent of alcohol emanating from Li Anye, which confirmed he had indeed attended the gathering. "Director, was he taken to the hospital?" Zhou Xingli inquired, observing Li Anye in pristine condition. Convinced that the director must have taken the brunt of the ordeal on his behalf, "I escorted Director Qian back," Li Anye casually remarked, discarding the toothpick he had been chewing on into the trash bin. "What?" The moment these words left his mouth, the entire office erupted into a frenzy, clamoring for Li Anye to recount the events of the gathering in detail. With no choice but to oblige, Li Anye relayed the occurrences of the evening, albeit glossing over how much he had imbibed. "So, it means that our procurement department emerged victorious in the end?" Zhou Xingli murmured, realization dawning. "Then we can expect a bonus next month." This revelation was met with cheers from the group. It was well known that the procurement amounts secured by the 3 divisions from the grain station were determined by the outcomes at the dining table. Those who succumbed first often received the minimal allocation. The group that managed to keep Director Qian company until the end would thus receive the highest share. A coveted prize that had historically been fiercely contested between the 2nd and 3rd divisions, with the 1st division frequently languishing at the bottom. Observing his colleagues' exuberance, Li Anye was relieved he had refrained from mentioning Director Qian's promise of increased quotas. Otherwise, he would surely have been overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. It was worth noting that the procurement department was entirely male, and such an enthusiastic embrace would have been quite overwhelming for him. The role of a procurement officer was quite unique, often requiring solitary journeys to remote locations for resource acquisition, making it perilous for female employees to venture alone. Thus, the department typically did not hire women. After all, while male comrades who venture into the countryside for procurement may never return, what fate awaits the female comrades? The colleagues in the procurement department have finally experienced a moment of triumph, and their demeanor towards Li Anye has become notably more enthusiastic. It is an unspoken truth among them that someone with Li Anye's exceptional talents would undoubtedly excel in social engagements, especially considering his vocational school education, which promises a bright future ahead. It is anticipated that he will be officially recognized in less than a year, prompting everyone to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Though some may feel a tinge of envy, they all understand that immersing themselves in the drinking scene would likely lead to their downfall in the first round. So jealousy is out of the question. Instead, they hold a deep respect for him. Chapter 25, The Stick Thinking of Eggs as soon as work hours concluded. Li Anye slung his bag over his shoulder and made his way out of the office, pushing his bicycle towards the factory gate. Within his bag were 2 food containers filled with leftovers from the midday banquet, as he had deliberately chosen 2 untouched dishes to store in his aluminum lunchboxes. It is rather perplexing how Shaju, with such audacity, carries 2 aluminum lunchboxes home every day without fear of gossip. It's no wonder his culinary skills are remarkable. Yet he has yet to ascend to the position of cafeteria director. Upon returning to the courtyard with Zhonghai, Li Anye took out the lunchboxes and asked Aunt De to heat them up, considering it an additional meal for the evening. However, he estimated that the dishes at Qin Huairu's place would likely be similar to his, given that Shaju was the one cooking at noon. And he would never skimp on portions. After all, that is not the nature of Shaju. Aunt De, glancing at the contents of the lunchbox, was pleasantly surprised to find that she could enjoy the same treatment as Shaju for a day. Zhonghai, aware of the origin of the food, wore a smile as Li Anye had already explained the situation during their walk. He felt that Anye's gesture was thoughtful, bringing back leftovers from the leaders for them. Zhonghai was somewhat reluctant to associate Li Anye with Shaju. After all, Shaju's actions could be seen as taking advantage of the cafeteria's resources. He had been told several times, but remained defiant, arguing that no chef refrained from sampling their own dishes. However, most chefs merely taste a few morsels while cooking, unlike Shaju, who directly takes half of the dish for himself. Fortunately, Shaju's culinary prowess allowed him to get away with it, and the authorities turned a blind eye. Zhonghai, realizing that his arguments fell on deaf ears, eventually ceased his protests. The aroma of meat wafted from Zhonghai's home, and a similar scent emanated from Qin Huairu's residence, stirring envy among the other tenants in the courtyard. While it could be overlooked in Zhonghai's household due to their higher wages and the presence of a young cadre, the sight of Qin Huairu enjoying meat was less palatable. Today, Shaju had finally secured a position at the small cafeteria and, having made a promise to stick, had no choice but to give both of his lunchboxes entirely to Qin Huairu, who was currently savoring braised lion's head meatballs. These meatballs were particularly eye-catching, filled with ample meat, and Shaju had only dared to take one for himself, leaving the remaining one to satisfy Stick's appetite. The stout dog took a bite. Squinting his eyes into slits, he noticed his two younger sisters gazing at him with drool trickling down their chins, prompting him to share some of his morsel with them. "Here, enjoy," he said. It must be said that while the stout dog may not possess the finest character, he is undeniably a good brother, ensuring that even the stolen goods do not go amiss for his sisters. Why are you feeding them? Girls should be cautious about eating meat, lest they become too plump and struggle to find a suitor. Grandmother Jia Zhang observed her granddaughters consuming the meat with a pained expression, as if they were devouring her very flesh. "All right, mother, let them eat. Don't concern yourself with the children's affairs," Qin Huairu responded, her mood surprisingly buoyant that day, considering it was not often that Shaju prepared a special meal. The few children in her household relied on the nourishment provided by Shaju's contributions from the small cafeteria. After all, as children grow, a vegetarian diet alone would not suffice for their developing bodies. Despite the hardships faced by Qin Huairu's family, the stout dog appeared pleasantly plump, a fact attributed to Shaju's generosity. Contemplating this, Qin Huairu resolved to adopt a kinder demeanor towards Shaju the following day. "They are also enjoying meat over there." Jia Zhang's voice jolted Qin Huairu back to reality. She observed her mother-in-law's sardonic expression and sighed. Recalling that Shaju had mentioned Li Anye had visited the small cafeteria that day, likely to gather leftovers, Jia Zhang snorted, recalling how she had seen him return with a large bag of eggs, which he had not shared with anyone but had bestowed upon third uncle. "I distinctly saw no fewer than 10 eggs. If you ask me, this procurement role is quite a cushy job. Not much different from what Su Damao does as a projectionist." As Jia Zhang spoke, she squinted at Qin Huairu. Naturally, Qin Huairu discerned the veiled implications in her mother-in-law's words. "Do you remember how you criticized me when I went to tidy up after him?" Jia Zhang retorted. That was in the past. Who knew Li Anye would prove so capable? If he could bring back some provisions for us as well, would we need to worry about the stout dog lacking nutrition? Jia Zhang wobbled her plump frame and placed a dish of vegetables into her bowl. "Understood, mother. I will maintain a good rapport," Qin Huairu replied. "Now that is more like it. This is certainly more worthwhile than you selling your charms for a couple of buns." Jia Zhang muttered. The stout dog piped up, "Grandma, you mustn't speak of my mother that way." Jia Zhang shot him a glare. "Oh, you little ingrate. Just eat your food." Qin Huairu beamed at her son's defense of her, though her thoughts quickly returned to Li Anye. Having exchanged a few words with him previously, she perceived him as a naive young man, evident from his nervous demeanor during their conversation. Such a youth is easily manipulated. One need not exert much effort to elicit his goodwill. However, the aunt was currently wary of her, so this matter would require discretion. Qin Huairu was not greedy. She merely wished for a portion of whatever Li Anye might bring from the countryside. After finishing their meal, the stout dog led his two sisters out to play in the courtyard, yet his gaze remained fixed on the home of Zhonghai. "Brother, what are you looking at?" The youngest, Huaihua, asked curiously, her eyes wide with wonder. Barkong glanced at his little sister, Huaihua, and asked, "Would you like to have some eggs?" Upon hearing the word eggs, the young Huaihua's mouth watered, and she quickly slurped back her saliva, her eyes sparkling as she nodded eagerly. Observing her reaction, Barkong felt a swell of pride and declared, "Just wait. Tomorrow I will ensure that you and Xiaodang enjoy some eggs." Huaihua clapped her small hands in delight, exclaiming, "Yay! We will have eggs tomorrow." Barkong promptly placed a finger over Huaihua's lips, whispering, This is a secret. If you tell anyone, we won't get to eat them." Both Huaihua and Xiaodang nodded innocently, promising not to divulge the secret. Barkong's gaze was fixed on the entrance of the Zhonghai household, his mind lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Li Anye was blissfully unaware that the eggs he had brought home were coveted by the clever Barkong. At that moment, he was at Zhonghai's house, captivated by a sleek black briefcase before him. "What do you think? This spacious and elegant design is perfect for our Anye," Annie smiled warmly, proudly presenting the briefcase she had purchased that day. "Tomorrow is Sunday, and the factory will be closed. Let us go out for a meal together." sated and relaxed. Zhonghai lit a cigarette. Li Anye readily agreed, raising both hands in enthusiastic affirmation. He had yet to dine out since arriving in this world. Thank you all for the gifts you have given me. I am filled with gratitude for the 12,000 words of appreciation, he declared. Chapter 26. The barbecue season and dining out soon. The following day arrived. In this era, workers had their weekly day off, but unlike modern times. The rest day was singular, Sunday, while the concept of a two-day weekend did not emerge until the 1990s. As was his routine, Li Anye rose early. Not out of desire to eschew slumber, but because the nights offered little in terms of entertainment, compelling him to retire early. Thus, even on a Sunday, he found himself awake at dawn. He slipped into the courtyard, where he spotted Yen Bugue carrying a metal bucket and a fishing rod, preparing to venture out. In the original narrative, this third uncle would frequently head to the riverside on the outskirts of the city to fish, with the majority of his catch destined for the factory canteen to supplement his household needs. Only the smaller fish would be consumed if the canteen refused to accept them. Li Anye surmised that the rivers in the suburbs were likely frozen at this time, as Yen Bugue's ears were reddened by the cold. Yet he persisted in organizing his fishing gear in the yard. Li Anye could not help but admire the unassuming old man, despite his frugality and resourcefulness. He managed to support 4 children on a single wage, which was no small feat. Furthermore, as the story progressed, it became evident that Yen Bugue, with a good heart, was the first to collect scrap to alleviate the burden on Shaju, who was solely responsible for providing for 3 uncles in their later years. Setting aside his calculations, Li Anye recognized the admirable qualities in this third uncle. Indeed, without his careful planning, their family might struggle to make ends meet. With this thought, Li Anye smiled and tucked his hands into his pockets, approaching Yen Bugue with a friendly greeting. "Third uncle, are you getting ready to go fishing?" As Yen Bugue noticed Li Anye approaching, a look of wariness immediately crossed his face. Moments later, he smiled and explained, "Anye, the fish my third uncle catches are solely for supplementing the household income." Li Anye understood that Yen Bugue had misinterpreted his intentions and quickly waved his hands, saying, "Third uncle, I have no need for your fish." Upon hearing this, Yen Bugue finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he had previously accepted favors from Li Anye, and had he made a request at that moment, he would have been at a loss as to how to refuse. Initially, Li Anye had intended to go fishing with Yen Bugue, but seeing the latter's anxious demeanor, he promptly abandoned that idea. The weather outside was frigid, and having consumed meat the day before, he felt disinclined to venture out. Furthermore, he lacked suitable fishing equipment. While his third uncle possessed a fishing rod, it was made of bamboo and appeared rather flimsy, making it unsuitable for catching larger fish. It would be wise to wait until he could purchase a proper fishing rod before indulging in the pleasures of angling. In modern times, Li Anye had harbored a fondness for fishing in the wild, and he speculated that the waters of this era teemed with more fish than those of his own time. With this thought in mind, he returned home to change his clothes, planning to visit the department store in search of a suitable fishing rod. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhonghai and an elderly woman, he set off on his bicycle. In addition to the department store, he intended to stop by the city library to borrow some books, as sitting in an office was becoming increasingly unbearable. However, upon arriving at the department store, Li Anye inquired around, but found no section dedicated to fishing gear. The blank stares of the sales clerks led him to a sudden realization: his third uncle's fishing rod was representative of what most people in this era used. The department store simply did not stock such items. After all, in this age, people struggled to put food on the table. Fishing was not a hobby but a means of survival, and fishing equipment was typically crafted by hand at home. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Li Anye left the department store and headed to the library. After obtaining a library card, he began to browse the shelves for books. The library predominantly featured literature with a red theme, which did not pique his interest, so he settled for a few classics to pass the time. While selecting books, he encountered a woman of considerable poise. While waiting in line to register, he discreetly glanced at her library card, noting her name, Ran Chiuyue. To his surprise, she was a familiar figure, none other than the renowned teacher Ran. Li Anye smirked, lamenting that she was not to his taste. He refrained from prolonging the interaction, and after registering, he left the library with his books in hand. Upon returning to the courtyard, Zhonghai greeted Li Anye with a look of satisfaction, nodding repeatedly and exclaiming, "Reading is good, reading is good." Once at home, Li Anye spent some time perusing the books. Although these world classics were somewhat dry, their narratives were engaging enough to help him pass the time. In addition to the classics, he had borrowed a selection of other works, as one must maintain a certain facade in front of others, after all. As lunchtime approached, Zhonghai and an elderly lady called upon Li Anye, and the family set out to dine at a local restaurant. Without hesitation, Zhonghai took Li Anye to the renowned barbecue establishment, where they indulged in roasted lamb. The trio ordered 3 pounds of lamb, exchanging 2 meat tickets and an additional 2 yuan and 34 for. They also requested several appetizers and a bottle of wine, which cost 6 mao. After Zhonghai settled the bill with the tickets in cash, they took a seat not far from the kitchen entrance to await their meal. In those days, the waitstaff at state-owned restaurants were secure in their positions, displaying an air of arrogance. The notion of having dishes served directly to one's table was an impossibility, requiring patrons to fetch their own meals. Li Anye glanced at a bold notice on the wall, strictly prohibited to assault customers without cause. It seemed this establishment had particularly stringent rules. After Li Anye and the elderly lady took turns collecting their dishes from the small window of the kitchen, the 3 began to feast heartily. One must admit, this barbecue place truly deserved its reputation as a time-honored institution in the city, with flavors that were beyond reproach. Despite the simplicity of the roasted lamb, Li Anye could not detect any gamey taste, and the meat was exceptionally tender. However, the price was steep for an average person. The outing cost over 3 yuan for the trio, while Li Anye's daily wage was merely 1 yuan. Only someone like Zhonghai, a level 8 mechanic, could afford such an indulgence. The elderly lady persistently served Li Anye more food, while Zhonghai quietly sipped from his wine glass. Eat more, Anye, if you enjoy it. Your uncle and aunt will bring you here again next time, she encouraged, feeling a swell of satisfaction as she watched him relish the meal. Lowering her voice, she confided in Li Anye, your uncle is wary of drawing attention by frequently eating meat in the courtyard, so he only brings me out once a month. Upon hearing this, Li Anye lifted his head and declared, once I receive my salary, the first thing I shall do is treat uncle and aunt to a meal here. This sentiment brought smiles of joy to both Zhonghai and the elderly lady, as they experienced a sense of being cherished by their younger kin, a feeling they had never encountered before. Chapter 27. The missing eggs. After the family had their fill and returned to their courtyard, they unexpectedly encountered Qin Huairu, who emerged from Shaju's room, arms laden with a pile of dirty laundry. Aunt and uncle, you're back? She inquired. Indeed. Since Anye has been in the city for some time, we thought to take him out for a stroll, replied the elderly lady, wearing a somewhat perfunctory smile. After exchanging a few words with Qin Huairu, she discreetly signaled to Li Anye to head back to his room, which he obediently did. Once Zhonghai and the elderly lady departed, the smile faded from Qin Huairu's face, replaced by a more somber expression. Her keen sense of smell had detected the enticing aroma of roasted meat lingering about them. It seemed the elderly lady was resolute in preventing her from associating with Li Anye, keeping a tight rein on the situation. During dinner, a surprised voice from next door exclaimed, where are my eggs? Old man, did you touch the eggs I left in the basket in the main room? The elderly lady, adjusting her apron, turned to Zhonghai with a questioning look. Upon hearing the words, Zhonghai set aside the newspaper in his hands and shook his head. I did not touch anything. Did you not say those eggs were meant for Anye's health? A woman stomped her foot in frustration. All the eggs I covered with cloth are gone, leaving only a piece of fabric. At this moment, Li Anye hurried over, his gaze falling upon the empty basket in the hall and the solitary blue floral cloth within. He understood immediately, aside from the notorious thief. It seemed no one in the courtyard could have committed such an act. However, he refrained from voicing this suspicion, as the plot had yet to unfold, and the thief had not yet pilfered from Su Damao's household. Currently, the thief was fixated solely on Shaju, who was too simple-minded to speak of such matters. Thus, in the eyes of everyone, the thief appeared to be just an ordinary child. The woman, clearly not considering the possibility of the child being Bang Gung, continued to berate. Which black-hearted soul took advantage of our absence to steal the eggs? Zhonghai remained silent, seemingly searching his mind for potential culprits. Old man, you cannot ignore this. They have stolen from our home. This mischief must be addressed. Otherwise, should further troubles arise, you will bear the blame. The woman was indignant, vowing to uncover the egg thief. Indeed, uncle, it is fortunate that it was our home that was robbed today. If it happens outside tomorrow, how would others perceive the people of our courtyard? Li Anye chimed in support. Zhonghai pondered for a moment. Anye, go to the back courtyard and summon second uncle. Have him spread the word to convene a meeting tonight. As for third uncle, I will speak with him personally upon his return. Understood, Li Anye responded, turning to head towards the back courtyard. Speaking of second uncle, Li Anye realized he had yet to interact with him much during his time here. However, given second uncle's character, he was certainly one who relished organizing gatherings, primarily for the sense of leadership it provided. Sure enough, upon hearing Li Anye's request, Lu Haizhong, second uncle, readily agreed. A thief in the courtyard cannot be easily overlooked. I, as second uncle, cannot stand idly by while such things happen. His chubby hand rested on the table. Rest assured, I will notify every household. With second uncle's assurance, Li Anye felt relieved as he departed. Upon returning to the main room, he closed the door and shared with Zhonghai and the woman about the small footprint he had discovered on the table a few days prior. Zhonghai furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Why did you not mention this sooner? Primarily because I had not lost anything significant. You know, uncle, my room contains nothing but clothes. The woman frowned, realizing the thief was likely after something to eat. Those clothes of Anye's could fetch a few coins if sold at the market, I suppose. I suspect the egg thief is the same individual. Zhonghai's brow was deeply furrowed as he took a puff of his cigarette. Anye, do you have any idea which child in our courtyard might be responsible? Although Li Anye knew it was Bang Gong, he solemnly engaged Zhonghai in analysis. Based on the size of the footprints, I surmised that they belonged to a boy of approximately 10 years old. A young girl would not exhibit such mischief. Zhonghai nodded in agreement with Li Anye's conjecture, taking a puff from his cigarette. In our courtyard, the only children around that age would be Jia's stout lad and the 2 boys from second uncle's family. Furthermore, there are the 2 boys from third uncle's household. Although third uncle is a teacher and somewhat calculating, his children are unlikely to engage in such behavior. However, one cannot entirely absolve the children. After all, they are at an age of mischief and cannot discern right from wrong. Moreover, wasn't it not long ago that Anye gifted third uncle an egg? Third uncle shared it among the children, and perhaps they did not have their fill. Annie disagreed with Zhonghai's perspective. There is merit to her argument. Zhonghai took another drag of his cigarette, noting that the boys from second uncle's family are also quite unruly. The old boy with the bangs is rather strict with the children. Perhaps they were tempted by that stout lad. Li Anye inquired of Zhonghai. Zhonghai regarded Li Anye with a curious glance. Indeed, that stout lad seems the most likely culprit. His thoughts aligned with Li Anye's, albeit lacking concrete evidence. Nevertheless, Anye, your uncle understands your perspective. But we cannot hastily suspect that stout lad, Zhonghai said, inhaling deeply. Jia's family is vulnerable if we adopt a slightly aggressive stance. It could appear as though we are bullying a defenseless family. It would be best if you refrain from getting involved. Let your uncle handle this. Zhonghai considered Li Anye's youth and inexperience, fearing that he might offend someone in the courtyard, thus preferring to keep him at bay. And he concurred, saying, Indeed, Anye, that Jia Zhang is rather unclear-headed. Let your uncle take charge. Seeing Zhonghai's demeanor, Li Anye realized he was still mindful of his minor-mentee relationship with Jia Dongxiu. Hoping to downplay the situation, Uncle, I actually have a plan that could lead that stout lad to unwittingly reveal himself. Li Anye mused for a moment. I believe we should not easily overlook the stout lad. It is not that I bear any ill will towards his family. Rather, he is a child from our courtyard. As the elder, you cannot turn a blind eye to his potential misdirection. Besides, should this matter become known, it would serve as a reminder to prevent future thefts. I am aware that Jia's family has it tough, but the majority of families in our courtyard struggle as well. This time, it was merely a few eggs from our home, but if it escalates to third uncle's family, you know their circumstances. Do the boys there possess the same strength as that stout lad? Upon hearing this, Zhonghai sighed deeply, recognizing that every point made by Li Anye was indeed valid. Very well, share your plan. Chapter 28. Convening a courtyard assembly during dinner, the Qin Huiru family dined on steamed cornbread made from pure cornmeal, accompanied by rice soup. On the table, 2 iron lunchboxes contained stir-fried potato strips and cabbage stalks. As the month drew to a close, Jia's family had only Qin Huiru's ration for the entire month. Even if she could save some cornbread from the cafeteria at noon, she still found herself compelled to venture to the pigeon market to purchase overpriced grain. In these trying times, wages have plummeted, and the populace is left to subsist on the meager offerings of the cafeteria, cornbread, and a watery rice soup that resembles little more than broth. Fortunately, the addition of a couple of extra dishes brought back by Shaju offers a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, one wonders how they would navigate these challenging days. How can we not eat? Qin Huiru mused, observing her children seated around the table, each one hesitating to pick up their chopsticks. Banging looked up at her. his voice barely above a whisper. "Mom, it's too bland. We can't eat this." Qin Huairu, incensed, slammed her chopsticks onto the table. "I suppose yesterday's meal has spoiled your appetites? This is a generous offering. Outside, there are those who cannot even afford cornbread." Turning to her two daughters, Huaiwa and Xiaodang, she inquired, "Do you share your brother's sentiments about the lack of flavor?" Exchanging glances, Huaiwa and Xiaodang caught Bongying's warning gaze, and with their heads bowed in submissiveness, they dared not voice their thoughts. The truth was far from blandness. Earlier in the afternoon, the three children had indulged in roasted eggs in the yard, with Bang consuming 5 large eggs alone, while Huaiwa and Xiaodang each devoured 2 of the remaining 4. Now, their bellies full, they were hardly in a position to complain about dinner. Qin Huairu, frustrated by their inactivity, felt her breath quicken. Just then, Huaiwa inadvertently let out a loud burp, provoking an indignant glare from Banging. A sudden realization dawned upon Qin Huairu, her expression shifting to one of alarm. Lowering her voice, she asked, "You didn't steal the eggs from the old man's house, did you?" "Mom, what are you saying? We would never do such a thing." Bang feigned innocence. Jia Zhashir shot a disapproving glance at Qin Huairu, exclaiming, "Can't you show some faith in Banging?" Only a mother knows her child, Qin Huairu thought, her complexion paling. "At the upcoming gathering, you all will remain at home and complete your homework. No one is allowed to step outside. Understood?" Bang nodded, reassuring her, "Don't worry, Mom. We won't go out." Jia Zhashir regarded Qin Huairu with disdain, saying, "Look at you, being so stern. It's scaring the children." She then pulled Bang close, showering him with affection. Overwhelmed, he let out another burp, the scent of roasted eggs wafting through the air. Startled, Jia Zhashir released her hold on him, saying, "Listen to your mother. No matter what happens later, do not go outside." Qin Huairu exchanged a knowing glance with Jia Zhashir, exhaling a weary sigh. After the evening meal, the residents of the courtyard gathered in small groups, moving their stools toward the central courtyard. There, near Shaju's dwelling, a square table had been set. Complete with tea utensils, this would serve as the meeting place for the gathering of the 3 elders. As the courtyard filled with familiar faces, the 3 elders emerged from Zhonghai's home, taking their seats at the table. "What is the occasion for such a gathering?" Shaju inquired nonchalantly from his spot on the long bench, hands tucked into his pockets. Zhonghai cleared his throat. "The purpose of this assembly is to address the presence of a nefarious element within our community. It is widely known that my nephew, during his procurement trip to the countryside, was gifted some eggs by the local villagers, only to have them stolen today. In light of this occurrence, should we convene a general assembly to discuss the matter collectively?" Indeed, Zhonghai, the esteemed elder of our courtyard, maintained a composed demeanor as he spoke. Yet his words resonated with authority. "We should." The assembly was ablaze with righteous indignation. In this era, the people are remarkably united and amicable. It's unheard of for anyone in this courtyard, let alone throughout the entire city, to lock their doors. Over the years, there have been no reports of anyone missing essentials like oil or vinegar, thus the day's events have undoubtedly struck a nerve with all. "Are we summoned here to assist in the investigation?" Shaju's voice boomed, even louder than Zhonghai's. "Elder, let me make it clear, I am not here to investigate." This declaration elicited laughter from the crowd. Shaju is the type who enjoys jesting even in serious situations, and the 3 elders have grown accustomed to his antics. As it turns out, the thief left a footprint at our residence, and judging by the size, it appears to belong to a boy of about 10 years. Zhonghai sipped some hot water to clear his throat and continued, "Soon, we shall have all the boys from our courtyard come to my house to compare footprints, and we shall discover who the thief is." Upon hearing this, the faces of Qin Huairu and Jia Zhangshi turned pale as their last shred of hope dissipated. "Are you suggesting we interrogate all the children in the courtyard as if they were thieves? That simply won't do," Shaju exclaimed, looking incredulous. Qin Huairu's eyes lit up, and she quickly echoed, "Indeed, Elder, this could frighten the children." The crowd began to murmur, for many families in the courtyard had boys of similar ages, and their concern was palpable. Li Anye promptly stood up, smiling warmly. "Dear uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters, I am Li Anye, the nephew of Elder E. As you know, I graduated from a technical school, where a teacher taught me how to interact with children. Given their young age and developing minds, children are particularly sensitive. So Sister Qin's concerns are valid. I assure you, I am well versed in conversing with children. The boys who come to compare footprints with me will leave in high spirits. If any appear frightened, I shall gladly compensate that child with 3 eggs." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the assembly brightened considerably. "3 eggs," they exclaimed. "Rest assured, My offer of these 3 eggs is not due to our family's affluence, but rather because I genuinely believe that education must begin from a young age. Li Anye smiled, gradually elucidating his thoughts. Consider this, if a child steals a needle, they may grow up to steal gold. We all reside in this courtyard, and we often see each other. I sincerely hope that the children who emerge from our community will become the pillars of our nation in the future. This remark immediately ignited everyone's enthusiasm, as they unanimously expressed that those who have received an education are truly distinct. The words spoken are both sensible and comforting to the heart. With Li Anye articulating such sentiments, how could one still refuse? Would that not hinder their own child's progress and prevent them from becoming a pillar of the nation? At that moment, aside from Qin Huairu, everyone eagerly raised their hands in agreement to compare footprints. Chapter 29. Unintended confession. Before long, the young boys in the courtyard gathered, and to avoid showing any signs of timidity, Qin Huairu was the last to bring out the stick from the house. However, the stick walked in a rather peculiar manner, occasionally dragging its feet along the ground. Li Anye immediately discerned that the stick was wearing small shoes. The boys, around 10 years old, queued outside Zhonghai's home, awaiting their turn to compare footprints. The first was Yin Jiefeng from the third uncle's family. Moved by Li Anye's words, the third uncle applauded enthusiastically, declaring that this was the true voice of a cultured individual, and promptly brought out his 2 sons, the first to respond to Li Anye's call. After leading Yin Jiefeng into the house, Li Anye handed him a piece of nougat wrapped in newspaper, smiling as he proposed a game. If he could finish the candy without speaking, he would be rewarded with a second piece afterward. Yin Jiefeng's eyes brightened. Really? Li Anye nodded with a smile. Before long, Yin Jiefeng devoured the nougat, and as Li Anye led him outside, the child's eyes sparkled with joy, his face radiant with delight. The sight of Yin Jiefeng's cheerful demeanor reassured the onlookers. It seemed that Li Anye spoke the truth, as the child emerged in high spirits. However, the third uncle felt a twinge of disappointment, wondering why the boy did not come out with a frown. That way, they could have secured 3 eggs. He then pulled Yin Jiefeng closer, inquiring about his experience inside, while Qin Huairu listened intently. Yet, Yin Jiefeng merely covered his mouth and shook his head, refusing to divulge any details, maintaining an air of mystery. Yin Bugue, amused, ceased his inquiries. Subsequently, every child who emerged from the first uncle's house appeared equally jubilant, which dashed the hopes of those coveting the 3 eggs. Nevertheless, these children shared a common trait. Regardless of the adults' questions, they remained tight-lipped about the process of comparing footprints. This left Qin Huairu and Jia Zhangshi in a state of anxiety, desperately hoping that when the stick donned the shoes of the small boy, the footprints would not match. One by one, the children exited Zhonghai's house, leaving only the final stick behind. Li Anye approached and guided the stick toward the house, but to his surprise, it stopped in its tracks. I don't want to go in, the stick said with a frown, pushing Li Anye away. The second uncle, overhearing this, chimed in. Stick? You are the only child left in the courtyard who has compared footprints. If you refuse, then the eggs will be deemed stolen by you. Lu Haizhong seized this opportunity for attention, contemplating that perhaps the street office would even commend him for his investigative prowess the following day. The stout child, Bang Gung, fixed a fierce glare at Li Anye, resolutely refusing to enter, challenging him with a defiant attitude. With a small fist, he struck Li Anye's waist, catching him off guard. It is worth noting that Bang Gung is the most robust child in the vicinity. Receiving a punch from him was far from pleasant. Shaju observed Bang Gung's resistance and quickly approached, asserting that if Bang Gung was unwilling, then so be it. He was well aware that Bang Gung could not possibly be a thief. Besides, considering how many treats he had given him, would he really covet a mere 2 eggs? Jia Zhangshi, with a pained expression, joined in, sorrowfully pointing at Li Anye and lamenting, "Look at how you have bullied our Bang Gung. Is this not an affront to him for lacking a father?" As she spoke, she even began to choke up. I interjected, Jia Zhangshi. It is quite clear that Bang Gung struck Li Anye first, and he did not retaliate. It is you who are bullying him. This was voiced by Lu Xiaoyi, who was quickly pulled back by Su Damao. Li Anye exchanged a grateful glance with Lu Xiaoyi, addressing Bang Gung. You are the only one left. Are you certain you don't wish to enter? I do not wish to. Bang Gung spat defiantly at Li Anye, who instinctively stepped back, yet still ended up with spittle on his shoe. I tell you, this Bang Gung is the thief, declared Erday, frowning as he reached a conclusion, asserting that no further investigation was necessary as it was evident. He is the only one left and refuses to enter. Indeed, the crowd echoed in agreement. Noting how their children emerged happily from within, questioning if Bang Gung was truly one of their own. Listening to the overwhelming public sentiment, Jia Zhangshi sat down on the ground, pounding her thighs in distress. Dongxiu, can you see us from above? They are bullying us, a mother and her orphan child. You will face retribution for this. Dongxiu, open your eyes and see. Your son has been wrongfully accused of theft. At that moment, Bang Gung glared at Li Anye with the intensity of a wolf cub. Li Anye couldn't help but laugh in frustration, recognizing that Bang Gung was likely the one who had pilfered the eggs. You are the thief. Bang Gung retorted vehemently. I did not steal the eggs. When I left, I clearly looked back and saw no footprints. He charged at Li Anye like a young bull. Li Anye, quick-witted, seized Bang Gung and addressed the onlookers. Did everyone hear what he just said? Although inwardly furious at Bang Gung's behavior, he understood that with so many witnesses, he, as an adult, could not engage in a physical confrontation with a half-grown child. Thus, he suppressed his anger, vowing to teach this mischievous child a proper lesson in the future. Bang Gung, if you truly did not steal the eggs, how do you know there were no footprints? Sudama interjected, taking the opportunity to cast doubt. Given that Shaju always treated Bang Gung like his own son, Bang Gung continued to struggle in Li Anye's grasp, insisting, I did not steal. I am not a thief. Li Anye, unable to endure the relentless beating from Bang Gung, forcefully pushed him towards Shaju. Now, children, you may speak. Share with everyone what you did after entering with me. With Li Anye's prompt, the children began to chatter excitedly about the recent events. It became apparent to everyone that there were no footprints in the room. It was merely Li Anye attempting to deceive the children. Naturally, those who had not stolen eggs felt no fear in following Li Anye to compare footprints, while the guilty little thief, feeling guilty, dared not enter for the comparison. And then there was Bang Gung, who, knowing he had left no trace yet still refusing to compare footprints, could only be described as feeling guilty. His own words had betrayed him. With the truth revealed, Li Anye cheerfully beckoned the children. Come with me to the house for some candy. The rest shall be entrusted to the three gentlemen. Now that the matter was clear, he could gracefully withdraw and fulfill his promise. The children erupted in cheers, surrounding Li Anye as they made their way into the house. Even those who had previously hesitated to compare footprints, drawn in by the allure of candy, followed him without a second thought. Chapter 30. The desperate Jia Zhangshi upon hearing Bang Gung's slip of the tongue. Jia Zhangshi sat down in stunned silence for a long moment before regaining her composure and continuing her scene. Oh dear, someone come quickly. Zhonghai, you sent your nephew to deceive our Bang Gung. Do you have no shame? Bullying us, a widow, and her children. I might as well die here today. Qin Huairu, feeling the weight of everyone's scrutiny, felt her cheeks flush. She hurried to assist her mother-in-law. Mother, please stop this. They were in the wrong. And she could not comprehend why her mother-in-law insisted on causing such a ruckus. Was she not embarrassed enough already? With that thought, Qin Huairu shot a sharp glance at Bang Gung, sensing the look from his mother. He knew he could not escape a beating today and immediately buried himself in Shaju's embrace, wailing. Shaju, at a loss for what to do, consoled Bang Gung. Oh, it's just a few eggs. Is it really worth this? How many eggs did he steal? I will compensate him. Don't make things difficult for the child. Shaju declared with righteous indignation. At that moment, Li Anye emerged after distributing the candy, casting a disapproving look at Shaju. Brother Zhu, this is not merely a matter of money. It pertains to the education of the child. If you coddle him like this, he will stray down the wrong path. And who knows if his father will come looking for you later. Shaju paused, contemplating Li Anye's words. He recognized the wisdom in them. No matter how close he was to Bang Gung, they were not father and son. He could not interfere in the boy's education, lest Qin Huairu hold him accountable for any missteps. Seeing that Shaju had taken his words to heart, Li Anye felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps Shaju was not beyond redemption. Brother Zhu, you must understand that stealing needles as a child leads to stealing gold as an adult. This is not merely a matter of a few eggs. Shaju nodded slightly. You are right, Brother Anye. You truly are well-read. Your words carry a different weight. As he spoke, he pushed the stick into Qin Huairu's arms, saying, Sister Qin, I can help you with the compensation, but I am unable to assist in educating the child. After uttering this, he stood silently to the side. Qin Huairu shot a glare at Li Anye, seized the stick, and raised her hand, only to be stopped by an elder woman who interjected. Now, Qin Huairu, we are not here to witness you discipline your child. The child's issues should be addressed at home. However, the matter of the stick stealing eggs cannot be overlooked. Otherwise, everyone in the yard will follow suit. And that would be unacceptable. Li Anye admired the elder woman, acknowledging her sound reasoning, as she was indeed the wife of the respected Zhonghai. Qin Huairu's hand lingered in midair, and with a long sigh, she lamented, "I truly apologize, esteemed elder and madam. It is my fault for failing to educate my child properly." Covering her face, she was nearly in tears, confessing that the factory kept her too busy, and after work, she merely supplemented the household income by doing odd jobs, neglecting her child's education. Her plight evoked a sense of compassion from the onlookers. Indeed, this widow had faced considerable hardship. After the death of her husband, she had taken on the role of a first-class fitter, transitioning from an unskilled rural woman to someone who learned to perform traditionally male tasks in the workshop. Yet, as a woman, her physical strength paled in comparison to that of men, and this was why, after so many years, she still held the position of a first-class fitter, earning a meager salary of 27.5 yuan a month. The entire household rested solely on her shoulders, leaving her little time to educate her child. As a result, the crowd turned their disapproving gazes towards Jia Zhangshi. Unable to withstand such scrutiny, Jia Zhangshi contemplated throwing herself against the wall in despair. Although aware that her act was feigned, the three elder women swiftly intervened to prevent her. "Sister, let us discuss this calmly. There is no need for such drastic measures," they urged gently. Jia Zhangshi, however, pointed at the elder woman, accusing, "Your family is the one trying to drive me to death." The elder woman huffed, turned, and returned to her room, leaving the other two to continue persuading Jia Zhangshi until, with great difficulty, they managed to lead her back. As she departed, Jia Zhangshi spat at Li Anye, muttering, "You little bastard, you have ill intentions." This remark darkened Zhonghai's expression, as the term bastard struck a painful chord within him. He had come to regard Li Anye as his own son, and such a slur felt like an insult to the entire family. Qin Huairu noticed Zhonghai's displeasure and quickly approached to apologize, saying, "Esteemed elder, you know my mother-in-law has no filter." Zhonghai waved his hand impatiently, redirecting the conversation. "Let us discuss the matter concerning Comrade Jiagong." At this point, the stick was no longer referred to as such, but as Comrade Jiagong. Qin Huairu realized that after today, not only would the family cease to support her, but they would likely harbor resentment against her. A wave of helplessness surged within her. "Second uncle, please speak." Zhonghai resumed his seat, pouring himself a glass of water to quell the anger bubbling within. This aligns perfectly with Lu Hai's expectations. He hurriedly positioned himself in the center of the courtyard, cleared his throat, and addressed the issue of the theft committed by the young boy, Jiagong. Such behavior is undoubtedly reprehensible. However, considering that Jiagong is still a child, we, as a community, are not inclined to send him to a juvenile detention center, which would ruin his life. Everyone present exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. In this era, it is indeed customary to send children who steal to reform schools. But what kind of individuals reside in such places? They are akin to a vast cesspool. Once a child is admitted, there is little hope for their future. Thus, the three of us elders have unanimously decided that the Jia family must compensate the first elder with 9 eggs, which must be delivered by tomorrow, regardless of the means. Additionally, they are to pay an extra $1 to the first elder. Furthermore, Jiagong is required to write a reflection and present a profound apology at the next community assembly. The resonant tone of the second elder's voice indeed possessed a commanding presence. Moreover, Jiagong must clean the communal restroom for a week, without any assistance. Should anyone be found helping him, an additional week will be added to his punishment. Qin Huairu, do you have any objections to the resolution reached by the three elders? The second elder directed his gaze toward Qin Huairu in the crowd. She quickly shook her head, her tear-streaked face still glistening, and in a subdued voice, expressed her gratitude to the elders for sparing her child. As she spoke, she covered her mouth with her delicate hand, tears falling to the ground, causing a nearby man to gaze in awe, only to be swiftly reprimanded by his wife, who pinched him to silence. Silly Zhu could no longer bear to watch. "Sister Qin, please do not cry. I will find a way to handle the egg situation. You should focus on educating Jiagong," he added. "It's one thing for him to steal from me, but he must not take things from others." Li Anye, observing Silly Zhu's sycophantic demeanor, rolled his eyes in disbelief. The second elder's strategy was indeed astute. Punishing Jiagong with the task of cleaning the restroom without assistance would surely be a daunting challenge for him. It seemed that Jiagong was in for a tough time. Furthermore, requiring him to confess his wrongdoing publicly at the assembly would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation among the other children. They would likely label him a thief. And in the black and white world of childhood, Such a stigma would render Jia Geng unable to hold his head high among his peers. While Qin Huairu possesses commendable qualities, she is still a widow with 3 children, exhibiting a degree of selfishness that pales in comparison to her neighbor, Liang Lady. Both are widows. Yet Liang Lady raises 4 children with considerable dedication and integrity. In contrast, Qin Huairu falls short, and the children she raises may not compare favorably to Jia Geng. Many believe that Jia Geng was treated leniently here. However, this is merely a prelude. The pacing of this narrative is not akin to others, as the true resolution will unfold when the accounts are settled later on. Chapter 31. The foolish pillar at the pigeon market. After the gathering in the courtyard concluded, Yin Bugui closed the door and reached out to his 2 sons. "Where are the 2 pieces of candy? Bring them out." Yin Jiefang and Yin Jiequang, upon hearing this, took a step back, leaning against the door and attempting to feign nonchalance. "Father, what candy are you talking about?" Yin Jiefang, being 2 years older than Yin Jiequang, spoke first. Yin Bugui shot them a glance of exasperation. "Just bring it out. I already know. Our family has a rule. When there are good things, we share them together. Hurry up and present them. I will divide the candy later." With no way to escape Yin Bugui's demand, the 2 boys reluctantly retrieved the nougat that Li Anye had given them. Yin Bugui promptly took the candy to the small kitchen, where he sliced the 2 pieces into 6 smaller portions. Each of the 4 children and the 2 adults received a piece no larger than a fingernail. The 2 boys could only swallow their indignation, shoving the minuscule pieces into their mouths before retreating to their room to complete their homework. Meanwhile, Uncle Lu Haizhong was even more extreme. Upon entering the house, he summoned Guangfu and Guangtian, ordering them to bring out the candy, which he then hid away. He justified his actions, saying, "You 2 are still young and contribute little to the family. If you wish to enjoy candy, you must pay." Naturally, Guangfu and Guangtian protested. But upon witnessing Lu Haizhong's motion to whip out his belt, they immediately scattered like birds. 3 days without a beating, and you would dare to challenge me." Lu Haizhong grumbled, reattaching his belt. It is no wonder, for in these times, candy was a rare commodity. The entire courtyard, when combined, could scarcely muster a pound of white sugar. Dutiful children would willingly share their candy with their parents upon returning home, while indulgent parents would typically take just a symbolic lick before returning it to the children, allowing them to express their filial piety. Only the likes of Uncle Lu and Uncle San would behave in such a manner. After all, which adult would compete with a child for a treat? The next day, Li Anye did not venture out to procure supplies. Instead, he opted to spend the day idling in the office. Having worked several days without a meal from the canteen, he was determined to use one of his meal tickets that day. After such a long wait, Li Anye's anticipation was not unfounded. The canteen's fare, although modest, consisting of steamed buns and pickled vegetables, was still delectable, thanks to Shaju's oversight. In the evening, Shaju left the courtyard and made his way to the pigeon market in the city. Originally a flower and bird market, the pigeon market had evolved into an underground market where the working populace of old Beijing would gather after hours. The authorities turned a blind eye to its existence, as long as things did not escalate too far, for in these times, they could not simply watch people starve. However, occasional crackdowns would occur, serving as a means of generating revenue. Shaju's purpose for visiting the pigeon market was to purchase eggs, for in these times, egg tickets were a luxury. Having worked in the canteen for many years, he had only encountered eggs when he had the opportunity to prepare special meals for the small canteen. The egg ticket was something that an ordinary cook like Shaju could hardly fathom. Yet Qin Huairu's family was obliged to compensate Uncle Da with 9 eggs. Thus, Shaju reluctantly ventured to pigeon market, hoping for a stroke of luck. In pigeon market, even the largest eggs were priced at 4 cents each. Shaju was acutely aware that the individual before him intended to exploit him. Yet the urgency of Qin Huairu's need for eggs compelled him to part with his money. However, before the warmth of the eggs could settle in his embrace, an alarming announcement echoed. Inspectors were arriving. The sound of an approaching vehicle followed, as an American military pickup truck pulled up, from which armed militiamen disembarked, swiftly surrounding the entire market. With a heavy sigh, Shaju mused that those like him, merely purchasing goods, would likely face nothing more than a reprimand if caught. Alas, it appeared that Qin Huairu's eggs would be unattainable. Meanwhile, Qin Huairu anxiously awaited Shaju's return with the eggs, having promised that they would be delivered to Uncle Da by day's end. Failing to do so would not only offend the 3 elder gentlemen in the compound, but also tarnish her family's reputation within the community, known for her pride. Qin Huairu could not allow such a humiliation to transpire. As she continued to wait, The darkness enveloped the neighborhood, and it was only when the last lights extinguished that she heard commotion outside. Hastily donning a coat and grabbing a flashlight, she rushed out, only to find Xiaozhu had indeed returned. "Why are you back so late?" she whispered reproachfully, her voice tinged with concern. Xiaozhu exhaled deeply, gesturing for her to hold her tongue. "Today was unfortunate. I lost 36 cents and was apprehended by the inspectors." Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu's heart sank. What were they to do now? Time was slipping away. Xiaozhu noticed her singular focus on the eggs, seemingly indifferent to his recent ordeal, stirring a chill within him. "Even if I possessed the means, I could not procure the eggs for you today," he shook his head. "I shall devise a plan tomorrow. I am weary now and shall retire." Without awaiting her response, he entered the house. As he lay in bed, Xiaozhu pondered the worth of his selfless support for the widow's family. Yet, recalling the years Qin Huairu had assisted him cleaning his home, washing his linens, he conceded that it was a matter of balance. It seemed one must always remain vigilant in matters of the heart. Oblivious to Xiaozhu's discontent, Qin Huairu was consumed by anxiety, stamping her feet in frustration. What a fool. Of all things to steal, why must it be eggs? She sighed, her voice quivering with unshed tears. With darkness fully descended, where could she possibly find 9 eggs to repay Uncle Da? Meanwhile, news of the egg theft had somehow reached her co-workers, who teased her upon arrival at the factory, inquiring about the taste of eggs. If she failed to repay them today, how could she possibly face her colleagues tomorrow? Upon reflecting on this, Qin Huairu could not help but cover her face and crouch down on the ground, softly weeping. She began to experience a twinge of regret for her earlier determination to marry into the city, only to find herself in such a predicament. After her tears subsided, Qin Huairu wiped her eyes, seemingly having made a decision. She stood up, extinguished the light of her flashlight, and, guided by the moonlight, proceeded towards Li Anye's residence. Arriving at the threshold of Li Anye's door, she gently pushed it open, which yielded without resistance. Li Anye had not secured the door that night, as he had run low on firewood for the stove and wanted the convenience of adding more in the middle of the night. This fortunate oversight facilitated Qin Huairu's entrance. Chapter 32. Qin Huairu's late night visit. Quietly entering Li Anye's room, Qin Huairu closed the door behind her. At that moment, Li Anye lay in bed, his breathing steady and deep, clearly in a deep slumber. After mentally preparing herself, Qin Huairu cautiously approached, lowered the curtain over the door, and turned on the light within the room. The sudden illumination roused Li Anye, who, in his groggy state, perceived a vague silhouette standing at his bedside. Thinking he was dreaming, he rubbed his eyes to discern the identity of the figure before him. Upon closer inspection, he was jolted awake to find that it was indeed Qin Huairu standing there. In a state of shock, he sat up abruptly, pinching his thigh to confirm he was not in a dream. Panic washed over him. It was the middle of the night, and the appearance of the widow Qin in his room could lead to scandalous consequences should anyone discover her presence. "Qin, is there something you need?" Li Anye stammered, abandoning the formal address of Sister Qin. The unexpected visit stirred a tempest of frustration within him. With her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Qin Huairu appeared utterly aggrieved. Softening her tone, she said, "Anye, I truly cannot find 9 eggs for you. How about this? Let me compensate you in another way." With a determined resolve, Qin Huairu bit her lip, tossed her outer garment onto the floor, and began to unfasten her undergarments. Before long, Li Anye was met with a dazzling expanse of pale skin. Under the dim light, Qin Huairu's complexion appeared as flawless as snow, delicate as jade. As Li Anye gazed upon Qin Huairu, a mix of shock and irritation surged within him. How could she persist in this manner? A widow appearing in his room at such an hour seemed a deliberate attempt to tarnish his reputation in the courtyard. If word of this incident spread, he would be inexorably linked to her, losing any chance of finding a wife, while also becoming a target for the insatiable demands of her family. After all, the public would not distinguish between the circumstances. They would only know that a widow had been in his room at night, and the implications would be dire. With Qin Huairu's family comprised of an elderly member and 3 dependents, it felt like an insatiable abyss. After Xiaozhu married Qin Huairu, he took on numerous side jobs, earning an extra 2,000 yuan a month from Yin Jeqing's shop, yet it still proved insufficient to sustain the family. With this thought, all remnants of pity vanished from Li Anye's heart. "Put on your clothes. We have matters to discuss," he said. Qin Huairu bit her lip, her gaze cast downward. "Do you find me unclean?" Despite her outward demeanor, her mind was calculating. Li Anye's appearance was unmatched on the entire street, youthful and promising, with a bright future ahead. Aligning herself with him, Even if marriage were not in the cards, she would still reap significant benefits. This was far superior to being dragged into a small room by Su Damao for 3 steamed buns. Moreover, the sight of Li Anye's youthful physique made her heart race with excitement. She felt she had nothing to lose. Rest assured, I want to speak of this to anyone. And I want to hinder your pursuit of a wife, Qin Huairu declared. At this point, she believed that if Li Anye continued to refuse, it might imply there were issues on his part. If it were anyone else from the courtyard, they would have lunged at her immediately, yet he was Li Anye. Familiar with the narrative, Li Anye understood precisely who Qin Huairu was. While she would likely keep this matter secret, it was inevitable that he would have to support her family in the future. Otherwise, he would end up like Shaju, with no hope of marrying. In the storyline, Qin Huairu had subtly sabotaged Shaju's blind dates on numerous occasions. With a long sigh, Li Anye emerged from beneath the covers, clad in a tank top and shorts. He swiftly retrieved his outer garment from the floor and wrapped it securely around Qin Huairu. After ensuring she was properly clothed, he bent down and lifted her. Striding to the door in a few quick steps, he unceremoniously tossed her outside and shut the door with a decisive click. Master Qin, regarding the eggs. You should discuss this with my aunt, not me, he called out through the door, his tone far from cordial. Your actions are utterly unreasonable. I, Li Anye, have neither wronged you nor provoked you. What gives you the right to barge into my room at night and undress? What do you take me for? Li Anye chose his words with care. As a man, he preferred not to dwell on conflicts with Qin Huairu, but her actions that day were simply repugnant. Leave. I cannot assist you with this. If Qin Huairu had any ulterior motives before, she found herself feeling conflicted in light of Li Anye's actions. After all, the men she had encountered, aside from Shaju, had all sought to exploit her by offering food. Now, having presented herself so openly, she was unceremoniously cast aside by Li Anye. It seemed that her usual tactics, effective against ordinary men, bore no fruit with him. With a soft sigh, Qin Huairu donned her clothes and turned to leave after standing at Li Anye's door. Indeed, Li Anye was not particularly concerned about the 9 eggs. For eggs were something that buyers typically shunned. In the countryside, every household aspired to sell eggs. However, he was unwilling to allow Qin Huairu to take advantage of the situation without consequence. It was not a matter of stinginess. Rather, Qin Huairu resembled an insatiable wolf. Having benefited from him this time, she would undoubtedly cling to him like a stubborn piece of gum, refusing to be shaken off. Instead of heading directly back to the Jia family, Qin Huairu meandered towards the backyard. Before dawn the next day, she was determined to return the 9 eggs to Auntie Yi. Otherwise, she would find it impossible to hold her head high in either the courtyard or the steel mill. Having married from the countryside to the city due to her innate beauty, Qin Huairu was undeniably proud. This pride persisted even years after Jia Doshu's demise. Upon arriving at the doorstep of Su Damao's home, she gently knocked on the door. Dama. She recalled that today was the day for Lu Xiaoyi to return to her family, and as the factory's film projector operator, Su Damao undoubtedly had eggs at home. Su Damao, bleary-eyed, opened the door and, upon seeing Qin Huairu standing outside, swallowed hard, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Sister Qin, what brings you here so late? Qin Huairu lightly bit her lower lip. Could you lend me 9 eggs? Su Damao appraised her from head to toe, stroking his chin with a smirk. Of course. Come in, let me fetch them for you. With that, Su Damao pulled her into the house. Naturally, Qin Huairu was not inclined to let him have his way. After a brief struggle of pretense and resistance, she emerged from Su Damao's room, somewhat disheveled, holding a small basket containing the 9 eggs. Next time, I must have my way with her, Su Damao mused to himself, inhaling the lingering scent of milk on his hands, utterly entranced. Damn, this woman truly is intoxicating. Chapter 33. Director Wang's reward the following day. After finishing breakfast at Auntie Yi's, Li Anye was about to leave when Qin Huairu arrived with the 9 eggs. Auntie Yi, these are the 9 eggs I owe you. She placed the basket of eggs on the table in the living room, avoiding Li Anye's gaze. He merely cast a glance at her, his suspicions regarding the eggs' origin almost entirely confirmed. All right, just leave them there, Auntie Yi replied, tidying up the remnants of breakfast. Returning them is enough. At this point, everyone was preparing to head to work, gathering in small groups to depart. They all noticed Qin Huairu carrying the 9 eggs to Zhonghai's home, understanding that she was returning the eggs. After exchanging the eggs, she pretended that nothing had happened as she headed to work. The mere thought of having been dragged into a room by Su Damao for the sake of those 9 eggs the previous day left her feeling somewhat agitated. If it had been Li Anye, That would have been one thing, but Su Damao was cunning. She knew she would gain nothing from him. Thus, she preferred to avoid provoking him whenever possible. Yet, she had felt cornered yesterday and had no choice but to seek out Su Damao. Upon exiting the courtyard, and after picking up Zhonghai, the latter sat in the back seat, somewhat perplexed. I heard that yesterday Shaju was apprehended by the inspection team. Where did she procure these eggs? Riding his bicycle, Li Anye paused momentarily, pondering the source of the eggs. Most likely. She exchanged favors late at night by knocking on a man's door. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Primarily because he dared not disclose the events of the previous night when Qin Huairu had disrobed in his room. If Zhonghai were to learn of this, there would only be silent resentment. After all, if this matter escalated, it would not be Qin Huairu who suffered the consequences, but rather Li Anye. As a young cadre of impeccable reputation, any association with a widow like Qin Huairu would elevate the issue to one of personal conduct, jeopardizing his status at the steel mill. Moreover, finding a wife in the city would become an impossibility. Even rural girls, cherished by their families, would have inquiries made about his character, and upon learning of any impropriety, they would certainly turn away without a second thought. Consequently, Li Anye could only regard this as an unacknowledged loss, vowing never to take shortcuts again and to secure his door properly in the future. Upon arrival at the steel mill, Zhonghai unceremoniously slipped 10 yuan into Li Anye's pocket, stating, "Eggs are hard to come by. Take this and manage it as you see fit." With that, he turned his back and headed toward the workshop. Li Anye, observing Zhonghai's retreating figure, couldn't help but chuckle. Was his uncle truly so indulgent? After all, purchasing 9 eggs hardly warranted 10 yuan. Nevertheless, accepting the money brought him a sense of reassurance, as he had already calculated that in this world, treating Zhonghai and his wife with utmost filial piety was paramount. Thus, he felt justified in accepting the funds. Not long after arriving at the office, Li Anye was summoned to Wang Jianmin's office. Ecstatic, he made his way there, understanding that this likely pertained to a reward from their last drinking gathering. Indeed, Wang Jianmin instructed him to arrange his domestic affairs in the coming days, as he would be taking Li Anye on a business trip to a neighboring city. He candidly expressed that the accolades from this trip would be attributed to Li Anye, and if he performed well in the procurement department for another 2 months, he would be promoted to a permanent position. Li Anye was momentarily dazed by this unexpected windfall. Having anticipated a mere voucher as a reward, he had longed for a watch ticket, as it was challenging to keep track of time while purchasing in the countryside. However, Wang Jianmin had come through with something far more substantial, an actual business trip, which would lead to a promotion and an increase in salary to 37 yuan and 50 cents. Given that Shaju frequently boasted about his 37 yuan and 50 cent salary, it was evident that this month's earnings held considerable weight. Emerging from the section chief's office, Li Anye felt invigorated and resolved to venture into the countryside that very day, laying the groundwork for his future advancement to an 8th grade clerk. With an increase in salary, his procurement responsibilities would inevitably intensify, and he needed to cultivate relationships now to ease the burden later. With this in mind, he tidied his desk and prepared to head out with his briefcase in hand. This time, he was once again headed to Sangha village. But this visit was intended for a meaningful discussion with the village secretary, aiming to explore the potential for developing the surrounding villages and incorporating them into his procurement scope. After all, during Li Anye's previous inspection, he noted that there was no designated procurement officer for Sangha village. If he could secure that area, future procurement tasks would become significantly easier. With determination, Li Anye mounted his bicycle and set off for Sangha village. Upon arrival, he made a beeline for the production team's office. The village secretary, of course, remembered this affluent young buyer who had previously gifted him 2 packets of Detention cigarettes. Upon learning of Li Anye's purpose for visiting, the village secretary warmly welcomed him, promptly instructing the office staff to notify the villagers to bring their goods to the activity room for Li Anye to select from. After presenting the secretary with another 2 packets of Detention, the village secretary, with a beaming smile, mentioned his familiarity with the secretaries of 3 nearby villages and proceeded to write 3 letters of introduction for Li Anye. He advised Li Anye to present these letters to the respective village secretaries, as having a familiar introduction would facilitate his work. Li Anye accepted the letters and placed them in his bag, not intending to visit those villages just yet. He preferred to hold on to the letters for future reference. After all, today was primarily for procurement, and with so many items to manage, it would be inconvenient for him to run around. He would wait until his next trip to the countryside to present the letters. Having recently visited Sangha village for procurement, the villagers did not bring many items this time. Yet there were still eggs available. In rural areas, families with means typically keep a few chickens, and eggs are not particularly favored by buyers. However, Li Anye was not one to be picky and accepted them gladly, merely instructing the villagers to pack them securely. He had no intention of delivering the eggs to the factory, as transporting them by bicycle seemed rather impractical. He planned to keep only 10 eggs in his bag, treating it as a personal purchase for his countryside venture. The remaining eggs would be stored for later use. This trip added 3 yuan to Li Anye's procurement tally, for he was not as fortunate this time as he had been previously when he encountered a barren hen. Nonetheless, he managed to procure a substantial amount of vegetables, most of which were stored by the villagers in their cellars, especially as the new year approached, prompting them to sell their goods for a bit of extra cash to celebrate the festive season. With 2 large burlap sacks in tow, Li Anye confidently rode back to the city. That evening, he took the eggs to an elderly woman in the neighborhood, planning to give an extra one to Su Dama as a gesture of gratitude for the support he received from Sister Lu during the recent community meeting. While on his way to the backyard with the egg, he happened to encounter Su Dama and handed him the egg, openly expressing his thanks for Sister Lu's spirited defense of him. Though Su Damao was not particularly concerned about the egg, he recognized Li Anye as the nephew of Zhonghai and felt honored to receive it. Consequently, he invited Li Anye into his home for a couple of drinks. "My dear brother, I have indeed heard of your illustrious reputation. 1,000 cups would not intoxicate you." Su Damao is quite fond of his drink, yet alas, his capacity is limited, which leads him to greatly admire Li Anye's drinking prowess. Although Li Anye harbors a certain disdain for Su Damao's frivolous ways, he cannot deny that during his time here, Su Damao has never led him astray. Rather, he has rendered him considerable assistance. Even if it was under the guise of a threat, it ultimately resolved a significant problem for Li Anye, thus he maintains a friendly disposition towards Su Damao. To speak frankly, while Su Damao may be both fickle and petty, he does not harbor malicious intentions towards those he esteems, so their drinking session was filled with merriment. Nevertheless, Li Anye is acutely aware that a storm is on the horizon. Soon, Su Damao will betray Lu Xiao's family, and it is prudent to avoid forming deep connections with such a person. One cannot help but feel sympathy for Lu Xiao, who is wed to such a miscreant. However, the couple presently appears to be in good spirits, and even if Li Anye wished to caution Lu Xiao, she would likely dismiss his concerns. Hence, he decides it best not to speak out and draw attention to himself. Before long, the day arrives for Li Anye to embark on a business trip with Wang Jianmin. Early in the morning, before the workday begins, Wang Jianmin arrives in a small vehicle from the transportation department to collect Li Anye. The residents of the courtyard watch in astonishment as the car pulls up to their alley, clearly surprised to see it was sent for Li Anye. It seems he is held in high regard by the leadership at the factory, warranting such an honor. Though referred to as a car, it is not the type typically associated with the upper echelons of society. It is an old military jeep, repurposed, with a large tarp covering the cargo area for convenience. This journey will take Li Anye and Wang Jianmin to the Beitai commune in the neighboring city, where news has circulated regarding an overabundance of wild boars in the hills, posing a threat to crops and villagers. Consequently, the commune has dispatched militia to hunt the boars. Their mission is to procure the wild boars caught in the hunt. Of course, Wang Jianmin is not the only one privy to this information. Other purchasing agents from various factories are also hastening to the scene. Wang Jianmin had previously submitted a request to the transportation department for the jeep. Had it not been for Li Anye's earlier assistance in securing funds for the procurement department, such a favorable assignment would not have been his. Li Anye had already informed Zhonghai and Ente about the trip, carrying his briefcase filled with a few personal items for change and little else. Ente, however, was not at ease and insisted on giving him a substantial amount of grain coupons, urging him to take care of himself while away. Zhonghai, observing his wife's tender concern for their son, refrained from intervening. Nevertheless, these grain coupons are likely to be of no use on the journey, as they are specific to the 49 city and will not be accepted elsewhere. Furthermore, official business trips now utilize national grain coupons, and Li Anye will receive meal allowances, alleviating any cause for worry. Li Anye, brimming with enthusiasm, boarded the vehicle, dutifully settling into the back seat, while Wang Jianmin occupied the front passenger seat. The driver, a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s, hailed from the transportation department of a steel mill. As they embarked on their journey, Li Anye meticulously examined the driver's seat, noting that the vehicles of this era bore a striking resemblance to modern manual cars. He surmised that he could indeed operate one if given the chance. In this age, the most coveted profession undoubtedly remained that of a driver. For with a mere turn of the steering wheel, fortunes could be amassed. However, Li Anye had no desire to assume the role of a driver. Recognizing that such a career would confine him to a singular path, while his own aspirations held far greater potential. With diligence, he could ascend the ranks, achieving a status far more esteemed than that of a mere driver. Not long after their departure, Wang Jianmin shared a cigarette with the driver, Master Zheng, and Li Anye, and the three of them began to indulge in a leisurely conversation. The Beidai commune was not particularly distant from the capital, yet their journey would extend into the afternoon, as the absence of highways meant that even national roads were unpaved. In this era, the most convenient mode of transport was undoubtedly the train. However, since Li Anye and his companions were tasked with transporting wild boars, traveling by train was not a viable option. Thus, they were left to navigate the terrain in their modest jeep. During the ride, Wang Jianmin briefly outlined the perks of this business trip, assuring Li Anye that he need not fret over meals, as accommodations were already arranged at the commune's guest house. All expenses would be reimbursed by the factory. Given that they were venturing out to procure wild boars, though it remained uncertain where the meat would ultimately end up. Amidst the mundane journey, Wang Jianmin remarked, "You appear rather feeble, yet I never expected you to drink so well. It's my first time witnessing Director Qian in such a state." Li Anye chuckled, explaining, "I grew up in the countryside, often sharing meals with my father over a glass of grain liquor, so it became second nature." He added playfully, "Next time, be sure to ease up on Director Qian. His wife scolded me quite fiercely last time." Wang Jianmin's face reflected a mix of apprehension and excitement. "All right then, Chief," Li Anye replied with a smile. Wang Jianmin continued, "Our procurement department owes you a debt of gratitude. Not only did we achieve the highest procurement volume last month, Director Qian has even granted us an additional quota of soybean oil." He took a drag from his cigarette, reveling in the moment. "Keep up the good work, and we'll aim to secure your permanent position in 2 months. Li Anye beamed at the prospect, promptly assuring Wang Jianmin that he would strive to excel in the procurement department. Eventually, driver Master Zheng joined the conversation, intrigued by the tales of Li Anye's youthful drinking prowess. Li Anye humorously recounted, "I'm just a country boy. I honed my skills playing similar games with friends as a child." Master Zheng, albeit slightly perplexed, assumed that Li Anye's drinking abilities had bewildered Director Qian. In this era, aside from smoking, drinking was a quintessential pastime for men. As he skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, Master Zheng remarked, "Once we arrive, we must engage in some friendly competition." Li Anye smiled amiably, yet internally pondered whether the concept of drunk driving existed at present. However, observing Master Zheng's longing for liquor, it seemed unlikely. Chapter 35, Beidai Commune. Upon arriving at Beidai Commune in the afternoon, Wang Jianmin led the two men to the commune's guest house, where he used a letter of introduction to secure 2 rooms, one for himself and one shared by Li Anye and Master Zheng. The trio had hastily consumed their lunch in the car, and now feeling famished, they ventured to the commune's canteen to purchase a few steamed buns along with 2 hot dishes. After settling in and satiating their appetites, Master Zheng retreated to their room to rest, while Wang Jianmin took Li Anye to locate the commune's secretary. "Secretary Yu, it has been a while." Wang Jianmin appeared to be quite familiar with Secretary Yu, approaching him with a hearty handshake. However, Li Anye was aware that Wang Jianmin concealed a 5-pound national food coupon in his hand, and judging by their gestures, it was likely that the coupon had already found its way into Secretary Yu's palm. Indeed, the once lukewarm demeanor of Secretary Yu transformed into a beaming smile following their handshake. "Welcome, comrades from the capital, to our Beidai commune for an inspection." Secretary Yu then led Wang Jianmin to his office, with Li Anye promptly following suit. Recognizing the adeptness of Wang Jianmin, Li Anye couldn't help but admire his skillful manipulation. It seemed prudent for him to learn from this department head in the future. Upon reaching the office, Wang Jianmin and Secretary Yu sat down to outline their purpose. Subsequently, Wang Jianmin discreetly produced a pack of cigarettes from his bag and slid it towards Secretary Yu. "Our steel mill has heard that the commune intends to handle the wild boars in the mountains, and I was instructed to come and convey our appreciation to the commune's personnel. After all, hunting wild boars is both perilous and laborious." Wang Jianmin's words were imbued with genuine sentiment. The factory leadership also expressed that the hard-working farmers of the commune should not face a reduction in the price of wild boar meat. They must be compensated fairly for their efforts. Wang Jianmin's eloquence immediately resonated with Secretary Yu, especially as he cast a glance at the pack of cigarettes on the table, which added to the effect. Secretary Yu placed the pack into his drawer, rising to shake Wang Jianmin's hand with a profoundly moved expression. Genuinely grateful for the understanding shown by the factory's workers. Rest assured, the wild boars we procure will be prioritized for the workers who have come from the capital. However, Secretary Yu's face then displayed a hint of difficulty. Director Wang, you are surely aware that there are numerous buyers visiting our commune, so the quantity. Wang Jianmin promptly interrupted, I understand. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Li Anye. Li Anye swiftly retrieved 2 industrial coupons from Wang Jianmin's bag and, after briefly displaying them to Secretary Yu for clarity, unceremoniously tucked them into Secretary Yu's pocket. This is a small token of appreciation from our factory leadership. Li Anye smiled warmly. As you know, both the section chief and I are procurement officers, and we certainly cannot afford industrial vouchers. It was our factory's leadership who, upon hearing of our visit today, specifically instructed us to bring them along. With the new year approaching, the factory leaders are placing great importance on this batch of wild boar meat. It appears they are investing significantly, even producing industrial vouchers. It is well known that industrial vouchers are now rarer than grain coupons, as they can be used to purchase various industrial products. At this point, Secretary Yu was left speechless, struggling for words, and ultimately extended 5 fingers towards the 2 men. Li Anye understood this to mean that Secretary Yu had agreed to sell them 5 wild boars. He exchanged a glance with Wang Jianmin, both faces breaking into smiles, knowing that the factory had instructed them to bring back at least 4 wild boars. Now, with Secretary Yu willing to part with 5, it seemed that 1 more could be arranged. Observing the satisfied expressions on their faces, Secretary Yu let out a sigh of relief and lowered his voice, stating that they could only choose 3 boars, as he would have the other 2 prepared and sent to their vehicle upon their departure. He reminded them to keep this matter confidential, as the commune members were eagerly anticipating their share of the wild boar meat. Naturally, Li Anye and Wang Jianmin wholeheartedly agreed. Once outside Secretary Yu's office, they discreetly moved to a secluded spot to discuss how to divide the remaining wild boar. Master Zhong, the driver accompanying them, would also receive a portion of the meat to ensure his silence. However, according to protocol, they could not let him pay, as that would complicate future arrangements for him to accompany them again. Li Anye calculated that a single wild boar would weigh at least 150 pounds, and at the purchasing price of 78 cents per pound, it was 5 cents cheaper than the price for farmed pigs. He had brought 60 yuan with him, which would allow him to buy approximately 70 pounds. Noticing Li Anye's silence, Wang Jianmin understood he might not have sufficient funds. Yet he knew Li Anye was the nephew of Zhonghai, and thus not short on money, so he suggested, if you're short, you can take some from me. Li Anye realized Wang Jianmin had misunderstood him. Section chief, however many pounds you need, I can take the rest. Wang Jianmin smiled at Li Anye's thoughtfulness and proposed, let us do it this way. We don't yet know the weight of the wild boars, and they still need to be slaughtered. We'll see how much pure meat remains, and then I will allocate accordingly, ensuring we both set aside a portion for Master Zheng. Li Anye nodded in agreement and produced the entirety of his 60 yuan to hand over to Wang Jianmin. Section chief, this is all the money I have. You can keep it for now. Wang Jianmin accepted the money, nodding in satisfaction at Li Anye's unwavering trust. He patted Li Anye's shoulder, reassuring him, don't worry. You are a great asset to our department, and I will ensure you do not suffer any loss. In truth, Wang Jianmin wouldn't require that much meat for himself. But with the new year approaching, gifting some pork to the relatives of the leaders would certainly enhance his standing. Additionally, the temperature in the city had already dropped below freezing, making preservation of the pork a non-issue. Had it been under previous weather conditions, Wang Jianmin would have hesitated to consume an entire pig. He felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had brought Li Anye along. Had he brought someone else, it would have been impossible for them to consume such a large quantity of pork, and expecting him to pay for an entire pig alone was quite unrealistic. Although he held the position of a level 16 department head with a monthly salary of 110.5 yuan, his regular expenses were considerable. The prospect of consuming over 100 jin of pork by himself was indeed daunting. After resolving this issue, both Wang Jianmin and Li Anye were filled with joy. This business trip not only provided them with additional salary supplements, but they also stumbled upon the unexpected fortune of acquiring a wild boar. While it was apparent from Secretary Yu's demeanor that neither of the wild boars would be particularly large, the 2 of them would have more than enough to share. Chapter 36. Hunting wild boars. The following day marked the occasion for the 8th Commune's expedition to hunt wild boars. The militia gathered at dawn to prepare their equipment. After partaking in breakfast at the cafeteria, they set off to the mountains in an impressive procession. Li Anye and Master Zheng also intended to accompany the militia to observe the hunt. Master Zheng requested a firearm from Secretary Yu of the commune. Eager to try his hand at hunting wild boars, while Li Anye merely followed a group of militiamen, hoping to enjoy the experience without any desire to prove himself. Master Zheng had previously served in the military and was familiar with firearms, which gave him the confidence to engage in the hunt. In contrast, Li Anye was an inexperienced youth who had never handled a gun, and he was wise enough not to overextend himself. As a modern individual, he held a certain reverence for firearms, as they were not a common sight in his life, unlike in this era, where one could easily gather a battalion's worth of soldiers and weapons in a moderately sized factory. Take his steel rolling mill as an example. With over 10,000 employees, it boasted its own dedicated armory, given its status as a key facility with stringent security measures. Li Anye had heard that every member of the factory's security department was armed. Ascending the mountain with the militia, he observed the simple and warm-hearted nature of the people in this era. Whenever the young militiamen caught wind of a wild boar's presence, they would advise Li Anye to keep his distance to avoid being harmed by the boar. After all, even a single charge from a wild boar could be quite perilous. The militiamen, having undergone professional training, were more than capable of handling a few wild boars. Mindful of Li Anye's presence, they avoided the areas where the boars were congregated and guided him along the fringes, targeting the solitary ones instead. They were able to keep an eye on him while dealing with 1 or 2 wild boars, but if they ventured into a densely populated area, they would have no time to attend to him. Li Anye was well aware that his presence made the militiamen cautious. Yet the opportunity to hunt wild boars was too rare to pass up, and he was reluctant to turn back. Thus, he produced a pack of Dakiaman cigarettes from his pocket and offered it to the 3 militiamen. "Brothers, I haven't brought many cigarettes with me on this trip. Please take this pack and share it." He handed the cigarettes to a slightly older militiaman, acknowledging the inconvenience of bringing an ordinary civilian along for the adventure. The militiamen, touched by Li Anye's generosity, quickly set aside their earlier dissatisfaction about not being able to hunt in the thick of the action, and immediately embraced him as one of their own. During their conversation, it was revealed that the 3 militia members were, in fact, brothers, which explained why Li Anye found them somewhat similar in appearance. The eldest was named Daga, followed by Urga and Sanga, all of whom were younger than Li Anye. Being from a rural background, they had not received formal education, having only attended a literacy class at the commune. When the trio learned that Li Anye was a graduate of a technical secondary school, they could not help but feel a sense of reverence in those times. Educated individuals were a rarity, as the primary concern for everyone was merely to fill their stomachs. It was particularly commendable that someone like Li Anye, born in the countryside, had managed to achieve a diploma, largely thanks to his mother, who hailed from the city and understood the significance of education. Li Anye was quite astonished to discover that these young men were merely 18 years old. As years of labor under the sun had made them appear older than their age, he initially assumed they were older than himself. Observing their calloused hands, Li Anye couldn't help but reflect on how, in modern times, they would still be carefree high school students. However, hardship was a common plight during that era. And these 3 brothers were fortunate to serve as militia members, indicating that their family circumstances were somewhat better than those of many others. As the group walked through the woods, engaging in light conversation, Urga suddenly seemed to hear a noise and quickly signaled for silence. Daga and Sanga crouched down and cautiously advanced, with Li Anye mimicking their actions, trailing behind them. After a short while, Li Anye saw Urga and Daga stand upright, raising their rifles to fire 2 shots, followed by the sound of a pig's squeal. Sanga quickly dashed ahead, exclaiming in delight that they had hit their target. When Li Anye joined Daga and Urga, he found a large wild boar, deep brown in color, lying on the ground. Estimated to weigh nearly 200 pounds, a considerable size for a wild boar. They needed to get it down the mountain quickly, otherwise, the blood would coagulate, rendering it unpalatable. Daga approached and kicked the boar to confirm it was dead. "Sanga and I will carry it. Daga, you stay here with Brotherly." Urga instructed as he and Sanga worked together to lift the boar. "I'll accompany you down the mountain. I'm satisfied just to witness the hunt," Li Anye replied, not wishing to delay them in their task. Thus, he followed Urga and Sanga to the commune's cafeteria, where the boar was weighed before being taken to the back for processing. The purchasing price was determined by the weight just recorded, and the cafeteria would handle the boar, allowing them to take the blood and innards as well. If not processed properly, the blood would congeal within the meat, making it unappetizing. Li Anye initially intended to observe the butchering process at the back, but was stopped by a young man wearing a deep blue cotton jacket, who appeared to have rushed from a considerable distance, beads of sweat adorning his brow despite the winter chill. "Are you from the Hongxing Steel Factory?" the young man gasped. Grasping Li Anye's arm, Li Anye nodded in affirmation. "Quickly, hurry to the clinic. Master Zhong, who came with you, has been struck by the wild boar." Li Anye was taken aback by the news, and without hesitation, he followed the young man as they hurried towards the commune health station. Upon entering the facility, he was met with a cacophony of anguished cries. Numerous militia members were already lying inside, likely injured from being gored by wild boars during their hunts. Upon reaching the bed where Master Zhang lay, he found Wang Jianmin anxiously waiting there, having been summoned from his slumber at the guest house by the commune's personnel. "Honestly, after all these years out of service, why do you still feel the need to prove yourself alongside the young ones?" Wang Jianmin admonished, his face etched with concern. Indeed, with Master Zheng in such a predicament, who would drive the boar back later? Li Anye approached Master Zheng and noted that, aside from some dirt on his clothing, there were no visible injuries. However, Zhang's pallor suggested otherwise, and his groans of pain were barely audible. A nurse from the health station conducted an examination with a stethoscope, her brow furrowing in worry. "I suspect there may be internal bleeding. We should transfer him to the city hospital for further evaluation. We can only perform basic bandaging here, and his condition is beyond our capabilities." Upon hearing the nurse's assessment, Li Anye and Wang Jianmin exchanged glances. "What are we waiting for? We must hurry." Chapter 37. Transporting the injured. You need to borrow a trailer from outside, then take him to the town to catch a bus, which will lead you to the city. The nurse kindly directed them. "Hurry, or you may miss the cart. We have many injured militia members who also need to go to the city hospital." Wang Jianmin glanced down at his stout frame and sighed, leading Li Anye in the direction the nurse indicated. "Let us see if we can find a few villagers to assist us. We can pay them." Along the way, he confided in Li Anye. "It's not that I wish to shirk my responsibilities as a department head who has spent years behind a desk. I simply lack the strength to haul the cart to town. Is there anyone from other factories driving a car? We could seek their assistance," Li Anye suggested, realizing that dragging the cart to the town would take too long. Given Master Zhang's condition, relying solely on manpower could prove fatal. Wang Jianmin, struck by the idea, slapped his forehead and hurried outside the guest house, recalling that besides their vehicle, there had been a small jeep parked nearby. However, upon their arrival, they found only their jeep remaining, accompanied by a group of young individuals. Upon inquiry, they learned that the other vehicle had already transported several injured individuals to the city. The wild boar herd had been particularly aggressive this time, leaving many militia members overturned. The youths had stayed behind to seek Wang Jianmin's help in borrowing the vehicle and driver for their commune, as all their carts were already dispatched. In that moment, despair washed over Wang Jianmin as he silently cursed Master Zheng for not being more prudent and for attempting to prove his mettle. Now, the issue was not only whether they could transport the boar meat back, but also how to manage the current crisis. However, he was on a business trip with the driver from the transport department. If something were to happen to Master Zheng, how would the procurement section have a vehicle in the future? Li Anye noticed the grim expression on Wang Jianmin's face and stepped forward to explain to the group that their driver was currently resting at the health clinic and that they had come to see if they could borrow a vehicle. Upon hearing Li Anye's words, the group's expressions mirrored Wang Jianmin's displeasure. An oppressive silence enveloped the scene, and realizing this could not continue, Li Anye pulled Wang Jianmin aside. "Chief, I have observed Master Zheng driving and have also studied automotive theory systematically at school, so I believe I can manage to drive the vehicle." Wang Jianmin's brow remained furrowed. "Anye, I understand your intention to assist, but this is not a reliable solution. If we were to have an accident on the road, we would bear greater responsibility. Moreover, Master Zheng had to study for 2 years to obtain his license. Do you think driving is that simple?" Indeed, obtaining a driver's license in this era was notoriously challenging, often requiring 2 to 3 years of training, leading many to perceive driving as a skillful endeavor. However, for Li Anye, who had 6 years of driving experience in modern times, it was merely a trivial task. "Chief, this is a matter of life and death. I assure you, I can successfully drive to the town, and we can take a bus from there," he added. "Besides, the road is deserted, ensuring our safety." After much persuasion, Wang Jianmin finally relented, saying, "You can drive around for me, and I will take responsibility for it." With Wang Jianmin's approval, Li Anye hurried to the health clinic, retrieved the keys from Master Zheng's pocket, and unlocked the vehicle. He then started the engine, engaged the clutch, and after a brief acclimatization to the vehicle, he drove the small jeep around the open space in front of the guest house. Wang Jianmin looked on in disbelief as Li Anye successfully operated the jeep. The young onlookers erupted in cheers upon witnessing Li Anye starting the vehicle. After Wang Jianmin climbed aboard, several young people followed closely behind as they made their way to the health clinic. The back of the jeep had ample space, easily accommodating 3 individuals lying down. Villagers worked together to lift Master Zheng and 2 other severely injured militia members into the vehicle, leaving 2 behind to tend to the injured, while another went ahead to guide Li Anye. To facilitate the guiding villager, Wang Jianmin settled into the back seat. "Anya, don't be nervous. If we reach the town, we will have succeeded." His demeanor betrayed a hint of anxiety, clearly skeptical of Li Anye's capabilities as a novice driver. "Rest assured, Chief, I will drive carefully." Gripping the steering wheel, Li Anye departed the commune under the villagers' guidance. In truth, he was confident enough to take the injured directly to the city, but to avoid drawing too much attention, he decided to stop at the town instead. Moreover, there were many other injured individuals awaiting transport at the commune, and arrangements had been made for a bus to wait at the town's entrance for their arrival. Due to its considerable size, the bus could not navigate the narrow road leading from the commune to the town. Throughout the journey, Li Anye drove steadily and cautiously, mindful of the wounded passengers he was transporting. His concern that a bumpy ride might exacerbate their injuries led him to deliberately reduce his speed. However, Wang Jianmin misinterpreted this caution as a lack of driving skill, believing that Li Anye was too timid to drive faster. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, as the responsibility of transporting Master Zheng rested solely on Li Anye's shoulders. Upon reaching the outskirts of the town, individuals promptly disembarked from the bus to assist in transferring the injured. Wang Jianmin followed suit, accompanying Master Zheng to the city while also planning to send a telegram to the factory requesting a temporary driver. Li Anye expressed no objections to this arrangement and began his return journey along the same route to retrieve another group of injured individuals. Wang Jianmin, however, remained uneasy about Li Anye's driving abilities. While navigating the desolate rural roads was one matter, the distance to Sijiacheng was considerable, and Li Anye's rudimentary skills were evidently insufficient. Thus, it became imperative to summon an additional driver from the factory. Upon returning to the health station, Li Anye awaited the arrival of the villagers with the injured, casually retrieving a box of cigarettes from the glove compartment. This was a stash left by Wang Jianmin, which Li Anye now indulged in. After finishing a cigarette, all the wounded had boarded the vehicle. Just as Li Anye prepared to start the engine, he was halted by a healthcare worker from within the station. "Not so fast," the worker insisted. "We still have one with a head injury that needs immediate attention." A villager peered out from the rear of the vehicle, exclaiming, "There is no space left." Yet, the healthcare worker was already assisting a young man, whose head was wrapped in a towel, towards the bus. As Li Anye focused closely, he recognized the young man. It was Daga. "Come, let us get him into the back seat," Li Anye urged, immediately stepping out of the vehicle to assist the driver in lifting Daga inside. Daga hesitated at the open door, suddenly aware of the mess he might create. "I'll sit in the back to avoid dirtying the car," he protested. Li Anye gently but firmly supported him, pushing him towards the interior. "There is no room in the back, and if the car gets dirty, we can clean it. Your injury is the priority." Chapter 38. The affectionate souls. Li Anye made 3 trips transporting the injured to the town. The small car that had initially gone to the town returned, alleviating some of Li Anye's burden. Nevertheless, he still completed 2 additional trips to ensure all the wounded were safely delivered to the town. By this time, lunch had long passed, and seizing a moment of solitude, Li Anye munched on a bread roll and drank a bottle of nutritional supplement, feeling his strength gradually replenish. As he observed that all the injured from the commune had been successfully transferred and prepared to return for a brief respite, he was unexpectedly ushered by villagers into the commune's canteen alongside another driver. It turned out that the commune wished to express gratitude to the 2 drivers for their efforts in transporting the injured by treating them to a taste of freshly caught wild boar. Secretary Yu of the commune, along with several village leaders, arrived on the scene. Upon seeing Li Anye and the other driver, they greeted them warmly with handshakes and words of appreciation. "Today, we owe you both our gratitude. Without your assistance, we would never have managed to transport these wounded individuals with our carts," Secretary Yu remarked with heartfelt emotion. Another driver appeared to be of similar age to Master Zheng, exuding a friendly demeanor. Do not speak thus. Anyone encountering such a situation would not turn a blind eye, sighed Secretary Yu. It is indeed our miscalculation. We initially believed that over the years, the wild boar population in the back mountains would not proliferate excessively. I never anticipated that a single misjudgment would lead to so many injuries. I heard that a worker leader from the 4-9 city was also injured. Li Anye nodded in affirmation. One from our steel mill sustained injuries. Secretary Yu promptly took Li Anye's hand in a gesture of condolence, acknowledging that this was indeed a failure on the part of our commune. On behalf of the commune, I extend my sincerest apologies to you, young comrade. Achieving your driver's license at such a young age bodes well for your future. Li Anye laughed awkwardly, refraining from clarifying that the injured party was the driver, while he himself was merely a temporary unlicensed substitute. Although he had not heard of anyone being imprisoned for driving without a license in these times, obtaining a license was exceedingly difficult, and everyone regarded driving as a formidable challenge. Thus, no one would dare to risk driving unlicensed. Had it not been for the concern that the militia would delay medical assistance, he would have preferred to remain in the background, following a round of pleasantries. Secretary Yu invited everyone to take their seats in the commune's cafeteria, where a sumptuous feast had already been laid out, predominantly featuring freshly prepared wild boar dishes. Come. Our two driver comrades have been busy all this time, even missing lunch. You have truly endured a lot. Once Li Anye and the other driver were seated, they waited until Secretary Yu began to eat before they dared to pick up their chopsticks. As Li Anye gazed at the glistening dishes, his appetite stirred, and he regretted having eaten earlier, as he was not particularly hungry now. However, after taking a bite of the wild boar meat, he found his regret lessened. The meat was both gamey and tough, yet witnessing the others devouring their meals with fervor, he felt compelled to mask his discomfort and forced himself to swallow the unchewed morsels. Who had told him that wild game was particularly delectable? Could wild boar meat truly compare to that of domestic pigs? Internally, Li Anye lamented, yet he maintained a facade of delight. However, he began to focus on the accompanying dishes, neglecting the wild boar meat entirely. Not accustomed to it, are we? Secretary Yu observed Li Anye's lack of enthusiasm in his eating, smiling as he remarked, this wild boar meat requires proper preparation to truly shine. Unfortunately, the chef at our commune's cafeteria is not particularly skilled. Secretary Yu, evidently worldly, went on to explain to Li Anye, later. We will send you some wild boar meat to take home to a capable cook. I assure you, it will be exquisite. While others listened to Secretary Yu's words with skepticism, after all, in these times, simply having a morsel of meat was already a source of great satisfaction. Li Anye absorbed the secretary's advice with keen interest, immediately raising his cup in a toast to him. Secretary Yu, delighted that Li Anye took his words to heart, regarded him as a kindred spirit. How could someone who has ascended to the position of secretary in a large commune never have savored exquisite delicacies? Moreover, Secretary Yu is quite the Epicurean himself. Yet the nature of his work has rendered him misunderstood by those around him. Li Anye contemplated inquiring with Shaju upon his return, to see if he could handle the preparation of pork. If so, he would entrust the task to him. The wild boar meat they had just tasted, still bearing traces of fur, was decidedly lacking in flavor. After the meal, Secretary Yu fulfilled his promise, providing Li Anye and another driver with 10 pounds of pork each to take home. Specifically for Li Anye, Secretary Yu had instructed that the layer beneath the wild boar's skin, which contained fat, be included. It is worth noting that wild boars are not akin to domesticated pigs, as they possess predominantly lean meat, with the fat only found in a thin layer beneath the skin. This seemed to be Secretary Yu's special consideration for a kindred spirit. Li Anye and the other driver feigned reluctance before accepting the pork. As they exited, carrying the neatly packaged meat, many villagers observed them, yet none voiced any objections. After all, everyone had witnessed their assistance in transporting the injured earlier, so receiving some pork in return was only fitting. No sooner had Li Anye and the other driver stepped out of the canteen than they were met by the families of the injured, eager to express their gratitude. Villagers brought forth their scarce treasures, chicken eggs, duck eggs, medicinal wine, and insisted on bestowing them upon the two men. Comrade, we are immensely grateful to you today. Without your help, our doggo would have suffered, exclaimed an elderly woman, firmly clasping Li Anye's hand and hanging a bamboo basket filled with eggs onto his arm. That is unnecessary, Li Anye insisted, suspecting that this was Daga's grandmother. What we did was merely our duty. Please keep these for Daga to regain her strength. Absolutely not. The old woman's eyes widened with determination. You must accept this. Otherwise, it would be a slight against us rural folk. Li Anye found himself both amused and perplexed. Madam, truly, it is not needed. Daga even took me to the mountains to see how they hunt wild boars. I cannot accept your generosity. That simply will not do. You have helped our Daga, making you a benefactor to our entire family. You must accept this. Indeed, and I, too, urge you to accept, comrade. Otherwise, we would feel guilty. Amidst the crowd's fervent insistence, Li Anye observed that the other driver received similar treatment, prompting a wave of emotion within him. These wonderful people. Ultimately, Li Anye accepted only half of the offerings, urging the villagers to take the remainder home for their injured family members, explaining that he could not carry too much due to the need to transport pork for the factory. Only then did the enthusiastic villagers relent. However, when the crowd had mostly dispersed, Daga's grandmother returned, unceremoniously placing the eggs back into Li Anye's basket before briskly departing without a backward glance. This spirited old woman left Li Anye chuckling in disbelief, watching her swift figure vanish into the distance. Chapter 39. Returning to the city of 49 in the evening. Wang Jianmin, appearing fatigued, rode back to the commune on a villager's bicycle. Master Zheng had been knocked over by a wild boar, sustaining some internal bleeding but otherwise remaining relatively unharmed. He would, however, need to be hospitalized for observation and proper recuperation, precluding his return to the city of 49 with Li Anye and the others. Master Zheng's family had been notified and were en route to the city hospital. Fortunately, the factory had temporarily assigned a driver who was expected to arrive by train the following afternoon. At that time, villagers would be needed to assist in the pickup. Wang Jianmin had already dined before his return. After exchanging a few words with Li Anye, he retired to his room for a deep slumber. Thankfully, Li Anye had already coordinated with Secretary Yu to secure the largest 3 wild boars, the largest weighing in at 280 pounds, a magnificent boar indeed. Secretary Yu, understanding their plight, permitted Wang Jianmin to settle the payment for the boar in his office the next day. And the 2 additional pigs they had previously agreed upon were also prepared, one weighing 150 pounds and the other 120 pounds. Additionally, Li Anye received a bonus of 10 pounds of pork, which he did not keep to himself, informing Wang Jianmin of the matter. After all, Li Anye was still unfamiliar with the unspoken rules of society, and it was prudent to keep the leaders informed. However, Wang Jianmin insisted that Li Anye should keep the 10 pounds of pork, as it rightfully constituted Li Anye's earned reward. After all, had it not been for Li Anye and another driver, the commune would still be grappling with transporting the injured. The next day, Wang Jianmin accompanied Li Anye to Secretary Yu to settle the payment, which only included the amount for the small wild boar they intended to retain, as the remaining sum was substantial and Wang Jianmin had not brought such an amount. According to regulations, any amount exceeding 50 must be transferred directly between the steel factory and the commune. This was a matter of financial protocol between the 2 entities and did not fall under the purview of the procurement staff. After presenting the receipt from the steel factory to Secretary Yu and noting the commune's account details, they merely awaited the factory's transfer. In this era, public transactions were beyond reproach, allowing the 2 to await the arrival of the temporarily assigned driver in the afternoon, at which point they could depart from the commune. Meat was a precious commodity, necessitating immediate transport back to the factory. The final pig weighed a total of 120 pounds, and at a purchase price of 78 cents per pound, Wang Jianmin paid a total of 93 yuan and 60 cents. The pure meat weighed 98 pounds. The remaining blood and innards were evenly divided between Wang Jianmin and Li Anye. Wang Jianmin took 55 pounds of pork, which included a pig's head, leaving Li Anye with 44 pounds of pure meat, along with half of the innards and blood. The blood had already coagulated into solid blocks, ready to be cooked upon their return. Ultimately, Wang Jianmin calculated the monetary equivalent of Li Anye's share and refunded him 17 yuan. Initially, Li Anye felt that the commune had generously provided him with an extra 10 pounds of meat and considered sharing some of the meat with Wang Jianmin. However, Wang Jianmin declined, asserting that while they maintained a superior subordinate relationship, financial matters must remain clear and transparent, emphasizing that Li Anye's contributions during this trip were truly exceptional. Wang Jianmin, with a look of trepidation, patted Li Anye on the shoulder. To be honest, had you not driven Master Zheng to the hospital in time, I would have been at a loss to navigate the transportation department as hurdles. Now that we are out together, let us forge a camaraderie. Feel free to take your share of the meat without any thought of honoring me. With such earnest words from Wang Jianmin, Li Anye accepted his rightful portion of meat with a sense of relief. In the afternoon, the driver, who had been dispatched at the last minute, arrived at the commune. Li Anye and Wang Jianmin each retrieved 1.5 kilograms of meat and 2 kilograms of offal, which they handed to the driver. After all, the extra pork they had procured was substantial, and it was impossible to conceal it from the driver. These items served not only as a token of appreciation for the driver's efforts, but also bore a hint of a hush money connotation. Those in the driving profession often accompany procurement staff on their errands, so such situations were hardly unusual. The driver accepted the goods with a cheerful demeanor. Next, the driver took the two men to visit Master Zhong at the city hospital. By the time they arrived, night had fallen. Ordinarily, visiting patients at such an hour would be frowned upon, yet the urgency of their schedule left little room for such considerations. Li Anye and Wang Jianmin each brought along 2 kilograms of prime meat for Master Zhong. Upon entering the ward, they found Jing's wife already attending to him. They presented the wild boar meat to her while expressing their condolences. After all, Master Zhong had sustained his injuries during this business trip, and it was only fitting that they extend their support. This gesture would ensure that the transportation department would not evade their responsibilities in future procurement tasks. With so many vehicles utilized by the factory, it would reflect poorly if a driver were injured while accompanying them. Once they had offered their sympathies to Master Zhong, the two men returned to the vehicle and set off towards the capital. It was well past midnight when they finally arrived in the city. Given the considerable amount of private goods they had transported, the driver first took them to the courtyard where Li Anye resided, allowing him to unload his share of the pork while the vehicle waited at the alley entrance. Li Anye retrieved the meat and a bucket of pig's blood from the back of the vehicle, followed by a bucket of offal. The courtyard gate was still unlocked, likely due to instructions from Wang Jianmin, who had anticipated Li Anye's return from the telegram he sent. As Li Anye stealthily carried his items back to his room, he glanced at the door and, after a moment's contemplation, decided against locking it. After all, everyone else left their doors unlocked. His locking it would seem suspicious. The driver then proceeded to park the vehicle beneath Wang Jianmin's residence, which was located in a building allocated to the steel factory's staff, primarily housing some of the factory's leaders. After helping Wang Jianmin carry his belongings upstairs, Li Anye couldn't help but feel envious of the living conditions, particularly because Wang Jianmin had a private restroom. The thought of the communal toilet in his courtyard made Li Anye feel quite queasy, yet as a grown man, he had no intention of using a urinal. He wondered when he might be fortunate enough to be assigned an apartment of his own. Wang Jianmin discerned Li Anye's subtle intentions and, with a smile, patted him on the shoulder, his voice resonating with authority as he remarked, "When you reach the rank of a department head, you might just be allocated a modest apartment." Li Anye mentally calculated his current ranking, which stood at level 26. Even a mere clerk occupied level 19, while a department head was at level 16, leaving a substantial gap of 10 levels. A wave of disappointment washed over him, as he found himself contemplating more practical matters, such as how to secure a private restroom within the courtyard. The possibility of bathing in the courtyard seemed a distant dream, for although the residence was connected to a water supply, it only provided cold water, necessitating a trip to the public bath for a proper wash. Chapter 40. Wild boar meat and neighborhood issues. The two climbed back into the vehicle, and upon arrival at the factory gate, they were halted by the on-duty security personnel. In a buoyant mood, likely due to the ample wild boar meat he had procured, Wang Jianmin casually handed over a half-finished pack of cigarettes to the guard. The guard, accepting the offering, nodded and stepped aside with a deferential demeanor. "Take care, leader," Li Anye observed Wang Jianmin, reflecting on how even a section chief was not exempt from the whims of petty obstacles. Within the factory, both the logistics department and the finance office had personnel on night duty, allowing Wang Jianmin and Li Anye to navigate the necessary procedures without hindrance. However, the sheer volume of wild boar meat they had brought back delayed them until dawn to complete all formalities. Time to head home and rest, Wang Jianmin sighed, gazing at the foggy morning sky. Today we have a holiday, so there is no need to take attendance. Li Anye, having spent the night awake, was relying on cigarettes to maintain his composure and nodded weakly in agreement. Yet, Wang Jianmin's next words invigorated him. "I'll share the procurement amount from this wild boar. Consider your purchasing task completed for the month. No need to go out to the countryside." "Excellent, Chief," Li Anye responded with a beaming smile. After bidding farewell to Wang Jianmin at the factory gate, Li Anye made his way back to the courtyard, as his bicycle remained inside. Upon returning, he found that everyone was just beginning to rise, queuing at the communal water tap to wash up. After greeting acquaintances, he returned to his room, only to be engulfed by the strong odor of wild boar innards, which proved quite overwhelming. Sleep was not an option yet. He needed to wait until everyone departed for work before he could shift the pork to a less obtrusive location. Thus, he ventured to Zhonghai's quarters, where Zhonghai was already awake. His wife had prepared warm water for him to wash his face and was currently in the inner room attending to her own grooming. Upon seeing Li Anye return, the elderly couple could hardly conceal their delight. Li Anye recounted the details of his recent business trip. However, when Zhonghai heard that Li Anye had brought back a significant quantity of pork, his brow furrowed tightly. It was only when he learned that Li Anye had shared an entire wild boar with their section chief that his expression softened somewhat. "Anye, do you think this could lead to any complications?" Zhonghai still harbored some reservations. Li Anye waved his hand dismissively at Zhonghai, stating that he had already consulted their department head and that everyone was engaging in such practices. The factory was understanding of the hardships faced by procurement officers, thus generally refraining from inquiring into these matters. His assertion bore truth. Otherwise, how could procurement officers be counted among the 8 significant roles alongside film projectionists? Previously, Li Anye had harbored doubts, for it was evident from his time in the countryside that he and Damao were hardly treated on the same level. However, today Li Anye finally grasped the reason behind the procurement officer's esteemed status as one of the 8. They commenced operations on a grand scale. Even if Damao were to screen free films in the village, the villagers could hardly present him with an entire wild boar in return. Well, as long as you are aware, that suffices. Since Zhonghai resolved his pension issues, he had adopted a more laid-back attitude, often avoiding involvement in the affairs of the courtyard. "Aunt, could you invite Xiaozu over tonight to prepare us some wild boar meat?" Li Anye playfully winked at Aunt Da. She chuckled and playfully struck him. All right, I know you are coveting it." Zhonghai lit a cigarette, pondering the abundance of meat. It would likely be hard to conceal from the neighbors. Perhaps we should distribute some to each household, lest they speak ill behind our backs. Li Anye contemplated this for a moment, acknowledging the validity of the concern. "Uncle, while we must publicly claim it was a gift from the villagers, we did indeed purchase this meat at a cost. If we were to share with each household..." Zhonghai fell silent, realizing that the meat was indeed purchased with their own money, akin to giving away their resources. "How about this? Let's invite 3 elders and the deaf old lady over for dinner tonight," he suggested. It was not that Li Anye was stingy. Had the meat been a windfall, it would be appropriate to share with every household, given the close-knit nature of community relationships in these times. However, since the meat was bought with hard-earned money, he felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of distributing it. Zhonghai took a deep drag of his cigarette, conceding. "All right, let's proceed with that plan. In the future, whenever we dine on meat, we can invite the deaf old lady over, as long as she is present. The gossip from the courtyard should not pose a problem." Li Anye noted that Zhonghai still harbored some concerns. He too felt a sense of unease, knowing that the neighbors would surely notice their family feasting on meat every meal. In this era, personal reputation held significant weight, especially with the winds of change likely to blow in the coming years. Maintaining amicable neighborly relations was crucial. "How about this, Uncle? I brought back a bucket of pig's blood. Let's have Aunt cook it and share a small portion with each household as a gesture of goodwill." Li Anye had received a generous amount of pig's blood, estimating that each family in the courtyard could receive a small piece, leaving his own household with a decent remainder. Moreover, unlike entrails and meat, which required freshness for optimal taste, such a large quantity of pig's blood would be more than sufficient for just the 3 of them, even with the deaf old lady included. Upon hearing Li Anye's suggestion, Zhonghai's brow finally relaxed, and a smile graced his face. "All right, let us proceed with that plan." He slapped his thigh, seemingly lamenting Li Anye's cleverness. "You haven't slept all night. Wait until you wake up to share it with everyone. I'll have your aunt cut it up for you." "All right." With this remark from Zhonghai, Li Anye indeed started to feel drowsy. At that moment, everyone gradually began to head to work. After Zhonghai assisted Li Anye in moving some items to the small kitchen, he leisurely made his way to work. Li Anye opened the door to let some of the room's odor escape before closing it again to allow the temperature inside to rise slightly, then collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. He slept straight through until the afternoon. A kind aunt, feeling pity for his sleepless night, refrained from waking him for lunch, but the meal was kept warm on the stove, ready for him as soon as he got up. After satisfying his hunger, Li Anye took the pig's blood that the aunt had prepared and set out to deliver it from door to door. While most of the people in the yard had gone to work, there were still family members left at home, so there was no worry about finding someone there. Li Anye first arrived at the home of the third uncle in the central courtyard. When the third aunt opened the door and saw him carrying a bucket of pig's blood, her jaw dropped in astonishment. As he placed a small piece of pig's blood into her hand, she was still trying to comprehend the situation. Third aunt, this is wild boar blood sent by my relatives from my business trip, just for you to taste. It was only then that the third aunt regained her composure and began to beam, praising Li Anye for his thoughtfulness. All right, third aunt, I must continue to the next household. With a cheerful smile, Li Anye bid farewell to the third aunt and knocked on the next door. Upon reaching the Jia family's main courtyard, it was Jia Zhongshi who answered the door. Xiaodang and Bang Geng were at school, leaving only Jia Zhongshi at home with Huayhua. When she saw Li Anye carrying a large bucket of pig's blood, her eyes sparkled with excitement. What have you brought? Li Anye repeated his previous explanation and handed her a small piece of pig's blood. His impression of Jia Zhongshi was not very favorable. And just as he was about to leave after delivering the pig's blood, she suddenly pulled him back. Hey, you still have so much left in your bucket. Could you spare us a few more pieces? You know our family has many mouths to feed. Li Anye took a step back, creating distance between them, causing Jia Zhongshi's hand, which had grabbed his clothing, to naturally loosen. Aunt Jia, everyone's family is large. Even the third uncle's family with 4 children only received 1 piece. Yet Jia Zhongshi persisted, stepping forward with outstretched arms to block his path. I don't care. Our family is struggling. You still have a whole bucket. Can't you give us a few more pieces? And don't forget about Shaju's family. I'll take some to him tonight. Her demeanor suggested that she would not let him go unless he complied. Would she truly return the pig's blood meant for Shaju if it ended up in her hands? Li Anye was not inclined to indulge Jia Zhongshi. In the original story, she was the person he disliked the most, followed by Bang Geng, and then Qin Huairu. However, he is merely a young lad, and cannot openly contend with the elderly matriarch of the Jia family. Aunt, come quickly. The old lady of the Jia family has stopped me. Li Anye shouted from the courtyard, prompting a stout woman to emerge, brandishing a kitchen knife. Who dares to impede my nephew? Upon seeing the formidable demeanor of the stout woman, Jia Zhongshi faltered slightly, and seizing the opportunity, Li Anye nimbly escaped the confines of the Jia household. Aunt, the old lady of the Jia family insists that I give her more pig's blood, otherwise she won't allow me to leave. With the stout woman now present, Li Anye promptly lodged his complaint with fervor. The commotion attracted the attention of the residents from both the courtyard and the main house, including those who had received pig's blood and others who were patiently waiting at home. They all began to reproach Jia Zhongshi. The stout woman, hands on hips and knife pointed at Jia Zhongshi, vociferously scolded, Sister, we call you that out of respect, yet you take advantage of your age to bully our Anya? He kindly came to deliver pig's blood, yet you treat him so unjustly. Others chimed in, as they were reluctant to bite the hand that fed them. Jia Zhongshi, aware that her recent actions were not commendable, nevertheless retorted defiantly, How have I bullied him? He is such a large fellow. How could I possibly bully him? With that, she stormed back inside, appearing quite irate, yet the tender pig's blood in her hand remained unscathed. Upon seeing Jia Zhongshi retreat into her house, those who had not received pig's blood hurriedly dashed home, awaiting Li Anye's return with the delivery. Meanwhile, those who had received their share stood in the courtyard, chatting amiably with the stout woman. Most praised her good fortune, extolling her nephew's filial piety and remarkable capability, which had quickly rendered her somewhat disoriented with delight. As Li Anye continued his rounds delivering pig's blood, he discovered that no one was home at Su Damao's residence. After inquiring with the neighbor, Damao, he learned that Lu Shaoyi had gone to visit her family early that morning. Thus, he was left empty-handed and resolved to return later that evening when Su Damao would be back. After making his rounds, he found that only Su Damao and Shaju had yet to receive their deliveries. Li Anye returned home with the bucket, which still contained a good portion of pig's blood, ample enough for several days of soup. That evening, Zhonghai returned from work, and the stout woman invited Shaju and 2 uncles who had just come home. The 2 uncles, knowing there was wild boar meat to be enjoyed, were overjoyed. Upon hearing that Li Anye had also brought a small piece of pig's blood, they could hardly contain their excitement and quickly made excuses to head home. The 3rd uncle informed his wife that the pig's blood could not be cooked until the following evening when he would be dining at home, so it needed to be portioned out appropriately. The 2nd uncle took it a step further, warning his 2 sons that the piece of pig's blood had nothing to do with them and should be saved for his drinking that night. Upon hearing about the wild boar meat, Shaju was instantly intrigued, as he was familiar with its preparation, though opportunities to enjoy wild boar were indeed rare. Upon hearing that Shaju could handle wild boar meat, Li Anye felt a sense of relief. He feared that Shaju might not possess the requisite skills, and in such a case, he would be at a loss as to where to find a chef capable of preparing wild boar. Typically, when inviting a chef for a meal at home, it is customary to offer some ingredients for them to take back. Li Anye, without much thought, knew that he would have to give something to Shaju. Ultimately, Shaju would not get to taste it himself, as it would all end up in the mouths of others. Consequently, he conferred with Zhonghai and decided against sending meat back with Shaju, opting instead to have Shaju dine at home. Shaju, upon hearing this, felt quite pleased, as he knew he wouldn't be able to take any pork back for himself. He decided to give the pig's blood to the Jia family and thought it would be a delightful opportunity to savor wild boar meat, which he had seldom tasted before. Wild boar meat requires braising. It cannot be stir-fried like ordinary pork. Braising effectively eliminates the gamey odor of the meat. Although the issue of the coarse hair can only be addressed by singeing it, for the bristles of wild boars are exceedingly tough, Shaju busily occupied himself in the kitchen, chopping meat and simmering the braising liquid. Once the prepared meat was submerged in the broth, the enticing aroma of wild boar wafted through the air. Although the others in the courtyard were tempted, they refrained from voicing their desires, as they were all already served pig's blood that Li Anye had brought earlier. No matter how enticing the scent of the meat, no one could find fault with Li Anye. However, one person was an exception. Jia Zhashir was venting her frustrations to Qin Huairu about the events that had transpired earlier that day. That rascal is quite audacious. Before I could even react, he called for his aunt. Since Qin Huairu's midnight visit to Li Anye's home, her feelings toward him had grown complicated. When Jia Zhangshi mentioned Li Anye, it stirred a whirlwind of emotions within her, causing her to remain silent and not engage with Jia Zhangshi. Noticing Qin Huairu's distracted expression, Jia Zhangshi kicked her sharply under the table. "I'm speaking to you. You better make sure to bring back the meat that Shaju will return with. My precious grandson is eagerly awaiting his share." As she spoke, Jia Zhangshi affectionately pinched Bongging's cheek. "Isn't that right?" Bongging, smacking his lips, nodded eagerly, believing that agreeing with his grandmother would ensure he got to eat the meat. As the meal neared completion, a woman in Zhonghai went to fetch the hard-of-hearing elderly lady. Once the dishes were served, Li Anye patiently waited for the elders to begin before eagerly taking a generous portion of the braised meat for himself. Shaju had cooked the meat until it was tender, and the braising liquid was exquisitely balanced, bringing out the fresh and savory flavors of the wild boar. Li Anye found himself unable to stop eating. Indeed, Shaju was exceptional. The mediocre chefs from the Beitai commune could not compare to him. After several hearty bites of wild boar, the elder men raised their glasses, engaging in a convivial exchange. Shaju and Li Anye shared several drinks. Dining at home felt more relaxed than socializing outside. Li Anye did not hold back, joyfully accompanying Shaju in drinking and savoring the braised meat, reveling in the moment. After the gathering dispersed, an elderly woman handed the bowl of pig's blood to Shaju. Initially, he hesitated to accept it, feeling somewhat embarrassed after having feasted on so much wild boar meat. He had anticipated that the elderly man's household would not provide much in terms of meat, but was left astounded by the generous portion when it came time to cook. At this moment, he felt too shy to accept this piece of pig's blood. However, the elderly woman insisted that every household had some to spare, and Shaju could not refuse. Reluctantly, he accepted it. Yet, as soon as he stepped out of the elderly woman's house, Qin Huairu whisked away the bowl along with the pig's blood. The bowl belonged to the elderly woman, a fact that Shaju noted. He burped lightly, saying, "I'll wash it and return it to you later." But Qin Huairu felt too embarrassed to return the bowl to the elderly man's home. Despite being the one responsible for the act, she was a woman of considerable pride. After indulging in a hearty meal, Li Anye returned to his room after delivering the pig's blood to Su Damao's family. He had expected to sleep until the afternoon, but found himself unable to do so at that moment. However, aided by the pleasant haze of inebriation, he soon fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, as he enjoyed breakfast, he reminisced about the flavor of the braised meat from the previous night. Yet, the elderly woman insisted that such greasy food was not suitable for early morning consumption and refused to bring the leftover braised meat to the table. Li Anye could only wait until evening to savor the taste once more. At noon, while queuing for food in the cafeteria, Li Anye observed Qin Huairu and Su Damao playfully tugging at each other in line. It seemed likely that Qin Huairu had taken full advantage of Su Damao. the lecherous man. However, given Su Damao's shrewd nature, it was doubtful that she would gain any significant benefit from him. Otherwise, he would not allow her to benefit so freely. In the original storyline, Qin Huairu had undergone a sterilization procedure after giving birth to Huaiwa. It struck Li Anye as odd that she would seek such a procedure after losing her husband, Jia Dongxiu. This thought sent a shiver down his spine. Oh, Shaju, he pondered, what is it that you truly seek? At this point, Yuzhu had taken on the image of a man wearing a large green hat in Li Anye's mind. When he returned to the courtyard after work, the elderly woman awaited him with a smile. Upon seeing Li Anye push his bicycle through the gate, she mysteriously tugged at his arm, urging him to take a look at his room. Upon opening the door, he discovered several new pieces of furniture. He had to admit that the carpenter's craftsmanship was impressive. The furniture appeared far more attractive than the sketches in the catalog. Unlike in later times, where reference images served merely as suggestions while the actual items fell short of expectations, the carpenter's sketches were indeed pleasing and the finished products were even more beautiful. As Li Anye surveyed his room, he finally felt a sense of home. He no longer had to store his clothes in a large wooden box, which brought him great joy. The elderly woman assisted him in transferring his clothes from the wooden box to the newly crafted low wardrobe. A few more items are needed. We shall take our time finding them. Zhonghai smiled warmly, offering high praise for the furniture in Li Anye's room. During dinner, the deaf old lady also joined them. Zhonghai, Li Anye, and the old lady enjoyed a drink together, primarily indulging in the wild boar meat on the table. There was still a considerable amount of the marinade left from the last batch that Shaju had prepared, allowing them to savor plenty of wild boar meat. Although the new year had not yet arrived, the atmosphere in the house already felt festive. As the month flew by, Li Anye received half of his salary and promptly went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy 2 large Qianmen cigarettes as a gesture of respect for Zhonghai. Uncle, since it's the new year, let's treat ourselves to something nice, Li Anye said with a cheerful smile, placing the 2 packs on the table in the main room. Zhonghai feigned disapproval, questioning the expenditure, yet his expression revealed his delight. What is the point of earning money if not to honor my uncle and aunt? Li Anye remarked, pulling out a bottle of Shanghai brand moisturizing cream and offering it to Auntie. Auntie, apply some of this cream in winter to prevent your face from cracking. Auntie, delighted with the gift, chuckled. Why are you buying such things for an old woman like me? It's suitable for both young girls and you, Li Anye replied, flashing a bright smile. Besides, it is only right for a nephew to show gratitude to his uncle and aunt. Hearing this, the couple felt immense warmth in their hearts. Observing how Li Anye rushed to buy gifts with his first paycheck, they couldn't help but ponder that if they had a son, he would likely be just like him. On the weekend, Li Anye fulfilled his promise by taking Zhonghai and Andy to Courtyard for roast duck with his first salary. Although the wild boar meat at home remained uneaten, they enjoyed the duck, with Auntie exclaiming that their lives felt more prosperous than during the new year. After receiving his half-month salary of 16.5 yuan, deducting the 6.5 yuan for the 2 packs of Qianmen cigarettes, 1.3 yuan for Annie's cream, and 5.1 yuan spent at Courtyard, Li Anye was left with 3.6 yuan, coupled with the 20 yuan returned by Wang Jianmin. He barely managed to gather a little over 20 yuan. However, upon returning home from Courtyard, Annie promptly handed him 5 large bills, encouraging him to buy whatever he liked during his next shopping trip without worrying about Zhonghai's finances. Li Anye graciously accepted, as his cash was running low, and he would need to cover the procurement expenses for next month in advance. Since returning from his business trip this month, Li Anye had mostly been reading in the office and chatting with colleagues to pass the time. As the month drew to a close, the diligent procurement staff had completed half of their tasks ahead of schedule, making it a relatively relaxed time for the purchasing department. However, starting next month, Li Anye would be taking the introduction letter from Sango village to procure supplies in the neighboring town. Chapter 43. The innocent Qingjingru Li Anye, brimming with energy, rode his bicycle with Zhonghai to the factory, adorned with a scarf knitted by Auntie, which was secured with a string connecting 2 thick leather gloves. He had also swapped his leather shoes for a pair of suede cotton shoes, as the city of Sijio seemed to have frozen overnight, making his leather shoes no longer suitable. These suede cotton shoes possess a layered sole, each stitch imbued with the heartfelt affection of a devoted aunt. Today marks New Year's Day, and if Li Anye achieves his procurement target this month, he shall receive an entire month's salary. Moreover, just yesterday, Wang Jianmin engaged him in conversation, revealing that Master Zheng had returned and lauded Li Anye's efforts at the factory. It is anticipated that after the new year, upon resuming work, Li Anye will be promoted to a permanent position. Upon hearing this news, Li Anye felt a surge of joy mingled with considerable pressure. For it is known that a level 7 procurement officer's monthly target has escalated to 80 yuan. Currently, he possesses but a single procurement point, indicating that the upcoming month will demand considerable effort. He must establish several additional points to alleviate the burden in the year to come. As Li Anye pedaled through the streets of the bustling capital, he observed slogans adorning every corner, bidding farewell to 1964 and welcoming 1965. Upon arriving at the office, after marking his attendance, he tucked an introduction letter into his pocket and proceeded towards Qingjia village adjacent to Sangha village. Upon seeing Qingjia village, he momentarily speculated whether it might be the ancestral home of Qin Huairu. If so, he might just encounter the illustrious Qin Jingru. This young lady, indeed, shares her sister's striking beauty, albeit with a somewhat naive disposition, perhaps influenced by her sister's marriage to a city dweller. She too seemed eager to escape to the urban life, which might explain her readiness to be swept away by Damao. Upon his arrival at Qingjia village, Li Anye noticed several children frolicking at the village entrance. He halted his bicycle, feigning a search in his pockets, and produced candies from his space, distributing one to each child. The moment the children received their treats, their initial wariness of the stranger dissipated, and it seemed they would obediently follow him should he beckon. Fortunately, during this era, public safety was commendable, alleviating fears of abduction. The populace exhibited zero tolerance for wrongdoing, and any malefactor discovered would be met with collective resistance. The children led Li Anye to the home of the village secretary, where he presented his introduction letter along with a pack of Detention cigarettes as a token of goodwill. Since he was in the secretary's residence, devoid of outsiders, he felt no need for discretion and openly offered the cigarettes. Given the familiar introduction, there was no cause for concern. Initially, the village secretary scrutinized the introduction letter with a furrowed brow, but upon receiving the cigarettes, his expression transformed into one of delight, and he instructed his wife to notify the village of their need to exchange goods. As the year draws to a close, the village still possesses a considerable stock of cornmeal, which he could take back if he did not mind. Li Anye, intrigued, inquired about the quantity. Approximately 50 to 60 pounds, came the reply. I'll take it. Although cornmeal is somewhat heavy, it does not occupy as much space as cabbages do. The capacity of a bicycle is limited, making cornmeal an excellent choice for procurement. However, 50 to 60 pounds of cornmeal is indeed quite substantial. Nevertheless, Li Anye was undeterred, planning to transport it in 2 trips and discreetly carry some in his space, thus making the ride less arduous. Very well. I shall retrieve it from the warehouse for you. Li Anye followed the village secretary to the production team's office, where villagers had already formed a long queue outside. In this era, anyone wishing to venture out needed a letter of introduction, which was not easily obtained. Therefore, upon hearing that a buyer had arrived in the village, the locals eagerly brought out their preserved goods, such as egg noodles, to exchange for money in preparation for the new year. Amidst the crowd, Li Anye effortlessly spotted a charming young girl with 2 playful pigtails, standing out like a crane among chickens. It was evident that Zhonghai was indeed the hometown of Qin Huairu, and upon seeing Qin Jingru, Li Anye's thoughts were confirmed. Coincidentally, Damao was screening a film in the neighboring Sangha village, yet he had not encountered Qin Jingru. However, upon reflection, had they met, it was possible that Qin Jingru might have been abducted then, leaving no chance for her to go on a blind date later. After all, the girl's intellect was not particularly elevated. Having resolved to make 2 trips, Li Anye felt confident as he began his purchases. When it was Qin Jingru's turn, she approached with 2 plump, vibrant radishes, which were certainly of higher quality than the millet and eggs presented by other villagers. It seemed that her family's situation was not particularly favorable. Li Anye, eyeing the fresh radishes, felt a twinge of desire and proceeded to acquire them at the established price. With admiration in her eyes, Qin Jingru leaned closer and inquired, "Comrade, may I ask you something?" Li Anye glanced at her, gesturing for her to stand beside him, so as not to obstruct the others waiting to sell their goods. "What is it? Is life in the city truly wonderful?" Qin Jingru blinked her large, glistening eyes at him. Li Anye chuckled softly, "It's not too bad. My sister says life in the city is great. She married a city dweller, and I aspire to do the same." Qin Jingru expressed with a longing gaze, suppressing a smile. Li Anye noted that Qin Huairu had instilled both dignity and confidence in her sister. "Is that so? I wish you luck in finding a good family." Though Qin Jingru was strikingly beautiful, Li Anye perceived her lack of intelligence, and it seemed somewhat unfortunate for such a girl to be with Damao. However, be wary. For men in the city can be quite deceitful, often preying on naive girls like you. Keep your eyes wide open, he cautioned. Qing giggled at his remark. What kind of naive girl am I? The surrounding villagers, noticing Qing monopolizing the buyer's attention and hindering their transactions, chimed in. Jingru, why not wait until the comrade is finished before asking about city life? Yes, we are all waiting here. Upon hearing this, Qing pouted, displaying her discontent. Yet she obediently stepped back. Comrade, I shall return once you are done. Li Anye shook his head with a smile. Reflecting on how the original Qing appeared somewhat materialistic, but it seemed that her innocence had been preserved, possibly influenced by what Qin had shared with her upon arriving in the city. At this moment, the young girl still radiated a sense of Navi charm. After completing his tasks, Li Anye calculated that he had earned a mere 8 yuan from 60 jin of cornmeal. And when combined with the assortment of miscellaneous foodstuffs he acquired from the villagers, his total procurement for the day reached 13 yuan. However, he would need to make 2 trips to transport everything back to the factory. Chapter 44. A letter from Secretary Yu. As Li Anye loaded his bicycle, Qing eagerly approached to assist him. Observing her expectant expression, he felt compelled to advise her that city dwellers place great importance on reputation. Therefore, if Qing aspired to marry into the city, she must be particularly mindful of her conduct. Especially, she must avoid any entanglements with married men, otherwise, even if she were to marry in the city, her life would be fraught with difficulties. Fearing that Qing might once again be easily swayed by Su Damao, Li Anye recounted several modern tales of original wives and mistresses, successfully alarming the young girl. Satisfied with having frightened her, he mounted his bicycle and returned to the city. Along the way, noticing no one around, he discreetly stowed the heaviest cornmeal into his storage space, significantly lightening his bicycle's load. Upon returning to Sijio City, Li Anye first completed the necessary paperwork for the initial batch of goods before cycling back to Zhonghai for the second haul. He stored the items in the village secretary's office, feeling assured they would not be stolen. As the day neared its end, he finally finished the paperwork for the second batch. Watching the factory workers exit the workshop towards the gates, Li Anye decided against returning to the office and directly made his way to Zhonghai's residence, returning to the courtyard. That evening, the fragrant aroma of braised meat wafted from Zhonghai's home, enticing the children in the courtyard to brave the cold and perch at the doorstep with their bowls, eager to savor the meats and accompanying their meals. The adults, as long as the children stayed away from Zhonghai's door, turned a blind eye to the situation. Even as they themselves felt tempted, let alone the children. Bongging pushed his bowl of porridge aside, declaring, I want to eat meat too. Qin had picked up her ration from the street office that day, so instead of the usual watery rice soup at the month's end, they were having a thicker porridge. Yet, Bongging remained dissatisfied, pouting, why can they have meat every day? Qin shot Bongging a glare, replying, if you want meat, then you should become someone else's son, then you could eat it daily. Realizing his mother was upset, Bongging felt a twinge of regret but remained stubbornly sulking in his seat. Jia Zhangshi, feeling for Bongging, chastised Qin. Is this how you act as a mother? The child merely wishes for a morsel of meat, and you respond with such harshness? Fool Zhu hasn't delivered meat or vegetables in ages. Has he been secretly consuming them in the canteen? Mother, fool Zhu can't procure meat every day, Qin replied, her patience wearing thin with her mother-in-law's incessant complaints. Moreover, Bongging had only had pig blood soup that morning. Now he was clamoring for meat. As she was well aware of their family situation, due to Qin household registration being swapped with Jia Doshu's quota at the factory, she only converted to an urban household after the birth of her 3 children, who were all born while she still held a rural status. Consequently, she must wait until her children graduate from junior high school before the street office can process their transition to urban registration. Thus, she is the only one in the family with a fixed ration, and by the end of the month, she may find herself without even the means to afford rice soup. How dare Jia Zhangshi casually remark on a child's desire for meat? This sentiment did not escape Qin, who received a dismissive glance from Jia Zhangshi, who feigned understanding of her struggles. Yet, deep down, Jia Zhangshi felt no sympathy for Qin, especially knowing that this daughter-in-law could easily exchange flirtations with men for 2 steamed buns. The following day, as Li Anye was heading to work, he was halted by a security guard at the entrance. Puzzled, he wondered why he was being stopped. As he was not returning from procurement, the guard, upon recognizing him, greeted him with a smile and informed him that there was a letter for him in the reception room. Curiosity piqued, Li Anye followed the guard to the reception area, where he received the letter addressed to him from the Beitai commune. He surmised that it must be from Secretary Yu, with whom he had previously discussed various culinary delights. He felt fortunate to have encountered someone with such a refined palate in this era, fostering a sense of camaraderie between them. After sharing a cigarette with the guard, Li Anye returned to his office, eager to open the letter. To his delight, the letter revealed that several pigs raised by the Beitai commune were ready for slaughter. In addition to supplying 3 pigs for the urban factory, the commune had reserved a few for the upcoming festivities, ensuring that every household would receive a share of the pork. However, the commune had recently dealt with a surplus of wild boars, and many villagers opted to exchange their pork shares for cash, as they already had ample wild boar meat at home. Secretary Yu, upon learning of this situation from the village committee, promptly wrote to Li Anye, urging him to set off upon receiving the letter, as he could afford to wait for 2 days before the pigs were slaughtered. Upon reading the letter, Li Anye's excitement was palpable, yet it soon waned. To borrow a vehicle and driver from the transportation department, he would need to submit an application at least 10 days in advance, and approval was not guaranteed. Given his current lack of status, the pigs at Beitai commune are on the verge of being slaughtered, and the transport department is certainly not a reliable source for procurement. However, the procurement department permits its personnel to venture beyond the confines of the city to procure goods, actively encouraging such endeavors. Yet, unlike the enthusiasm for business trips, the department only reimburses round-trip travel expenses and only with valid train tickets. Any makeshift transportation from the village, such as carts, is ineligible for reimbursement. The arduous nature of procuring goods from distant locations dissuades most procurement agents from undertaking such tasks. After all, amidst the current climate, skirmishes among young laborers between factories in the city are commonplace, and venturing onto another's territory for procurement could lead to dire consequences if caught. Nevertheless, Li Anye is determined not to let this opportunity slip by. Should he succeed this time, not only would he fulfill his procurement quota for the month, but he might also secure next month's procurement amount upon being confirmed in his position. The excess procurement beyond departmental expectations can be carried over to the following months, though it is capped at a maximum of 3 months. Chapter 45. What are you staring at? Li Anye arrived at Wang Jiamin's office to discuss the correspondence from Beitai commune. Initially, Wang Jiamin appeared quite intrigued, but his interest waned upon hearing that Secretary Yu had only sanctioned the acquisition of the villagers' unwanted quotas. To be honest, very few people are willing to trade pork for money these days, Wang Jiamin remarked with a skeptical expression. Don't worry, Section Chief. Consider it a chance for me to gain experience. Could you kindly provide me with an introduction letter? Li Anye requested. Wang Jiamin nodded, affirming, no problem. But you must exercise caution while on this business trip. Procuring outside the city is not the same as operating within its periphery. Rest assured, Section Chief. I will be careful, Li Anye assured him. Wang Jiamin, without hesitation, issued Li Anye an introduction letter for purchasing train tickets, another for the guest house, and additionally provided him with 3 blank introduction letters. These blank letters are for emergencies. Do not misuse them, or it may reflect poorly on me as well, he cautioned as he handed over the documents. Have no worries, Li Anye replied with a smile. Wang Jiamin proved to be an excellent leader, considering every detail, even potential unforeseen circumstances during the journey. With the introduction letters in hand, Li Anye hurried back to the courtyard to inform a kind elderly woman about his upcoming business trip to the neighboring city. Although she expressed some concern, she ultimately refrained from further admonitions, simply handing him 30 yuan and urging him to prioritize safety while away. Li Anye placed the introduction letters and a change of personal clothing into his briefcase and headed straight for the train station. Utilizing the introduction letter, he purchased a hard seat ticket to the neighboring city for 60 cents and settled comfortably in the waiting area, awaiting the train's departure in 2 hours. However, much like in later times, the train station was rife with pickpockets, compelling Li Anye to clutch his briefcase tightly to his chest. He had placed some cash and food coupons into his storage space, leaving only a change of clothes in his briefcase. However, he could not afford to be complacent, as he had a particular fondness for that bag. Initially, he intended to exchange some national food coupons at the street office, but time was of the essence, and he feared that he might miss his train if he did so. Regardless, his storage space was stocked with ample bread, beverages, and snacks. He would not starve. At least, as Li Anye waited for the train in a state of boredom, he suddenly noticed a middle-aged man dozing off in the adjacent seat. Meanwhile, A young man clad in a black cotton coat and a gray scarf was stealthily attempting to lift the briefcase from the middle-aged man's lap. The man seemed to be in a deep slumber, his hand merely resting lightly on the bag, which allowed the young thief to extract it with relative ease. Perhaps sensing Li Anye's gaze, the young man turned his head and shot Li Anye a fierce glare, signaling him to mind his own business. Initially, Li Anye had no intention of intervening. After all, who would be foolish enough to fall asleep in a train station? However, the young man's defiant stare irked him. "How dare you steal and then glare at me?" Li Anye sprang to his feet and bellowed, "What are you doing?" The thunderous sound froze the thief in place. In 3 swift strides, Li Anye closed the distance and seized the young man's collar. Standing a full head taller, he lifted the thief off the ground. At that moment, the oblivious middle-aged man awoke to find his briefcase missing. Upon seeing Li Anye and the young man, he quickly grasped the situation, shouting, "There's a thief. Come, catch the thief." He drew the attention of several onlookers, who rushed over and surrounded Li Anye and the thief. Soon, the train station's security personnel arrived and took the thief away. As they departed, one officer inquired where Li Anye worked. After providing an honest answer, the officer said nothing further and left with his colleague, escorting the thief. "Brother, I truly thank you," exclaimed the middle-aged man, cradling his recovered briefcase in one arm while shaking Li Anye's hand vigorously with the other. Li Anye shrugged it off, saying, "No trouble at all. It was just that the thief was too brazen. If the young man had simply stolen quietly and kept to himself, there would have been no issue." Li Anye had a low tolerance for threats. After exchanging pleasantries, they returned to their seats in the waiting hall, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Such scenes were commonplace in train stations, where passengers and thieves coexisted, rendering the event unremarkable. During their conversation, Li Anye learned that the middle-aged man was also headed to 8th Commune, which alleviated Li Anye's concerns about how he would travel to the town after disembarking from the train. "As I succumbed to drowsiness, a kind soul approached with a pillow." This middle-aged gentleman, named Zhonghai, serves as the deputy director of the second workshop at the Hongqing textile factory in the capital. His journey to 8th Commune was to visit his ailing aunt. "Ah, brother Li Anye, if it weren't for you just now, I would have found myself in quite a predicament." Zhonghai's face was etched with anxiety. "My introduction letter and train ticket are all in there. I heard my aunt is unwell, and I came to visit. If I were to lose those, my mother would surely not let me off so easily." Li Anye chuckled. "No worries, it was but a small favor." Upon discovering that Li Anye was also bound for 8th Commune, Zhonghai's enthusiasm surged, exclaiming, "What a stroke of fate!" Li Anye, seeking to cultivate a friendship with Zhonghai, understood the value of connections, especially in these times when fabric ration tickets were scarce. Recently, he had exhausted his own fabric ration in acquiring new clothing, leaving him with none from the years of savings accumulated by his elder relatives. Securing fabric from Zhonghai would enable him to provide new garments for his kin during the upcoming new year. While the pigeon market did sell fabric, it was primarily work cloth, and Li Anye had no inclination to seek that route, for his elder relatives predominantly wore work garments, with only his aunt possessing 2 floral jackets. Thus, he resolved to foster a good relationship with Zhonghai, who, upon learning of Li Anye's position as a procurement officer at the steel mill, entertained his own thoughts. Although Li Anye held a modest rank, procurement officers were regarded as one of the 8 essential roles, and aside from the leadership, only they could enjoy meat meals more frequently. Zhonghai's visit to 8th Commune was also motivated by a letter from his aunt, who mentioned that the commune would slaughter pigs for the new year, prompting him to collect some pork. As soon as his mother received the letter, she promptly sent him off from home. Chapter 46. Old friends and new acquaintances. Once aboard the train, Li Anye and Zhonghai found themselves seated not far apart. Zhonghai generously shared a cigarette with the gentleman beside Li Anye and swapped seats, engaging in lively conversation throughout the journey. Upon disembarking the train, Zhonghai expertly guided Li Anye to the bus heading to 8th Commune, informing him that his aunt would likely be waiting with an ox cart at the town's entrance so that Li Anye could accompany him. Li Anye, thrilled by this unexpected turn of events, had initially braced himself for a long walk to the commune, but this act of kindness was indeed rewarding. After getting off the bus, they spotted a small, elderly man seated behind a large yellow ox, patiently waiting at the town's edge. Zhonghai ushered Li Anye onto the cart. Once settled, Li Anye cautiously broached the topic. "Brother, is there a chance you could procure fabric without the ration tickets?" Zhonghai chuckled. "That is not a challenge at all. I can source any fabric, whether solid or floral." Li Anye pondered for a moment, realizing that as the deputy director of a textile workshop, Zhang Weiman likely did not lack for money. However, understanding Zhang Weiman's intent, Li Anye surmised that he was in need of meat. How about this? Upon my return, I can trade you some pork and eggs for fabric of equivalent value. Zhang Weiman listened in disbelief, exclaiming, "Brother, you seem to be at a disadvantage. In this day and age, though fabric coupons are scarce, the demand for cloth is not particularly high. In the pigeon market, it is the meat and egg coupons that are truly coveted. If one were to make a trade, Li Anye would indeed be at a loss. What disadvantage could there be? You can acquire cloth, and I can obtain meat and eggs. This is merely an equitable exchange." Li Anye, with an air of mystery, handed Zhang Weiman a cigarette and lowered his voice, saying, "This is what we call each having our own strengths." Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiman could not help but burst into laughter. "You, young man, are quite amusing." He had not expected Li Anye, despite his youth, to possess a level of insight surpassing that of many middle-aged individuals. "Then it is settled. I shall provide you with an address shortly, and upon your return, you are welcome to engage in barter whenever you wish." "Agreed," Li Anye replied, flashing a bright smile, his mind already calculating how he would procure a Zhongshan suit for the elderly gentleman in the courtyard to grant the old man a touch of dignity. After all, he was a significant figure in the courtyard, and while wearing labor cloth was acceptable, he deserved to don a Zhongshan suit for the annual gathering to enhance his stature. Moreover, there was the elderly lady, whom Li Anye had genuinely observed. He had only seen her in a floral cotton coat on 2 occasions when they dined out. Otherwise, she refrained from wearing it. After all, labor cloth was the most affordable material, and the jackets made from it were commonly worn, predominantly in deep blue or gray. The two men continued to smoke, even sharing a cigarette with an elderly man guiding an ox cart. Thus, they sat on the cart, engaging in lively conversation until they reached Beidai commune. This journey proved far more arduous than Li Anye's previous visit. Upon arrival, he felt utterly exhausted, as if his bones had been dislocated. The journey involved a myriad of transportation modes: trains, buses, and ox carts, a stark contrast to his last trip when he had been driven directly in a car. After bidding farewell to Zhang Weiman, Li Anye presented an introduction letter at the guest house and secured a double room for 50 cents. A double room cost 1 yuan, but if only one bed was needed, it was merely 50 cents, with the guest house accommodating another guest in the remaining bed. If no other guests were present that day, it was as if he had rented a double room for the price of a single bed. Once settled, Li Anye proceeded to the office of the commune secretary. Upon seeing Li Anye, Secretary Yu's face lit up with joy, his graying hair appearing somewhat darker in his delight. Li Anye pulled 2 packs of Detention cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to Secretary Yu. Although there existed a profound camaraderie between them, Li Anye understood the kindness shown by Secretary Yu in writing to him to facilitate his procurement. Friendship flourishes through mutual exchanges, he thought. Secretary Yu graciously accepted the cigarettes, considering them a gesture of respect from a young friend to an old one. "Indeed, an old friend shows such care for me. It is only proper for a young friend to reciprocate," Li Anye replied with a warm smile. "By the way, the wild boar meat from last time was prepared by our courtyard chef." Li Anye spoke as he retrieved a lunchbox from his bag, which contained wild boar meat marinated in Shaju's special brine. He had specifically asked an elderly woman to prepare it for him before he left. Recalling the delight on Secretary Yu's face the last time they discussed wild boar meat, Li Anye surmised that this gift would surely be his favorite. Indeed, upon seeing the lunchbox in Li Anye's hand, Secretary Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He eagerly accepted the box, opened it, and savored the aroma, exclaiming, "This is the very essence." Without a second thought for cleanliness, he took a piece and popped it into his mouth. "My young friend, your culinary skills are extraordinary." Secretary Yu seemed lost in the lingering taste of the wild boar meat he had just consumed. Amused by Secretary Yu's rapture, Li Anye chuckled, "Old friend, you were the one who told me how delicious wild boar meat is. How did you become so entranced? You wouldn't understand. This surpasses anything I have tasted before." Secretary Yu's expression suggested that Li Anye could not appreciate fine delicacies. Li Anye pondered that perhaps he had underestimated Shaju. After all, there was a prominent leader in the original narrative who was an ardent admirer of Shaju's culinary prowess. It was unlikely that someone who could impress such high-ranking individuals would possess mediocre skills. Perhaps it was because Shaju had always confined himself to the factory canteen, cooking in large pots, that Li Anye had subconsciously regarded him with a hint of disdain. When I return, I shall inquire about his brine recipe. If he is willing to share it, I will send you a letter, Li Anye said. Secretary Yu was naturally delighted, but cautioned Li Anye not to press too hard. If Shaju was unwilling to share, it was not worth offending such a talented chef. In Secretary Yu's eyes, Shaju was akin to an artist in the culinary realm, deserving of great respect even without having met him in person. After exchanging pleasantries, the two eventually addressed more pressing matters. Currently, the commune had 2 pigs left, one weighing 236 pounds and the other 150 pounds, just reaching market weight. Li Anye understood the villagers' sentiments. Most were only willing to sell half, keeping the other half for their own consumption. He was indifferent, as he had arrived by train and could not take much pork with him. I have set aside 5 pounds of lard for you. Is that generous enough? Secretary Yu patted Li Anye on the shoulder. Li Anye's mouth fell agape in disbelief. 5 pounds of lard. In this era, lard was a highly coveted commodity, not only for rendering pork fat but also for the residual cracklings, which were a rare delicacy. Indeed, Secretary Yu replied, his face creasing with a smile. I saved you 5 pounds from the larger pig. This was a unanimous decision, especially after you helped deliver supplies to the injured in town. Some doctors remarked that if you had arrived any later, lives would have been lost. So this is a token of gratitude from our Beidai commune. Chapter 47. The rogue old lady. Upon returning to the guest house, Li Anye's spirits remained uncalmed. 5 pounds of pork lard. Let us not even consider the rural areas. For in certain places, where the mountains abound with wild game and natural resources, the inhabitants thrive with abundance. In this era, particularly in the regions of Daxing'anling and Shaoxing'anling, outsiders often perceive these areas as impoverished. Yet, only Li Anye understands that there, one can easily catch roe deer and scoop fish from the waters. However, within the city itself, it is likely that there are only a scant few families in the entire 49 city that can afford to consume lard. The leaders within the pork factory are certainly not lacking in resources, but the quantity of lard obtainable from a single pig is limited and cannot be compared to the meat itself. When pork is sold at the meat stall, lard is not available for purchase. The mere thought of returning home to savor a piece of golden, crispy pork cracklings renders Li Anye restless, causing his mouth to water profusely. Estimating that it was already late and no one would be assigned to share his twin room, Li Anye filled a thermos with hot water, preparing to indulge in a bowl of instant noodles. As the guest house was part of the commune, he was the sole occupant at that moment, for those visiting relatives typically stayed with family rather than incur unnecessary expenses at a guest house. Moreover, in the courtyard, the neighbors were well aware of what his family had for dinner, which deterred him from bringing out the instant noodles. Li Anye opened the noodle box, tore open the seasoning packet, and sprinkled the contents over the noodles. He then cracked a raw egg into the mixture before pouring the hot water from the thermos over the egg and noodles. Covering the noodle box with a round mirror from the guest house, he let it steam for about 5 to 6 minutes before it was ready to eat. The aroma of the noodles soon filled the room, and had someone entered at that moment, Li Anye would have found it difficult to explain the situation. Fortunately, by the time he finished his meal and discarded the empty noodle box, the guest house remained tranquil. Having not enjoyed instant noodles in quite some time, Li Anye savored the broth to the last drop. The following day marked the communal pig slaughtering day, prompting Li Anye to rise early to witness the event. The first pig to be led to the slaughtering platform was one that had just reached the market weight. Several young men worked together to bind its legs before suspending it upside down on a sturdy wooden beam. The butcher then sharpened his knife to a gleaming edge and swiftly made a cut across the pig's neck, with a large basin positioned below to catch the flowing blood. Li Anye was then privy to the genuine sounds of a pig's death cry, which subsided once the blood had drained sufficiently. What followed was a demonstration of the butcher's skill in dismembering the freshly slaughtered pig. The butcher expertly prepared the meat, which was then transported to the communal dining hall, where villagers eagerly lined up with their bowls, awaiting their share of pork. At this juncture, Li Anye had also established a pork purchasing station within the dining hall, with a young assistant assigned by Secretary Yu to manage the accounting. The villagers, recalling Li Anye, were inclined to sell him more than usual, particularly the families of the injured. Please save some for the others. Li Anye chuckled at the sight of a familiar elderly woman who placed all her freshly acquired pork before him. Isn't this helping you fulfill your task? Despite her missing teeth, the old woman spoke clearly. Oh no, you must keep some for yourself. Li Anye could not comfortably accept the offering, as it was his duty. Yet it seemed unjust to allow others to suffer, did it not? There remained a considerable amount of wild boar meat at home, generously provided by the commune, who understood de Ga's injury. The elderly woman waved her hand dismissively at Li Anye, indicating that the meat was of little consequence. With a sigh, Li Anye responded, "Elderly lady, the meat from domesticated pigs is far more substantial than that of wild boars. Allow me to take some back to help nourish Zhonghai." Seeing that Li Anye steadfastly refused to accept her gift, the old woman resorted to stubbornness, not even asking for money, and turned to leave, with villagers queuing behind her. Li Anye felt it inappropriate to pursue her, and with another sigh, he instructed the villager recording the accounts to omit this batch of pork from the ledger. The purchasing price for domesticated pig meat was 0.83 yuan per pound. Since he had traveled by train, he could not carry too much, so he accepted only the pure meat. Encouraged by the villagers' warm support, Li Anye found that the amount of pork he collected exceeded his expectations, reaching around 80 pounds, which he doubted he could transport. Nevertheless, seeing that he had completed this month's task, he gritted his teeth and continued to gather an additional 10 pounds, totaling 90 pounds of pork. This significantly surpassed his initial estimation, as he estimated the total pure meat from 2 pigs would only be around 300 pounds, and he had single-handedly acquired 80 pounds. Li Anye mused that perhaps the villagers were inclined to sell him more because they recognized him as the one collecting the pork. He was unexpectedly touched by their appreciation for his modest efforts. Indeed, in every era, the most genuine and kind-hearted are the laboring people. This time, Li Anye acquired 90 pounds of pork, planning to keep 10 pounds for himself, reassured that the current weather would prevent spoilage. Thus, his total expenditure amounted to 66 yuan. Coupled with the 2 previous trips he made to procure supplies, not only had he completed this month's task ahead of schedule, but he also accumulated over 20 yuan in procurement for the following month. The villagers kindly provided him with 2 sturdy burlap sacks to carry the pork, and Secretary Yu sent someone to deliver the 5 pounds of lard he had promised him. After storing the items in the canteen, Li Anye took the pork left by Dega's grandmother and, inquiring along the way, found his way to Dega's home. Peering through the door, he spotted Zhonghai sitting in the courtyard, shucking ears of corn, and he quickly beckoned him over. "Li Gu, what brings you here?" Zhonghai exclaimed, visibly delighted upon seeing Li Anye. Li Anye handed the pork to Zhonghai, saying, "This is the pork your grandmother allocated for you." Then he produced a box of detention cigarettes from his bag, adding, "This is a token of consolation for your brother. May he take good care of his health." Zhonghai persistently waved his hands. "Li Gu, we haven't even had the chance to thank you for saving my brother. How can we accept your gifts?" Li Anye, adopting a serious demeanor, replied, "If you regard me as your brother, then accept it." Recognizing Li Anye's earnestness, Zhonghai reluctantly took the cigarettes. "Li Gu, please come in and sit for a while. My brother is recuperating inside. I will not enter. My purpose here is procurement, and I must depart shortly. I shall visit you again when the opportunity arises," Li Anye said with a smile, waving farewell to Zhonghai as he turned to leave. As Zhonghai entered the house, he was met with a barrage of scolding from his grandmother. Upon pouring the pork into the vat, Dega's grandmother discovered a 1 yuan note at the bottom of the bowl, which, in the eyes of rural folk, was quite a substantial sum. At that time, a 10 yuan bill was the highest denomination in circulation. Dega's grandmother hastily instructed Zhonghai to take the money and chase after Li Anye. But Zhonghai only reached the communal dining hall to find that Li Anye had already departed in a bullock cart. The last time, Dega's grandmother had given Li Anye eggs without collecting payment, and he had not forgotten that. Chapter 48. Rendering Lard. Children in the yard besieged by cravings. When Li Anye left, he visited Secretary Yu's office to bid farewell, but found it unoccupied. Concerned that he might miss the last train back to 49 City, he left 2 packets of detention cigarettes on Secretary Yu's desk. Upon returning to find the 2 packets, Secretary Yu would surely comprehend that this was Li Anye's farewell gesture, since he had already completed his procurement tasks for the month. He could also claim reimbursement for 2 packets of detention from the department, so Li Anye decided to leave both packets for Secretary Yu. He planned to stash a few cigarettes in the detention box for his journey. The bullock cart conveyed Li Anye to the bus station in town, which alleviated many of his burdens. Although he had already stored part of his load in his spatial pocket to lighten his burden, he still carried a considerable weight. After disembarking from the bus at the train station, he hesitated momentarily before spending 1 yuan on a sleeper ticket. There were simply too many people vying for hard seats, and carrying such a large quantity of pork would undoubtedly attract attention. With so many eyes upon him, he could not risk placing his belongings in the spatial pocket, as it might provoke unwarranted suspicion. After all, a common man is innocent, but possessing wealth can be a liability. By the time he returned to 49 City, night had fallen. Li Anye stored the lard and his 10 pounds of pork in his spatial pocket, leaving him to struggle with 80 pounds of pork as he trudged toward the steel mill. At this hour, the city buses had ceased operations, leaving him no choice but to walk. Upon reaching the factory gates, he dutifully offered a cigarette to the security guard before entering. Inside the logistics department, Aunt Zhao appeared rather displeased, as night shifts were typically a mere formality, with few individuals requiring assistance at such an hour. Faced with Aunt Zhao's frosty demeanor, Li Anye refrained from offering cigarettes and instead relied on his charm to cheer her up, successfully persuading her to assist him with the necessary paperwork. Fortunately, the finance department's duty officer was a man. After offering a detention cigarette, he spoke little more, efficiently processing Li Anye's transaction. The pork purchased would still require a bank transfer to Beitai Commune from the factory's finance department, as it was unsafe for a procurement officer to carry such a large sum of money. After completing the necessary formalities, Li Anye retrieved an empty sack. Upon exiting the steel mill, he sought refuge in a dark alley, where he filled the sack with 5 pounds of lard and 10 pounds of pork. Arriving at the front gate of the courtyard, he pushed the door only to find it unyielding, likely bolted from within. He surmised that his failure to inform Auntie about his return time resulted in Uncle E not instructing Elder San to leave the door ajar for him. Faced with the bitter cold outside, he realized that should he wait overnight, by morning, he would be frozen solid by the time Elder San awoke to open the door. Reluctantly, he placed the sack at the entrance and turned to the adjacent alley, softly calling for Elder San outside his window. Yen Bugue, now asleep, stirred at the sound of his name and donned a robe to investigate. "Who is it?" he inquired. "It's me, Li Anye. I've just returned from a business trip. Could you please let me in?" Though Elder San was not particularly inclined to help, he had previously benefited from Li Anye's generosity and begrudgingly agreed. Li Anye hurried to the front door and soon heard the familiar sound of the bolt being drawn back. Yen Bugue opened the door a crack, allowing Li Anye to slip inside. "What's with you coming back so late? Everyone else is asleep." "I just returned from my trip," Li Anye acknowledged, aware that he was inconveniencing Elder San. However, Yen Bugue was easily appeased. A small token of gratitude would ensure his unwavering assistance. "I brought back some pork. I'll have my aunt cut a small piece to send over to your family tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Yen Bugue immediately ceased his reprimand and adopted a warm smile. "You truly are the nephew of the esteemed Uncle E," he exclaimed. "Thank you." Li Anye waved his hands dismissively, grinning as he watched Yen Bugue deftly resecure the door. "I must express my gratitude to you for rising in the middle of the night to let me in. Otherwise, I would surely have frozen out there." Having received his reward, Elder San showed no signs of his recent awakening. Had it not been for the biting cold outside, he might have engaged Li Anye in conversation for quite some time. Once inside the courtyard, Li Anye noted that all lights were extinguished except for the Qin Huiru family's. He quietly placed the sack in the small kitchen of Zhonghai's room before retreating to his own quarters to rest. Although he could afford to be lax this month, he still needed to attend roll call each day. The following morning, Auntie discovered the sack in the small kitchen. Upon opening it, she was taken aback to find pork and lard inside. Connecting the dots, she speculated it must be something Li Anye had brought back from his trip. Sure enough, not long after, Li Anye ambled in, yawning, ready for breakfast. "Auntie, I brought back some pork and lard. Could you fry some lard cracklings for me tonight?" Auntie playfully poked his forehead and remarked, "I see your uncle has found you a job that certainly caters to your cravings." Li Anye merely chuckled, his laughter dispelling Annie's irritation, and she agreed to prepare the lard cracklings for him that evening. Although Zhonghai did not express it openly, he was particularly looking forward to the evening's crispy pork cracklings. With the brine having run out, he planned to invite Shaju over the next day to prepare some more, and perhaps cook a hearty meal as well. As he took a drag from his cigarette, he added, "My uncle is right." Li Anye immediately gave a thumbs up to Zhonghai, agreeing with his sentiment. "All right, you two seem to share a connection, making me feel rather superfluous," exclaimed Annie with a playful scold. After a day of idling at the office, Li Anye returned home and brought a small stool to the kitchen to watch Auntie render the lard. Auntie began by boiling a pot of water, then added the diced pork fat into the cold water. After blanching it, she skimmed off the impurities with a ladle. She then removed the cooked pork fat, set it aside, drained the pot, added a little more water, and placed the pork fat back in, cranking the heat up to evaporate the moisture before lowering it to a gentle simmer to render the lard. as the delightful aroma wafted through the air. The children in the courtyard became restless, clamoring for the crispy pork cracklings. The enticing scent was simply irresistible, and after futile attempts to contain their excitement, the children scampered to the main courtyard, outpacing the adults who could barely keep up. They gathered outside Zhonghai's home, silent yet captivated by the mouth-watering smell of the cracklings. Their mouths watered profusely, and despite their parents' attempts to scold and shoo them away, they remained, driven by the hope that Uncle might share some of the coveted treats. Indeed, the allure of the pork cracklings was far greater than any gold, which, while valuable, could not satiate hunger. As the parents thought of the delectable morsels, they too found themselves salivating. In Chapter 49, titled The Excluded Stock, the oil had been fully rendered from the pork fat, and Annie carefully scooped out the cracklings with a slotted spoon to cool. Next, she retrieved a clean, large porcelain jar, a reward from Zhonghai's days as a level 7 mechanic. She added a few Sichuan peppercorns and dried chilies to the bottom of the jar to enhance the flavor and whiteness of the lard before pouring the rendered fat into it. She then prepared to render a second batch, as the 5 pounds of pork fat brought by Li Anye warranted it, given the long shelf life of lard. This way, the children in the courtyard would not be left lingering in anticipation. Both Li Anye and Zhonghai noticed the commotion outside and, after some contemplation, agreed that it was inappropriate to indulge alone in such a time. It would not only attract resentment, but could also lead to potential repercussions in the years to come, especially when the winds of change began to blow. Therefore, Li Anye called for the children in the courtyard to line up outside, each able to receive a small piece of pork crackling. Andy, determined not to waste any of the rendered fat, sliced the cracklings into small pieces, ensuring that each child received a fair share without considerable loss. Upon hearing Li Anye's words, the children in the courtyard erupted in joyous cheers, their faces glowing with the exuberance akin to the festive spirit of the new year. Even the 3 children from the Zhonghai family beamed with delight. Li Anye filled a large bowl with the cooled pork cracklings and proceeded to distribute them among the children. "Thank you, Uncle Anye," the little ones exclaimed as they gratefully accepted the cracklings, some even bowing deeply in appreciation. This gesture warmed Li Anye's heart, as well-mannered children are always a delight to encounter. However, the thought of having to share some with Bonging filled him with irritation. Yet, he knew he had to maintain a semblance of fairness to avoid gossip, for in this era, one's reputation is of utmost importance. One may endure hunger, but a tarnished name could lead to dire consequences. As he distributed the pork cracklings, Li Anye caught sight of Uncle Air and Uncle San, who were watching their own children with keen eyes. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for their little ones, so he cheerfully invited them inside, intending to have them join for dinner, especially since Shaj would soon arrive to prepare the meal. Upon hearing this, the 2 uncles shifted their focus from their children and entered the house with smiles, engaging in conversation with Zhonghai. "Now that you've eaten, your father won't scold you when you return," Li Anye gently reminded Lu Guangtian as he handed him a piece of crackling. In truth, Guangtian and Guangfu were well aware that if they took the cracklings home, there would certainly be none left for them, so after expressing their gratitude, they promptly stuffed the morsels into their mouths, resembling 2 little wildcats that had pilfered a treat. Yin Jiefeng, Yin Jiequang, and Yin Jietti followed suit, and after finishing, they sweetly called out Brother Anye with delight. When it came to Bonging's turn, Li Anye's smile swiftly faded as he deliberately selected the smallest piece, which he had reserved just for him. To his surprise, Bonging did not reach for the piece Li Anye offered, but instead thrust his grimy little hand into the bowl, attempting to grab a large handful. Li Anye was quick to react, deftly avoiding Bonging's greedy grasp and covering the bowl with his hand. "Each child is entitled to just 1 piece. Since you are so disrespectful and attempt to seize more, you shall have none," Li Anye reprimanded sternly. The children waiting in line witnessed Bonging's greed and began to chastise him. "You little thief, how dare you come to collect pork cracklings?" "Exactly. We want to play with thieves, you should leave." Being still a child, Bonging could hardly bear such taunts from his peers, and tears began to stream down his cheeks. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the bowl in Li Anye's hand. "My father is a disciple of Uncle Da, and you are Uncle Da's nephew. So you should give me more pork cracklings." Bonging wiped away his tears, yet spoke with unwavering conviction. "Do not meddle with connections, just leave." Li Anye pushed Bonging aside, disregarding his subsequent actions, and focused intently on distributing lard cracklings to the children queuing behind him. Upon witnessing their brother being chased away by Li Anye, Xiaodang and Huaihua immediately abandoned their place in line, rushing over to find Bonging, tears streaming down their faces. "Thief, get lost." A boisterous little boy, after expressing his gratitude to Li Anye, stuffed some lard cracklings into his pocket, and as he departed, he gave bonking a hard shove, sending him sprawling to the ground. Li Anye pretended not to see, pondering which family this child belonged to, and resolved to reward him with an extra piece of lard crackling later. Faced with the disdainful looks from his peers, Bonking could no longer suppress his emotions. He rose from the ground, crying, and made his way home. Shortly thereafter, Jia Zhongshi emerged from the house, cursing vehemently, "You scoundrel! Why won't you give our Bonking any lard cracklings to eat? Do you think our Jia family, being a widow and orphans, is easy to bully?" Li Anye cast a glance at Jia Zhongshi, his distribution of lard cracklings uninterrupted. "Your grandson tried to snatch some. Disobedient children do not receive any lard cracklings." Then he addressed the children in line. "Remember, disobedient children will not get any lard cracklings. Everyone should be well-behaved and queue properly." The children, who had previously squabbled over their positions in line, instantly straightened up, eagerly assuring Li Anye of their obedience. Seeing Li Anye disregard her, Jia Zhongshi's nostrils flared in indignation. "Who established these rules? What's wrong with my grandson wanting a few more pieces?" Li Anye snorted dismissively. "I set the rules. These are my lard cracklings, and I decide how they are distributed. I can establish the rules as I see fit. Children, do you agree?" "Yes." The children's voices rang out in unison, resembling a chorus of well-trained scouts. In the face of authority, even if Li Anye claimed the sun was blue, the children would likely echo in agreement. Chapter 50. The summoning of Li Anye and Jia Zhongshi rendered speechless by Li Anye's retort. Jia Zhongshi plopped down on the ground, pounding her thighs and wailing, "Come quickly, everyone. This scoundrel is bullying our widow and orphans, refusing to give our child a morsel to eat. Dongxiu, open your eyes in heaven and see how they mistreat your wife and children. Dongxiu, why are you so ineffectual?" Li Anye realized that Jia Zhongshi was summoning Jia Dongxiu, hoping he would come to her aid. At that moment, Shaju and Qin Huairu returned together. As they stepped into the courtyard, they were greeted by the enticing aroma of lard. Upon reaching the main courtyard, they were taken aback by the scene before them. Seeing Shaju, Jia Zhongshi lit up as if he had found a savior. "Shaju, come quickly. Li Anye is bullying our Bonking, distributing lard cracklings to all the children except him. He still remembers Bonking stealing eggs, but we have compensated for the eggs and given him money. There is no reason to demean us like this." Li Anye glanced at Jia Zhongshi, who was calling for Jia Dongxiu and Shaju, and sighed, "Uncle, aunt, come quickly. The matriarch of the Jia family is bullying me again." The lively noise of children in the courtyard drowned out Jia Zhongshi's wails. With his loud voice, Li Anye successfully summoned the two. He cast a sidelong glance at Jia Zhongshi, sitting on the ground, and smirked, "You think you're the only one who can summon people?" Shaju had intended to step forward and defend Bonking, but Li Anye's shout halted him in his tracks. He held a deep respect and trust for Zhonghai and Damao. After all, without them, he, a mere child caring for his sister, would not have grown up at all. At that moment, Qin Huairu also approached, hoping to help her mother-in-law to her feet, but Jia Zhongshi stubbornly refused to rise, forcing her to give up. "What is going on, Anye? Why is there such a commotion over a piece of pork crackling for the children?" A Damao emerged from the house, her gaze immediately landing on the seated Jia Zhongshi, though she pretended not to notice and inquired about the situation. "Uncle, aunt, here is the thing. I offered Bonking a piece of pork crackling, but he refused and tried to snatch everything from my bowl. So I sent him away." And the moment Jia Lao Tai Tai came out, she just sat on the ground and wouldn't get up. Li Anye succinctly explained the situation. Shaju felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. Had he intervened on Bonging's behalf, he would have been perceived as someone unable to discern right from wrong. Li Anye's generosity in sharing the cracklings with every child in the courtyard earned Shaju's admiration. He truly was the beloved nephew of Zhonghai and a Damao. At that moment, the children eagerly rushed forth to corroborate Li Anye's account. After all, they had just enjoyed Li Anye's pork crackling, and even if he were to lie, they would fervently attest to his honesty. Moreover, they had all witnessed the recent events. It was Bonking and his grandmother who were being unreasonable. While speaking, Li Anye continued to distribute the pork crackling, and soon the last child received a piece and joyfully returned to their parents. I believe Anye acted rightly, without rules. There can be no order. We have been a nation of propriety since ancient times. A Damao and Zhonghai had yet to speak. But Sandy jumped in to defend Li Anye. Erdi nodded in agreement, clearly impressed by Sandy's eloquence. Damao suppressed her laughter and turned to Jia Zhongshi, saying, "Sister-in-law, do you understand? It is not that our Anye deliberately excluded bonging. Rather, it is bonging who is being unreasonable. An old saying goes, greed leads to ruin. Trying to steal a chicken results in losing the rice." This perfectly illustrated the current predicament. Sandiyi continued to flaunt his literary prowess, leaving the crowd in a daze. Seeing no one siding with her, Jia Zhongshi felt wronged. Yet with the three most authoritative elders present, she dared not continue her cries. If brother doesn't eat, then neither will we. Though Huahua may be diminutive in stature, her ambitions are quite grand. Xiaodang, observing her younger sister, who is a head shorter than herself, struggled momentarily before exclaiming, "So am I. You all." Jia Zhongshi glared fiercely, raising her hand as if to strike them. They might choose to abstain from eating. But as long as they obtained a piece from Li Anye, wouldn't it suffice for the two young girls to share a morsel? This notion greatly pleased Li Anye, who smiled broadly at those in the courtyard, clarifying, "You all heard that correctly. It is not that I am unwilling to share, but rather, they refuse." Due to the previous encounter with Qin Huairu, who had intruded into his chamber under a veiled threat, Li Anye had lost any fondness he once harbored for Huahua. Initially, while watching a drama, he regarded Xiaodang as a secondary antagonist, yet found Huahua to be rather likable. However, as the narrative unfolded in real life, his affection for Huahua waned as well. Qin Huairu was partly to blame, as her influence had transformed Qin Jingru into a rather mercenary character. It was likely that Huahua, upon maturing, would not prove to be any less troublesome. Moreover, I must advise you, Jia Laodai, that we are now in a new society. Should you continue to invoke your deceased son in conversation with such an air of superstition, I will have no choice but to report you to the local authorities for promoting feudal beliefs, Li Anye remarked, casting a deliberate glance at Jia Zhongshi. This Jia Zhongshi, with her incessant invocations, had wearied his ears. It was essential for her to exhibit some restraint. In the original narrative, Jia Dongxi was merely a footnote, leaving Li Anye uncertain of his character, whether virtuous or villainous. However, judging by Jia Zhongshi's demeanor, it was conceivable that he had not descended from the heavens but rather emerged from the depths below. With this parting remark, Li Anye retreated indoors, leaving Jia Zhongshi momentarily stunned, her expression fluctuating between shades of blue and white, evidently taken aback by his words. "Enough, everyone disperse," finally spoke Zhonghai, who had remained silent until now, harboring his own disdain for Jia Zhongshi's behavior. Yet, out of respect for Jia Dongxiu, his former apprentice, he refrained from making further comments. Nevertheless, Li Anye had articulated what needed to be said, providing Zhonghai with a modicum of solace. With the elder's pronouncement, the children joyfully indulged in their coveted pig oil residue, prompting the parents to usher them home for dinner. As the community expressed their contempt for Jia Zhongshi and the pig residue, their perception of Li Anye improved significantly. It seemed as though some divine favor had been bestowed upon the elder. Since Li Anye's arrival, their table had been abundantly filled with meat, and now the pig oil was simmering. Furthermore, this young man was generous, sharing his good fortune with the neighbors, making him a well-liked figure among those who appreciated his capability and consciousness. Chapter 51. A mishap for Aunt de Shaju followed Aunt De into the house, eager to showcase his culinary skills in the small kitchen, while in the main room, Erde and Sande effusively praised Li Anye. After all, with such a capable young man emerging from the courtyard, not only do they bask in his glory, but they also carry a certain radiance when they venture outside. Don't you think? Particularly regarding Uncle San, whose most notable trait is his penchant for calculation. Yet, his calculations extend beyond his own contributions. He also assesses others' goodwill towards him. This characteristic can be seen as both a virtue and a vice. At times, familial bonds can be rendered fragile under such scrutiny, while with outsiders, there seems to be a paradoxical enhancement of relationships through mutual calculation. After all, the sacrifices among family are unconditional, whereas interactions with outsiders are built on reciprocal contributions. This explains why, in later years, Uncle San's children exhibit ingratitude. This is a direct result of his calculations. Conversely, his willingness to collect refuse to alleviate Shaju's burdens also stems from his strategic mindset. However, the nature of their relationship differs, leading to disparate outcomes. As the warm lard left outside quickly solidifies, Shaju today prepared a simple dish sautéed egg and lard, which garnered unanimous praise from everyone. Who would have thought that a dish consumed daily could taste so different after being cooked in lard? Lu Haizhong beamed with delight, resembling a benevolent Buddha. In recent days, The deaf old lady has also warmed up to Li Anye, largely due to the fact that her husband has been frequenting their home for meat. The scales in her heart, once tipped entirely in favor of Shaju, have now begun to tilt towards Li Anye. Brother Anye. Today, I nearly heeded old lady Jiao's words and defended Bang Gung. Fortunately, I managed to restrain myself. Otherwise, I would have wrongly accused you. Shaju. A man who dislikes keeping things bottled up, raised his glass at the dining table to apologize to Li Anye. I made that mistake before and almost repeated it. I owe you an apology. Li Anye readily clinked his glass with Shaju's and drank heartily. Brother Zhu, I understand your closeness with Bang Gung, and I bear you no resentment. However, as a brother, I must advise you to find a wife soon. Once you have your own child, you will understand how to raise a family. The others at the table expressed their support for Li Anye's words, especially the deaf old lady. Oh, I wish I could. I've asked Aunt Sun several times, yet she has provided me with a definitive answer, Shaju lamented, taking a swig of liquor. Clearly feeling somewhat frustrated, Li Anye cast a glance at Shaju, pondering whether he was genuinely unaware or merely feigning ignorance. He prompted, Are you truly unaware that the matchmaker has responded to you? Shaju, looking perplexed, replied, You know? Indeed, Li Anye continued. The factory is abuzz with rumors about your close relationship with Qin Huairu. Surely you're aware of that? Shaju nodded. I know, but it's all baseless gossip. There is absolutely nothing to it. Upon hearing Shaju's words, the others began to regard him with a curious gaze. Li Anye, growing more direct, clarified, Brother Zhu. When the matchmaker approaches you about a girl, don't you think the girl's family would inquire about your workplace? Once they hear the rumors of you being entangled with a widow, do you think they would approve? Upon hearing this, Shaj slapped his thigh, exclaiming, They certainly wouldn't be pleased. At last, I have discerned the root of the problem. Thanks to Li Anye's subtle guidance, Shaju has come to a profound realization. From this point forward, I shall ensure that I keep my distance from Qin Huairu. In a display of gratitude, Shaju promptly raised several toasts to Li Anye. At the age of 26, Shaju still harbored little regard for Qin Huairu, and as time passed, he would find himself considered an old bachelor. Moreover, after suffering emotional wounds from his relationship with Lu Xiaoyi, he found solace in the warmth and care provided by Qin Huairu during that tumultuous half-year. He was not made of stone, after all. Witnessing Shaju's epiphany, the deaf old lady felt an overwhelming joy, even going so far as to share a drink with Li Anye. Your nephew is quite a gem, she exclaimed, her toothless grin revealing her few remaining teeth. As she patted her sister's hand. Once they had indulged in food and drink, Li Anye, albeit slightly inebriated, mustered the presence of mind to request Shaju's recipe for the marinated meat, intending to send it to Secretary Yu the following day, before retiring for the night. He checked the door to ensure it was securely locked. Having been thoroughly intimidated by Qin Huairu, he was determined to avoid a fate akin to Shaju's. It was best to keep as far away from that woman as possible. The next day, while Li Anye was engrossed in his reading at the office, a flustered figure burst in. It was Yin Jiecheng, the eldest son of the third uncle. After graduating from junior high, he had been scraping by with odd jobs in the city, such as working as a porter at the grain station or unloading goods at the train station. It was perplexing to see him at Li Anye's workplace today. Although Yin Jiecheng was of similar age to Li Anye, he always referred to him as Brother Anye. Brother Anye, my mother says you must hurry to the factory's employee hospital. Anye has had an accident. Yin Jiecheng gasped, leaning against the office door for support. Upon hearing this, Li Anye sprang to his feet, his mind momentarily blank with shock. Hurry. Zhou Xingli, sensing Li Anye's disorientation, urged him, snapping him back to reality. Without hesitation, Li Anye dashed toward the factory's employee hospital. In the narrative, Anye passes away due to illness, though the specifics of her ailment remain unmentioned. It is certainly not time for her demise. Anxiously, Li Anye worried whether Auntie's health had begun to decline at this moment. Simultaneously, he felt a heavy weight of guilt. He had long known that Auntie's passing was due to health issues, and he should have taken her for a thorough examination earlier. Had he been aware of the underlying cause sooner, perhaps prompt treatment could have spared her from this tragic fate. Throughout his journey, Li Anye's mind was a tempest of confusion. Upon arriving at the employee hospital, he encountered Zhonghai, who had rushed over in his work attire. Uncle, let us hurry. Seeing Zhonghai calmed Li Anye's heart somewhat, and together they hurried to the nurse's station. After ascertaining Annie's room number, they made their way there. The closer they drew to the ward, the more chaotic Li Anye's thoughts became. He feared that upon opening the door, he would witness Auntie in a frail state. After these days of shared moments, She had treated him as her own son, and he had grown to genuinely cherish this elderly lady. In the winter, fearing the chill, I knitted a plethora of towels and gloves for myself, even crafting several pairs of fur-lined cotton shoes, anxious not to succumb to the cold. I often found myself discreetly slipping money into the hands of my elder uncle, under the guise of providing him with pocket money to procure some snacks to stave off hunger during his workdays. Each of these memories vividly lingered in my mind. And how could Li Anye not feel a sense of trepidation? Chapter 52. The Wrath of Li Anye. Li Anye pushed open the door to the hospital room, allowing himself a momentary sigh of relief. Auntie looked well, her complexion rosy, not at all resembling someone who had suffered a severe illness. However, she was seated on the hospital bed, her ankle bandaged, a pressure wrap secured around it, enveloping the entire joint. Annie's 2 and 3 were by her side, engaged in cheerful conversation. This scene brought immense relief to both Li Anye and Zhonghai. "Andy, you frightened me. What happened?" Li Anye approached, wiping the sweat from his brow. The winter chill had caused him to perspire profusely. "It's nothing serious, just a sprained ankle," Annie reassured him, her heart warmed by his evident concern, beckoning him to sit beside her and handing him a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. "Your nephew is quite filial. Just look at him, drenched in sweat. He must have rushed here," Annie too remarked with envy, wishing her own sons exhibited such devotion. "Annie, what exactly transpired? How did you sprain your ankle?" Li Anye furrowed his brow, eyeing the pressure wrap on her ankle with worry. It appeared to be a significant sprain, likely injuring the tendons beneath. Zhonghai also felt a deep concern but maintained a composed exterior. Upon hearing Li Anye's inquiry, he perked up his ears, eager to listen. "It was that boy from the Jia family," Annie too replied, her voice tinged with indignation. "I heard he came to steal some pork cracklings and was caught red-handed by your aunt. In his panic, he pushed her aside and fled. When I arrived, your aunt was still on the ground, unable to rise." Upon hearing this, Li Anye's anger flared instantly. He rose to leave, but was halted by Auntie. "Where do you think you're going?" "To teach that scoundrel a lesson." Li Anye's face flushed crimson with rage. Today, he vowed to confront that boy and avenge Auntie's humiliation. To trespass and steal, then resort to violence when discovered, had the boy not merely sprained an ankle. One shuddered to think what might have occurred had he struck his head. "Child," Annie implored, pulling Li Anye back with earnestness, "he's not one of our own. What would it say of us if you went to beat him?" At this moment, Zhonghai, equally incensed, joined Andy in urging Li Anye, "Do not act impulsively. You are not his elder. If you resort to violence, it will only escalate matters with old Lady Jia, and the situation will become untenable." Li Anye seethed with anger, yet refrained from breaking free from Auntie's grasp, mindful of her injury. However, upon further reflection, although venting my anger on that rascal may have provided temporary relief, I would ultimately bear the responsibility for his medical expenses. Knowing the character of the Jia family, they might even attempt to extort money from us, which would inadvertently increase their income. Fine, I shall refrain from striking him and instead head to the police station, this time. I am determined to have him sent to a juvenile detention center. Li Anye gasped for breath, clearly infuriated. Observing Li Anye's distress, the elder woman could not help but feel her eyes welling with tears. What is the purpose of raising a child, if not to ensure that one is not bullied in old age? Can a child not stand up for their parent? "Anya, dear, I understand your pain," she said, her voice choked with emotion. Deep down, she felt a genuine sense of joy. Seeing her in tears affected Li Anye as well. He immediately approached her and patted her back. Zhonghai turned away, wiping his nose, feeling reassured that he had not misjudged Li Anye. However, the notion of sending the rascal to a juvenile facility seemed excessive. The elder woman composed herself and spoke again, "But look at what that rascal has become. He attempted robbery and resorted to violence." Li Anye vehemently disagreed with her. "What if, in my absence, he resorts to violence for a mere meal?" Upon hearing his words, the second and third aunts, who had intended to intervene, fell silent. In this era, having a child sent to a detention center would bring shame upon the entire community. Yet Li Anye's concerns were indeed valid. The rascal had previously stolen eggs without facing severe punishment, and now he brazenly attempted robbery. If this continues, it is conceivable that he might wield a knife one day. Furthermore, it was not just the elder woman who was home alone. The second and third aunts were also present, so how could they not be frightened? This matter requires discussion with your second and third uncles before a decision is reached. Zhonghai finally spoke. He fumbled in his pocket, seemingly reaching for a cigarette, but then remembered they were in a hospital and withdrew his hand. "Uncle, what is there to deliberate? If you are unwilling to act, I shall take matters into my own hands. That boy is a menace in our community. Li Anye appeared perplexed. He could not comprehend why everyone was so opposed to sending the rascal to a detention center. Did they truly prefer to wait until he inflicted harm upon the residents? Child, you are still young. You do not grasp the intricacies of this situation, Zhonghai sighed. Now is not the time for such discussions. Why not inquire with the doctor about your aunt's condition and whether she requires hospitalization? In truth, the doctor had just come by to explain the situation, but the three aunts recognized that Zhonghai was trying to divert Li Anye's attention. After all, it was evident that Li Anye was extremely agitated and incapable of calm reflection. This child, usually the epitome of composure, had inexplicably become reckless, akin to a fool. Had he been allowed to confront the rascal, not only would his future have been jeopardized, but he would also find himself imprisoned. While Li Anye typically appeared gentle and composed, he harbored a flaw. He was fiercely protective of his family. Everything else could be negotiated. But harm to his loved ones elicited his unwavering wrath. Li Anye let out a sigh. Indeed, the well-being of his elderly aunt was of paramount importance at the moment. Nevertheless, he felt an unwavering resolve to deliver the baton to the juvenile detention center. Furthermore, simply transporting it there would not suffice. Lowering his head, he exited the hospital room, his gaze revealing an unprecedented chill. After inquiring with the doctor and clarifying the situation, he learned that his aunt had indeed sustained an injury to the tendons, though it was not severe. All that was required was a period of rest at home for natural recovery, albeit with some discomfort. After all, having injured her foot rendered her mobility quite limited. Seizing the opportunity, Li Anye proposed to the doctor that a comprehensive physical examination be conducted for his aunt, asking if a requisition could be issued. The doctor acknowledged the possibility but deemed it unnecessary, suggesting that the elderly lady appeared quite spirited and had merely twisted her ankle. The cost of a full examination was not negligible, and while a portion could be reimbursed for employees' family members, Li Anye insisted, let us proceed with it. That would put our minds at ease. Faced with his persistence, the doctor relented and issued the requisition. Upon receiving the order, Li Anye went to the hospital's logistics department to acquire a wheelchair, intending to take his aunt for the examination. The workers' hospital affiliated with the steel mill was well-equipped, providing comprehensive services aside from surgical procedures, as it catered to over 10,000 workers and their families. Chapter 53. A threat from Li Anye. Li Anye wheeled the chair into the ward, where he spotted Qin Huairu and Shaju. It seemed Shaju had absorbed Li Anye's words. Even though he shared the ward with Qin Huairu, he deliberately maintained his distance from her. You've come. Qin Huairu greeted Li Anye with an expression of guilt. Sister Jia, you are not welcome here. Please leave, Li Anye said coldly, his face stern. The mere sight of the Jia family ignited his anger. Although Qin Huairu was not the primary culprit, she bore undeniable responsibility, as Bang Gong was her child. And his current plight was partly her fault. Anya, don't misplace your anger, Zhonghai admonished him. Uncle, I am not misplacing my anger. If a child is not taught well, the fault lies with the parents. With Bang Gong's father absent, Qin Huairu should take on the responsibility of raising her child properly. Li Anye retorted defiantly. Zhonghai ultimately refrained from further reprimanding him, merely sighing, all right, let us check on your aunt. Qin Huairu stood awkwardly, unable to decide whether to stay or leave. It was Li Anye who provided her with clarity. Shouldn't you return and discuss compensation matters with your mother-in-law? You want to escape the medical and nutritional expenses, he said irritably, pushing her aside. Don't block my way. Seeing Li Anye's disdainful expression, Qin Huairu bit her lower lip and exited the ward, her shoulders shaking slightly, revealing her profound sense of grievance. Shaju silently watched her retreating figure. Had it been in the past, he would have rushed after her. However, his current focus was solely on finding a wife, a thought that kept him from dwelling on Qin Huairu. Li Anye now observed the situation with a critical eye, addressing Shaju. Look at Bang Gong. Haven't my uncle and aunt been generous to their family? Do you perceive any sense of gratitude in him? To push someone down for a morsel of food. What else could he be but an ingrate? He continued, you may indulge him, but the outcome will be the same. As he spoke, he maneuvered the wheelchair to the elder aunt's bedside. His aunt approached, saying, let me take you for a health check. The elder aunt, encountering Li Anye's audacious demeanor for the first time, did not inquire further and obediently allowed him to assist her into the wheelchair. Although the second and third aunts remained silent, they internally concurred with Li Anye's sentiments. Without question, Shaju was the foremost supporter of the Jia family, followed closely by the elder uncle's family. After the passing of Jia Dongxiu, the elder uncle not only managed the funeral arrangements, but also never once denied the Jia family assistance when they sought grain. Hearing Li Anyue's words, Sha Zhu, though taken aback by the tone, was profoundly affected by the content. The truth resonated with him, and he harbored genuine affection for the elder uncle and aunt. The elder aunt's injury weighed heavily on his heart. Consequently, he found himself reevaluating his relationship with Bang Gung, recognizing that he indeed lacked conscience, often sneaking food from his home without a word of acknowledgement. Yet, it was also true that Bang Gung had shared this with his family. And who could fault the uncle for not locking the door? Sha Zhu felt pity for Bang Gung, which led him to leave the door unlocked. He merely brushed off Bang Gung's actions with a smile at the time, but now he found the situation increasingly unsettling. It seemed that today he ought to purchase a lock. Unbeknownst to Li Anye, his words had a significant impact on Sha Zhu. Meanwhile, he accompanied the elder aunt downstairs for her examination. The efficiency of the workers' hospital was commendable. Within an hour, all test results were available. Upon hearing the doctor declare all indicators normal, Li Anye exhaled in relief. Nevertheless, the current absence of issues did not guarantee future health. One must remain vigilant. At the very least, within 6 months, he needed to bring both the elder aunt and uncle for a comprehensive checkup. "Are you relieved now?" teased the elder aunt on their return to the ward. A hint of a smile graced Li Anyue's face as he nodded, feeling reassured. "You may be relieved, but the cost of this examination is no trifling matter." The elder aunt, pleased to see Li Anye smiling, continued to jest. Unexpectedly, Li Anye responded with utmost seriousness. "As for the expenses, let the Jia family cover them, regardless of whether they sell their house or whatever they must do. This payment is their responsibility." The elder aunt merely chuckled, not taking his words to heart. After all, she was acutely aware of the Jia family's circumstances, while Li Anye seemed oblivious. It was likely that demanding they pay for the medical expenses would leave them struggling for weeks. The cost of this checkup would surely require them to make dire sacrifices. Upon returning to the ward, Li Anye also informed the hospital's logistics department that he would borrow the wheelchair for a few days, to be returned once the elder aunt could manage to walk with a cane. The hospital had no objections, as its primary purpose was to serve the workers of the steel factory. Upon reaching the first floor to settle the bill, Zhonghai was about to retrieve his money when he was intercepted by Li Anye. Stepping forward, he addressed the nurse at the payment counter, saying, "Comrade, let Master Qin from the factory handle our hospital expenses. My aunt's injury was caused by his family." The nurse's face displayed a look of difficulty. "Comrade, I am not trying to complicate matters for you, but here's the deal. If this payment is not settled later, we can address it then. Both my uncle and I are employees of the factory. My uncle is a level 8 fitter, and I am Li Anye from the procurement department." Upon hearing this, the nurse's expression softened with reassurance. Goodness, a level 8 fitter and a procurement officer. Surely they won't default on such a modest medical bill. Zhonghai and the elderly lady observed Li Anye's firm stance, feeling unable to voice their concerns in front of others, and thus they allowed Li Anye to proceed. It seemed they would have to make an additional trip later to settle the medical fees. Unexpectedly, upon exiting the hospital, Li Anye appeared to sense the couple's thoughts and threatened them. "I will inquire later. If you settle the account, I will ensure that I give Bang Gung a beating." He added, "He goes to his juvenile detention center, and I go to my prison. Neither of us loses." This statement alarmed the elderly couple, prompting them to scold Li Anye for his recklessness. "Why would you stoop to a child's level? Is it worth ruining your future over this matter?" scolded the elderly lady. "It's my first time standing up for myself. Why should I yield to them?" Li Anye remained unmoved. In truth, if it were any other issue, he might have relented. But since Bang Gung had caused injury to the elderly lady, Li Anye would not budge an inch. Zhonghai finally lit a cigarette and exhaled through his nose. Despite his words, he abandoned the idea of making another trip to the hospital. He recognized that Li Anye was serious and would follow through on his threats. He dared not take Li Anye's future lightly. Furthermore, Li Anye was, in fact, standing up for them, affirming that they had not misjudged him during this time. The couple indeed felt pity for the Jia family, but when it came to Li Anye, their compassion was insufficient. Chapter 54. Dismissal for Unpaid Medical Bills Chief. This is how things stand. After escorting the elderly lady back to the courtyard, Li Anye hurried to the office and recounted the recent events to Wang Jianmin. "Rest assured, I will report this to the higher-ups. If Qin Huairu refuses to pay for the medical expenses, I will propose to the leadership that her factory employment be terminated." Wang Jianmin, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation on Li Anye's behalf. In this era, the authority of one's workplace often outweighed that of local police. While a factory could not arbitrarily dismiss an employee, if Qin Huairu refused to cover the medical costs incurred at the employee hospital, it would be deemed detrimental to the factory's interests, granting the steel mill the right to dismiss her. Moreover, Qin Huairu's status as a level 1 fitter was essentially that of an expendable apprentice in the workshop. How could she expect favorable treatment when compared to Zhonghai, a seasoned level 8 fitter? Once he received Wang Jianmin's approval, Li Anye felt a sense of relief. As he prepared to leave, Wang Jianmin called him back. "Anye, have you completed your procurement tasks ahead of schedule this month?" Wang Jianmin inquired, seated at his desk, radiating warmth and affability. Li Anye nodded earnestly, confirming that indeed. He had not only fulfilled his responsibilities but had also accumulated an additional 20 units of procurement for the following month. "Well done. It seems you have adapted splendidly to the work in the procurement department," Wang Jianmin remarked with evident satisfaction. He then pondered momentarily before tentatively suggesting, "Since you have some spare time this month, sitting idly in the office might be rather dull. Would you be interested in learning something new?" Intrigued by Wang Jianmin's mysterious demeanor, Li Anye asked, "What do you have in mind?" "Learning to drive," Wang Jianmin replied, his eyes twinkling with enthusiasm. "I noticed you handled the vehicle quite well at Beitai Commune. Who knows? You might even obtain your driver's license in just a year or two." Li Anye quickly shook his head, a wry smile on his face. "Department Chief, I hardly have the time to learn to drive, and besides, I find the procurement department quite satisfactory. I have no desire to transfer to the transportation department." Simultaneously, he wondered if his recent idleness in the office had led Wang Jianmin to consider pushing him out of the department. Sensing the misunderstanding in Li Anye's expression, Wang Jianmin hurried to clarify, No, it's not that at all. If you decide to pursue driving lessons, the entire department would wholeheartedly support your endeavor. To put it simply, we could redistribute some of the excess procurement tasks to you, ensuring you receive your salary each month." Li Anye was puzzled. Could such good fortune truly befall him? Moreover, why would his colleagues willingly share the hard-earned procurement quotas they had secured? "Well, this is merely my personal suggestion for now. If you were to obtain your license, we could request a vehicle from the factory for our department. This would greatly facilitate our procurement efforts in the future," Wang Jianmin explained. "Of course, the procurement quotas wouldn't be given to you without a cost. It would essentially be an advance on your transportation expenses. When the time comes, you would still need to step up and drive. You know, young people should acquire as many skills as possible. Please consider it," Wang Jianmin encouraged. Li Anye quickly grasped the underlying intention. Wang Jianmin wanted him to serve as a free driver for the procurement department. Given the regulations of the era regarding obtaining a driver's license, one must complete a designated amount of learning hours to qualify for the examination, which was a vastly different process from modern standards. Aside from the learning hours, there was also the need to understand vehicle maintenance. Although Li Anye was familiar with driving, he had no knowledge of repairs and would require time to learn. Even if he immersed himself in driving school daily, it would take nearly a year to accumulate sufficient hours to sit for the test. During that year, he would depend on his colleagues to share procurement tasks with him. While he could expect to receive his salary, any prospects for promotion or salary increase seemed bleak, and he would find himself indebted to his department colleagues. Perhaps in the following year, I will still be repaying debts to my colleagues in the department. How could I possibly find the time to fulfill my own procurement tasks? Thus, after some contemplation, Li Anye furrowed his brow and conveyed his calculations to Wang Jianmin, stating, "Chief, this is not feasible." Upon hearing this, Wang Jianmin also recognized the oversight in his considerations. However, he was not entirely ready to abandon the idea. After all, having a dedicated vehicle and driver for the procurement department was an immense temptation. Yet, without a driver's license, the factory would undoubtedly reject his vehicle application, making the situation rather challenging. "Let me return to ponder this further and seek a more suitable solution," Wang Jianmin said with a troubled expression, gesturing for Li Anye to leave. Not wishing to disturb Wang Jianmin's deep thoughts, Li Anye quietly closed the door behind him. Subsequently, he sought out Zhonghai in the workshop, greeted him, and informed him that he need not wait for him after work, as he would return home to attend to Anida. "I hope I am not hindering your work," Li Anye said. Zhonghai, although eager to return, was a crucial figure in the workshop. His absence would halt the production tasks entirely. "It's all right, uncle. You know my work. Once roll call is over, it's free time. Moreover, I completed this month's procurement tasks ahead of schedule during my last business trip, so the department won't mind," Zhonghai reassured him. finally feeling at ease and continuing to lead the team in their tasks. Upon riding his bicycle back to the courtyard, as Li Anye entered the central yard, he noticed Bang Gung peering through his own window. Humph, Li Anye scoffed softly. Here he was, spying from the window at home, laying the groundwork for his future behind bars. After returning, he helped Annie to remove the pressure bandage and applied new medication to her wound. The hospital had prescribed some medicinal plasters, which would expedite the healing of her foot injury, albeit with an unpleasant odor. Noticing that Li Anye showed no signs of disgust while diligently tending to her needs, Annie Da's eyes welled with tears. Such a good boy. I will have someone to rely on when I grow old, she said. Li Anye feigned displeasure and glanced at Annie Da. Auntie, what are you saying? You still need to help me raise children. You can't be lazy then. This remark made Annie to burst into laughter, even if I am ill. I will rise from my bed to help you with the children. As she spoke, an expression of anticipation crossed her face. But you mustn't keep your aunt waiting too long. Don't be like Shaju, who complains about how a girl is too plump one moment and then criticizes another for looking like a monkey the next. Li Anye chuckled at her words. Shaju can be rather blunt, but I too desire a beautiful wife. She must be lovely, or our children won't be adorable. Indeed, Annie nodded earnestly. But with your good looks and fine qualities, my dear Anye, you need not worry about finding a beautiful wife in the future. Unlike Shaju, who disparages himself while yearning for a phoenix. Of course, this last thought Auntie De kept to herself, not voicing it aloud. Chapter 55. The Past of Zhonghai and Jia Dongshu. Upon returning to the courtyard, Zhonghai immediately instructed Li Anye to summon both the second and third uncles to discuss the matter concerning bonging. It was evident that the two uncles had heard whispers of the events that transpired during the day, for as soon as Li Anye arrived, they surmised that it was the first uncle who had called them. As Li Anye stepped out, he caught a glimpse of Jia Zhangshur occupying the position once held by bonging, peering into the courtyard from within the house. Humph, now you're afraid? It's too late for that. The three uncles gathered, their expressions grave, and not a single word was spoken. Li Anye intended to suggest sending bonging to a juvenile detention center, yet his uncle vehemently opposed the idea. Li Anye finally broke the silence, addressing the third uncle. You, as a dedicated educator, please consider this. If bonging does not undergo proper reform at the detention center, how can we ensure the safety of the ladies in the courtyard? By this time, the school had already entered its winter break, and thus bonging had been playing in the courtyard throughout the day. Yin Bugue, listening to Li Anye's concerns, grew increasingly anxious for his wife's safety. Old I believe Anye has a point, he pondered aloud. I understand your lingering affection for your ill-fated apprentice. You carry a sense of guilt, but none of us wish for that incident to occur. Upon hearing Yin Bugue's words, Li Anye sensed a hint of something amiss and promptly pressed for clarification. Third uncle, what is going on? Lu Haizhong sighed and replied. I have a clearer understanding of this matter than you do, third uncle. Allow me to explain. Zhonghai remained silent, quietly smoking beside them. Your uncle once held high hopes for Jia Dongshu, wishing to impart his knowledge of metalworking to him. Back then, he was particularly stringent, and the people in the courtyard could hardly bear it. However, both your third uncle and I understood that a stern teacher produces exceptional students, which is why Jia Dongshu ascended through the ranks of metalworking at such a young age. As you know, an accident occurred in the workshop, and Jia's grandmother stormed into your uncle's home, claiming that the pressure he exerted on Jia led to the mishap. Over the years, we have tried to counsel your uncle countless times, yet he remains trapped in his grief. Listening to Lu Haizhong's account, Li Anye finally comprehended why Zhonghai had always shown such leniency towards the Jia family. There lay deeper reasons behind it. It appeared that the narrative was somewhat one-sided, with many aspects left unaddressed. Only when Li Anye found himself entwined in the matter did he realize that the story merely represented the tip of the iceberg within the courtyard. Now he understood why Zhonghai had repeatedly obstructed him from sending bonging to the juvenile facility. Perhaps it was a hurdle his heart could not surmount. With this newfound understanding, Li Anye softened his stance. He had come to regard Zhonghai as family and was reluctant to press him further. As long as he refrained from sending bonging to the detention center, others could not compel him to do so either. It is now the year 1965, the moment when the narrative of the Sahi Yuan begins. This year, Bang Gung stealthily pilfered an old hen from Su Damao's household. However, due to the unfortunate circumstances where Sha Zhu had earlier taken half a chicken from the leadership's kitchen, he was caught red-handed by Su Damao. In a bid to deny that the chicken was taken from public property, Sha Zhu was compelled to stubbornly claim ownership of the theft. With the assistance of Uncle E, Shaju ultimately resolved the matter by merely compensating Su Damao. Li Anye was only aware that the story commenced in winter. It could very well be now, or perhaps the following winter. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Given Bang Gung's temperament, would he not lose his sanity upon sighting a chicken? All right. Anye, you are still young. It would be best for you to refrain from involvement in this matter. Go check on your auntie, while I confer with your two uncles. Zhonghai stated after finishing a cigarette and began ushering people away. With other thoughts forming in his mind, Li Anye rose to depart. After dinner, Uncle E convened a meeting in the courtyard, gathering everyone together. The residents had heard whispers of the incident, and with Auntie E being a highly respected figure in the courtyard, there was a collective disdain for Bang Gung. Upon entering the main courtyard, voices clamored for Uncle E to impose strict punishment on Bang Gung to uphold the courtyard's decorum. Particularly, the women who spent their days alone at home expressed their fears, stating that if this matter was not dealt with seriously, they would not feel safe remaining in the courtyard during the day. Although Bang Gung was merely 11 or 12 years old, boys at that age possessed considerable strength. Moreover, every household had kitchen knives, and with a delinquent in their midst, anyone would feel insecure. At this juncture, Qin Huairu received a notification from the workers' hospital, where the workshop director bluntly informed her that if she did not settle the bill within 3 days, she should prepare to pack her belongings and leave. Upon inquiring at the hospital, she learned that although Andy E, being a family member of a worker, could have half of the expenses reimbursed, she still faced the daunting cost of 18 yuan, an amount that struck her like a bolt from the blue. As the courtyard convened for a meeting, observing the fervent expressions on everyone's faces, it seemed that Bang Gung was in for a severe reckoning. Following this series of tribulations, Qin Huairu's complexion turned as pale as parchment, and she swayed precariously on the bench. In recent days, Shaju had inexplicably become distant. Not only did he cease providing her with food, but their conversations dwindled as well. With the household rations already insufficient, Shaju's withdrawal from the meal provision forced her to prioritize the children's needs, leaving her with dwindling blood sugar levels and an overwhelming sense of dizziness. As the residents gathered, Zhonghai cleared his throat, remarking that everyone had likely heard snippets of the day's events. Bang Gung pushed Andy down, all over a morsel of pig cracklings. At the mention of pig cracklings, the children in the courtyard instinctively swallowed, as the flavor from the previous day's meal lingered in their mouths. After deliberation among the three uncles, it was decided that Bang Gung would be confined to the storage room for 3 days, with only water and food allowed, and no visitors permitted. The Jia family would be responsible for covering all of Auntie Yi's medical expenses at the workers' hospital, though nutritional costs would not be necessary. Once Zhonghai concluded his address, he resumed his seat. Does anyone have any objections to this resolution? As soon as Zhonghai spoke, a murmur spread among the crowd. One elderly gentleman wondered why the troublemaker was sent to the juvenile detention center. A middle-aged woman stood up, expressing her dissatisfaction. My husband works during the day, and my child is only 2 years old. What if this troublemaker comes to our door and causes harm? Hearing this, Zhonghai sighed. Everyone understood what the juvenile detention center represented. A child who entered would emerge transformed. Furthermore, if the troublemaker were sent to the center, it would tarnish the reputation of the children in the courtyard. Everyone would know that a child from their community had been incarcerated. Other parents would surely judge the children of the courtyard harshly. One bad apple could spoil the whole bunch. Chapter 56. The transformation of Shaju Zhonghai's words calmed the previously agitated crowd. Upon reflection, they recognized the truth in his reasoning. If a child from the courtyard ended up in the detention center, their own children would inevitably face scrutiny. And some parents might even forbid their children from associating with those from their community. I disagree. Jia Zhangshi stood up, exclaiming that confining their troublemaker was an outrageous suggestion that could jeopardize their family's future. While many felt the punishment was too lenient, unexpectedly, Jia Zhangshi felt it was excessively harsh. Ignoring the disdainful looks from those around her, she passionately pounded her chest, declaring, our family only has this one child. You are condemning the Jia family to extinction. Zhonghai cast a cool glance at Jia Zhangshi. Since she opposed the consensus of the elders, he decided to follow the proper procedure and send the troublemaker to the juvenile detention center. Anya, please notify the police to come and take him. Li Anye was eager to comply, but Jia Zhangshi's sharp voice halted him. Wait. He understood that Zhonghai was merely trying to intimidate Jia Zhangshi and did not take it too seriously, opting to remain seated as she interjected. Jia Zhangshi's corpulent frame trembled slightly as she insisted, we want to go to the juvenile detention center. She quivered as she sat down, no longer daring to voice any dissent. Jia family, let me be clear, Zhonghai warned. While our neighbors are generally good, their patience with the troublemaker is limited. If he misbehaves again, old and new grievances will be combined, and he will be sent to the detention center. As one of the elders, he acknowledged the difficulties faced by the Jia family. Jia Dongshu was once my apprentice, and I appreciate that everyone is supporting my decision out of respect for me. I thank you all for that. Therefore, if the troublemaker errs again, I promise on behalf of the elders that he will face cumulative punishment for his transgressions, including the previous incident of stealing eggs. As for how long he will remain in the detention center, that is beyond our control. There are others who will decide that. Zhonghai's heartfelt declaration earned him resounding applause from the assembly. Ultimately, regarding the two matters in which Bang Gung has transgressed, the victims are indeed the esteemed individuals of the community. With such magnanimity, they are willing to grant Bang Gung another chance. How could they possibly refuse? They can only regard this esteemed individual with admiration, acknowledging that his breadth of spirit is unparalleled by ordinary folk. Were the situation to befall them, they would undoubtedly not so readily let it slide. Qin Huairu, upon seeing the resolution of the situation, felt an immense wave of relief wash over her as Bang Gung was spared from juvenile detention. It is well known that such an experience would leave a permanent mark on one's record, and in this era, what future could one hope for with a criminal record? With that sigh of relief, she immediately felt her body grow weak and lean to one side. Ah, Master Qin. The crowd erupted into chaos. Although outwardly they all expressed disdain for the Jia family, when misfortune truly struck, as neighbors, they felt an undeniable sense of responsibility. A few individuals promptly carried Qin Huairu towards the hospital, leaving Jia Zhongshi behind, lamenting, "Oh heavens, how much will this cost?" In her household, there was not a single person who could be relied upon. After her cries subsided, seeing that no one attended to her, Jia Zhongshi begrudgingly retreated indoors. She had no intention of accompanying them to the hospital. Those who wished to bear the medical expenses could do so, as she had no money. Although Qin Huairu provided her with 3 yuan each month, that amount was entirely consumed on painkillers, leaving her with nothing saved. And she dared not mention this to Qin Huairu. After all, if she did, it was likely that Qin Huairu would cease her monthly support. And she could not afford to be without her pain relief, as the absence would leave her restless. Li Anye, of course, did not accompany them to the hospital. Turning back, he noticed the foolish Zhu staring blankly behind him. In the past, Zhu would have been the first to carry Qin Huairu to the hospital, and naturally, he would be the one to pay. "Zhu, aren't you going along? Someone has to cover the medical expenses." Li Anye jested. Unexpectedly, Zhu replied earnestly, "As neighbors, covering hospital fees is no issue. What I truly desire now is to clarify our relationship so that I can return with a wife and raise a healthy child." Li Anye looked at Zhu, who seemed to retain some semblance of his former self, yet there were subtle distinctions he could not quite articulate. "If you've thought this through, that is indeed the best course of action. There is no need to sacrifice your future happiness for her," Li Anye remarked. Feeling a sense of solace at Zhu's transformation, it appeared that his previous words had resonated with Zhu. Perhaps she was not entirely beyond redemption. He simply needed a sincere reminder from someone. The elderly deaf woman, after all, was aging and struggled to communicate effectively with him, while the esteemed couple, while hoping for Zhu's support in their old age, did not consider his happiness to the fullest extent. After all, should Zhu marry Qin Huairu, she would be a member of their own community, and given her care for her mother-in-law, the elder couple naturally favored her as a suitable match. "My dear brother Anye, I owe you my heartfelt thanks. Never before has anyone shared so much wisdom with me. Were it not for you, I suspect I would have remained bewildered for years." Zhu exclaimed, offering a smile to Li Anye. "Come, let us go to my home for a drink. I have some fine liquor stashed away. There are also peanuts. Wait for me to fry them for you, and I assure they will be irresistibly fragrant." Li Anye chuckled at Shaju's foolishness, and the two of them promptly linked arms and made their way to Shaju's abode. It was fortunate that Shaju had locked the door just in time. Otherwise, in the original narrative, only an empty burlap sack would have remained. Meanwhile, the atmosphere surrounding Qin Huairu was far from cheerful. The group escorted her to the workers' hospital, where the doctor diagnosed her with mild hypoglycemia, compounded by severe emotional turmoil, which led to her fainting. She required intravenous fluids to replenish her glucose levels and needed to be observed for a day. When it came time to settle the medical expenses, the group naturally sought out Shaju, only to realize he had not accompanied them. What were they to do? Everyone was acutely aware of Qin Huairu's dire financial situation. and she still owed a significant sum for her medical bills. If they were to cover her costs, it would undoubtedly be a futile endeavor. Like a meat bun thrown to a dog, it would vanish without a trace. No one wished to be the unfortunate benefactor, so they dispatched someone to retrieve funds from Jia Zhongshi. However, upon arriving at the Jia household, they were promptly dismissed by Jia Zhongshi, who made it abundantly clear that she would not part with a single coin. With the hospital awaiting payment and lacking the leverage of Zhonghai's influence, they had no choice but to concede. Each contributed 50 cents to cover Qin Huairu's medical expenses. Damn it. From now on, I will not involve myself in the affairs of the Qin widow, a young man grumbled as he fished 50 cents from his pocket and departed without a backward glance. It was truly absurd to perform good deeds while incurring personal loss. Chapter 57. Delivering a hen to Su Damao upon awakening in the hospital. Qin Huairu found only a small note detailing the names of those who had contributed to her medical expenses, clearly listing how much each person had paid. This revelation left her momentarily dazed. She was already grappling with 18 yuan owed to her aunt for medical costs, and now an additional 3 yuan in debt loomed over her. Reluctantly, she tucked the note into her pocket, promising to repay it later, as her aunt's medical bills took precedence. Once her 4 was completed, Qin Huairu hastily arranged for her discharge. She could not afford to remain in the hospital any longer, and the nurse even returned 50 cents of her hospitalization fee. Clutching the 50 cents, a mixture of emotions swirled within her. It was evident that Shaju had not come to the hospital with her. Had he done so, he would have surely paid the hospital fees. Qin Huairu remained bewildered by Shaju's recent behavior, initially attributing it to a petty quarrel, but now it seemed far more complex. While Qin Huairu had maintained her composure, it was becoming increasingly difficult. Scanning the courtyard, she realized that few could readily produce 18 yuan, and the only person willing to lend her money was Shaju. Uncle San was still kind-hearted, anticipating that Qin Huairu might return from the hospital late at night, so he left the door ajar for her. After entering the main courtyard, she glanced at Li Anye's door, mustered her courage, and pushed against it, only to find it unyielding. With her head bowed, lost in thought, she eventually turned and walked toward Shaju's room. "Shaju, are you asleep?" Qin Huairu gently knocked on the door. Shaju, having indulged in a bit of drink, was soundly asleep and did not hear her soft rapping. Given that the hour was quite late, she feared that her noise might disturb the neighbors, so she reluctantly trudged back home with heavy footsteps. Jia Zhongshi, a light sleeper, was awakened by Qin Huairu's entrance. She considered reprimanding her, but hesitated, fearing that Qin Huairu might ask her for money, so she chose to feign sleep instead. Burdened with worries, Qin Huairu removed her outer garments and climbed into bed, turning her back to the children as she quietly wiped away her tears. She truly felt at a loss about how to carry on with her life. The next day, Qin Huairu rose early, intending to help Shaju wash his bedding. Due to Shaju's recent indifference towards her, she had also acted out a bit, neglecting to tidy his room. Fortunately, she had refrained from doing so. Otherwise, she would have discovered that Shaju had taken to locking his door every day. "Shaju, are you awake?" Qin Huairu knocked on the door and attempted to push it open, only to find it immovable, likely bolted from the inside. Puzzled, she thought to herself that while it made sense for Li Anye to bolt the door while sleeping, she wondered why Shaju would do the same. "Yes, I'm up. What is it?" Shaju's groggy voice came from within. "I came to help you wash your bedding. Please get dressed and open the door." Although Qin Huairu felt displeased, she lowered her tone, aware that she needed something from Shaju. "No need, Qinjia. I can handle this myself from now on," Shaju replied. Qin Huairu was taken aback by his response, though she masked her surprise with a smile. "You can't possibly wash it as well as I can. Don't be polite. Let me assist you." "Really, it's unnecessary, Qinjia. Besides, I expect to marry soon, so just bear with me for a little while longer." At this, Qin Huairu could no longer maintain her facade. Her voice trembled with urgency. "You have someone?" Of course, Shaju's tone was laced with a hint of pride. "It's practically a done deal." In truth, Shaju was misleading Qin Huairu. There was no imminent romance. He was aware of the rumors circulating in the factory, but he felt confident regarding the matter of marriage. Qin Huairu stood there, dazed, clutching the basin in her hands as she turned to leave, seemingly unable to recover from this overwhelming blow. Upon reaching her doorstep, she could no longer contain her emotions and covered her mouth as she wept openly. "Where will I find 18 yuan? Without it, the factory will dismiss me, and how will I provide for my family then?" With her job at the steel mill, she managed to support her family, albeit barely. If she lost this meager salary for the month, her children would surely starve. Unexpectedly, Shaju emerged behind her and, upon witnessing her suffering, was taken aback. He swallowed hard and placed a stack of mixed bills on the stone ledge at Qin Huairu's door. "Qinjia, I know you can't come up with this much money right now, so I'll lend it to you." With that, he hurriedly retreated into his house. He was not unwilling to continue assisting Qin Huairu. He was still willing to offer his support during her times of difficulty, but only on the condition that she did not interfere with his pursuit of a wife. "Sister Qin, for the sake of my future happiness, please keep your distance," muttered the foolish Zhu as he sat alone in his room. The raucous barks of the mutt, confined to its quarters, became unbearable at night, disturbing the peace of the second uncle and others residing in the back courtyard. After enduring 2 nights of incessant howling, they could no longer tolerate the disturbance and released the dog prematurely from confinement, leaving it locked up only on the final night to avoid further sleeplessness for those who had worked the following day. On this particular day, Li Anye made an unusual trip to the countryside. He meticulously divided 2 packets each of brown and white sugar from his stock, wrapping them securely in newspaper. The sugar from the convenience store came in 1-pound packages. Thus he now possessed 2 pounds of each type. He intended to barter these sweet treasures for 2 hens from the villager in Sango village for Su Damao. Aware that he could not ascertain if the plot was set in the present or the following winter, he resolved to expedite the narrative. The mutt had a penchant for thievery, and this time, he would let it indulge. In this era, sugar was a rare and precious commodity, making the exchange for 2 hens quite favorable. Li Anye crafted a story about needing the hens to prepare a nourishing soup for his wife, who was about to give birth, successfully convincing 2 local villagers to part with their hens, which appeared quite plump. He then inquired about Su Damao's whereabouts for his film screening that day. After determining the location, he rode his bicycle with the 2 hens to the village where the screening was taking place. He approached a fellow villager, shared a cigarette, and offered him 30 cents, instructing him to deliver the hens to Su Damao after the screening concluded. Li Anye feared that the hens might be used to curry favor with the village's young maidens, squandering his good intentions. Though the villager looked somewhat puzzled, Li Anye merely claimed a prior favor from Su Damao, ensuring the man would not realize it was he who had provided the hens. The villager, reassured, confidently promised to deliver the hens to Li Anye. The people of this time were remarkably sincere, especially the hard-working villagers, so Li Anye had no concerns about the villager absconding with the hens. Besides, he lived in the same courtyard as Su Damao, so he would undoubtedly know if the hens returned. On his way back, Li Anye slapped his thigh in realization. For many years, Su Damao had only ever brought back 2 hens once in the original plot, which had astonished him at the generosity of the villagers in gifting the film projector's operator such a bounty. Now it seemed likely that the generous villager might have been none other than himself. However, this would remain uncertain until the day the mutt attempted its poultry theft, when the truth would be revealed. Chapter 58. Caught in the act indeed, the heavens do not forsake the diligent. That evening, Su Damao strolled past the main courtyard, beaming with joy as he carried 2 hens. Li Anye had been waiting eagerly for this moment and rushed to greet him, purposely exclaiming, "Brother Damao, where did you manage to procure such plump chickens?" The sight of that chicken was undeniably tantalizing, glistening with an abundance of fat. This remark was deliberately made by Li Anye for the ears of the neighboring Jia family. Su Damao, observing Li Anye's demeanor, mistakenly assumed that he was envious of him. The thought that Li Anye, who indulged in pork and lard daily, could feel envy only added to Su Damao's sense of pride. Isn't it just like showing films in the countryside, where the villagers are overly enthusiastic? He thought, trying to appear nonchalant, even as his tail seemed to soar with delight. "Ah, Damao, you truly possess remarkable talents." Li Anye enthusiastically chimed in. "Are you planning to cook that chicken?" He intentionally raised his voice for the benefit of the listener inside the house. "Oh, that old hen is just for laying eggs," Su Damao chuckled. "Very well. Do carry on," Li Anye said, sensing it was time to let Su Damao depart. If only that chicken could be roasted, a beggar's chicken would smell divine. He added loudly after Su Damao left, before retreating indoors. "Humph, I know you must be tempted." In the days that followed, Li Anye would merely check in at the office before returning to attend to Auntie Da, all while keeping a vigilant eye on the 2 old hens at Su Damao's home. Fortunately, Auntie Da's foot injury had nearly healed, allowing her to regain some strength. Seizing the opportunity, Li Anye returned the wheelchair to the hospital and casually inquired with the doctor, discovering that Qin Huairu had already settled the account. He surmised that it was likely Shaju who had provided the funds, as he had not witnessed Qin Huairu scrounging for money lately. It must be said that Shaju truly had a good heart. Whenever someone fell ill or required medical expenses in the story, he was always the first to step forward, embodying the pure neighborly spirit of that era. Although Li Anye did not belong to this time, he could still sense such genuine affection. Yet he found himself unable to emulate it. He had not yet reached that level of enlightenment. On the fourth day, as expected, the desire overwhelmed the listener, prompting them to stealthily wander into the backyard. It was evident that after cutting off Shaju's meals, the Jia family's dining table now consisted solely of cornbread and rice soup. Earlier in the month, they had still enjoyed thin porridge, but due to Qin Huairu's determination to repay her neighbors, they were now relegated to rice soup. Though Qin Huairu had not been in such a rush to repay, the incessant demands from her neighbors left her with little choice. They had bluntly stated that should she fail to return the money, they would be indifferent to her fate should she perish in their courtyard. With elders and children relying on her, and her daytime job leaving her overwhelmed, Qin Huairu had no alternative but to grit her teeth and repay the debt. When the listener ventured into Shaju's residence, they found the door locked, rendering any food inside inaccessible. Having subsisted on rice soup for several days, the listener felt faint with hunger, their eyes clouded with desperation, yearning to take a bite of anything in sight. Thus, they resorted to the risky endeavor of stealing a chicken from Su Damao's home. In truth, during this era, chickens were a precious commodity, with every household keeping them indoors. Save for Lu Xiaoa, who found the smell of chicken droppings too unbearable and kept her chickens outside, inadvertently providing an opportunity for the listener's mischief. Li Anye observed as Bang Geng stealthily entered the backyard, sensing that an intriguing drama was about to unfold. To avoid alarming the culprit, he waited until Bang Geng departed the courtyard before leisurely making his way to investigate. Upon inspection, he discovered, to his dismay, that one of the chickens was indeed missing. He promptly knocked on the door of Su Damao's residence, and Lu Xiaoa, who happened to be home, opened it. "Mrs. Lu, have you noticed that one of your chickens is missing?" Li Anye inquired, feigning surprise. Lu Xiaoa peered into the chicken coop and gasped, realizing that indeed one chicken was absent. Although she was the simple-minded daughter of a landowner, the daily delight of enjoying fresh eggs made the loss particularly distressing. "I just saw Bang Geng lurking about, and I feared he might be plotting to steal something. Upon closer inspection, it turns out one chicken is indeed missing," Li Anye reported solemnly to Lu Xiaoa. In a fit of anger, she slapped her thigh, exclaiming, "That scoundrel! Let us go find him." Li Anye tugged gently at Lu Xiaoa's arm before quickly releasing it, thinking how pleasant it felt. "Mrs. Lu, you are aware of the tension between my family and yours. Please don't mention that I informed you, or my uncle will surely scold me." Having lived in the courtyard for quite some time, Lu Xiaoa was well aware of the matters involving Zhonghai and the Jia family. Gratefully, she assured Li Anye, "Rest assured, if you notice anything amiss, come to inform me. I would be more than appreciative, and won't disclose it to anyone. I'll say that I saw it myself," Li Anye mused, recognizing her gullibility. With Lu Xiao's promise providing him reassurance, he offered, "I shall go to the factory to find my uncle and inform him of this incident. I noticed Bang Geng headed in that direction. You might still catch him. Is it even possible?" Li Anye had calculated the timing perfectly. It was nearly time for the workers to clock out, and he was certain that the chickens had already been consumed by the trio of siblings. "All right, thank you." Lu Xiaoa, trusting him completely, hurriedly exited. Li Anye hopped onto his bicycle and, along the way, spotted Bang Geng and his accomplices squatting behind a pile of stones, feasting on chicken. He merely pretended not to see them and swiftly rode past. Upon arriving at the steel factory, it was indeed the end of the workday, and workers were gradually exiting the gates to head home. Among the crowd, Li Anye effortlessly located Zhonghai. "Uncle, one of Su Damao's chickens has gone missing. Lu Xiaoa has gone out to search for it, and I came to inform you." Li Anye refrained from mentioning Bang Geng's name. Upon hearing this, Zhonghai's brow furrowed deeply. He understood that this incident was undoubtedly connected to Bang Geng, who had just recently emerged from confinement. It seemed the young rascal was up to his old tricks again. This time, Zhonghai was determined not to shield Bang Geng from the consequences. Frowning, he mounted the rear seat of Li Anye's bicycle and urged, "Let us hurry back. If that thief isn't caught, we won't be able to enjoy the festivities of the new year." "Uncle, look, isn't that Mrs. Lu?" Li Anye halted the bicycle, pointing towards an assertive woman ahead. "Ah, that appears to be Bang Geng." Although he wore a look of confusion, his heart was brimming with joy. He had not anticipated that Lu Xiaoyi would be so swift, catching Bang Geng in the act so quickly. "Bang Geng, Obangung. Without Su Damao misunderstanding that Shaju had stolen the chickens, Shaju was spared from bearing the blame. I wonder how you will handle this situation. Chapter 59. Are you not coming with me? Lu Xiaoyi spotted Li Anye and Zhonghai, and in that instant, she felt as though she had found her pillar of support and approached them. Uncle, you arrived just in time. Bang Gung has stolen our chickens. Lu Xiaoyi pointed at the ground littered with chicken bones before the three siblings, her face flushed with indignation. They have all been devoured. You speak nonsense. Those are not your chickens. Upon seeing the imposing figure of Uncle, Bang Gung appeared somewhat intimidated, yet he still retorted defiantly. Not my chickens? Then where did you get them? Can your family afford to buy chickens? Lu Xiaoyi, incensed by Bang Gung's denial, turned to Zhonghai and said, Uncle, I saw Bang Gung sneaking into the backyard, and to my shock, when he emerged, the chickens were nowhere to be found. I inquired and caught him red-handed. Yet he dares to argue, understanding that the matters of the courtyard were under the purview of the three uncles. Lu Xiaoyi disregarded Bang Gung's protestations and recounted the events to Zhonghai in detail. Zhonghai sighed, casting a disappointed glance at Bang Gung, and reassured Lu Xiaoyi. Let us return home. We shall discuss this in the courtyard. With that, he shot a stern look at Bang Gung and ordered, Get up and come with me. Faced with the fearsome demeanor of Uncle, Bang Gung had no choice but to rise, his spirits dampened, and follow behind him, accompanied by his two sisters. Throughout their journey, Li Anye felt a seething gaze directed at him from behind, and without a doubt, it belonged to Bang Gung. It was amusing to Li Anye, from Bang Gung's perspective. He believed he had done no wrong, yet now he harbored animosity towards him. However, the more Bang Gung despised him, the more delighted Li Anye felt. For he had successfully captured two hens and was finally able to send the ingratiating Bang Gung to the juvenile detention center. Today, Su Damao was not in the village. And as they entered the courtyard, they encountered him cycling towards them, presumably having caught up from behind. After all, they had walked the latter part of the journey to escort Bang Gung. What is going on here? Su Damao noticed his wife with Li Anye and Uncle, followed by several boys from the Jia family, and his mind struggled to comprehend the scene. Lu Xiaoyi, seeing Su Damao, clenched her teeth and recounted the incident of Bang Gung stealing the chickens. Upon hearing that the hen had already been consumed by Bang Gung and his siblings, Su Damao immediately raised his hand to strike Bang Gung but was halted by Zhonghai. Enough, do not be angry. I will give you an explanation regarding this matter. Although Zhonghai did not hold Su Damao in high regard, he could not stand idly by while he struck a child. Li Anye, on the other hand, felt a twinge of disappointment. He had wished that Su Damao would act as his hand and deliver a thorough beating to Bang Gung. Bang Gung glared fiercely at Su Damao and retorted, My grandmother says your chickens were obtained through deceit. What right do you have to hit me? Upon hearing these words, Su Damao became even more incensed. Who has deceived your family? Call your grandmother out. I wish to inquire which I have heard witnessed me, Su Damao, engaging in deceit. Zhonghai, somewhat impatient, interrupted him. Enough? You know how you arrived here. Now please go inside. At Zhonghai's words, Su Damao's anger subsided momentarily. But as he regained his composure, he realized the chicken had indeed been thrust upon him by a fellow villager. What was he feeling guilty about? By the time he regained his senses, Zhonghai had already led his companions away. What is the meaning of this? Su Damao grumbled as he followed them inside. All right, I am aware of the situation now. You return home and prepare dinner. After we dine, we shall convene a meeting to discuss this matter. Upon reaching the main courtyard, Zhonghai kindly urged Lu Xiaoyi to retreat to the back courtyard. He then turned to the Bongging siblings and said, You may return home as well. Inform your grandmother and mother that this time, I can no longer protect you. Take care of yourselves. With that, he walked into the house with his hands clasped behind his back. After Li Anye parked his bicycle in the courtyard, he sought out a small stool outside the house, waiting for Shaju to return and see if his lunchbox contained any chicken. Before long, Shaju entered the courtyard, carrying an aluminum lunchbox, humming a cheerful tune. Brother Zhu. Li Anye greeted him with a smile. What fine treasures have you brought today? Let me have a look. Shaju glanced around to ensure no one else was present and generously opened the lunchbox for Li Anye to see. Today, I managed to bring back half a chicken. He lowered his voice. I promised my sister ages ago that I would make her chicken soup, and today, I finally acquired some chicken, hee. As a purchasing agent at the factory, Li Anye was naturally not envious of the chicken in Shaju's possession, so Shaju felt at ease around him. Indeed, he was the one who had delivered the old hen to Su Damao. Brother Zhu, Su Damao just lost his chicken. Perhaps it would be better to simmer it for soup later. In order to prevent Shaju from taking the blame again, Li Anye felt compelled to offer a warning. Upon hearing that Su Damao's chicken had gone missing, Shaju was as jubilant as if it were the new year. However, Li Anye's subsequent words plunged him into contemplation. It was Bonging who stole it. Although he was caught red-handed, if you cook the chicken now, Su Damao might come back to bite you. Claiming Bonging shared half with you. That could complicate matters between you and Qin Huairu. After a moment of silence, Shaju looked at Li Anye with gratitude. Brother Anye, thank you so much. Had you not mentioned this, I would not have considered that angle. Don't mention it, Brother Zhu. I too hope you marry a wife soon. With your cooking skills, your children will surely grow into robust little ones. Li Anye, motivated by his disdain for the Jia family due to Bonging, was unwilling for Shaju to continue supporting them. The thought of the Courtyard's property eventually being handed over to that scoundrel Bonging filled him with regret. All right, I shall take this inside now. Rest assured, I will wait until this matter blows over before cooking. Shaju waved his lunchbox when the time comes. I hope you will join me for a meal. Let us share a drink together. Li Anye smiled broadly, acknowledging the situation, setting aside other matters. He was genuinely enamored with Shaju's culinary skills. In an era marked by scarcity, few were willing to invest effort into the preparation of food. As a modern-day gourmet, he found himself utterly captivated by Shaju's artistry in the kitchen. He mused that when he eventually took a wife, she must possess cooking skills that rivaled those of Shaju. After bidding farewell to Shaj, a matron called Li Anye into the house for dinner. He thought to himself that once he married, he could enjoy his wife's cooking, thereby allowing the matron to retire from the kitchen. With this thought, he strode into the house to partake in the meal. It was that the matroness cooking was unpalatable. Rather, the frugality of the era had conditioned everyone to be sparing with ingredients, even with lard now available. The matron hesitated to enrich the dishes with it. The last time Shaju had cooked, he had used a considerable amount of lard for a simple stir-fry, which led to a stern reprimand from the matron. Chapter 60. The capture of Bonging. After the meal, all the residents of the courtyard gathered in the main yard. Their expressions somber. Recent events had led them to regard Bonging as a veritable source of trouble, and they had collectively resolved that if he were not sent to the juvenile detention center this time, peace in the courtyard would be a distant memory. Although sending Bonging to the detention center would undoubtedly impact the children in the courtyard, the gravity of the situation superseded such concerns. This era fostered a sense of unity. No household had the notion of locking their doors. However, due to Bonging's actions, every family had recently purchased locks to secure their homes when venturing out. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Living in close quarters, neighbors would typically see each other frequently, and the saying distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors resonated. Yet, Bonging's presence had shattered this neighborhood harmony. Qin Huairu and Jia Zhongshi were the last to arrive, their faces pale with dread. They were acutely aware that Zhonghai would likely not let Bonging off easily this time. They had previously discussed whether to send Bonging away to evade the impending storm. But aside from Qin Huairu's and Jia Zhongshi's maternal homes, where else could he go? Moreover, the neighbors in the courtyard were well aware of these places, and sending him there would guarantee his capture, resulting in even harsher repercussions. With everyone gathered, many were still unaware of the reason for convening the assembly. As the events had transpired only recently, Zhonghai began to succinctly recount the events surrounding Bonging's theft of chickens. At this moment, Su Damao stood up and addressed the group. Have you all heard? That chicken of mine was a laying hen, and now it has fallen prey to that little rascal Bonging. He must be sent to the detention center. If any of you gentlemen disagree, I will report him to the police myself. Su Damao declared indignantly, and the compensation owed to my family must be paid in full. Shaju instinctively considered standing up to retort at Su Damao, but then realized that doing so at this juncture would inadvertently support the Jia family's position. As time progressed, the relationship between him and Qin Huairu became increasingly convoluted, prompting him to suppress his feelings. Furthermore, Su Damao was indeed the unfortunate victim in this matter, and it was evident that Bang Gung had acted improperly. All right, Su Damao, who says we won't send Bang Gung to the juvenile detention center? Zhonghai sighed, having already expressed his stance at the recent assembly. If Bang Gung misbehaves again, we will account for both new and old offenses. Anya, please ride your bicycle to the police station and summon the officers to take Bang Gung away. Upon hearing this, Li Anye realized Zhonghai was serious and promptly made his way toward the bicycle parking area. Please, no. A heart-wrenching cry emerged from the crowd, and Li Anye could easily guess it was Jia Zhongshi. However, he paid her no mind, pushing his bicycle out of the courtyard. Indifferent to Jia Zhangshir's lamentations behind him, Zhonghai's voice faintly echoed from behind. That's enough. If you continue to cause a scene, I will have someone take you in as well. Li Anye hurried to the nearest precinct, recounting the events to the officers, detailing Bang Gung's transgressions without embellishment. After all, he was not Bang Gung's father and had no intention of shielding him. The officers, upon hearing the account, recognized the gravity of the situation. Not only was there a string of thefts, but there was also the alarming incident of assaulting an elderly person. This was indeed serious. It is worth noting that the security situation in Beijing at that time was generally commendable, with only sporadic petty crimes. Yet Bang Gung's actions could be classified as home invasion, a significant offense in those days. Although Bang Gung was a minor, the crimes he committed were substantial enough to warrant a few years in juvenile detention. The precinct took Li Anye's report seriously and promptly dispatched 2 officers to accompany him back to the courtyard to apprehend the offender. Upon arriving at the courtyard, the officers inquired with the residents and, having verified the facts reported by Li Anye, prepared to confront the Jia family. However, they were immediately halted by Jia Zhangshir. Officers, my grandson is just a child. Must you pursue this matter so rigorously with a young one? Jia Zhangshir wailed, her tears and snot mingling as she wiped her nose on the officers' uniforms. Ma'am, regardless of age, a wrongdoing must be brought to justice, the officer replied with commendable patience. Showing no disdain for Jia Zhangshir's distress, I won't allow it. You cannot take my grandson. He is the last heir of the Jia family. Jia Zhangshir, disregarding all else, plopped down on the ground, beating her thighs in despair. My son passed away early, and he is our only remaining hope. If you take him away, I will not survive. The 2 officers exchanged glances, their expressions growing more serious. Ma'am, you must not obstruct our duties. We have the authority to detain you if necessary. At that moment, Zhonghai pushed through the crowd, exclaiming, Jia Zhangshir, do not embarrass me here. Step aside at once. If I were to report this matter to the factory, your daughter-in-law would lose her job, and your family would be left to fend for yourselves. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhangshir immediately scrambled to her feet, her tears and mucus staining her plump face, eliciting disdain from those in the courtyard. I beg you, officer, please have mercy and do not take our Bang Gung away, Jia Zhangshir implored, her hands clasped in desperation due to Zhonghai's threat. The 2 officers, seeing Jia Zhangshir clear the way, promptly entered and apprehended the ever-elusive Bang Gung, treating him with a sternness befitting a criminal. Bang Gung struggled fiercely as he was brought out, shouting, I am not a thief. I didn't steal. Mom, save me. At that moment, Qin Huairu was inconsolable, her grief intensifying upon hearing Bang Gung's cries, leaving her unable to utter a single word. Li Anye, observing Bang Gung's defiance, concluded that the boy was likely to face dire consequences. After all, in this era, one who confessed was treated leniently, while those who resisted faced severe repercussions. After the officers placed silver handcuffs on Bang Gung, the residents of the courtyard erupted in thunderous applause, expressing their approval. You, Damao, are cursed. You reported me. You'll never have children. Bang Gung's final remark as he was led away left Damao infuriated. However, Shaju, upon hearing Bang Gung's words, couldn't help but smile, feeling his affection for the boy was finally reciprocated. Yet, from the sinister expression on Damao's face, Li Anye surmised that Bang Gung's words had likely sown seeds of resentment, indicating that life would be challenging for him even after his release from the Juvenile Detention Center. Chapter 61. Arrival at the Juvenile Detention Center. After being escorted to the precinct, Bang Gung found himself in a foreign environment, surrounded by unfamiliar faces and a cadre of stern-looking police officers. Being merely an 11 or 12-year-old child, he succumbed to the pressure and promptly confessed to his wrongdoing. His admissions came swiftly, as the offenses had already been discussed in a previous assembly and were duly recorded. Leading to a prompt resolution of his case, Bang Gung was sentenced to 8 months of labor reform in the Juvenile Detention Center. The following day, Bang Gung was transported to the facility, where he encountered children who were all orphans, driven to crime by desperation and hunger. The other inmates were gaunt and emaciated, and they had never seen a child as plump and well-fed as Bang Gung. Instantly, he faced exclusion, for it was evident he had lived a life of privilege, in stark contrast to their own struggles for survival amidst derision in the marketplace. Although Bang Gung was determined to fight back, he was overwhelmed by the sheer number of those who sought to suppress him. Despite his strength, he was no match for their collective force. At that moment, tears and snot streamed down his face, yet the wolf cub-like gaze in his eyes remained unchanged. He was unaware that he would spend the next several months in this place, still believing that Qin Huairu and Jia Zhang would soon come to take him home. Thus, he was reluctant to concede defeat. Even with his hands and feet restrained, he spat at the child leader before him, threatening, "If you don't let me go. When my mother and my foolish uncle arrive, you won't escape unscathed. My foolish uncle is formidable in a fight." The child, Bang Gung, was so spoiled by Jia Zhang that he had become the king of the courtyard, raised with a sense of entitlement and ignorance of the world around him. He still fancied this was the courtyard, where invoking the name of Shaju would terrify all the other children, for Shaju truly knew how to discipline misbehaving kids. However, everyone in the courtyard was well aware of Shaju's character and preferred not to engage with him. Moreover, since Shaju had a protective elder, the other children would shy away from Bang Gung, fearing any confrontation. But this was a juvenile detention center, not the courtyard. The leading child wiped the saliva from his face and declared, "Brothers, we must subdue him today." The other children, infuriated by Bang Gung's calling for his mother, were mostly orphans who had never known the comfort of parental figures. Seeing the newcomer, who appeared chubby and well-fed, only intensified their anger as they recalled their own struggles for survival outside. With clenched fists, they began to rain blows upon Bang Gung, each knowing to avoid striking his face to evade the attention of the staff. Initially, Bang Gung managed to cry out in protest, but soon the pain overwhelmed him, sapping his strength entirely. The children, mindful of his suffering, halted their assault when they sensed he was nearing his limits. Once released, Bang Gung collapsed weakly onto the ground. The child leader, swelling with pride, spat on the fallen Bang Gung, exclaiming, "What a worthless thing! Who do you think you are?" With the swagger of a victorious rooster, he strutted away, followed by the others who mimicked his actions, each spitting on Bang Gung in turn. "Damao, Li Anye, may you suffer a wretched fate," Bang Gung muttered, dazed on the ground. "Mother, grandmother, when will you come to rescue me?" Ultimately, he could no longer withstand the pain and burst into tears. Yet, unbeknownst to him, such occurrences would repeat countless times over the next 6 months. With his mother and grandmother only able to catch a distant glimpse of him through iron bars, occasionally sending him meager provisions. However, any items they brought would be promptly snatched away by the other children. In that moment, he realized that no one was coming to save him. Within the confines of the detention center, even the simplest comforts, like egg or chicken, were luxuries. He would be grateful merely for a bowl of rice soup, as most of the children resorted to digging up field mice to supplement their meager meals. The field mice within the juvenile detention center are indeed limited, and all those caught must be surrendered to the privileged children inside. Thus, how could it be possible for Bang Gung to receive any? Consequently, during his brief stay at the detention center, Bang Gung visibly lost weight, resembling the frail children within. In truth, had it not been for Shashu, Bang Gung would naturally have possessed such a physique. Yet now, rather than feeling gratitude towards Shashu, he harbored a flicker of resentment. Although Shashu often expressed how precious he found him, when it truly mattered, no one came to his aid, just like his grandmother and mother. After Bang Gung's departure, the residents of the courtyard breathed a collective sigh of relief. Smiles returned to their faces as the new year approached, and with one less troublemaker in their midst. How could they not feel jubilant? However, one family stood as an exception, the Jia family. With Bang Gung gone, their food rations were reduced, which should have lightened Qin Huairu's burden. Yet, Bang Gung was, after all, the apple of their eye, and they could not simply abandon him. Thus, they sent supplies to the detention center from time to time, fearful that he might suffer from hunger or cold within its confines. However, as a new arrival, Bang Gung was not permitted visitors, leaving them unaware that the items they sent never reached him but instead filled the stomachs of other children. The clothing sent was of no use either, as the other children were all in need of adequate attire, leaving no room for Bang Gung. As the new year drew closer, the Qin family found themselves completely out of food and approached Zhonghai and Damao for assistance. "Damao, we are indeed out of provisions. Could we possibly borrow a few pounds of cornmeal?" Qin Huairu pleaded, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment. Damao was well aware of the reason behind the Jia family's rapid depletion of their supplies this month. Was it not all directed towards that little scoundrel in the detention center? "Qin Huairu, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but while Bang Gung may be your only child, you must also consider Xiao Dang and Huaihua." Damao admonished Qin Huairu, yet still fetched a bag of cornmeal from the kitchen for her. Since Li Anye did not enjoy cornmeal, Damao had not touched it after purchasing it. "You needn't repay this, but let me be clear, my family will not be buying cornmeal next month." This implied that Qin Huairu should not expect to borrow food in the future. As longtime neighbors, Damao could not bear to see the Qin family starve. Yet she could not tolerate the way they indulged Bang Gung. Xiaodang and Wai Hua had visibly grown weaker, and their complexion had deteriorated compared to before. If Qin Huairu continued to send supplies to the detention center, even the most substantial family fortune could be entirely depleted. She could assist for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Chapter 62. Exchanging cloth with Zhang Weimin. After successfully borrowing food, Qin Huairu began to calculate in her mind. It was evident that Damao had no intention of lending her family any more provisions in the following month. However, Qin Huairu could not bear to watch Bang Gung suffer in the juvenile detention center. It was imperative to continue sending provisions to him. Yet a dilemma arose. The circumstances at home had drastically changed, and the meal deliveries from Sha Zhu had ceased for quite some time. Recently, Qin Huairu discerned that Sha Zhu had previously been quite self-sufficient. Where could he possibly have found a partner? Despite her attempts to approach him, Sha Zhu remained indifferent, often retorting, "Sister Qin, I was so good to your family before, but now I am looking for a partner. You can't possibly hinder me, can you?" His words left her speechless. Nonetheless, she was unwilling to give up on Sha Zhu. After all, his monthly salary of 37.5 yuan was a sum he could hardly expend alone. After much contemplation, she devised a plan involving Qin Jingru. It was fortunate that during her recent visit home, she had boasted to her sister about the allure of city life, which had ignited Qin Jingru's resolute desire to marry into the city. Sha Zhu, captivated by a pretty girl, would likely overlook the importance of a city household registration. His sole criterion for a partner had always been made clear: beauty. Over the years, Qin Jingru had blossomed into a charming young woman, and if she were to marry Sha Zhu, it would be only reasonable for him to provide support for their family. Perhaps she could even continue to receive meals from him to nourish Bang Gung's frail body. It was said that labor reform was a requirement in the juvenile detention center, and Bang Gung might be facing significant hardships there. If she did not send in some nutritious food, his delicate constitution would certainly suffer. Having resolved to pursue this plan, Qin Huairu conferred with her mother-in-law, Jia Zhangshi, whose desires aligned perfectly with her own. After all, since the cessation of Sha Zhu's meal deliveries, Jia Zhangshi had been deprived of good food for some time. Although she usually reserved the better fare for her children, her seniority allowed her to partake in some benefits, and this sudden deprivation was quite challenging for her. Take some time to move about, and see if there is any way to facilitate Bang Gung's early release, Jia Zhangshi urged. As her primary concern was indeed Bang Gung's situation. Understood, mother, Qin Huairu replied, though she knew that such connections were not easily forged. She had been floundering like a headless fly for several days without making any progress. Even if she did manage to find a way, where would the family procure the extra funds? Qin Huairu increasingly felt the urgency to advance the matter of Qin Jingru and Sha Zhu, as Bang Gung's future hinged on the success of this endeavor. That very day, she purchased a ticket to return home and fetch her sister. It was Sunday, and at that moment, Li Anye was preparing to head out on his bicycle. He brought along some frozen wild boar meat and eggs, as well as 2 pounds of white sugar wrapped in newspaper from his space, intending to visit Zhang Weimin, the deputy director of the textile factory. Though Zhang Weimin held a respectable position, it seemed he had not been allocated one of the better residences in the factory, living instead in a courtyard similar to Li Anye's own. However, the courtyard in which he resided might have once been a bustling communal dwelling, whereas the courtyard where Li Anye lived was a triple-entry courtyard, typically occupied by affluent families in the past. Upon arriving at the residence of Zhang Weimin, Li Anye beheld Zhang Weimin playing with a spirited little boy, presumably his son. "Brother Zhang, your son is truly adorable," Li Anye remarked with a warm smile. Zhang Weimin then lifted his gaze to see Li Anye standing before him, laden with various packages. Immediately, he surmised the purpose of Li Anye's visit and hastily invited him inside. Without delay, Li Anye followed Zhang Weimin into the house, placing the items on the table and unveiling them for Zhang Weimin's inspection. "Brother, take a look at these 2 pounds of wild boar meat, a pound of eggs, and 2 pounds of sugar. I was hoping to exchange them for some fabric, if you would be amenable," Li Anye proposed. Zhang Weimin's eyes sparkled at the sight of the goods on the table. The pork he had previously brought back from his aunt's home in Beitai had brought great joy to his family, and now Li Anye was presenting him with another 2 pounds. The eggs and sugar were indeed rare commodities. "That sounds splendid," Zhang Weimin replied with a broad smile. "To be honest, I would gladly exchange these for fabric, and even more if it were of a simpler sort." "Very well. I would like half a meter of floral fabric, in a more subdued color, and half a meter of cashmere fabric, preferably in a gray double-sided cashmere. Li Anye articulated his requests. The reason he brought such an abundance of goods was that the cashmere fabric he desired was quite scarce, essential for crafting a wool coat. In these times, owning a wool coat was a mark of affluence. Listening to Li Anye's words, Zhonghai pondered for a moment before acquiescing. Acquiring cashmere fabric might be challenging for others, but it was within his capabilities. Moreover, it was evident that Li Anye had come with genuine intentions. The items he offered were more than sufficient for the exchange of half a meter of floral fabric and half a meter of cashmere. Agreed. When might I expect to receive it? Li Anye's face lit up with a radiant smile upon hearing Zhonghai's agreement. Fortunately, he had ample sugar in his possession, a valuable commodity for barter in this era. Otherwise, relying solely on meat might not suffice to acquire cashmere. Please provide me with your address, and I shall deliver it to you in the coming days. Zhonghai responded readily, exhibiting no pretense regarding the difficulty of Li Anye's request or any intention to delay. After all, with Li Anye's straightforwardness and the sugar he had brought, Zhonghai understood the importance of fostering a long-term relationship. Thank you, brother. Li Anye expressed his gratitude as he departed from Zhonghai's home, preparing to head back. The temperature had noticeably dropped, and it wasn't long before Li Anye felt his hands and feet growing numb from the cold. Throughout his journey, Li Anye refrained from halting his bicycle, exhaling warm breaths onto his hands to stave off the biting chill before continuing to pedal. In the frigid winds of the 4th and 9th cities, even the thickest gloves could not shield him from the relentless cold. On the way back, heavy snowflakes fell like goose feathers. Upon returning to the courtyard, Li Anye stomped his feet to shake off the snow that had accumulated on him before he lifted his bicycle and crossed the threshold of the courtyard. Passing by Zhonghai's home, he spotted a familiar figure washing clothes by the water basin alongside Zhonghai. Was that not Zhonghai? According to the narrative, she should not have entered the city for some time yet. How is she here now? Chapter 63. The blind date of the foolish pillar. Zhonghai naturally noticed Li Anye and promptly approached him with delight, exclaiming, "Comrade, do you live here too?" Li Anye gazed into Zhonghai's glistening eyes, reflecting a certain charm, and thought to himself how lovely her eyes were. He quietly pushed his bicycle aside to park it. "My sister lives across from you. We are neighbors," Zhonghai chirped, following Li Anye like a little sparrow. "Are you visiting your sister?" Although Li Anye was not particularly fond of the Jia family, he could not bear to show a sour expression to this lively and adorable girl. Meanwhile, Zhonghai observed her sister's excitement and couldn't help but wonder when Li Anye had captured her younger sister's attention, a fact that had escaped her notice until now. My sister said she found me a blind date and asked me to come and take a look," Zhonghai admitted, her tone lacking enthusiasm yet honest, revealing her true purpose for coming to the city. It seemed the young lady had taken Li Anye's previous words to heart, displaying sincerity and honesty. Li Anye could not help but regard Zhonghai with newfound seriousness, feigning ignorance as he inquired, "With whom?" Zhonghai pouted, her expression one of disappointment. "Not with you." This elicited a laugh from Li Anye, who replied, "I know it's not with me, you silly girl." Seeing Li Anye chuckle, Zhonghai couldn't help but smile foolishly in return, but then she realized she might have misspoken, and with a look of shock, she covered her mouth and hastily returned to her sister's side, leaving Li Anye momentarily stunned. Yet, with her face flushed, Zhonghai kept her head down, refusing to meet Li Anye's gaze again. "Wants to be with me?" As Li Anye stepped inside, he mulled over Zhonghai's words. Did this young lady have an interest in him? However, he had never contemplated Zhonghai in such a manner, as she was Zhonghai's younger sister. Marrying her would inevitably tie him to Zhonghai for the rest of his life, and he might find himself subjected to the family's incessant demands. Even if he could refuse, would Zhonghai and Aunt E be able to do the same? They would surely insist on calling him family. Therefore, despite finding Zhonghai innocent and endearing at that moment, Li Anye harbored no other thoughts. Upon entering the house, Zhonghai regarded her sister with a complex expression, asking, "Do you know Li Anye?" "Yes," Zhonghai replied, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head at the mention of Li Anye's name. Observing her sister's bashful demeanor, Zhonghai could discern her feelings all too well. As Zhonghai, the sister of Zhonghai, she naturally felt joy for her sister's fortunate affection towards such an exceptional individual. However, Zhonghai was not merely Zhonghai's sister. She was also the mother of 3 children and a daughter-in-law of the Jia family, which compelled her to contemplate her family's well-being. Given Li Anye's demeanor and Zhonghai's indecisiveness, if she were to marry Li Anye, she would undoubtedly be subservient to him, resulting in limited ties to her own family. In contrast, marrying Shaju would be entirely different. Shaju had always supported their family, and after marrying her sister, he would undoubtedly continue to do so. Moreover, as he was marrying his own sister-in-law, he would have little objection to the arrangement. Should Shaju marry another, Qin Huairu would be unable to leverage any advantage from him. Thus, she felt compelled to douse Qin Jingru's hopes with cold water, reminding her that Li Anye's uncle was a prominent figure in their neighborhood. Earning a monthly salary of 99 yuan, while Li Anye himself was a well-educated individual, a graduate of a vocational school, with a promising future ahead as a cadre. She questioned whether his family would allow him to marry a rural girl with limited education. Wake up. With such qualifications, how could he possibly consider you? He should at least marry a city girl of equal standing. You might as well abandon those thoughts and have a proper dinner with Shaju tonight. Qin Jingru, upon hearing her sister's words, felt a chill in her heart, her agitation manifesting as she tugged at her clothing, casting her gaze downward in silence. Qin Huairu snatched the garment from her hands, admonishing, "Don't ruin it. What if the child has nothing to wear?" With a sulky pout, Qin Jingru retreated indoors. This time, Qin Huairu was genuinely intent on introducing Qin Jingru to Shaju, aiming to restore the support Shaju had extended to her family. Therefore, unlike the original storyline, she did not lead Qin Jingru towards Su Damao. She was more eager than anyone for this arrangement to succeed. Fully aware that Su Damao would undoubtedly interfere upon learning of the situation, thus she was keen to keep it hidden for the time being. Carrying the freshly washed clothes, Qin Huairu entered the house and saw Qin Jingru sobbing on the small bed. With a sigh, she remarked, "Be content. Shaju earns 37.5 yuan a month, and he spends it solely on himself. Once you marry him, you can simply await a life of comfort." Jia Zhashir, overhearing this from within the room, echoed her sentiments. "Indeed, your sister has found you such a well-suited match. Take joy in it. Finding someone like Shaju in the city is no easy feat." The two women took turns attempting to sway Qin Jingru's thoughts, successfully driving Li Anye from her mind, at least temporarily. Qin Jingru wiped her tears, letting out a sigh. Deep down, she understood her sister's words. She felt unworthy of Li Anye. Upon her first visit to the city, she couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. Observing the young women on the street adorned in beautiful attire, while her own ensemble was the most presentable she possessed. The water-red embroidered coat paired with blue cotton pants paled in comparison to the tailored and elegant woolen dresses worn by the city girls, rendering her appearance rather rustic. Growing up in a village, Qin Jingru experienced the sensation of inferiority for the first time. "All right, dry your tears. Shaju will be here soon." "I must go buy a bottle of wine," Qin Huairu instructed, hurrying out the door. Today, all the ingredients for the meal were provided solely by Shaju. As he was generous, especially upon hearing that Qin Huairu intended to introduce him to her younger sister. After all, how could Qin Huairu's sister possibly be unattractive? Thus, he rummaged through his best clothes, preparing himself in front of the mirror, ensuring that he presented himself well. Humming a little tune, Shaju applied a bit of syrup to his hair, combing it neatly, a technique he learned from an elderly cook during his time in the kitchen. Once the syrup dried, it left a slight stickiness without the greasiness of oil, perfect for a day when he would wash it out, lest ants decide to take residence in his hair. Gazing at his refreshed reflection, Shaju couldn't help but grin, thinking that perhaps from this day forward, he would be a man with a wife. He was determined to have a robust son before that rascal Su Damao did, just to spite him. After ensuring his appearance was tidy, Shaju meticulously smoothed out the wrinkles in his clothes, even though Qin Huairu had already given them a once-over. He felt the need to make a good impression for his first blind date, especially after such a long period of solitude. However, when Qin Jingru first laid eyes on Shaju, her expression fell. The reason was simple. Shaju appeared much older than his actual age of 26, likely due to years spent in the smoky kitchen, making him look nearly 40. "Sister, is he really only 26? Qin Jingru pouted, her round little mouth forming a frown. Qin Huairu shot her a disapproving look and cheerfully approached Shaju, exclaiming, "You look quite spirited today, Shaju." He held a small bag of peanuts, beaming with joy. "Well, since Qin Jie is introducing me to someone, I must look presentable." He then glanced at Qin Jingru, his eyes lighting up. Indeed, she was a stunning reflection of her sister, with looks and figure beyond reproach. It seemed his years of supporting the Jia family had not been in vain. Once he presented this wife to Su Damao, that fellow's nose would surely be bent out of shape. Come, sit," Qin Huairu urged. leading Shaju to the seat beside Qin Jingru. Yet, Qin Jingru remained visibly reluctant. After all, when Qin Huairu married, though she was young, she had caught a glimpse of Jia Dongshu from afar. Although her brother-in-law wasn't particularly tall, he was undeniably handsome. Why then, had she ended up with such a disheveled fellow? Indeed, despite Shaju's efforts to present himself neatly, years spent working in the kitchen had taken a toll on his skin, leaving it marked by the residue of daily cooking, a greasy appearance that could not be easily washed away. Jingru, this is the fool Zhu I mentioned to you. He is the chef at our steel mill canteen, Qin Huairu introduced, seemingly oblivious to her younger sister's reluctant expression. Sister, let me tell you, being a chef is a wonderful profession. With him, you will never go hungry. Even in times of famine, a chef is never left to starve. Qin Jingru cast a reluctant glance at the fool Zhu, her mind drifting to Li Anye's clean and handsome face, which only heightened her agitation. Sister, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I think I'll go rest in my room. Although she had been eager to marry into the city, with Li Anye as a shining example, she found it hard to muster any enthusiasm for fool Zhu at that moment. Qin Huairu feigned concern. What's wrong? Did you eat something bad at lunch? Although she knew that Qin Jingru was looking for an excuse to escape, she felt compelled to cover for her sister in front of Zhu, as a courtesy to him. Yes, Qin Jingru replied absently, holding her stomach as she retreated to her room. Zhu stood up, worry etched on his face. Should I take you to the hospital? He had not considered any ulterior motives, simply believing that the young lady was genuinely unwell, especially since her complexion had been unappealing since her arrival. There's no need. I'll probably feel better by tomorrow. Let's eat. Qin Huairu cheerfully urged Zhu to sit down, treating him as if he were already a prospective brother-in-law. Jia Zhongshi echoed her enthusiasm, which made Zhu beam with delight as he drank several cups of liquor poured by both Qin Huairu and Jia Zhongshi. The dishes on the table were a feast for Xiao Dang and Huaihua, who had not seen such sumptuous fare in ages, and they eagerly dug in. After the meal, Qin Huairu personally escorted Zhu out of the room, before storming into the inner chamber, her face twisted in anger. What were you thinking? How could you treat Zhu so poorly when he is such a good man? You say you want to marry into the city to enjoy a better life. And I've arranged for you a man like Zhu. Why can't you appreciate that? Qin Jingru felt even more aggrieved. Sister, just look at Zhu. He is so unkempt. He is not even as good as the men in our village. Qin Huairu sighed upon hearing this. Can the men in our village provide you with good food and drink every month without making you toil in the fields? Can they ensure you have meat to eat every week? Qin Jingru was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to respond. I see this matter as settled. I will find an opportunity to inform our parents, and you can prepare to become the lady of the city. Qin Huairu believed she had successfully reasoned with Qin Jingru. For in this era, such an opportunity was one that no woman could refuse. Moreover, what did it matter if a man was a little shabby? Looks could not be eaten, and deep down, she thought Zhu was quite a catch. Her sole desire was to see them matched, ensuring Zhu continued to support her family. Thus she gave little thought to Qin Jingru's feelings. Feeling utterly misunderstood by her sister, Qin Jingru ran out in distress. Li Anye was sent by an elderly woman to purchase a bottle of soy sauce from the local supply store. As he was about to head home, he noticed Qin Jingru crouched down at the base of the courtyard wall, her head buried in her arms, her shoulders trembling with silent sobs. What troubles you? Li Anye inquired gently. Qin Jingru lifted her tear-streaked face, resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom, and stammered, I do not wish to marry Shaju. He resembles my uncle. Upon hearing this, Li Anye understood her distress. Qin Jingru found Shaju's appearance too aged for her liking. In the original narrative, she had already expressed dissatisfaction with Shaju, who was not particularly handsome and lacked any romantic finesse. Though Qin Jingru was eager to marry into the city, it was natural for a girl of her age to harbor dreams of a charming future spouse, which made her susceptible to the allure of Su Damao. After all, Su Damao was quite presentable, came from a well-off family, dressed impeccably, and was generous. He possessed a knack for charming young women. It was no surprise that an inexperienced girl like Qin Jingru would fall for his facade. And what do you intend to do? Li Anye paused before asking. I absolutely refuse to marry Shaju. Qin Jingru's cries grew louder. But my sister insists I must. Realizing the situation, Li Anye quickly grasped Qin Huairu's intentions. She sought to force Qin Jingru into a marriage with Shaju to continue benefiting from him. After all, the elderly woman had informed him about Qin Jingru borrowing grain from their family, suggesting that they were struggling financially. Li Anye resolved not to let Qin Huairu's scheme succeed. With the prospect of Bongging's release in 8 months, he was determined that Shaju would not enjoy a prosperous life. Chapter 65. Li Anye steps in for Su Damao. Having made up his mind, Li Anye approached and helped Qin Jingru to her feet. "Why don't you return home for now? I will see if there are any suitable opportunities at our factory and help you find something," he offered. Qin Jingru's face did not light up at his suggestion. She desired Li Anye himself, but feared expressing such feelings. "I cannot go back. I have no money," she sniffled. Her nose reddened and her demeanor pitiful. Li Anye retrieved 3 yuan from his pocket and handed it to her. "Take this for your ticket home, and on the way, buy something nice to eat. The new year is approaching." As he gave her the money, a wave of guilt washed over Li Anye. He felt as though he were playing the role of Su Damao, enticing Qin Jingru into a predicament. Qin Jingru hesitated, her head bowed. Her face as crimson as the large red lantern hanging at the courtyard entrance. "How can I take someone else's money without reason?" Li Anye firmly pressed the money into the pocket of her cotton coat. "Take it. Otherwise, are you planning to return and continue courting Shaju? You must understand. Your sister is resolute about marrying you off to him." He laid bare Qin Huairu's ulterior motives to Qin Jingru. "If you go back now, your sister will certainly not let you leave. She is counting on you to marry Shaju so that you can support her family together." Qin Jingru listened to Li Anye's words, remaining in a state of shock for quite some time. She had not anticipated that her sister, whom she believed to be leading a glamorous life, was actually struggling so financially in the city, living a life even less comfortable than her own in the village. The thought of Qin Huairu sacrificing her future happiness to support their family filled Qin Jingru with indignation. No wonder she was so eager this time. She was clearly calculating. In her current state of anxiety and anger, she realized that marrying Shaju would indeed plunge her into a pit of despair. "Let us hurry, or we'll miss the last bus." Li Anye observed Qin Jingru's reluctant expression and understood that she had dismissed the idea of marrying Shaju. Feeling relieved in his heart, this time, Qin Jingru did not reveal herself in front of Su Damao, and she paid for her return ticket home herself. It seemed that she would no longer have any entanglements with Su Damao, and Li Anye was too weary to remind her of him again. After all, if Qin Jingru were to involve herself with Su Damao in the future, it would be beyond his control. "You know my address. You can write to me once you return. If I find a suitable match for you, I will reply," Li Anye said with a gentle smile. "All right. I must be on my way as well. Otherwise, my uncle and aunt will start to worry." Qin Jingru, holding back tears, nodded, as if she wished to say more to Li Anye, but ultimately swallowed her words. "I will head back now. Please leave a note for your sister and the others. They might think you are missing if they don't know you've returned, and we wouldn't want them to fret," Li Anye advised before turning to enter the courtyard. To be honest, if Qin Jingru were not Qin Huairu's sister, he would have had no objections to courting her. After all, she was a lively and innocent girl with a good heart. In the original narrative, she remained steadfastly loyal to Su Damao, enduring his mistreatment, and even accepted him back during his most desperate times. It is often said that couples are like birds of a feather. When calamity strikes, they flee from each other. However, the loyalty exhibited by Qin Jingru is indeed rare. Nevertheless, the drawback was her connection to Qin Huairu. At this moment, Li Anye did not wish to entangle himself with the Jia family. The mere thought of it was distasteful. Furthermore, he was uncertain whether Qin Jingru was truly capable of love. In his view, she seemed to be the one deceived by Su Damao, although she remained loyal to him. Li Anye sensed a lack of affection in her gaze towards Su Damao. The memory of the later portrayal of Su Damao as a heartless scoundrel left a bitter taste in Li Anye's mouth. Of course, he was not deceiving Qin Jingru. He genuinely intended to help her find a suitable partner, pondering whether there were any eligible candidates in his department. Even if none were available there, surely someone in the factory would suffice. As long as he introduced Qin Jingru to someone with a respectable job and clear principles, he need not worry about Qin Huairu draining her of her vitality. That would be a fair consideration for this young lady. Although he disrupted Shaju's blind date, Li Anye did not harbor any feelings of guilt towards Shaju. After all, he believed he was assisting Shaju in escaping the inescapable abyss of the Jia family. Given Shaju's character, had he truly married Qin Jingru, the unfolding of events would have mirrored the original storyline almost identically, with the only change being his role shifting from Qin Jingru's husband to her brother-in-law. Upon returning to the courtyard after work the following day, Li Anye was pleasantly surprised to find that the fabric promised by Zhang Weiman had arrived, and he was currently in the house, cherishing a half-bolt of blue floral fabric with great affection. "Auntie, do you like it? I had planned to surprise you," Li Anye exclaimed with a smile as he stepped inside. Annie's eyes crinkled with delight. Where did you acquire so much fabric? This is a gift from someone I met at a textile factory during my business trip. Remember when I took some wild boar meat and eggs from home? I exchanged those for this, Li Anye explained. Auntie unfolded the cashmere fabric and held it against Li Anye. This would make a splendid cashmere coat for you. Li Anye quickly took the fabric from her hands. No, this is for Uncle's cashmere coat. As the head of the courtyard, he must have a new outfit for the new year. Don't you think it would be quite impressive at the annual gathering? Zhonghai, who had just entered the room, felt pleased by Li Anye's words but still declined. At my age, I have no need for such things. Let Annie make something for you instead. Li Anye was not pleased. This fabric is a token of respect for both of you. I have 2 decent outfits already. Auntie, please hand it over to me. I will find someone to tailor it. His gaze reflected a hint of mistrust towards Auntie. He feared that if he entrusted the fabric to her, she might craft a cashmere coat tailored to his size, which would be difficult to amend later. Seeing Li Anye's wary expression, Auntie couldn't help but chuckle. All right. It's all yours. Dear, since this is Anye's kind gesture, we should not refuse. She exchanged a knowing glance with Zhonghai. There are families who would yearn for such treatment and cannot obtain it. Zhonghai, observing Li Anye's demeanor, felt a warmth in his heart and nodded without further protest. Had Auntie not intervened, he might have scolded Li Anye a bit. After all, he had only seen a few high-ranking officials at the factory wearing cashmere coats, which must be quite a rare item. Chapter 66. Qin Jingru's confession letter. Li Anye inquired about the fabric in the courtyard, and everyone mentioned that the clothes made by Third Aunt and Qin Huairu were quite commendable. Moreover, both households possessed sewing machines, and they often took on sewing and mending jobs at home to supplement their income. Li Anye was certain he would not approach Qin Huairu, so he carried the fabric to Yen Gi's home. Upon explaining his intentions to Third Aunt, she immediately called Yen Gi over to showcase the garments he was wearing. As a dedicated educator, Yen Bugue places considerable importance on his attire. Li Anye observed with keen attention that the stitching on Yen Bugue's garments was exceptionally meticulous, leading him to decide to have Aunt San create 2 outfits. The remaining scraps would serve as compensation for the clothing. The fabric Li Anye brought, aside from the cashmere coat which yielded minimal remnants, included a floral print that could provide Aunt Da with enough material for a complete set of cotton jacket and trousers, leaving a substantial surplus. Aunt San mentally calculated that the leftover pieces from the floral fabric were just sufficient to craft a new cotton coat for Yen Jeti. Although the remnants of the cashmere were scanned after making the coat, cashmere is a rare commodity. In the future, when others commission her for garments, she could easily stitch a bit of cashmere into the designs and charge a little extra. Rest assured, I'll ensure the stitching is impeccable. If there are any loose stitches, you can come to me. Aunt San joyfully accepted the task. All right, I haven't prepared any cotton this time, so please front the cost for me. When I come to collect the garments, I'll bring the money for the cotton, Li Anye explained. No problem, Aunt San readily agreed, as she frequently took on sewing projects and had some cotton on hand, though it might not be enough. However, she was well acquainted with a cotton supplier, allowing her to purchase quality cotton at a more favorable price than others. After delivering the fabric, Li Anye intended to take his leave, but Uncle San engaged him in conversation, praising Li Anye's filial piety. You are indeed a dutiful child, unlike my eldest son, who begrudgingly contributes a meager living allowance. Yen Bugue's words were not merely compliments to Li Anye. Rather, they served as a subtle critique of Yen Jeching as perceived shortcomings. Yen Jeching, fully aware of his father's insinuations, could only endure in silence, tucked away in a corner, listening to his father's sardonic remarks. After all, he was of an age suitable for marriage, yet he lacked a stable job and had not saved any private funds for his future family. In truth, Li Anye empathized with Yen Jeching, having often seen him laboring at the grain station, where he consistently appeared as a diligent figure. Uncle, the things I do for my uncle and aunt pale in comparison to their countless kindnesses towards me. Li Anye smiled and offered a reprieve to Yen Jeching. They bought me a bicycle and furnished my home. They never asked me for a single cent for meals, and they frequently slipped me money. Even when I handed over my wages, they refused to accept them, so I feel compelled to show my gratitude. Upon hearing Li Anye's words, Yen Jeching's eyes brightened, dispelling his previous despondency, and he fixed an intense gaze upon his father. Yen Bugue, upon listening to Li Anye, felt a tinge of discomfort and could only laugh awkwardly. Indeed, the family of Uncle Da is incomparable to ours. His salary is substantial, and you are his sole nephew. Unlike me, who must stretch my income to support the entire family. I can hardly afford to split a penny in two. Li Anye chose not to respond further to Yin Bugui's lamentations. After all, it is well known that Uncle San's life is one of frugality. And had it not been for the cunning of him and his wife, struggling to support their 4 children, they would have likely succumbed to hardship long ago. How could they possibly afford to acquire bicycles, sewing machines, and radios as they do now? This is largely attributed to the industriousness of the couple. One takes to fishing for a profit whenever on holiday, while the other keeps the sewing machine in constant motion. Not only tending to their own household, but also receiving requests from neighboring homes for garments crafted by Aunt San. After bidding farewell to Yin Bugui, Li Anye encountered Yin Jiecheng upon arriving at the main courtyard. Thank you for speaking up for me earlier. My father insists I turn over all my earnings each month. You know I have a partner now. Li Anye patted Yin Jiecheng on the shoulder, saying, I understand. It's not easy for you, nor for your father. It would be wise to learn a skill early on to improve your circumstances. To his surprise, Yin Jiecheng appeared troubled. I wish to learn. But my academic performance was poor, and I entered society early. Now, pursuing any education requires funds my father refuses to provide, leaving me to take on odd jobs to make ends meet. Li Anye felt a surge of complexity upon hearing this. It seemed that Uncle San's calculations were merely superficial, lacking foresight. Yet, this was a matter of family, and Li Anye refrained from intruding further, offering Yin Jiecheng some words of comfort before departing. Not long after, Li Anye received a letter from Qingjingru, sent from Qin family village. Having attended only a literacy class in the village, her handwriting was rather unsteady, causing Li Anye to frown as he read. The letter began with her expressing gratitude, followed by some grievances typical of young girls. However, towards the end, Qingjingru boldly declared, Li Anye, I like you. Would you consider marrying me? I know I am unworthy of you. But this thought has taken root in my heart since returning to the village, much like the wild grass at the village's edge. If I do not voice it, I fear I might lose my sanity, much like Arya at the village's entrance. In his 2 lifetimes, Li Anye had never received such a direct and audacious confession, rendering him momentarily speechless. He had sensed some of Qingjingru's feelings previously, but was taken aback by her forthrightness in the letter. Initially, he intended to find her a suitable match before replying, but it was clear that not responding now would be inappropriate. Li Anye retrieved paper and pen from Zhonghai's home and returned to his room, preparing to write a response. He picked up the fountain pen, hovering it over the paper embossed with the steel factory's name, struggling to put pen to paper. He was uncertain how to delicately decline Qingjingru's affections without hurting her feelings while providing a reasonable explanation. After all, he truly wished to distance himself from the Qin family, and although he held no disdain for Qingjingru, the connection through Qin Huayu did little to sway his inner convictions. As a modern individual, he understood clearly that he did not seek merely an obedient woman. Rather, he yearned to find a partner with whom he shared a profound connection in this era. He and Qingjingru had merely exchanged a few glances. This young woman seemed solely intent on marrying into the city, likely harboring thoughts of securing a stable life through matrimony. It was doubtful she genuinely held affection for him as a person. Thus, he felt compelled to fabricate a romantic interest in his letter, ultimately concluding with, Comrade Qingjingru, you are truly admirable, yet alas, my heart belongs to another. Therefore, I must politely decline your advances, but rest assured, I will keep your quest for a suitable partner in my thoughts. Upon finishing, Li Anye tightened his grip on the fountain pen, gingerly holding the envelope as if it were a hot potato. He hurried to the post office, purchased a 2-cent stamp, affixed it, and sent the letter on its way. Chapter 67. Best friend Lu Xiaohua. After a couple of days, Li Anye received a reply from Qingjingru, which took him by surprise, considering he had clearly articulated his feelings in his previous correspondence. To his astonishment, the young woman had chosen to respond. In her letter, Qingjingru expressed her understanding of his commitment to another, assuring him she would not intrude upon his affections. This revelation brought a sense of comfort to Li Anye. It seemed that Qingjingru had genuinely absorbed his words. At least for now, she exhibited no further signs of interest in him. Subsequently, Qingjingru mentioned that she had a good friend from a neighboring village named Lu Xiaohua, who was quite attractive. After recounting her experiences in the city to this friend, Lu Xiaohua expressed considerable interest in Shaju, persistently requesting Qingjingru to introduce them. It is worth noting that Qingjingru had initially formed a bond with Li Anye, cultivating higher expectations, and thus found Shaju lacking. However, the village girl was drawn to Shaju's profession as a cook, his solitary lifestyle, and his monthly income of 37. 5 yuan, which allowed him to occasionally assist his family, leading her to resolutely desire to marry him. In her letter, Qin Jingru detailed Lu Xiaohua as characteristics, describing her as spirited yet kind-hearted, a commendable young woman. She also emphasized that if Lu Xiaohua were to marry Shaju, she would never permit him to support her sister's family, which left her in a state of hesitation, prompting her to seek Li Anye's counsel. Li Anye found himself intrigued. He had initially considered matchmaking between Shaju and the factory's belle, Yu Haidang. However, as Yu Haidang had yet to part ways with her boyfriend, Yang Weimin, he decided to wait. Reflecting on the female characters in the original storyline, he believed that only Yu Haidang could effectively manage the Qin Huairu family and sever any lingering hope she might have had. Furthermore, while Yu Haidang might not be exceptionally beautiful, she presented herself well daily. After all, one is often judged by their attire. Her floral dresses had secured her the position of the factory's beauty. Yet, Li Anye mused that this was only due to the scarcity of female employees in the rolling mill. Otherwise, her designation as the belle would indeed be an exaggeration. At this moment, with opportunity knocking, if Lu Xiaohua was as spirited as Qin Jingru portrayed, and genuinely interested in Shaju, then perhaps Shaju's future was indeed promising. Thus, Li Anye promptly took up his pen to reply to Qin Jingru, urging her to bring Lu Xiaohua to the city of Sijiacheng. At that time, Li Anye would accompany Lu Xiaohua to meet Shaju for a potential match, hoping that it might succeed. If it did, it would quell Qin Huairu's aspirations, and Qin Jingru would no longer need to argue with her family daily. After all, in his letter, Li Anye learned that Qin Huairu had already convinced her family, who deemed Shaju a worthy suitor, thereby pressuring Qin Jingru incessantly. Eventually, Qin Jingru had a fierce quarrel with her family and sought refuge at Lu Xiaohua's home. Resolving this matter would allow Qin Jingru to return home and no longer live under someone else's roof. In truth, Qin Jingru harbored her own thoughts. She too hoped for the success of Lu Xiaohua and Shaju's relationship. This way, she could use the pretext of matchmaking to once again see Li Anye and find excuses to visit the city to spend time with her sister, catching glimpses of Li Anye from afar. However, if this endeavor were to fail, all her plans would turn to naught, and with Qin Huairu's watchful eye, she would hesitate to approach the Huairu household, fearing she might be swiftly dispatched to Shaju's abode. Initially, she had broached the subject of Shaju with Lu Xiaohua, only to discover that Lu Xiaohua was genuinely intrigued, pressing her for more stories about him. Yet, when she mentioned that Shaju appeared to be in his 40s, Lu Xiaohua dismissed the concern with a wave. A face won't put food on the table. Your standards are simply too high. In this day and age, marrying a cook is a dream for many. Moreover, Lu Xiaohua pointed out that Shaju's mature appearance significantly reduced the likelihood of attracting unwanted attention from others. Hearing Lu Xiaohua's reasoning dispelled the last remnants of Qin Jingru's hesitation, and she promptly penned a letter to Li Anye. Although she was aware that Li Anye had someone he favored, which pained her heart, she harbored no other aspirations. She merely wished to catch a few more glimpses of him before marriage. Therefore, upon receiving Li Anye's response, she immediately replied, informing him of their intended departure and requesting that he meet them at the station. Having only visited Sijiacheng once, accompanied by Qin Huairu, she was unfamiliar with the public transport routes after alighting from the station. Thus, despite her eagerness, she did not dare to set off for Sijiacheng immediately. After sending the letter at the village's edge, Qin Jingru took Lu Xiaohua to the village secretary to obtain a letter of introduction. Given that the villagers were well aware of Qin Jingru's sister's marriage in Sijiacheng, she successfully acquired letters of introduction under the pretense of taking Lu Xiaohua to visit her sister. Upon receiving the letter, Li Anye learned that Qin Jingru and Lu Xiaohua would arrive in Sijiacheng the following day, coincidentally a Sunday. This provided him the perfect opportunity to arrange for Shaju to meet Lu Xiaohua. After noting the time of their arrival at the station, Li Anye placed the letter in the drawer of his wardrobe and prepared to visit Aunt San to collect the garments she had made. Upon arriving at Yin Bugui's residence, Third Aunt presented her garments for Li Anye to admire, and he was immediately filled with immense satisfaction. Setting aside the exquisite craftsmanship of Third Aunt's meticulous stitching, Li Anye's attention was predominantly captivated by the cashmere overcoat belonging to Zhonghai. One must admit, Third Aunt's skill is indeed commendable. This overcoat's design rivals those modern woolen coats that often cost 2,000 to 3,000. Li Anye could vividly envision Zhonghai donning this cashmere masterpiece, exuding an air of elegance. Third Aunt, your craftsmanship is truly unparalleled. It makes me desire to have one made for myself. Li Anye exclaimed, holding the garment with great affection and comparing it against his own frame. Welcome. Your garments will undoubtedly receive even more care from Third Aunt. She beamed at Li Anye's generous praise, her joy palpable. The cashmere fabric was inherently thick, so Third Aunt had merely inserted a layer of thin cotton within, while the floral cotton jacket was generously padded, appearing rather substantial. Presently, cotton on the market is priced at 2 yuan per pound. Third Aunt utilized a total of 2 pounds for these garments, prompting Li Anye to offer her 4 yuan in accordance with market prices. Upon receiving the money, Third Aunt's delight intensified, and she candidly declared that henceforth, whenever Li Anye commissioned her for clothing, she would ensure to add extra cotton, guaranteeing that he would feel warm and cozy. Chapter 68, Zhuge. Treat me to a meal. When Li Anye gifted the new clothing to First Aunt and Zhonghai, the elderly couple eagerly tried them on, their faces beaming with joy. Their smiles so broad that their eyes were scarcely visible. Having led a frugal life, it had been 2 to 3 years since they last donned new attire. This year, they were finally adorned in new garments, gifted by their nephew. In the preceding years, they had fretted over their retirement, yet now not only was that concern alleviated, but also their nephew's filial piety brought them immense happiness, making them feel rejuvenated by several years. After relishing their new attire for a spell, the elderly couple, in unison, decided to remove the garments, expressing to Li Anye their reluctance to wear them just yet, preferring to save them for the New Year celebrations. First Aunt, in her excitement, pressed 30 yuan into Li Anye's hands, urging him to procure a cashmere overcoat for himself, asserting that it would make him look quite dashing and surely captivate the hearts of numerous young ladies. Li Anye chuckled awkwardly, accepting the money while contemplating that even in the department store's clothing, he had managed to charm Qingjingru. However, he knew better than to share this thought with First Aunt, lest she become overly enthusiastic about him finding a partner and producing a plump grandchild for her. The following day, after breakfast, Li Anye returned to his room to peruse a book for a while. Estimating that the time was appropriate, he set out to find Shaju. He anticipated that Qingjingru and Lu Shaohua would likely arrive at the station in Sijio City afternoon, and he figured the 2 young ladies might not have time for lunch, so he planned to invite Shaju to treat them both to a meal thereafter. Li Anye gently pushed open the door to Shaju's room and stepped inside, only to find Shaju still languishing in bed, showing no inclination to rise. The stove in the room had grown cold, a testament to Shaju's despondency over Qingjingru's abrupt departure. Brother Anye, Shaju greeted listlessly. Anye approached and patted Shaju's back through the quilt. Come on, get up. Let's go out for a meal. At the sound of Anye's voice, Shaju sat up, grabbed his clothes hanging at the head of the bed, and began to dress without inquiring why. Instead, he asked, where do you want to eat? Seeing Shaju's earnestness brought a smile to Anye's face. I'm craving Quanjut. Remembering their last visit to enjoy the roast duck, Anye felt that it truly deserved its reputation in the capital, with its rich yet not greasy flavor, enough for him to relish half a duck by himself. All right, I'll need to get a few meat tickets, Shaju replied. Fortunately, he was not short of meat tickets at that moment, as he had not yet extended extensive support to Qin Huairu's family. Due to his occupation, he often enjoyed meat without needing tickets, thus accumulating a surplus. Amused by Shaju's generosity, Anye grinned, revealing a broad smile. Brother Zhu, you should grab a couple more. I have 2 friends joining us. Shaju looked at Anye with mild confusion and muttered, do I have to treat your friends too? Yet, despite his words, he opened the drawer and retrieved 2 additional tickets. Anye observed this sincere gesture and couldn't help but feel a sense of camaraderie. Did Shaju genuinely consider him a brother? If the roles were reversed, Anye would have likely expelled anyone who asked him to treat their friends without genuine friendship. Why are you dawdling? Let us go. Shaju had already wrapped a scarf around his neck, prepared to head out. Am I supposed to carry you to treat you to a meal? Finally snapping back to reality, Anye followed Shaju out the door. Brother Zhu, let me give you a ride. He pushed his bicycle forward, knowing that Quanjud was quite a distance away. Sure. Shaju responded readily, feeling that, as the host today, it was only right for Anye to assist him. As they traveled, Shaju noticed the direction Anye was pedaling and inquired. Brother Anye, this isn't the way to Quanjud, is it? Have you taken a wrong turn? Anye pedaled vigorously. No. I'm heading to the station to pick up those 2 friends I mentioned. Shaju, intrigued, asked, what friends? You're picking them up at the station? Anye turned back with a grin, Qingjingru. Upon hearing the name, Shaju abruptly dismounted, stumbling slightly, and without a backward glance, he began to walk away. Anye couldn't suppress his laughter at Shaju's reaction and quickly maneuvered his bicycle in front of him, still chuckling. Brother Zhu, let me finish. What is there to say? Shaju retorted, his eyes wide with frustration. You've already roused my ire. Let us go. You're just here to tease me early in the morning. Li Anye finally ceased his laughter, dismounting from his bicycle to walk alongside Shaju. Brother Zhu, allow me to speak candidly. The last time Qin Jingru returned, it was I who provided her with the funds to purchase her ticket home. Upon hearing this, Shaju's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, and he was momentarily inclined to confront Li Anye. However, the subsequent revelation extinguished his ire completely. The reason she returned is that her sister is pressuring her to marry you, against her will. Yet, during this visit, she has found someone who is genuinely eager to wed you. I heard her mention that the young lady is quite beautiful. Really? Shaju regarded Li Anye with skepticism. Beautiful? Li Anye raised 2 fingers to his ears, assuring him of her beauty. A smile returned to Shaju's face, and he promptly seated himself on the rear of Li Anye's bicycle, exclaiming, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry, let us ride to the station." On their way to the station, Li Anye recounted his encounter with Qin Jingru while out to purchase soy sauce, omitting the part where she confessed her feelings for him. After listening intently, Shaju pondered for a long while before responding, "Brother, you are absolutely right. Isn't this akin to the ancient practice of abducting a maiden? Had I known she was unwilling to marry me, I would never have pursued her. As for Qin Huairu, she should not coerce her sister into such a situation. It's unfair to make her feel that she cannot return home, creating a dilemma that is quite unkind. Brother Zhu, do you truly not understand why Qin Huairu is insisting on Jingru marrying you?" Li Anye could not help but interject. Shaju shook his head earnestly. "I genuinely do not know. It is because you severed her family's means of livelihood. Once you marry Qin Jingru, everything will fall into place, won't it? By marrying her sister, her family's affairs will inevitably become your own. This is also one of the reasons I encouraged Qin Jingru to return. Do you think your salary alone can sustain 2 families? Not to mention, you and Qin Jingru will likely want children. What if you have 2 or 3? Where will you find the extra funds to support Qin Huairu's 3 children? Frankly, this situation is a pitfall." After Li Anye spoke, Shaju remained silent for an extended period, seemingly digesting the gravity of Li Anye's words. Chapter 69. Shaju meets Lu Xiaohua upon arriving at the station. Li Anye secured his bicycle to the iron railing outside. At that moment, the bus carrying Qin Jingru and Lu Xiaohua had yet to arrive. Li Anye offered Shaju a cigarette, and the two began to indulge in smoke beneath the station sign. "Brother Zhu, you must seize this opportunity. I heard from Qin Jingru that Lu Xiaohua seems to have a genuine interest in you." Shaju inhaled deeply, hoping this time might yield success. Perhaps the experience of scaring the young lady back home during the previous blind date had left him with a lingering shadow of doubt, for he possessed little confidence. If the girl is willing, you should expedite matters. They are set to take the long-distance bus back tonight. Li Anye exhaled a smoke ring and spoke gently. Qin Jingru and Lu Xiaohua had come to the 49 city with an introduction letter to visit relatives, lacking any form of accommodation letter, and thus had to return the same day. After chatting for a while, a large bus slowly rolled in and came to a steady halt beneath the signpost. The passengers inside began to disembark, laden with a variety of luggage, while Qin Jingru and Lu Xiaohua, devoid of any bags, stood out among the crowd as 2 brightly dressed young girls. "Over here." Li Anye, taking advantage of his height, spotted them immediately and waved them over. Lu Xiaohua indeed matched Qin Jingru's description of her as a beautiful girl, possessing striking almond-shaped eyes and sharp features that exuded a spirited aura, contrasting sharply with the round and charming visage of Qin Jingru. Shaju, upon seeing Lu Xiaohua, also brightened up and exchanged a knowing glance with Li Anye that indicated his approval of the young lady. "Are you tired? We've been waiting for you for quite some time. Today, Shaju is treating you both to a meal at Courtyard." Li Anye cheerfully beckoned the 2 young ladies. Initially a bit shy, both Lu Xiaohua and Qin Jingru perked up at his words, and Lu Xiaohua couldn't help but steal glances at Shaju, clearly pleased with him. Meanwhile, Shaju mentally cursed Li Anye for not informing him earlier that he was out for a matchmaking endeavor. Had he known, he would have donned his finest attire instead of the current unremarkable outfit. "You must be Zhuge. I am Lu Xiaohua," she introduced herself with a bright smile, extending her hand towards Shaju with clear intent. Shaju hesitated momentarily before quickly taking her hand. "Yes, I am Yuju," he replied, realizing that Shaju was merely a playful nickname. With a chuckle, he held on to Lu Xiaohua's small hand a little longer than necessary. Lu Xiaohua, amused by Shaju's somewhat foolish demeanor, didn't mind at all and gracefully withdrew her hand, her smile unwavering. "I heard from Qin Jingru that you are a chef?" she inquired. Shaju nodded eagerly. I live alone, earning 37 yuan and 50 cents a month. When it's not busy, I can finish work by the afternoon. Li Anye observed Shaju earnestly introducing himself, his nervousness almost palpable, and couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. Let us go. We should take the tram to Courtyard and chat more comfortably once seated, Li Anye suggested, leading the group forward. With only one bicycle among the four, Li Anye decided against riding, opting to leave the bike at the station, knowing he could ride it back later that evening after seeing them off. It was the first time for both Qin Jingru and Lu Xiaohua to ride the tram in 49 City, and they were utterly fascinated, peering out with wide eyes, captivated by the urban scenery that was so different from their village. This city is indeed unlike our village, Lu Xiaohua whispered to Qin Jingru, marveling at the sights. At this moment, Shaju's mind was entirely occupied with Lu Xiaohua, his gaze fixed upon her. Lu Xiaohua exuded a vivacity that far surpassed that of Qin Jingru. Her every smile and frown radiated a cheerful grace that soon captivated Shaju's attention. Upon arriving at Courtyard, both Lu Xiaohua and Qin Jingru observed the throngs of elegantly dressed patrons, their expressions tinged with a hint of self-consciousness. The reason for their discomfort was evident. The individuals frequenting this establishment donned resplendent attire, while the young ladies of the city had already embraced the fashionable cotton garments of the season, tailored into sleek coats that accentuated their figures. Those who could afford to dine in state-owned restaurants belonged to the upper echelons of society, thus making Lu Xiaohua and Qin Jingru's floral coats appear somewhat out of place. Come on, let us go inside, Li Anye encouraged, having noticed the girl's unease. Once you are married, your husbands will certainly provide you with several fine coats. Lu Xiaohua looked up at Li Anye with gratitude, her confidence bolstered at the thought of joining the ranks of these glamorous women. Being naturally cheerful, she straightened her posture and, disregarding the curious glances from others, led Qin Jingru into the restaurant. Li Anye and Shaju discreetly conspired behind them. Brother Zhu, make sure to pull out a chair for Lu Xiaohua. Be attentive and perform well. I believe this could lead to something promising. All right, I'll follow your lead, Shaju replied eagerly. Lu Xiaohua, linking arms with Qin Jingru, approached an empty table. Shaju swiftly darted over, beaming as he pulled out a chair for Lu Xiaohua, urging her to sit. Thank you, Brother Zhu, Lu Xiaohua replied, her spirits lifting further at his attentive manner. Qin Jingru cast a glance at Li Anye, feeling a twinge of envy for her fringe treatment, and silently settled into a chair of her own. Anye, why don't you chat with them for a bit while I go order? I'm familiar with the menu here, Shaju said before promptly heading to the ordering window. Observing Shaju's enthusiasm and the radiant smile on Lu Xiaohua's face, Li Anye felt optimistic about the prospects of this meeting. Yet, he remained cautious, wanting to ascertain whether Lu Xiaohua was indeed as kind-hearted as Qin Jingru suggested, and if she could hold her own against the refined and sophisticated Qin Huairu. Thus, he took a seat next to Lu Xiaohua, leaving the adjacent spot empty for Shaju. It must have been a tiring journey, Li Anye remarked with a warm smile directed at the two girls. Please, don't be shy with Brother Zhu, indulge yourselves. I've heard he brought a substantial amount of meat coupons for your visit today. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaohua's smile brightened even further. Brother Zhu is truly wonderful, so simple and genuine. Such men are rare in our village. Qin Jingru remained silent, stealing glances at Li Anye. Whenever he looked her way, she hurriedly averted her gaze, feigning nonchalance. Chapter 70. Missing the last train under Shaju's persistent urging. The dishes soon arrived in their entirety. During the meal, Li Anye harbored concerns about Shaju's loud calls to the kitchen, clearly disregarding the sign on the wall prohibiting the abusive treatment of customers. He feared the chefs might come out and throw them out. However, when he later observed a young chef approaching to deliver dishes and noted Shaju's respectful demeanor, he finally felt a sense of relief. It seemed that the earlier narrative about Shaju's notable reputation in the culinary field of Sijiacheng was indeed true, prompting Li Anye to regard him with newfound respect. Earning esteem among peers through one's skills is quite an impressive feat. Lu Xiaohua, witnessing Shaju's commanding presence, felt an even greater satisfaction towards him. Simultaneously, she silently criticized her best friend for having high standards. After all, Shaju was an exceptional individual with a handsome salary and remarkable skills, yet she had overlooked him. Brother Zhu, I heard you have a sister? Lu Xiaohua casually inquired. Shaju promptly responded, Yes, I have a younger sister named He Shui. Her boyfriend is a local police officer, and they are quite happy together, nearing marriage. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaohua nodded in agreement, exclaiming, When your sister gets married, we must give her a generous red envelope. Li Anye, Interpreting Lu Xiaohua's comments, had already envisioned himself as Shaju's future brother-in-law, while Shaju remained blissfully unaware of the implications. Continuing to share details about Yushui with Lu Xiaohua, "Brother Zhu," Li Anye interrupted, giving Shaju a firm kick under the table. "Shouldn't you discuss your marriage plans with comrade Lu Xiaohua?" Embarrassed by Li Anye's bluntness, Shaju's face flushed, yet he complied with Li Anye's suggestion. Hesitantly elaborating to Lu Xiaohua, "Well, I currently reside in a standard 3-room apartment. If we were to marry, I would tidy it up and partition it into 3 rooms. Additionally, my sister has a room that will be vacant once she marries. Our future children could live there if they start a family. I have also saved some money over the years. Gathering the essentials should not be a problem. However, acquiring a 3-in-1 appliance might be slightly challenging. But my monthly salary is decent, and I can gradually furnish things after marriage." Lu Xiaohua listened intently, nodding in approval, her demeanor reflecting satisfaction. "So, Brother Zhu, once you are married, will you heed your wife's words?" she asked, her voice slightly stammering and her cheeks flushed with color. Seeing Lu Xiaohua's shy expression, Shaju sprang to his feet, declaring, "Of course. I will definitely listen. All my salary will go to my wife. I want to keep a single penny for myself." Li Anye sighed at Shaju's lack of assertiveness, quietly consuming the dishes on the table. Meanwhile, the conversation between Shaju and Lu Xiaohua flowed effortlessly, with Shaju sharing amusing anecdotes from his work in the cafeteria, eliciting continuous laughter from Lu Xiaohua. Li Anye and Qin Jingru quietly played the role of background figures. The meal was swiftly concluded. In this era, dining in state-owned restaurants came with a time constraint of 2 hours. Once the time was up, patrons were expected to vacate the premises. However, observing the lingering expressions on Shaju and Lu Xiaohua's faces, Li Anye proposed that the 4 of them go to the cinema. Shaju slapped his thigh in realization, exclaiming, "Of course. Let's go. I'll treat you all to a movie." Lu Xiaohua and Qin Jingru exchanged glances at the darkening sky and deemed there was still time for a film. Thus agreeing to the plan, the group boarded a tram and arrived at the entrance of the Jiaocheng cinema. Shaju inquired at the ticket counter and was informed that a screening of The East is Red was about to commence, with tickets priced at 25 cents. Without hesitation, he paid. Upon entering the cinema, the film had yet to start. Li Anye, ensuring some distance from Shaju and Lu Xiaohua, settled down with Qin Jingru, allowing the two to foster their connection. Just as Qin Jingru intended to speak, the lights in the hall suddenly dimmed, prompting her to gasp softly and cling tightly to Li Anye's arm. "Do not fear. The movie is about to begin," he reassured, noticing her tremors. Releasing a sigh of relief, Qin Jingru relaxed, her hand reluctantly withdrawing from his arm, though she had a myriad of thoughts to express. The abrupt interruption had startled her into silence, leaving her to observe the close-knit silhouette of Lu Xiaohua and Shaju in front. Seeing Qin Jingru's quietness, Li Anye too felt a sense of relief, as he had been uncertain how to guide this young lady. Lu Xiaohua and Qin Jingru had arrived at Jiaocheng around 1 in the afternoon, and after their meal, they attended a film screening. Emerging into the night, realizing that both city buses and trams had ceased operations, the 4 felt a wave of concern and hastily summoned 2 human-powered rickshaws to the station. Yet upon arrival, they were informed that the last bus had departed merely a minute prior, and they were advised to return early the following day. Li Anye exchanged a glance with Shaju, both feeling a weight of frustration. "Jingru, why don't you and Xiaohua stay at your sister's place for the night?" Shaju suggested, though unsure of where else to suggest for the 2 young ladies. Both Lu Xiaohua and Qin Jingru vehemently shook their heads. "No way. If I go back, my sister will surely strangle me to marry you." Qin Jingru exclaimed, her face filled with dread. Lu Xiaohua, equally displeased, turned to Shaju and said, "Brother Zhu, if you no longer wish to marry me, just say so." "Goodness, how could I not want to marry you?" Shaju quickly reassured, noticing Lu Xiaohua pouting. "Didn't we agree? Once we return, I'll find a matchmaker to propose to your family." "Humph." Lu Xiaohua turned her head away. "Then why would you suggest Jingru and I go to her sister's? You know all too well how her sister is." She continued, "Moreover, if her sister discovers our relationship, would she ever allow me to stay at her home?" In a moment of frustration, Shaju struck his own face, lamenting his thoughtless words. After much deliberation, the group failed to arrive at a solution, leaving Shaju to turn to Li Anye with a pleading gaze. "Brother Anye, may I stay with you for the night? Jingru and Xiaohua could share my room. Would that be acceptable?" Li Anye was taken aback by this suggestion, hastily waving his hands. "Brother Zhu, that simply won't do. If the others in the courtyard discover this, how will those 2 young ladies ever consider marriage?" Two unmarried women spending the night in a man's room would not only lead to our reprimand, but would tarnish their reputations as well. Shaju, in a state of agitation, felt like a restless ant on a hot pan, pacing anxiously. Li Anye sighed. The situation was indeed precarious. Lacking a letter of introduction, they could not stay in any ghost houses within the city. Moreover, neither of them had any female acquaintances who could offer Lu Xiaohua and Qin Jingru a place to stay for the night. Staying at He Yushui's place was also risky, as it was in the main courtyard, where Qin Huairu might encounter them, leading to further complications. Even if Qin Huairu did not see them, the sight of two young women could damage their reputations. After all, their social circles were confined to the courtyard and their workplace, the steel factory, which was filled with men. Where could they possibly find female friends? After a moment of contemplation, Li Anye proposed a somewhat costly solution. Shaju, looking at him like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline, urged him to speak up, promising to cover any expenses, desperate to avoid seeing Xiaohua sleeping on the streets. Li Anye rolled his eyes at Shaju's eagerness to claim Xiaohua as his, despite their unmarried status. Here's the plan. We'll head to the international hotel in the city, which caters to foreign guests and does not require a letter of introduction for lodging. However, we first need to exchange some currency, as they only accept foreign currency. Shaju was taken aback, realizing that the hotel only served foreign guests and doubting their ability to pass as such. Li Anye nudged him, insisting, "Brother Zhu, just focus on exchanging the currency. Leave the rest to me." Left with no alternatives, Shaju reluctantly placed his trust in Li Anye. Arriving at the international hotel, they checked the posted rates. A double room cost 16 units of foreign currency. At that time, 5 local currency units could be exchanged for 1 unit of foreign currency, making the room's price a staggering 24 units. Given that Shaju's monthly salary was only 37.5 units, Lu Xiaohua and Qin Jingru were horrified upon learning the exchange rate and immediately declared they would rather endure the night on the streets than pay such exorbitant rates. This won't do. The streets are patrolled by militia at night, and if we're caught, it could lead to serious trouble. Li Anye frowned as he pulled out 30 units from his pocket and handed them to Shaju. "Here, Brother Zhu, let's split the cost. You can repay me later." After all, it was Li Anye who summoned the two, and it was he who suggested watching the movie. Thus, their inability to catch the last bus bore half the responsibility of Li Anye. Shaju gritted his teeth, reasoning that it was merely a month's salary. He would pay it now and reimburse Li Anye later, vowing to take on additional banquet work to make up for it. Shaju steadfastly refused to let Li Anye part with a single cent, insisting that he was borrowing the money. If Li Anye refused to agree, he would return to fetch the money himself, foregoing any financial assistance from him. Observing Shaju's resolute stance, Li Anye had no choice but to acquiesce. Fortunately, there was a currency exchange right next to the international hotel, and it had not yet closed for the night. Thus, Shaju successfully exchanged his money for 16 yuan in foreign currency. Li Anye took the foreign currency and said to Shaju, "Brother Zhu, you should wait here. I will be out shortly." He then turned to Lu Xiaohua and Qin Jingru, instructing them, "When you go in, just follow my lead and refrain from speaking, regardless of what transpires." Lu Xiaohua and Qin Jingru, taken aback by Li Anye's serious demeanor, could only nod in agreement. Li Anye led Lu Xiaohua and Qin Jingru directly to the front desk, where he conversed rapidly in English. Fortunately, having graduated from the English department in his previous life, he was adept enough to handle the situation. "Hello. The two ladies behind me have come from the neighboring West Island for an inspection and wish to book a double room here." The front desk attendant, impressed by Li Anye's fluent English, did not suspect the identities of the two women and inquired about the duration of their stay and whether they required wake-up service before proceeding to check them in. After receiving the room key, Li Anye ushered Lu Xiaohua and Qin Jingru into the room. Once the door was closed, he cautioned, "You must leave early tomorrow morning and skip breakfast at the hotel to avoid raising suspicion. Shaju and I have to go to work, so we will not be able to see you off." Lu Xiaohua and Qin Jingru gazed at Li Anye with admiration. Although they were unaware of the language he had just spoken to the front desk, they recognized it as foreign and were impressed by his fluency. How could they not admire him? Having arranged for the two young women, Li Anye finally sighed in relief and reunited with Shaju outside the international hotel as they made their way to the bus station together. Although the hotel rates were exorbitant, it was far better than the prospect of the two young women wandering the streets at night and potentially being apprehended, which would expose their credentials. In this era, falsifying credentials was a grave offense, even if they were fortunate enough not to be caught. Spending the night outside could have dire consequences, as temperatures had already plummeted to well below freezing. With Sha Zhu having spent 24 yuan, it was clear to all four of them that this was merely a price to avert disaster. The realization struck them like a bolt of lightning. Moreover, witnessing Sha Zhu's willingness to part with his money solidified Lu Xiaohua's determination to marry him. After all, she had never encountered such a sum in her life. Currently residing in a hotel that costs merely 24 yuan per night, Lu Xiaohua and Qin Jingru find themselves in a state of disbelief, as if caught in a dream. The grand bed and the decorative items within the hotel are unlike anything they have ever encountered, and the flushing toilet in the restroom perplexes them. It takes considerable time for them to comprehend its operation. Xiaohua, look, it's a radio. Qin Jingru exclaims joyfully, fiddling with the device before her. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaohua is enchanted by the exquisite desk lamp, marveling at its brightness, for in their village, the lighting typically emits a dim, yellow glow. She has never before seen such a luminous lamp. This blanket is so soft, they exclaim, resembling Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden, eagerly exploring the room's furnishings with childlike curiosity. At that moment, Li Anye and the simple-minded Zhu arrive at the bus station, as Zhu had recently spent a considerable sum, and every bit saved now is advantageous. Li Anye rubs his frozen hands together and, shivering, unlocks his bicycle, preparing to take Zhu back to their courtyard. Anye, I owe you a great deal. Although I am uncertain how you managed to secure accommodations for the two young ladies in such a prestigious hotel, my gratitude remains undiminished. Zhu is acutely aware of the dire consequences had he failed to find lodging for the girls, leading him to readily part with 24 yuan for their stay at the exorbitant hotel. Hey, just cook for me a few more meals in return. I am quite tempted by your culinary skills, Li Anye chuckles. No problem. From now on, you are like a brother to me. I would gladly prepare 30 meals without a second thought, Zhu vows earnestly. Chapter 72. A sardonic remark at Su Damao upon returning to the courtyard. Zhonghai and Andy Da have already retired for the night. Li Anye had previously informed them he would be home late. Zhu retrieves 30 yuan from his room to repay Li Anye, expressing his gratitude profusely and stating that when he marries Lu Xiaohua, he will present Li Anye with a generous red envelope and invite him to be their witness, to which Li Anye readily agrees. The following day, Zhu seeks out a matchmaker to discuss the formal proposal to Lu Xiaohua's family, even taking the afternoon off work for this purpose. Li Anye is pleased to witness the swift progression of Zhu and Lu Xiaohua's relationship. Yet he cautions Zhu sternly not to reveal anything to Qin Huairu until matters are settled. Zhu understands the importance of discretion and readily complies. Zhu intends to finalize the wedding before the new year, hence his absence from the courtyard in recent days, either busy with wedding preparations or seeking additional work. Despite earning a decent wage and having minimal personal expenses, Zhu has lent a significant amount of money to the Jia family over the years and does not plan to request repayment. Moreover, having previously spent a substantial sum of 24 yuan in an effort to ensure that his wedding did not appear too modest, Sha Zhu exerted himself to earn extra income, presenting a stark contrast to his previous lethargic demeanor. Qin Huairu assumed that he was earnestly contemplating his marriage to Qin Jingru and was pleased to see Sha Zhu's newfound enthusiasm. She promptly penned several letters to her family, urging them to persuade Qin Jingru to settle this matter expeditiously. With the festive season upon them, the atmosphere was ripe for joyous occasions, and Sha Zhu found himself busily occupied each day, yet his countenance remained adorned with a smile. By mid-month, Sha Zhu approached Li Anye to borrow a bicycle, intending to ride it to Lu Jia village for the wedding ceremony. Naturally, Li Anye did not refuse. Zhonghai and Aunt Damao were taken aback upon hearing the news of Sha Zhu's impending marriage, as it had transpired so unexpectedly. They had noticed Sha Zhu's absence in recent days, only to discover that he was now preparing for matrimony. Brother Anye, will you ride third uncle's bicycle with me to fetch the bride? Sha Zhu cheerfully offered Li Anye a handful of wedding candies. You shall be my best man and officiant. With that, he hurried off to distribute more wedding sweets to the next household. Upon hearing the mention of an officiant, Zhonghai and Aunt Damao were astonished and quickly inquired about the situation. Li Anye could only fabricate a hasty explanation, claiming he had encountered a lovely young woman while in the countryside and introduced her to Sha Zhu, never anticipating that they would unite so swiftly. Aunt Damao, upon hearing this, playfully chastised Li Anye. Why did you introduce her to Sha Zhu when you found her appealing yourself? How could you be so foolish? Li Anye laughed it off. I didn't fancy her. I must seek someone even better. Zhonghai shot him a glance. You can find a fairy if you wish, but do hurry and bring a wife home. Sha Zhu is already married while you have yet to even start. Aunt Damao echoed his sentiment. Under the relentless pressure from Zhonghai and Aunt Damao, Li Anye was compelled to vow that he would find a partner by next year, which finally satisfied them. When Qin Huairu received Shaju's wedding candies, she was utterly bewildered. Who are you marrying? It seemed she had not clearly heard the bride's name. Shaju, still beaming, replied, Lu Xiaohua, a wonderful girl. We've even obtained our marriage certificate. I'll be bringing her home tomorrow. Jia Zhangshi approached, her face a mask of astonishment. Shaju, wasn't it agreed that you would marry our Jingru? How has this sudden change come about? Shaju paused, wearing an expression that suggested she was asking a question she already knew the answer to. Isn't it true that Jingru does not fancy me? All right, enough of that. Sister Qin, I must go distribute wedding candies to second uncle in the backyard, Shaju said, thrusting a handful of candies towards Qin Huairu. When she refused to take them, he reluctantly handed them to Jia Zhangshi and left without a backward glance. As he made his way to the backyard, he muttered, I was even considering making a wedding dress for your family. I must think of myself first. Shaju finished distributing wedding sweets to everyone in the backyard except for Su Damao, and then he knocked on Su Damao's door with a cheeky grin. At this moment, the factory had already granted early annual leave to workers who were not on the front lines, so Su Damao was resting at home. Upon opening the door, he was rather surprised to find Shaj standing there. What brings you here, uninvited? Do you seek something from me? Su Damao inquired. His nose turned disdainfully toward Shaju. Shaju, unfazed, grinned mischievously and handed Su Damao a handful of wedding candies, saying, My friend, I'm getting married. Please join us for the banquet tomorrow. Su Damao's reaction was more dramatic than Qin Huairu's. He jumped up like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. What? You're getting married? How come I didn't know about this? Shaju reveled in Su Damao's astonishment, laughing heartily. My bride is quite the catch, believe me. He gave Su Damao a thumbs up, grinning wickedly. Much better than your wife. Su Damao, skeptical, eyed Shaju with disdain. I don't believe it. You're just saying that, he scoffed. Oh, you'll see for yourself tomorrow. And I plan to have a big chubby son, just to irk you. Shaju chuckled, full of mischief. I bet you'll never have kids. Just watch me with mine. With that, Shaju swaggered away from the courtyard. Su Damao, standing at the door, felt his temper flare. You're nothing but a coward. A big son, huh? He spat on the ground in frustration, kicking the doorframe in anger. What nonsense. He stormed back inside, where Lu Xiaoyi looked up, puzzled by his foul mood. Who was that outside, and why are you so worked up? Seeing Lu Xiaoyi knitting on a stool ignited Su Damao's ire anew. He strode over, scooped her up, and carried her into the room. Damn it. I will have a big son before that rascal Shaju. Lu Xiaoyi struggled in his arms. What are you doing, Su Damao? Soon, her protests turned into playful banter. 5 minutes later, a sigh escaped Su Damao from within the room. After a brief silence, Lu Xiaoyi's exasperated voice could be heard. You are so annoying, followed by a flurry of other sounds. Chapter 73. Shaju's wedding the next day, Li Anye rose early. He too had already been granted his annual leave, while Zhonghai, being a workshop worker, had not yet received time off. However, he would return at noon to celebrate Shaju's wedding. Li Anye took the large red flower that Shaju had sent the previous night and adorned his bicycle with it. At that moment, Uncle San arrived with his own bicycle, and his cheerful demeanor revealed that he had certainly benefited from Shaju's generosity. Shaju, now clad in a brand new Zhongshan suit, emerged from his room, brimming with vitality. Living alone in the courtyard without any elders nearby, Zhonghai and Andy De had assisted him with many of the wedding preparations. Lu Xiaohua and Shaju's new garments were crafted with the assistance of Andy De, who helped to sew the fabric. Fortunately, Shaju was not particularly fond of new clothes, which allowed him to save a considerable amount of fabric tickets, just enough to create a wedding outfit for each of the newlyweds. Shaju's home also received an array of new furniture, hastily assembled by a carpenter hired by Andy De, as Shaju's budget was quite limited. Had he ventured into the department store, he likely would not have been able to gather enough for even 36 legs of furniture. Not to mention, he also needed to prepare dowries for the bride's family, which depleted Shaju's savings entirely. Although his wallet had grown thin, the smile on his face seemed to widen with each passing day. Let us go, Brother Anye. Shaju cheerfully mounted Li Anye's sturdy bicycle, ready to fetch the bride. Given the considerable distance from Lu's village to Sijio City, the party consisted solely of Shaju, Li Anye, and a few of his apprentices from the cafeteria, who had borrowed bicycles to support their brother. They adorned their bicycles with wedding candies to distribute to the village children upon arrival, which Shaju entrusted to Mahua. Brother Anye, with my apprentices around, you need not worry about anything. Just help me hold the fort, Shaju said with a beaming smile. After all, Li Anye was their official matchmaker and now also served as the witness, so Xiaozhu treated him with utmost respect. Li Anye, enjoying the leisurely ride, followed closely behind Xiaozhu as they made their way to Lu's village. The wedding procession comprised 5 bicycles, quite an impressive sight for that era. Moreover, Xiaozhu rode a premium model of the Zhonghai bicycle, the most expensive in the department store, which was not only larger than the average model but also sturdily built, justifying its price of 200 yuan. This was precisely why Xiaozhu had borrowed Li Anye's bicycle. Riding such a fine machine was truly a statement. As they pedaled along, the group shared laughter and conversation, and whenever they encountered children asking for wedding candies, Xiaozhu generously instructed Ma Hua to distribute a handful. Before long, they arrived at Lu's village, where the children, having anticipated the treats, eagerly awaited the arrival of the wedding procession at the village entrance. As the procession approached, the children rushed forward, surrounding them. "Uncle, give us candy," they exclaimed, their faces beaming with joy as they clamored around Ma Hua, who held the candy bag. Without hesitation, Ma Hua tossed handfuls of candy into the air like confetti, and the children squealed with delight as they scrambled to collect the sweets. Taking advantage of the children's distraction, the wedding party managed to break through the throng and made their way toward Lu Xiaohua's home. The family had already adorned their house with festive decorations. And at that moment, Lu Xiaohua's younger brothers were playfully blocking the entrance, demanding red envelopes from Xiaozhu. "No red envelope, no entry," they declared, firmly blocking the door. Fortunately, Xiaozhu had come prepared. He swiftly retrieved several red envelopes from his pocket and handed them to the eager little rascals, thereby securing entry through the door. At this moment, the bride Lu Xiaohua is engaged in cheerful conversation with Qin Jingru in the room. According to local customs, when Xiaozhu and his companions entered, they were required to partake of a bowl of warm tea offered by the bride's parents before they could proceed to greet the bride. This tea is not brewed from tea leaves, but rather a concoction of brown sugar water and eggs, a rare delicacy indeed. However, it is a tradition in Lu family village that whenever a daughter is to be married, brown sugar and eggs must be prepared to receive the wedding party. Failing to do so would invite disdain from others. The brown sugar water also contains longan and red dates, symbolizing the hope for early offspring. After Li Anye finished his bowl, he felt the chill from the bike ride dissipate, warmth enveloping him. Once all 5 had consumed the brown sugar water, Xiaozhu knocked on the bride's door. Immediately, Qin Jingru's playful voice resonated from within. "Xiaozhu, once you marry my sister Xiaohua, who will manage the family's finances?" Pressing against the door, Xiaozhu replied amiably, "Of course, it will be your sister Xiaohua who manages it. A man like me wouldn't handle the accounts." "Then, Xiaozhu, will you treat my sister Xiaohua well? Will you never hit or scold her and cherish her for life?" "Absolutely. A man should never strike a woman," Xiaozhu assured. Thumping his chest, "I promise to treat her well for all eternity." At this moment, the door swung open, revealing Lu Xiaohua in a bright red cotton jacket, her face beaming with joy. Hearing this, Lu's parents smiled with satisfaction. Despite Xiaozhu's seemingly simple demeanor, he possessed a good heart, as evidenced by his late-night delivery of brown sugar and eggs. After Lu Xiaohua and Xiaozhu bowed respectfully before her parents, Xiaozhu lifted Lu Xiaohua and carried her outside. He positioned her diagonally on the front of his bicycle and mounted it himself, exclaiming, "Let us go, bringing my bride home." Li Anye promptly pedaled his bike to follow. According to tradition, the bride's feet must not touch the ground during the journey home, which meant they could not stop for a rest until they reached the courtyard. Perhaps buoyed by the joy of carrying his beautiful bride, Xiaozhu pedaled vigorously, showing no signs of fatigue. By the time they returned to the courtyard, it was nearing noon. Tables and chairs were already set up, and guests were seated, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the newlyweds. Auntie was bustling about in the courtyard, attending to guests with tea and snacks, thoroughly enjoying herself. As Xiaozhu entered the courtyard with Lu Xiaohua on his back, the moment her feet touched the ground, a thunderous applause erupted. "Congratulations! Xiaozhu has finally married." The attendees, mostly old neighbors, were genuinely happy for Xiaozhu. Lu Xiaohua, not one to be shy, quickly dismounted and joined Auntie in greeting the guests. In this era, it was uncommon for brides to retreat to the house. The prevailing belief was that women could shoulder half the responsibilities of life. Thus, upon arriving at her husband's home, the bride would typically fulfill her duties by helping to entertain the visiting guests. Chapter 74. Lu Xiaohua's debt collection. Since the moment Qin Huairu received the notification of Xiaozhu's marriage from Xiaozhu yesterday, she has been somewhat distracted. Today, seated at the banquet, she appeared to be in a trance, indicating that the sudden news of Xiaozhu's marriage has struck her quite hard. Jia Zhang's expression was also less than favorable. However, due to Zhonghai and Aunt Yi's watchful scrutiny, she refrained from causing a scene. Before Li Anye arrived, both Zhonghai and Aunt Yi had considered Shaju as their future heir, and now they were bustling about in connection with Shaju's wedding, reportedly contributing both financially and physically. Anye, did you know that your brother Zhu borrowed quite a sum from your uncle for his wedding? Jia Zhang deliberately provoked Li Anye. Although Li Anye was reluctant to sit with the Jia family, Zhonghai and Aunt Yi feared that Qin Huairu and Jia Zhang might stir up trouble. So they forced Li Anye to share a table with them. While Jia Zhang refrained from causing an uproar, she began to sow discord between Li Anye and Zhonghai. I am aware, Li Anye replied, casting a fleeting glance at Jia Zhang. My uncle even asked me to weigh in on this matter. My point is, given Shaju's monthly salary, he can certainly repay whatever he borrows. As he spoke, he shot another significant look at Jia Zhang, adding, from now on, he will only have one wife to support. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing Li Anye's words, Jia Zhang's face turned pale. Of course, she retorted. Although her demeanor suggested she was unwilling to let Shaju off the hook so easily. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Lu Xiaohua's inquiries to Qin Huairu in the bridal chamber prior to the wedding had already conveyed Lu Xiaohua's stance. Shaju, being easily swayed, would likely find himself complying with Lu Xiaohua's wishes, even if he still harbored intentions of assisting the Jia family. Dear neighbors and esteemed workers of the steel mill, Shaju, adorned with a large red flower, stood at the threshold of the courtyard, his face beaming with joy. Today marks a momentous occasion for me, he usually. Thank you all for coming to celebrate. As soon as Shaju finished speaking, the crowd responded with enthusiastic applause. Lu Xiaohua beside him also bowed, expressing, I hope everyone will take good care of me, the new bride. Jia Zhang snorted at those words, feeling that Lu Xiaohua was already asserting her position as the new bride. Grandma Jia, have you contributed your share? Li Anye inquired, maintaining his gaze. Jia Zhang instantly recoiled, suddenly silenced. For given the Jia family's current plight, they could hardly afford to contribute. While it is true that Xiao Geng was provided for in the juvenile detention center, the quality of food there left much to be desired. They were still waiting for her and Qin Huairu to send supplies, and these days, the old lady had been tirelessly crafting shoe soles just to procure a few pounds of cornmeal for her grandson. There was no extra money available to offer Shaju as a wedding gift. An elderly lady observed the demeanor of Jia Zhangshi, her disdain unmistakable in her eyes. Everyone was well aware of how Shaju had been treated by the Jia family. Now that Shaju was marrying, the Jia family did not even contribute a nominal gift. Yet they had the audacity to feast heartily at the table. Was it merely because they had lent her family a table and a few stools? Shaju and Lu Xiaohua had finished their speeches, and it was now time for the officiant to deliver his remarks. Li Anye ascended to the stage and spoke briefly, ensuring he did not monopolize the time, as everyone was eager for the feast to commence. Though he held a minor official position, he lacked the demeanor typically associated with authority. He certainly could not stretch his speech to half an hour. Upon returning to the banquet, the glances exchanged between Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu towards him had shifted, likely due to the revelation in Shaju's speech that he had been the one to introduce Lu Xiaohua to Shaju. However, he was indifferent to their opinions, for the rift between the families had long since been laid bare. He still recalled the incident when Qin Huairu had come to his door late at night to coerce him. Once the banquet commenced, Jia Zhangshi devoured the food as if she had never tasted anything in her life. After piling her bowl high with several servings, she began to rummage through the dishes in search of meat, swiftly clearing the table of its offerings. And Air, sitting at the same table, dropped her chopsticks in exasperation, exclaiming, How can we eat with you behaving like this? Li Anye too lost his appetite, as the dishes had become tainted by Jia Zhangshi's saliva, an utterly repulsive thought. Jia Zhangshi shot a triumphant glance at Aunt Air, retorting, Isn't this how everyone eats? If you're so bothered by saliva, perhaps you should eat at home. Uncle Air set down his chopsticks with a sigh. He prided himself on his leadership qualities, and thus refrained from engaging in disputes with women. Even if he felt anger rising within him, he could not afford to exhibit it openly. However, Aunt Air, known for her fiery temperament, rolled up her sleeves and pointed an accusatory finger at Jia Zhangshi, berating her, Who eats like this at a banquet? How is this any different from spitting into the dishes? Shaju and Lu Xiaohua noticed the commotion and hurried over to discern the situation. Upon understanding the matter, Shaju repeatedly apologized to Uncle Air and Uncle Air. I'm truly sorry for the oversight today. Allow me to arrange a separate table of dishes for you right away. Shaju had invested considerable effort into procuring ingredients for the banquet. Moreover, as a chef himself, Preparing another table of food would not consume much time. He was particularly concerned for Uncle Heir's family, as they had endured considerable strain for the sake of his wedding. He did not wish for them to go without a warm meal. Xiaohua, please attend to the guests while I prepare a separate table for them. Shaju instructed Lu Xiaohua before turning to Jia Zhangshi with less courtesy than before. Old Lady Jia, I have always believed I have treated you fairly. Reflect on your actions today and see if they are appropriate. Consider this table of dishes as my tribute to you. With that, Shaju turned away, his displeasure evident. In all fairness, he has always treated the Jia family generously. It is merely in the matter of marriage that he has concealed the truth from them. However, the disruption caused by Jia Zhangshi at his wedding banquet is undeniably inconsiderate. After Shaju departed, Lu Xiaohua smiled and offered some words of comfort to Zhonghai and the others. She had heard from Shaju that the family's elder had taken special care of him, and that today's banquet was primarily organized by the two of them, prompting Lu Xiaohua to respond with utmost courtesy. Ah, Jia matriarch, Lu Xiaohua said with a smile. I heard from Shaju that he lent your family 18 yuan. Whenever your household finds itself in a more prosperous situation, do repay him. This banquet shall serve as my gratitude for your understanding of the expenses incurred by our marriage, and I hope you can return the money soon. Upon hearing Lu Xiaohua's words, Li Anye couldn't help but silently admire her, thinking that this young woman had indeed chosen wisely in marrying Shaju. She had immediately brought up the debt, without giving anyone a chance to refute her. Chapter 75, The Revelation. Jia Zhangshi was not one to be easily intimidated. She shot Lu Xiaohua a fierce glare. When did we ever owe Shaju any money? You, young lady, should refrain from making baseless accusations. Do you have any evidence? Did we issue you a promissory note or something? Unfazed, Lu Xiaohua calmly replied, earlier, your family cleared a substantial medical bill for Aunt Da at the hospital. A matter known to all. So, I ask you, where did that money originate? Why should you concern yourself with how we acquired it? Jia Zhangshi replied defiantly, her demeanor suggesting that she would deny everything. Lu Xiaohua smiled slightly. I have heard about your family's circumstances. It would be impossible to produce 18 yuan in one go. If you do not clarify the source of this money today, I may be compelled to draw my own conclusions. With that, she cast a scrutinizing gaze over Qin Huairu, prompting everyone to suddenly comprehend the implications and regard Qin Huairu with newfound suspicion. When Qin Huairu had settled the medical expenses, no one had witnessed her borrowing money from anyone in the courtyard. If it was not Shaju's money, then its origins were certainly dubious. The nature of its acquisition became evident when one looked at Qin Huairu's alluring face and graceful figure. Qin Huairu, who had remained quietly seated like a mere puppet, suddenly found herself in the spotlight. Her expression morphed into one of utter humiliation. Xiaohua, you must not speak carelessly. Making unfounded allegations can have consequences. Lu Xiaohua appropriately lowered her head, feigning innocence. I was merely analyzing the situation with everyone. I haven't said anything at all. Yet her earlier pointed glances spoke volumes. The money was indeed lent to me by Shaju. My mother-in-law simply does not know, Qin Huairu confessed, her voice quivering as she wiped away a tear. Rising from her seat, she declared, if I am not welcome here, then I shall take my leave. I wish you all a long and happy marriage. With that, Qin Huairu exited the gathering. You needn't stay for the meal. This table will soon be filled with your family members, won't it? Damao snorted dismissively. Questioning the pretense, Li Anye gazed at Damao with admiration, thinking her to be the perfect advocate for his sentiments. When he first arrived, he was indeed momentarily captivated by Qin Huairu's exquisite beauty. After all, in an era marked by scarcity, one could comprehend the extent of her allure, as she managed to procure fine provisions from men solely through her looks. It is worth noting that next door, the young lady, in her attempt to prepare 5 hot dishes for her daughter's birthday, resorted to flaunting herself, yet regrettably, few were inclined to take notice. Shortly thereafter, with the assistance of several apprentices, Shaju prepared a new table of dishes, most of which he personally crafted. Seeing this, Lu Xiaohua beamed and invited Zhonghai and the others to the newly arranged banquet. Once everyone was settled, Lu Xiaohua accompanied Shaju as they toasted table after table. Uncle and auntie, Shaju often remarked to me, I am immensely grateful for your care towards him. Today, I offer tea in lieu of wine to express my thanks for looking after my Shaju. Lu Xiaohua, skilled in social graces, charmingly entertained uncle and auntie, bringing them great joy. After the banquet, the Li Anye family also had their share of delicious food, with the remaining dishes on the table being packed up by the second uncle's family. However, observing the second uncle's demeanor, Li Anye surmised that his own son would likely miss out on the feast. In this era, banquets primarily featured adults, while children subsisted on the leftovers packaged for them by their elders, as every household was populous yet financially constrained. The contributions were limited, and if the entire family were to attend, the hosts would suffer substantial losses. Once satiated, Li Anye returned to his room, content and contemplative. He mused that Lu Xiaohua indeed possessed remarkable prowess. It seemed the courtyard would be bustling for quite some time to come. A few days later, Li Anye rose early. After a prolonged period of staying at home during his vacation, he had long implored Auntie to craft a fishing rod for him, sacrificing a sewing needle in the process. Having yet to venture out for fishing, he had endured Annie's playful scolding, and today, he resolved to demonstrate his fishing prowess, if only to assure Annie that her needle was not wasted. Just as he was preparing to leave, a group of people entered the courtyard, led by a young girl. Upon catching sight of Li Anye, she pointed to him and exclaimed, "That's the one. He was here at our international hotel last time." Li Anye instantly recognized her as the receptionist from the hotel, and his mind went blank. The men accompanying the girl swiftly surrounded him, inquiring about his name, residence, and workplace. Li Anye swallowed hard, grappling with the dilemma of resisting or confessing, ultimately opting to divulge his situation honestly. The commotion attracted the attention of the residents in the main courtyard, and both Xiaozhu and Lu Xiaohua emerged. Upon seeing the receptionist, Lu Xiaohua's face turned pale. "Xiaozhu, that's the receptionist from the International Hotel. I suspect she is here to apprehend Brother Anye. What shall we do?" Upon hearing the commotion, Xiaozhu was momentarily taken aback. Yet he understood that retreat was not an option at this juncture. After all, Li Anye had previously intervened on his behalf, and now that trouble had come knocking, he could not allow Li Anye to shoulder the blame alone. "What are you doing?" Xiaozhu charged forward, pushing aside the men surrounding Li Anye. "If there is an issue, direct it at me. I am the one who orchestrated everything." Li Anye cast a grateful glance at Xiaozhu, realizing that he was someone who truly stood up in times of crisis. Seeing Xiaozhu's unwavering determination calmed Li Anye considerably. He thought that given Xiaozhu's gallant act today, assisting him would not be in vain. Moreover, the wrongdoing he had committed was relatively minor, merely having deceived the International Hotel out of a room. Worst case scenario, he would face a reprimand at the factory. After all, they had indeed paid for the accommodation, so it was not entirely a con. The onlookers in the courtyard, who had been harboring suspicions, began to murmur among themselves upon hearing Xiaozhu's declarations, with Jia Zhongshi's voice standing out the loudest. Look at him, usually bringing home bags of goodies, and now he finds himself in a predicament. As Zhonghai and an elderly woman emerged, they overheard Jia Zhongshi's remarks and witnessed Li Anye encircled by a group of menacing figures. The elderly woman felt a wave of darkness wash over her, yet she steeled herself, knowing that she must not falter at this moment. If Li Anye were to be taken away, it would fall upon her frail shoulders to seek him out. With that thought, she hurried forward, parting the men encircling Li Anye, spreading her arms wide like a protective hen shielding her chick. "I dare anyone to lay a finger on my nephew." Standing beside her, Zhonghai did not utter a word, yet his imposing demeanor conveyed his thoughts clearly. Chapter 76. Why not mention it earlier? "You nearly frightened me to death." The unfamiliar men surrounding Li Anye exchanged nervous glances, unsure of how to proceed. One taller man, appearing somewhat more astute than the rest, quickly regained his composure and donned a grin. "It's a misunderstanding, really. We are from the Foreign Trade Department of the steel mill, seeking to discuss a matter with Comrade Li Anye." Upon hearing this, Li Anye exhaled in relief, albeit with a tinge of dissatisfaction. "You should have said so earlier. I thought you were here to cause trouble." Xiaozhu, still processing the situation, interjected. "Aren't you here because of that last incident?" Li Anye, exasperated, stepped on Xiaozhu's foot in frustration. "What last incident?" "Oh, I must have misremembered." Xiaozhu sheepishly replied, scratching his nose before continuing, "Comrades, we do need your assistance with something." The more astute man spoke again. "How about we discuss this in the factory office?" Seeing that they were not there to create trouble, the elderly woman finally breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest. "Anye, you nearly gave your aunt a heart attack." After all, Li Anye often brought home delightful treats, and though the elderly couple never voiced their concerns, they still worried. Thus, when these men appeared, they instinctively rushed to protect Li Anye. Li Anye, observing his aunt's anxious demeanor, felt warmth swell within him. "Aunt, do not worry. I live my life with integrity. Why would I fear anyone causing trouble? One can hardly bear the foul tongues of certain individuals within the courtyard." Li Anye deliberately raised his voice and cast a glance at Jia Zhongshi. It was evident to all that his words were directed at a specific person. Especially given the unexpected situation that had just unfolded, a mere whisper of speculation had sufficed. After all, many had benefited from Li Anye's generosity and were already contemplating how to intercede on his behalf should any arrests occur. Yet, there was Jia Zhongshi who, despite his advancing years, seemed to have lost his discernment. Several members of the Foreign Trade Department from the steel mill recognized that their earlier demeanor had caused misunderstandings and quickly offered their apologies. "We sincerely apologize for our haste. There are pressing matters within the factory that necessitate our urgency. As fellow employees of the steel mill, we trust you can understand." Upon hearing their words, the others expressed their forgiveness. In this era, those who worked in the Foreign Trade Department were indeed influential figures. With steel production widespread across the country, domestic demand was limited, necessitating that a significant portion of steel be exported to generate foreign currency and invigorate the economy. Although their steel mill was a key state enterprise, exports constituted half of their output, which granted the Foreign Trade Department considerable respect. After all, everyone relied on this department to secure additional foreign currency to enhance their livelihoods. Upon realizing they were from the Foreign Trade Department, Li Anye surmised their intentions and adjusted his demeanor accordingly. Yet, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at their apparent neediness. "Very well, I shall accompany you," he conceded, raising the fishing rod he had yet to assemble. "However, I must first return to stow my belongings and change into appropriate attire." He had dressed in laborer's clothing for fishing, wary of slipping in the icy conditions and damaging his garments. "Of course, we'll wait for you," the members of the Foreign Trade Department replied, their spirits lifted. The receptionist interjected, "I have facilitated your search, so I shall take my leave now. I am the sole staff at the front desk and cannot be away for long." "Indeed, please convey my gratitude to your supervisor. Had she not lent you to us, we would still be searching for you," she added. Once Li Anye had changed, he rode his bicycle to the office of the Foreign Trade Department, which was markedly different from the Procurement office, both in size and interior decor, clearly indicating the disparity between the two departments. Settling into a leather sofa, Li Anye mused upon the corruption among the colleagues in the Foreign Trade Department. The situation unfolded as follows. The sole translator in the Foreign Trade Department, an elderly gentleman, had sadly passed away just a few days prior. In this age, finding someone proficient in English was quite rare. Those who had studied abroad were not available for hire within the factory, leaving the translation duties in the hands of the late gentleman, who had conducted his work from home. At that moment, the old gentleman had departed, leaving the Foreign Trade Department in a state of utter confusion. This era was characterized by a significant lack of foreign language proficiency, as such skills had yet to be valued. Consequently, professionals in this domain were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. After some deliberation, the few individuals in the Foreign Trade Department resolved to seek assistance at the International Hotel, hoping to find someone who could speak English. To their surprise, the young receptionist revealed that her partner worked at a steel mill and that she had once caught a glimpse of Li Anye at the factory. Finding him rather handsome, she had taken note of him. When Li Anye visited the hotel, she assumed he was part of the Foreign Trade Department at the steel mill and promptly provided him with a room without further inquiries. When a few employees from the steel mill came to her seeking assistance, she was perplexed and inquired, "Isn't there a young man in your Foreign Trade Department who speaks excellent English? Why are you coming to me?" The foreign trade employees were baffled, responding, "When did our department acquire a young man who speaks English?" It was then that the receptionist realized Li Anye was not from their department. Yet she insisted that he must be affiliated with the steel mill, as she had seen him exiting the factory canteen. Thus began the quest of the Foreign Trade Department, accompanied by the receptionist, to locate Li Anye throughout the bustling city. They first ventured to the employees' dormitory at the steel mill but found no one. Next, they searched the executive residences, again to no avail, until they ultimately discovered Li Anye in a communal yard where several employees had gathered. Upon hearing their inquiries, Li Anye could only laugh in disbelief. It seemed he had unwittingly exposed his English proficiency, leading them right to him. Ever since he had traversed into this era, he had been discreetly concealing his talents, understanding that standing out in such times could be perilous, especially with turbulent changes looming on the horizon. Initially, he had contemplated leveraging his unique abilities to thrive in this epoch, but upon reflection, he feared that before he could truly soar, he might find himself imprisoned. Plans for wealth accumulation would have to wait until 1978, when the winds of reform and opening would sweep across the land. However, Since his skills had now come to light, Li Anye reluctantly agreed to assist the Foreign Trade Department with some translation tasks. Knowing full well that his lack of overseas experience would be easily verified, he resolved to maintain that his English proficiency was self-taught through library books and radio broadcasts, a mere hobby that posed no significant issues. Chapter 77. Resolving the procurement task. Upon hearing Li Anye's willingness to assist with translations, the team hastily presented him with a backlog of letters and telegrams that had accumulated in the Foreign Trade Department. As he began translating, he couldn't resist engaging in conversation with his colleagues. One of them, a rather affable gentleman named Fong Fong, explained with a frown. She only knows a few phrases from her time at the hotel front desk. She is otherwise quite uninformed. Li Anye chuckled at this revelation, admitting, "You truly had me fooled. I could not discern that she was only a novice." Fong Fong joined in laughter, remarking, "Perhaps her exposure to foreigners allowed her to pick up on the nuances." Before long, Li Anye completed the translations and presented the documents to Fong Fong. He himself graduated from the Department of English, so reading comprehension was a trivial matter for him. However, to Fong Fong, it felt like a stroke of fortune. "Comrade, have you considered transferring to our Foreign Trade Department? The benefits here surpass what you currently receive in the procurement section, and the salary is higher with far fewer responsibilities." Fong Fong assumed Li Anye would readily accept, especially since being a procurement officer was a perilous occupation in this era, with new recruits constantly being brought in to fill vacancies. To his surprise, Li Anye declined without a moment's hesitation. After all, Wang Jianmin had promised him a permanent position once the new year arrived, and he was quite content working under Wang. Furthermore, he still needed the procurement role to provide him with a cover for his own aspirations. Faced with Li Anye's refusal, Fong Fong felt somewhat at a loss. For the Foreign Trade Department was in dire need of personnel, and he had never encountered a rejection before. Seeing Fong Feng's expression, Li Anye assumed he was troubled by the lack of translators and graciously offered, "If you have translation work in the future, feel free to assign it to me. Although the beginning of the month might be difficult as I will be busy with procurement." Fong Fong regarded Li Anye with a complex gaze, pondering that a well-educated mind does not always guarantee sharpness, yet the Foreign Trade Department desperately required talents like Li Anye. Nevertheless, he could not criticize him, as he would still rely on him for translation tasks in the future. "How about this? I'll discuss it with my colleagues in the department. I want to ask you to translate for free. We can exchange procurement tasks for your assistance in translation. I will have our department head put in a good word. And as long as you help us with the translations, you won't have to go out for procurement each month, which will count towards completing your tasks." Upon hearing this delightful prospect, Li Anye immediately agreed, as the thought of cycling for long hours in the countryside was quite exhausting. "That is certain. Our department head does hold some influence. However, I sincerely invite you to join our Foreign Trade Department. I assure you it will be far more comfortable than your current position in procurement." Despite Fong Feng's assurances, Li Anye still preferred the procurement role and showed no interest in inquiring about the benefits in the Foreign Trade Department. Observing Li Anye's stubbornness, Fong Fong thought that those dedicated to scholarship often exhibited such tenacity. The former translator in their department had been the same. Thus, he refrained from pressuring Li Anye further, merely extending an open invitation for him to visit the Foreign Trade Department anytime. After leaving the steel mill, Li Anye hummed a cheerful tune, seemingly envisioning a bright future ahead. After the new year, he would be promoted to a level 7 clerk, earning a salary of 37.5 yuan each month, similar to that of the silly Zhu, and he would no longer have to fret over procurement tasks. His only responsibilities would be to occasionally assist the Foreign Trade Department with translating telegrams and correspondence. As a level 7 clerk, he would also receive a thermos cup produced by the factory, allowing him to enjoy a hot cup of tea each morning as he leisurely made his way to the office, sipping tea and reading a book. He could enjoy a meal at the cafeteria at noon, and in the afternoon, he could choose to remain in the office or leave at his discretion. Occasionally, he could venture into the countryside under the guise of procurement, bringing back delightful treats to enhance his life. The thought of such a life was truly gratifying. In truth, he had considered transitioning to the Foreign Trade Department. However, he felt that the role of a purchasing agent was more suited to him at present. After all, while the benefits in the Foreign Trade Department were indeed appealing, the additional perks were not necessarily as abundant as those enjoyed by purchasing agents, who were recognized as one of the 8 essential roles. Li Anye hummed a cheerful tune as he returned to the courtyard, where Zhonghai and Andy promptly approached him, inquiring about the reason for the visit from the factory personnel. although those individuals had clarified their intentions. Stating they were not there to trouble Li Anye, the couple could not help but feel a tinge of concern. Nothing serious. During my school days, I took an interest in learning foreign languages, and I never expected it would come in handy, serving as a temporary translator for them, he reassured them. Upon hearing this, Zhonghai's furrowed brow relaxed immediately, exclaiming the merits of education and the value of possessing knowledge. He also let out a sigh of relief, playfully scolding Li Anye. You don't know how those visitors startled me. Indeed, Anye, you should be more discreet in the future. Even if everyone else is doing it, try to bring home less. My heart is always in my throat, Zhonghai remarked, his expression still tinged with worry. Observing the anxious looks on Zhonghai and Yi's faces stirred something within Li Anye, prompting him to nod in agreement. I will heed your advice, uncle and aunt. In this era, people tended to be more reserved in their thoughts. It was understandable that Zhonghai and Auntie felt uneasy about the items he brought home. Moving forward, he resolved to bring home smaller amounts more frequently, sparing the elderly couple from undue concern. Just then, Lu Xiaohua entered with a bright smile, announcing today. Shaju cooked a couple of extra dishes and asked me to invite you to join him for a drink. Auntie chuckled in reply. It seems my efforts to prepare dinner for Anya were in vain. My son only fancies the dishes made by your husband. Lu Xiaohua, also smiling, responded, Oh, come now. Who wouldn't enjoy his cooking? Besides, Shaju was more than happy to cook for his brother, isn't he? Li Anye noted the pleasant rapport between Auntie and Lu Xiaohua and promptly made an excuse to slip away, realizing he could not keep Shaju waiting. He and Shaju sat face to face in the designated area of the hall, while Lu Xiaohua, wishing not to interrupt their conversation, took some dishes to the inner room to dine alone. Brother, they didn't come looking for trouble, did they? Shaju inquired, taking a sip of his drink and grinning broadly. Li Anye shook his head after sipping his own drink. No, they didn't mention it again. It should be behind us now. That's good to hear, Shaju replied, anxious that he might inadvertently bring trouble upon Li Anye, knowing how much effort and sweat had gone into Li Anye's achievement of graduating from a technical school. The thought of such an incident jeopardizing Li Anye's future filled him with dread, a burden he would regret for a lifetime. Tell me, what is it like to be married? Li Anye sent Shaju a mischievous glance, one that only men would understand. Oh, you'll understand once you're married. Shaju dramatically turned his head away. It's truly exhilarating. My friend, I feel invigorated every day. I never tire. Chapter 78. Xiao Dang and Huaihua seek red envelopes in the blink of an eye. The eve of the Lunar New Year arrived. Families within the courtyard gathered, preparing to set off firecrackers to scare away the Yin beast and welcome the new year. The children in the courtyard also congregated, eagerly awaiting the chance to collect the remnants of firecrackers. In this era, very few families could afford to purchase the more extravagant firecrackers for their children, so the youngsters were left to play with the scattered remnants. In previous years, Bonging would always find ways to swindle a few dimes from Shaju to buy firecrackers, a testament to his penchant for mischief that attracted the children to him. However, this year, Bonging would be spending the new year in a juvenile detention center, where the prospect of firecrackers was non-existent, though he might encounter a few slaps instead. As Li Anye hung the firecrackers from the beams, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Dang and Huaihua, whose pallid faces starkly contrasted with their previously rosy and plump appearances. Lu Xiaohua had been meticulously overseeing the household, leaving Qin Huairu and Jia Zhangshi with little respite, leading to a scarcity of even rice soup. It was no surprise that the children wore grim expressions. After the firecrackers had been set off, the Zhonghai family took the deaf old lady inside to enjoy their New Year's Eve dinner. This year, they had prepared dumplings filled with pork and scallions, the aroma tantalizingly irresistible, crafted with Shaju's assistance. Shaju, bring your wife over to join us for the New Year's dinner. Zhonghai called out to him. Lu Xiaohua maintained an amicable relationship with Auntie, who had shown her considerable kindness since her arrival at the courtyard. Thus, she promptly joined the festivities. In prior years, they would also invite the Jia family, as every household in the courtyard typically had some meat to share during the new year. However, the Jia family was different. By mid-month, their grain supply was nearly depleted. Hence, during the new year, Zhonghai would extend an invitation to the Jia family, ensuring that after the meal, he and the deaf old lady would offer the 3 children from the Jia family some pocket money. Although the amount was modest, it would help the Jia family celebrate the new year. Yet this year, such generosity was clearly absent. Zhonghai seemed disheartened by the Jia family's plight and did not even mention the matter. It was Auntie's compassionate heart that prompted her to intervene. but Lu Xiaohua persuaded her to refrain. "Oh, this year, no one will bow to us old folks for their New Year's money," Anye lamented, her gaze frequently drifting towards Li Anye. She then patted the wrinkled hand of the deaf old lady, exclaiming, "Alas, no one will bow to you either." Li Anye understood that Anye was subtly hinting at marriage, prompting him to stand up, feigning boldness as he smiled. "Then this year, I shall bow to both of you." As he genuinely prepared to kneel before Zhonghai and his wife, Anye swiftly pulled him back. "You rascal. Do you think we won't give you your red envelope if you don't kneel? You should send a younger one to kneel, with your bulk kneeling before me. You'd scare me to death," she scolded, playfully tugging at his arm and placing a prepared red envelope into his hands. "Your aunt has been waiting for you. May she prepare 2 envelopes for you next year, or even 4. Li Anye accepted the red envelope with a beaming smile, saying, "Aunt, are you expecting me to bring home a fine sow? And perhaps a pair each year?" The deaf old lady chuckled and retorted, "This rascal. As if we are not hoping for a pair of twins. Then may your words be prophetic." Anye handed over the red envelopes prepared for Shuzhuz and Lu Xiaohua, which were also arranged by her for the deaf old lady, who now assisted in distributing them to everyone. "We are all adults now, so let's dispense with the old feudal customs and forego the bowing." Zhonghai chuckled as he took a sip of his drink, adding, "However, your future offspring will still have to endure that." Li Anye and Shaju exchanged knowing glances, readily agreeing. During the New Year's feast, the men indulged a bit too much. And the following day, Li Anye was awakened by the sounds of New Year greetings outside his door. "Uncle Anye, Happy New Year. Wishing you prosperity. Where's our red envelope?" 2 young girls' innocent voices chimed from outside. Puzzled, Li Anye dressed and opened the door to find the sisters, Xiaodang and Huaihua, kneeling at his doorstep, patiently awaiting their envelopes. "All right, just wait a moment," he said with a smile. Returning to his room to retrieve the money from the envelopes Auntie and the deaf old lady had given him the day before. He then took out 4 candies from his space and placed them in 2 envelopes. Jia Zha sought to leverage her granddaughter to extract money from him. But that was not going to happen. Li Anye cheerfully handed the candy-filled envelopes to the 2 little girls, saying, "Happy New Year to you both." Xiaodang and Huaihua eagerly tore open their envelopes, their faces lighting up with delight upon discovering the candies inside. This was far more thrilling than receiving money, as they knew any cash would not reach their hands, but candies were something they could actually enjoy. The 2 little girls bowed to Li Anye before joyfully skipping away hand in hand. As soon as he entered the house, he heard Jia Zhangshi's scolding voice. "You 2 little girls, so easily satisfied with a few candies, just like your mother. Mom, can't you hold your tongue just this once on New Year's?" Qin Huairu's disgruntled voice floated from the opposite side. Li Anye had already closed his door, wishing to avoid any negativity on this festive occasion. "Here, you each take 1 candy, and I'll keep the remaining 2 to bring to your brother later." Qin Huairu deftly opened the envelopes, distributing 1 candy to Xiaodang and Huaihua, while pocketing the rest. Jia Zhangshi shot a glare at Qin Huairu, saying, "You still haven't greeted your foolish uncle. Let me make one thing clear. If you don't bring back any money, don't expect to eat later." The 2 little girls, with candies in their mouths, timidly nodded before pushing each other toward Shaju's room. "Happy New Year, Uncle Shaju. Wishing you prosperity. Where's our red envelope?" The 2 girls chorused, kneeling in the snow. Li Anye, hearing their voices, leaned closer to the window, cracking it open to see how Lu Xiaohua would respond. "What's all this racket early in the morning? What foolish aunt? How unlucky." Lu Xiaohua emerged from the house with a scowl, not seeing Shaju around, likely having been intercepted by Lu Xiaohua. Upon the appearance of Lu Xiaohua, Xiaodang and Huaihua simultaneously wished her a Happy New Year, exclaiming, "Happy New Year, foolish aunt. Wishing you prosperity. Now where's our red envelope?" This was the extent of their New Year greetings. Lu Xiaohua was quite displeased with the moniker foolish aunt. However, Huaihua, with an innocent expression, responded, "But he is foolish uncle. If you're not foolish aunt, then what are you?" All right, hurry back. Have your grandmother bring us the 18 yuan she owes our family. Otherwise, we have no cash for your New Year gifts," Lu Xiaohua instructed. "Let us do this. Have your grandmother bring 16, and you can divide the remaining 2 yuan between yourselves." Upon hearing that Lu Xiaohua was willing to share a yuan with each of them, Huaihua and Xiaodang felt they had exceeded the expectations set by Jia Zhangshi and returned home joyfully. Lu Xiaohua watched the 2 sisters enter the house with delight, only to be met with their wretched cries from within, mixed with the scolding voice of Jia Zhangshi. "You 2 wretches. You went out to beg for money and returned asking me for handouts. Mother, why are you doing this?" Qin Huairu, feeling distressed, sheltered her daughters, and looked at her mother-in-law with confusion. Although her mother-in-law had always favored Bang Gong, she had also shown love for her two granddaughters. Why was it that as soon as Bang Gong entered, Jia Zhangshi began to scold them? Jia Zhangshi shot a fierce glare at Qin Huairu. What are you looking at? I tell you, if Bang Gong does not return home, I will not spare them. As she spoke, her gaze turned hostile towards Xiaodang and Huaihua. You two have eaten your fill, yet you do not go in and let my dear grandson suffer in your stead? Slapping her thigh in frustration. Her eyes welled with tears. Heaven knows what kind of life my Bang Gong is enduring in there. Once Qin Huairu had comforted her daughters, she sighed, Mother, aren't we able to visit Bang Gong today? We'll find out what's going on. Worrying here is of no use. Jia Zhangshi wiped her nose. Yes, yes. Let us hurry. Turning to the two younger girls, she barked, You two stay here and keep watch. With agility, Jia Zhangshi wrapped herself in a scarf, donned her gloves, and packed the freshly steamed white buns and pickled vegetables into a lunchbox, also taking a few pounds of cornmeal for Bang Gong. Xiaodang and Huihua could not help but salivate at the sight of the white buns. Their mother had refrained from making such delicacies during the New Year festivities. However, knowing these were for their brother, the two little girls could only wipe the drool from their mouths in silence. Qin Huairu, now organized, took the lunchbox from Jia Zhangshi and placed it in her bag, adding a few oranges before following her mother-in-law out the door. If it weren't for the fact that Shaju is married, perhaps we could have brought some meat today, Jia Zhangshi muttered on their way. Qin Huairu, already feeling irritable, became even more disheartened upon hearing her mother-in-law's words. Mother, there's no need to dwell on the past. Perhaps Bang Gong is eating well in there. Well, that's nonsense. Jia Zhangshi spat on the ground. Having even a morsel to eat is a blessing. Do you think there's any oil or meat? The two women made their way towards the juvenile detention center on the outskirts of the city. Upon arriving at the entrance, Qin Huairu presented her identification along with that of Jia Zhangshi. Their credentials had been registered at the facility earlier that morning, and they were merely waiting for the appointed time to visit Bonging. A staff member led them to the visitation area, where he addressed another instructor inside the barred enclosure, stating, Number 91, Jia Gong. The instructor nodded and proceeded to fetch the boy. As Bonging was handed over by the staff, he was met with a multitude of piercing, resentful gazes from behind. After all, it was uncommon for family members to visit the juvenile detention center. Most of the children there were orphans, abandoned by parents who no longer cared, or had reached such a state of neglect that they ended up in this dire circumstance. Typically, such matters were resolved privately by the facility's higher-ups. The moment Jia Zhangshi laid eyes on Bonging, she nearly gasped in shock. In less than 2 weeks, her once plump grandson had become emaciated, his clothing tattered and worn, with his cotton-padded jacket torn to reveal the dark stuffing within. His face bore fine cuts and bruises. Bonging, upon seeing Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu, did not weep. His tears had long since dried up during his brief confinement. He had adopted a demeanor as cold as the other children in the detention center, his once lively gaze now subdued, having learned to conceal his resentment to avoid further beatings. My dear Bonging, where are the clothes and food I sent you? How have you grown so thin? Jia Zhangshi trembled as she reached through the iron bars in an attempt to caress Bonging's face, only to be halted by the stern staff member beside her. No physical contact allowed. Faced with the serious expression of the staff, Jia Zhangshi reluctantly withdrew her hand, weeping as she gazed at her grandson's pitiful state. Qin Huairu, equally choked with emotion, covered her mouth and turned away, unable to bear the sight of Bonging's current condition. Child, where are the clothes I sent you? Why aren't you wearing them? Bonging remained silent for a moment before responding, Please don't send me anything anymore. The others will take it. And I want to get a thing. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhangshi quickly opened the lunchbox, passing a few still-warm steamed buns through the bars. The staff member cast a brief glance at the meager offering but did not intervene, considering it was the first day of the new year and allowing for some leniency. Bonging eagerly grabbed the buns with his small, grimy hands, devouring them hungrily, even choking several times yet refusing to slow down. Slow down, Jia Zhangshi implored, her heart aching. Don't worry, Bonging. Your grandmother and mother are out here doing everything they can to get you released soon. Qin Huairu nodded through her tears, affirming, Bonga. Rest assured, your mother will find a way to rescue you, even if it means sacrificing everything. As Bonging munched on the soft buns, listening to the comforting words of Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu, he could no longer hold back his defenses. He opened his mouth, still filled with unchewed food. Mom, Grandma, why did it take you so long to come? The young boy, Bang Gong, wept with profound sorrow, his hoarse cries piercing like sharp knives, striking at the two individuals outside the iron bars. My dear grandson, do not cry. Your tears cause my heart to ache. Grandmother Jia Zhang pounded her chest in anguish, cursing the wretched Su Damao and the detestable Li Zhonghai. Upon hearing their names, a deep-seated hatred welled up in Bang Geng's eyes. Were it not for these two, along with Li Anye, who had summoned the police to apprehend him, he would not be subjected to such torment. Enduring hunger and cold was one thing, but being mercilessly beaten by the local bully every few days was another. He despaired at the thought of how much longer he could withstand this. Mother, grandmother, save me. I wish to return home. Bang Geng cried out, clutching the iron bars, his hands marred with cuts and caked in grime. This disheveled state stood in stark contrast to the chubby, clean boy he once was. Chapter 80. A request for help after leaving the juvenile detention center. Qin Huairu and Jia Zhang were haunted by the horrific image of Bang Geng. The two exchanged no words as they returned to their courtyard, their somber demeanor clashing with the vibrant atmosphere of children joyfully playing with firecrackers they had found the previous night. Jia Zhang's eyes were drawn to the scene, and she immediately scolded, "What are you doing? I warn you, if you disturb me, your whole family will not celebrate the new year." One child, frightened by her outburst, fled home to complain to their parents. Upon returning home, Jia Zhang and Qin Huairu reflected on the situation, realizing that only Uncle Yi could be of assistance. With his esteemed position as a skilled worker and his high salary, he was well regarded by the factory leadership and had a broad network. After much contemplation, they concluded that seeking Yi Zhonghai's help was their best option. But, Mother, Bang Geng previously injured Auntie. Can Uncle Yi truly help us? Qin Huairu expressed her doubts. Do you wish to abandon Bang Geng? Jia Zhang tugged at Qin Huairu's arm, urging her outside. This matter is non-negotiable unless you know someone more influential. With that, Jia Zhang dragged Qin Huairu into the courtyard and closed the door behind them. Hesitating momentarily, Qin Huairu eventually knocked on Yi Zhonghai's door. At that moment, Yi Zhonghai was inside the living room, engaged in idle chatter with Li Anye while listening to the radio, while Auntie was busy helping Li Anye with his shoe soles. Hearing the knock, Annie assumed it was a neighbor coming to offer New Year greetings, as many had already visited, so she approached the door with a smile. However, upon opening it and seeing Qin Huairu, her smile faded. The Jia family's recent behavior had been simply outrageous. Li Anye also noticed Qin Huairu standing outside and chuckled at Yi Zhonghai, saying, Qin Huairu has come to pay her respects for the new year. Today, her two daughters are kneeling outside my door to do the same. Yi Zhonghai frowned at the remark. This is improper. You are not yet married. So what New Year greetings do you deserve? Qin Huairu greeted an elderly lady at the door, wishing her a happy new year. Although the lady was not particularly cheerful, it was a festive occasion, and she stepped aside to let her in. Upon entering, Qin Huairu suddenly knelt before Yi Zhonghai, causing Li Anye, who had been sitting with Yi, to stand up in shock and move away, not wanting to incur any misfortune given that Qin Huairu was several years his senior. Sir, I implore you, please say bonging. Qin Huairu could no longer contain her anguish, tears cascading onto the floor of the hall. Yi Zhonghai straightened up, gesturing for the elderly lady to help her rise, but Qin Huairu refused to budge. You don't understand. I visited Bonging today, and look at his condition. If we don't rescue him soon, he may never emerge. Her sorrow was genuine, eliciting sympathy from both Yi Zhonghai and the elderly lady. Please, rise. Let us discuss this calmly, Yi Zhonghai sighed, observing her kneeling and weeping on such a festive day, feeling as though it was a deliberate affront to his longevity. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu hurriedly stood up, her voice choked as she recounted Bonging's experiences in the juvenile detention center. If you don't save him, he will surely be beaten to death in there. Yi Zhonghai was already aware of the conditions within the facility and was not particularly surprised by Bonging's plight. However, the elderly lady found the situation quite alarming. Li Anye, remaining in the corner, thought that Qin Huairu had sought help from the wrong person. Realizing that even someone as influential as Yi Zhonghai could not reach into the depths of the detention center. As anticipated, Yi Zhonghai suggested that Qin Huairu consider alternative solutions, stating, I truly have no means to assist you. You know that I became a respected elder through the community support. It would be wiser for you to seek help from others regarding bonging. I genuinely possess no ability to intervene. He candidly expressed, I am just an ordinary citizen like you. If I had such power, my nephew would already be in a position of leadership, wouldn't he? After the elderly lady and Yi Zhonghai had gently persuaded Qin Huairu to leave, she murmured, that child is indeed quite pitiable. Yi Zhonghai then turned to Li Anye, saying, Now you understand why I advised against sending Bongging to the detention center last time, right? That place is a den of horrors. What good could Bongging possibly find there? If anything goes awry, Jia Zhanshe and Qin Huairu would surely blame you. Li Anye pressed his lips together, feeling somewhat defiant. If Bongging is suffering there, it shows his lack of intelligence. Someone like my nephew, who is clever, would thrive anywhere. All right, you are indeed exceptional, Zhonghai chuckled. And the elderly lady playfully scolded Li Anye for his banter. Anye, your aunt believes your uncle is correct. After all, it was Su Dama who insisted on sending him there, so the blame should not fall heavily on you, she reflected with some relief. Li Anye silently apologized to Su Damao, realizing that he had not intended to betray him, but he resolved to keep the incident of delivering the chickens to himself. Knowing that Su Damao was someone who would seek retribution, as long as one does not provoke him, he will not deceive you. Conversely, Su Dama is quite amiable towards those around him, with the exception of his infidelity. I recall in the original narrative, Su Damao, in a fit of anger, gave Erde a sound thrashing after the latter pushed Qingjingru. Li Anye greatly admired this protective behavior. After all, upon reflecting on this incident, he found that had he been in Su Damao's position, he too would have reacted similarly, disregarding the title of Erde. If one comes to my home to dine and harms my wife, merely refraining from inflicting severe injury would be showing restraint. In his previous life, Li Anye held family bonds in the highest regard. In this life, with both his uncle and aunt treating him with utmost sincerity, he has come to view them as his only family in this world. Thus, when aunt sustained an injury, his fury was entirely justified. However, it is New Year's Day today, so let us not dwell on unhappy matters. I noticed that the photography studio outside is open on the third day of the new year. Let us, as a family of 3, capture a family portrait. Zhonghai smiled warmly as he sipped his hot tea. Upon hearing this, Aunt's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then I must wear the new outfit Anye made for me. The last time Zhonghai and Aunt took a family portrait was during their wedding. They had planned to take one each year after having children. But years passed without a single photo. Now, with Li Anye in the family, Zhonghai is determined to finally arrange the long-awaited family portrait. Chapter 81. The first assembly of the new year. That evening, at the New Year's assembly, Zhonghai donned the cashmere coat crafted by Li Anye, stepping outside with a spirited demeanor. Following tradition, the courtyard hosts an assembly on the evening of the first day of the new year, during which the 3 elders discuss the development plans for the courtyard and extend their New Year's wishes to everyone. These plans are revised annually based on the street office's criteria for selecting outstanding courtyards, with rewards distributed to those recognized as exemplary. This year, the reward consists of 2 pounds of cornmeal per household. However, due to the incident involving the corn stalks before the new year, this courtyard did not qualify as an outstanding one. Ah, uncle, you look splendid in that coat. I almost thought a factory leader was inspecting our courtyard. Lu Haizhong exclaimed as he circled around Zhonghai, his envy nearly spilling over. Yan Bugue also expressed his astonishment at Zhonghai's cashmere coat. I must say, uncle, are you truly living it up? That coat must have cost a fortune. Zhonghai felt a surge of joy within, though he maintained a serious facade. The corners of his mouth, however, betrayed his inner delight. It is none other than my nephew who insisted on gifting me this cashmere coat, crafted with the help of your old partner. Yan Bugue gasped in disbelief. At first, I thought that young Li Anye was bestowing a gift upon some leader. But little did I know, that leader is you. He then gave Zhonghai a thumbs up. Uncle, you are indeed fortunate. Uncle Air fondly caressed the fabric of Zhonghai's clothing, contemplating a thorough reprimand for his 2 ineffectual sons upon returning home. Observing his nephew's admirable demeanor contrasted sharply with the shortcomings of his own offspring, Uncle Air felt a pang of discouragement. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the importance of the present moment. Though Zhonghai took great pleasure in the praise bestowed upon him, he was not one to flaunt his virtues and promptly interrupted the effusive compliments from the 2 aunts. At that juncture, Annie found herself encircled by Auntie Air and Auntie San, who extolled her good fortune, claiming her nephew was more filial than any biological son. Li Anye, standing amidst the crowd, could not help but smile at the joyful exchange between Zhonghai and Auntie. Such simple happiness was emblematic of their era. However, a glance over his shoulder revealed Su Damao glaring daggers at Shaju, as if intent on scorching him with his gaze. Li Anye discreetly approached Shaju and nudged him, inquiring about the matter at hand. Meanwhile, the 3 elder gentlemen had commenced their speeches. Shaju stealthily edged closer to Li Anye and whispered in his ear, revealing that he had been expelled from the residence of a high-ranking official and harbored a grudge. Li Anye recalled that this was indeed a plot point from the original narrative, noting that the official in question wielded considerable power, having orchestrated the rescue of Lu Xiaoyi's parents. Do not let Qin Huairu catch wind of this, Li Anye cautioned in a hushed tone, recalling how she had sought his uncle's assistance that very day, seemingly intent on extricating Bongging from his predicament. Seated beside Shaju, Lu Xiaohua, keenly sensitive to the mention of Qin Huairu, leaned in promptly, assuring him, "Rest easy. Even if she learns of it, she will gain nothing from me." Upon hearing Lu Xiaohua's words, Shaju fell silent, merely signaling to Li Anye that he understood the situation. Observing Shaju's submissive demeanor, Li Anye secretly reveled in his apparent fear of his wife. Lu Xiaohua, satisfied with her assessment of Shaju, returned her attention to the speeches being delivered on stage. Once the assembly concluded, Li Anye retreated to his room, the first order of business being to secure the door. At that moment, Qin Huairu, akin to a headless fly, was best avoided, especially since he had vowed during last night's New Year's feast to seek a bride this year. Now 21, Li Anye was aware that, while many his age might still be in university, men typically married young in this era, and it was indeed time to prioritize that endeavor. As anticipated, he was roused from his slumber by noises outside his door in the dead of night. Straining to listen, he discerned Qin Huairu softly calling for him. Li Anye rolled his eyes in exasperation, pulling the covers over his head in a feigned ignorance. He surmised that should he open the door, Qin Huairu would once again resort to coercive tactics to compel him into rescuing Bongging, a pitfall he vowed never to fall into again. On the third day of the new year, Zhonghai and Auntie donned new attire and took Li Anye to a local photography studio to capture a family portrait. As they walked, they attracted envious glances from numerous acquaintances. Until now, many had only admired Uncle E for his lucrative salary and comfortable lifestyle. Yet few envied the fact that his household was devoid of heirs. In the blink of an eye, a nephew who graduated from a vocational school arrived, young and accomplished. And what was even more infuriating was that he was more filial than one's own son, stirring feelings of envy and resentment. Many families visiting relatives during the New Year's festivities treated their own nephews with great affection, generously bestowing them with red envelopes. Hoping their own nephews could achieve success like Li Anye, perhaps even lending a hand to their families in the future. After the family portrait was taken, Zhonghai, with a look of satisfaction, turned to Li Anye and said, "Tomorrow, let us go to the street and obtain a few letters of introduction. Then we shall visit your hometown to pay respects to your parents." Li Anye was taken aback. "Are you all going as well?" Auntie affectionately patted Li Anye. "Of course. Your aunt must go to express gratitude to your parents for raising such an outstanding child." Zhonghai nodded appreciatively. "Your aunt speaks truthfully." As he spoke, his eyes seemed to glisten with unshed tears. "Let bygones be bygones. Fortunately, you are not as stubborn as your mother. And you know to seek help from your uncle in times of difficulty." Li Anye, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head. "Uncle, you don't know. I was quite tempted by the things you once sent. It was just that my mother wouldn't allow me to have them." He retained memories from his past life, recalling his fondness for this uncle in the city, who would occasionally send treats and fine fabrics through someone. However, his mother always returned the items unopened. Perhaps, after witnessing so many returns, Zhonghai, feeling sorry for his sister having to bear the shipping costs, ceased sending gifts altogether. Zhonghai chuckled. Thank goodness. Heaven has eyes, and it has not allowed me and your aunt to miss out on such a wonderful child like you. Let us head back. Look." The cold has already reddened the child's face. Auntie gazed at Li Anye with affection. "As long as we have Anye in this life, I am content." Sandwiched between Zhonghai and Auntie, despite the frigid weather outside, Li Anye's heart was warmed. Chapter 82. A major incident in the courtyard the next day. After Zhonghai obtained the letters of introduction with Li Anye, he returned home to tidy up a few belongings before embarking on a train journey. It took 4 hours by train to reach Li Anye's hometown from the city, with several bus transfers along the way. However, having experienced the journey once before, Li Anye felt somewhat familiar with it this time. After disembarking from the train and transferring buses several times, they finally arrived at Li Anye's hometown, Huaitree Village. The village was filled with large huai trees, and judging by their size, Zhonghai would certainly feel dwarfed by them. Li Anye's parents were laid to rest beneath a grand huai tree at the foot of the village, where the villagers had erected a shared tombstone for them. After a brief memorial for his parents, Zhonghai, accompanied by Auntie, stepped forward solemnly to light a stick of incense for them. "Shawan, rest assured. Your sister and I will take good care of Anye. In the future, we will help him establish a family and live a prosperous life." Zhonghai sniffed. his eyes reddening. Andy was already in tears, and Li Anye could only step forward to gently pat her back in comfort. The old residence of Li Anye, having fallen into disrepair over the years, was already drafty when he first arrived. After a 2-month absence, it had deteriorated to a state that rendered it uninhabitable. Nevertheless, the village secretary was quite pleased with Li Anye, a cadre who had emerged from their village, and arranged for him and his companions to reside in some vacant houses within the village, recognizing that it was too late to continue their journey. The empty house lacked a stove, prompting Li Anye to fetch some hot water from the neighbor's house for the elderly couple, allowing them to soak their feet and ensuring a warm night's rest. After visiting Li Anye's dilapidated home earlier that day, Zhonghai and a nearby aunt felt a profound sense of melancholy. They could scarcely fathom the hardships Li Anye endured prior to seeking refuge with them. They could hardly imagine the sacrifices his parents made under such dire circumstances to send him to vocational school, the struggles and tears of which would remain untold. On the following day, as they prepared to depart from Huaitree village, the village chief presented Li Anye with a bounty of local produce contributed by the villagers. As the emergence of a cadre from their midst brought pride to the entire community, Zhonghai gestured for Li Anye to accept the gifts and discreetly placed a 10-yuan note on the stone platform of the village chief's home, weighed down by a large stone. After all, the funds for erecting a monument to Li Anye's parents had been spearheaded by the village chief and generously contributed by the villagers. As Li Anye's uncle, Zhonghai sought to express gratitude for the villagers' care over the years. Thus his generosity was natural. Once these matters were settled, Zhonghai led Li Anye away from Huaihua village, embarking on their journey back to the city. Upon their return to the city, it was already evening when Zhonghai was intercepted by Yin Zheching, who exclaimed in distress, "Old uncle, why have you returned so late? Hurry, the courtyard is in disarray." Seeing Yin Zheching's anxious demeanor, Zhonghai immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and hurriedly followed him, while Li Anye exchanged a puzzled glance with the aunt before they too followed. Upon reaching the courtyard, they discovered that an incident had occurred involving Xiaozhu. Qin Huairu and Xiaozhu had been entangled in a late-night altercation at the back gate, with Qin Huairu's clothing torn, revealing her undergarments. They were caught in the act by Jia Zhangshi and Su Damao, who insisted on reporting Xiaozhu to the factory's security department for punishment. Li Anye sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. After all, Xiaozhu was terrified of Lu Xiaohua and would hardly be clandestinely meeting Qin Huairu at such an hour. Furthermore, why was Jia Zhangshi not in her own quarters at that hour, but instead prowling the back courtyard with Su Damao to catch them in the act? At that moment, Xiaozhu was confined in the storage room of the backyard, while the second and third uncles staunchly prevented Jia Zhangshi from escalating the matter to the factory's security department, insisting that they await the elders' return to make a decision. Zhonghai, hearing of the situation, felt overwhelmed. Leaving the luggage for the aunt to take home as he sat down with Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui to deliberate on how to address this predicament. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Li Anye swiftly made his way to the backyard, where he encountered Su Damao, who was carrying a stool and mocking the foolish Shu from outside the storage room while sipping hot tea. "You still wish to father a plump child ahead of me? I dare say your wife may soon be out of the picture." Su Damao smirked with satisfaction after taking a sip of his tea. Li Anye, observing this, approached with a friendly demeanor and offered Su Damao a cigarette. "Brother Damao," he began, to which Su Damao interjected, "If you consider me a brother, then you ought to address me as bastard." The foolish Zhu could be heard shouting from within the storage room. Li Anye, unfazed, cleared his ears and handed the cigarette to Su Damao. "Brother Damao, my uncle has sent me to inquire about Zhu's situation." Su Damao held a favorable opinion of Li Anye. Noticing that Li Anye disregarded Zhu's raucous outbursts, his amusement deepened. "Well, it seems you have some sense. Go ahead and ask. I shall step inside for a moment." With that, Su Damao rose, dusted off the non-existent crumbs from the stool, and said, "Have a seat here. When you're finished, just call for me." Casting a sidelong glance at the storage room, he added, "I still have much to discuss with Zhu." A loud thump echoed from within the storage room, followed by Zhu's furious voice, "You bastard Damao, just wait until I get out to give you a beating." Instinctively, Su Damao recoiled, but realizing Zhu was still trapped inside, he straightened his posture and nonchalantly entered the house. Li Anye sighed. Had it not been for Zhu's earlier aggressive approach at the Foreign Trade Department, he might have considered leaving Zhu there to reflect on his actions. "So tell me, what transpired?" Li Anye settled onto the stool and lit a cigarette. After a moment of silence, Zhu recounted the events. The previous night, He had returned late after cooking for a high-ranking official, only to be intercepted by Qin Huairu before he could enter the main courtyard. She insisted she had an urgent matter to discuss with him. Initially, Zhu intended to rebuff her, but she claimed it was of utmost urgency. At that moment, Zhu recalled that Qin Huairu had previously approached him for assistance, having heard about his connection to the high-ranking official. However, she threatened that if he did not accompany her, she would make a scene, and by the time Lu Xiaohua emerged, even if Zhu had 10 mouths, he would not be able to explain himself, with no other choice. Especially given Lu Xiaohua's sensitivity towards matters involving the Jia family, Zhu followed Qin Huairu to the corner gate of the backyard. To his shock, upon arrival, she began to tear at her own clothes, weeping as she did so. Zhu, today I wronged you. In the next life, I shall serve you like a beast. With that, she shredded her garments, revealing her underclothes. At that moment, Jia Zhangshi approached from the main courtyard, accompanied by Su Damao, and caught him red-handed. Subsequently, he found himself locked inside the storage room by the second uncle. Anye, please explain to your sister-in-law that I truly did nothing. You, now fully aware of the gravity of his situation, was not so much afraid of the consequences but rather of incurring Lu Xiaohua's wrath. Li Anye, filled with a sense of frustration, muttered a curse under his breath, lamenting that he had warned her to be cautious, only to find himself ensnared now. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief for having securely locked his door that night, remaining with Zhonghai and an elderly lady before returning to his hometown, thus denying Qin Huairu any opportunity. From Qin Huairu's desperate call at midnight, it was evident that her initial target was himself, but she likely learned from Su Damao about Shaju's acquaintance with high-ranking officials and subsequently turned her attention to him. Now, with their differing intentions, both had dragged Shaju into a predicament. It seemed that the situation was intended to compel him to assist in extricating the matter. Li Anye sighed, believing it was highly probable that he would indeed emerge from this ordeal. This was clearly a stalemate, rendering his previous plans futile. Shaju had been confined at the juvenile detention center for less than 3 weeks. Brother Damao, I've finished my inquiries. You can step out now. Li Anye called towards Su Damao's room as he rose. Li Anye, you scoundrel. Shaju immediately cursed from the storeroom. Are you really calling him out to torment me? I think you've lost your senses. Perhaps it's time for Su Damao to come over and give you a taste of your own medicine. Li Anye retorted with a roll of his eyes. He then strode out of the backyard, where Zhonghai and 2 elderly gentlemen were gathered at Yin Bugui's home, discussing matters with Jia Zhangshi and others. Upon arriving at Yin Bugui's residence, he indeed found Jia Zhangshi glaring, declaring, I don't care. Either Shaju finds a way to rescue my grandson, or I will report this to the factory security department. My daughter-in-law has been unjustly wronged. This cannot be left unchallenged. Bah, you old hypocrite. Lu Xiaohua spat at Jia Zhangshi. What makes you think I am any less than Qin Huairu? That middle-aged woman? Does Shaju even deserve such treatment? Lu Xiaohua, having grown up in the village, was no stranger to confrontation, and her outburst matched Jia Zhangshi's vigor. Qin Huairu stood quietly to the side, her face shifting from pale to flushed as she endeavored to redeem Shaju, tarnishing her own reputation in the process. Although her reputation had never been stellar, she had always maintained a respectable demeanor within the courtyard. Lu Xiaohua's words left the elderly gentleman present feeling rather uncomfortable. Zhonghai cleared his throat. All right, Xiaohua. There are many people here. Old man, did I say anything wrong? When I married Shaju, I was still a pure maiden. Can Qin Huairu compare? Lu Xiaohua pressed Zhonghai fiercely. The second elder stifled a laugh, suppressing the corners of his mouth as he quietly assessed the situation. Noting that despite having borne 3 children, Qin Huairu's figure was still somewhat less favorable compared to Lu Xiaohua's. You little harlot. This is the capital. A place of refinement, not your filthy country corner. What kind of language is that? Even an old woman like me feels embarrassed hearing it. Jia Zhangshi glared at Lu Xiaohua, her eyes bulging. Li Anye, standing at the door and observing the commotion, could not help but chuckle, drawing the attention of those inside. I apologize, but it is rather amusing. He managed to suppress his laughter, for hearing such words from Jia Zhang's lips was indeed a source of mirth, after all. Among the entire courtyard, she was renowned for her coarse language. Old Madam Jia, I ponder how you can presume to reprimand Sister Lu Hua when your own speech lacks refinement. Slowly, Li Anye entered the room and found a seat for himself. Lu Xiaohua cast a grateful glance in his direction, to which Li Anye responded with a reassuring look. At this moment, his fondness for Lu Xiaohua grew, as she not only believed in Shaju but also stood up for him. Had this situation involved another woman, she would likely have been preoccupied with scratching Shaju's face. Zhonghai looked at Li Anye disapprovingly and admonished him in a lowered voice. You, a grown man, should not engage with a woman. Li Anye, feeling somewhat defiant, replied, Uncle, the discussion just now was quite refined. As a scholar, I must listen attentively. Yin Bugui glanced at Li Anye and nodded in agreement. Old sister. You should not criticize Lu Xiaohua's lack of eloquence when your own is not particularly polished either. Jia Zhang shot a fierce glance at Li Anye. What business do you have here, you young whippersnapper, while the elders are deliberating? Li Anye widened his eyes. Did you not say you would escalate this matter to the factory security department? I too hold a position within the factory. Why should I not listen? The second elder nodded, affirming, Li Anye is indeed an administrative cadre in our factory. He is part of the leadership, so his presence here is justified. Li Anye shrugged at Jia Zhang. See, I told you I was right. Jia Zhang exhaled sharply and spat on the ground. Bah. A mere speck of an official thinks he's important. The second elder's expression darkened upon hearing this. If Li Anye was merely a trivial official, what did that make him? Who had yet to attain such a title? Enough, Jia Zhang, please share your thoughts. This matter cannot be allowed to escalate beyond our walls. Zhonghai tapped the table with his finger. Our courtyard was unable to achieve the title of Outstanding Courtyard last year due to the incident with the bamboo shoots. Historically, our courtyard has always been recognized, and if your family fails to secure this title again, consider whether you wish to continue residing here. This recognition of Outstanding Courtyard is not merely a nominal honor. It comes with tangible rewards at the year's end. If the Jia family fails to achieve this title for 2 consecutive years, the residents will undoubtedly harbor grievances against them, as it effectively jeopardizes everyone's livelihood. Isn't Shaju acquainted with the higher-ups? Have him speak to them and secure my grandson's release. Then we can put this matter to rest. Jia Zhang turned her head away, adopting a defiant demeanor. Zhonghai sighed and turned to the previously silent Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu, do you share this sentiment? Qin Huairu silently nodded, still refraining from speaking. At this moment, Zhonghai was utterly disillusioned with Qin Huairu. Initially, he had admired her for managing the household alone since Jia Dongshu's departure, dutifully caring for her mother-in-law and educating her children, deeming her a commendable woman. However, this time he found himself completely let down by her actions, as it was evident to any discerning observer that she had been framed. Yet, there was no avenue for her to voice her grievances. The circumstances of a lone man and woman being caught together at night, especially with the woman in tattered clothing, left much to be questioned. Chapter 84. The discerning Lu Xiaohua. Fine. I shall take it upon myself to speak on behalf of Shaju, Zhonghai stated with an expressionless demeanor. Anya, please release Shaju from the storage room. He added, but remember, the Jia family will forever owe a debt to Shaju. With this remark, Zhonghai departed, leaving behind a heavy silence. While Jia Zhangshi paid no heed to Zhonghai's words, Qin Huairu understood their underlying implications. Helplessly, she closed her eyes. But the thought of the suffering endured by Bongging in the juvenile detention center compelled her to resolve her course of action. It was clear from Zhonghai's demeanor that he would no longer extend his support to their family, and the Jia family's standing in the courtyard would inevitably decline. After all, the events of the day were riddled with inconsistencies, and any future assistance for Shaj seemed utterly out of reach, effectively severing ties with him. Qin Huairu felt a sense of confusion. She was uncertain how to establish her footing in the courtyard moving forward, or how to navigate the days ahead. The Jia family had always relied on Zhonghai and Shaju's aid to scrape by, and now that both sources of support had been cut off, she dared not contemplate the implications. Yet, in her desperate attempt to preserve Bongging's life, she felt she had no choice. Li Anye, accompanied by Lu Xiaohua, took the key to the storage room to release Shaju. Sensing the unfavorable turn of events, Su Damao hastily retreated into his house. Upon his release, Shaju immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Su Damao. Enough. Lu Xiaohua restrained her anger. Come home with me now. I have not yet settled the score with you. Seeing Lu Xiaohua's clearly suppressed fury, Shaju's bravado diminished, and he obediently lowered his sleeves, trailing behind Lu Xiaohua while casting desperate glances at Li Anye for help. Li Anye, ignoring Shaju's silent pleas, addressed Lu Xiaohua. I believe Shaju has not yet learned his lesson this time. Sister Xiaohua, you must educate him properly when you return. Lu Xiaohua greeted Li Anye with a bright smile, recalling how he had supported her at Yin Bugui's house. I understand. Rest assured, I will ensure he behaves himself this time. She nearly bit her tongue in frustration as she uttered the latter part. Li Anye, you scoundrel. You've led me astray. Shazhu immediately lashed out at Li Anye, but was swiftly pulled away by Lu Xiaohua. Dear wife, be gentle, it hurts. A married man should not have such a loud mouth. Li Anye sighed as he watched their retreating figures, realizing that the disruptive force of the courtyard was returning. He could only hope that after Shazhu's ordeal in the juvenile detention center, he would temper his ways. Zhonghai watched as Li Anye returned. Understanding that Shazhu had gone back inside, he sighed, stating his intention to check on Shazhu. Li Anye nodded but did not accompany him, for he was currently filled with anger towards Shazhu. This fool was nothing short of a liability. Despite having been warned to exercise caution, he had fallen effortlessly into Qin Huairu's trap. However, upon reflection, perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. At least Shazhu would now see the true nature of the Jia family and would never again offer them financial support. Upon arriving at Shazhu's home, Zhonghai conveyed the Jia family's demands, which were met with vehement opposition from Shazhu. I haven't even reported them to the security department for slander. They want an explanation from me. Shazhu was seething with indignation. Uncle, if others don't believe me, that's one thing, but how can you not believe me? Zhonghai glanced at Shazhu and retorted, what good is it for me to believe you? Will the security department believe you? Shazhu was at a loss for words. But I truly haven't done anything. They are simply causing a ruckus. Whether it is a ruckus or not is not for you to comment on. Tomorrow, go speak with the higher-ups and see if there is a way to expedite the release of Bonging. I will also inquire at the street office. No, I refuse to go, Shazhu declared, plopping down on a stool and gasping for breath. They accuse me falsely and expect me to do their bidding. I cannot swallow this humiliation. I'm telling you, you will have to swallow it, whether you like it or not, Zhonghai said sternly, raising his voice. If this escalates to the security department, do you think you can keep your job at the factory? Assaulting a woman is a severe crime. Not only will you end up in prison, but the factory will also dismiss you. You may think that serving time is inconsequential, but think about Lu Xiaohua. If you go to prison, what will happen to her? Lu Xiaohua's eyes reddened upon hearing Zhonghai's words. Yes, what will happen to me? I'm just a rural woman without any means. Do you want me to starve? At this, Shazhu fell silent, lowering his head and clenching his fists. Only to release them moments later, weakly replying, Uncle, I understand. I will go to see the higher-ups tomorrow. Zhonghai nodded, pleased that he had made an impression. Just think it through. It's getting late. I should head back. Lu Xiaohua immediately stood up to see Zhonghai off. Uncle, let me walk you back. I'm grateful for your help today. I can't convince this stubborn mule. She shot a glare at Shazhu and respectfully escorted Zhonghai to the door. Once in the yard, Zhonghai lowered his voice to reassure Lu Xiaohua, do not dwell on yesterday's events. Shazhu has grown up under the watchful eyes of me and your aunt. He is not that kind of person. Lu Xiaohua sniffed and nodded earnestly, Uncle. You need not worry. Although I lack formal education, I am certainly a person of reason. I can see through such crude accusations. Zhonghai nodded in relief. That's good to hear. I fear that this may create a rift between you and Shazhu. Lu Xiaohua cast a resentful glance in the direction of the Jia family. Deliberately raising her voice, how could there be any discord between Zhu and me? We are quite close. Even if others attempt to sabotage our relationship, their efforts would be in vain. Her words were clearly directed at Qin Huairu and Jia Zhangshi, as she harbored a deep-seated animosity towards their family. Initially, upon hearing the news, she had felt both anger and anxiety, fearing that the simple-minded Zhu might truly get involved with Qin Huairu. However, after calming down and reflecting on the situation, she discerned the underlying discrepancies. Had she not regained her composure? She might have already packed her belongings to return to her maternal home, which would have played right into the Jia family's hands. As long as you are aware of it, Zhonghai gestured to Lu Xiaohua, go back and comfort Zhu. He has indeed been wronged. Understood. Lu Xiaohua nodded emphatically. After today's events, her respect for Zhonghai had elevated further. No wonder Zhu always spoke of treating and his wife as if they were his own parents to honor them. In her opinion, Zhonghai and his wife were indeed worthy of such regard. Chapter 85. A resounding slap for Bang Geng. Such is the nature of leadership. Merely 3 days had passed, and Bang Geng was released from the juvenile detention center. He had only requested a letter of understanding from Yi's wife, as the matter of Bang Geng injuring someone was paramount. With the letter in hand and bolstered by the authority of the leadership, Bang Geng successfully returned to the courtyard. However, Zhu now regarded anyone from the Jia family with disdain, leaving Xiaoding and Huaijun bewildered. The uncle who usually treated them with such warmth suddenly ignored them, causing the two sisters to feel disheartened for a time. though this sorrow was quickly overshadowed by the joy of their brother's return. When Li Anye first laid eyes on Bang Gung, he was taken aback. The once plump and rosy-faced boy was now gaunt and skeletal, his visage marred by numerous fresh and old scars. Even his gaze no longer held the wildness of a young wolf. Instead, it was shrouded in an unsettling severity that belied his age. "Hello, Uncle Li." Bang Gung managed to tug at the corners of his mouth, offering a smile. Li Anye nodded slightly, sensing an eerie chill in Bang Gung's smile. Clearly, his time in the juvenile center had rendered him even more formidable. It was already the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, and the procurement department of the steel mill would not resume work until after the 15th. Unlike the frontline workers who had returned to their duties yesterday, Li Anye was at the factory today to formalize his employment status. As of today, he was elevated to the position of a level 7 clerk, earning a monthly salary of 37.5 yuan. On his way back, he fortuitously encountered Bang Gung, who had just returned from the detention center. The Jia family was not faring well this year, subsisting on little more than rice soup and cornbread. Qin Huairu's family was nearing the point of having to forego even cornmeal, and Xiaodang and Huai Yuan constantly lamented their hunger at home. Thus, when they saw Bang Gung return, their joy was palpable. "Brother, could you please bring back some food from Uncle Zhu?" Xiaodang smacked his lips and gazed at Bang Gung with eager anticipation. "I certainly won't go," Bang Gung retorted, his disdain for Sha Zhu growing by the moment. After all, despite Sha Zhu's claims of affection, he had not even bothered to show his face during Bang Gung's time in juvenile detention. Grandma had remarked that with Sha Zhu marrying a new wife, he had turned his back on their family, leading Bang Gung to disdain the idea of seeking his approval. Huaiwa patted her little belly. "Brother, I'm hungry." "Brother, Uncle Sha hasn't acknowledged us for 3 days." Xiaodang mirrored her gesture, his expression reflecting acute hunger. With a sigh, Bang Gung concurred with Grandma's assessment, declaring Sha Zhu to be an ingrate who, upon marrying, had forgotten them entirely. "Let us not concern ourselves with him yet." The pangs of hunger gnawed at him as Huaiwa gazed at him with pleading eyes. Bang Gung reached out to pat Huaiwa's head. He too felt the emptiness in his stomach. After returning home, Jia Zhang had only provided him with 2 small steamed buns, which had long since been digested. Observing the sorrowful expressions of his younger sisters, Bang Gung resolved to temporarily set aside his grievances with Sha Zhu, hoping to procure something to eat from him later. However, the memory of his last attempt, when he discovered Sha Zhu had locked the door, darkened his mood. Glancing at the wall clock, he estimated the time, realizing it was nearly when Sha Zhu would return from work. He thus took his 2 sisters to the front yard, waiting in hope. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, they spotted Sha Zhu entering with 2 aluminum lunchboxes in hand. "Uncle Sha." Bang Gung hurriedly approached with his sisters. Sha Zhu, upon seeing Bang Gung emerge from juvenile detention, let out a cold laugh, raising a hand to prevent Bang Gung from coming closer. "Don't call me uncle. I can't bear such a title from you. If there's food, I'm Uncle Sha. If not, I'm just Sha Zhu. You and your mother are cut from the same cloth, both ingrates." Sha Zhu rolled his eyes and attempted to walk past. Bang Gung had never before encountered such scorn from Sha Zhu and stood momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he called after Sha Zhu's retreating figure. "Grandma was right. You truly are an ingrate. You sweet-talk me, treating me like a son, but the moment you marry, you change your tune." Hearing Bang Gung's words, Sha Zhu turned back, delivering a sharp slap that sent Bang Gung's head spinning. "You watch your mouth, Brett." Bang Gung, covering his face, was ready to retaliate, but Sha Zhu deftly locked Bang Gung's throat with one hand, preventing him from advancing. "Go back and tell your foul-smelling grandmother and your worn-out mother to stop provoking me." As Sha Zhu spoke, his eyes widened in fury, recalling how he had once treated the Jia family with complete sincerity, only to be met with betrayal. Just then, Zhonghai entered from outside. Witnessing Bang Gung's face turn crimson as Sha Zhu choked him, he rushed forward to separate them, scolding, "What is the point of arguing with a child?" Only then did Sha Zhu grumble and release his grip. "I don't seek them out. They keep coming to me. Is there any justice in this?" Beside them, Xiaodang and Huaihua had long been reduced to silent tears. When they saw Sha Zhu release the stick, they hurriedly ran to his side, supporting him from either side. "Uncle Sha is mean. I will never pay attention to him again," Xiaodang cried, wiping away her tears. "Me too," Huaihua sniffled in agreement. "Huh, I couldn't care less." Sha Zhu scoffed. "Enough, Sha Zhu. What do children know? Don't take out your frustrations on them," Zhonghai said sternly. "Now go back. Don't cause trouble here." Sha Zhu sighed. "Fine, what you say goes. I'll go back." Watching Sha Zhu's angry retreat, Zhonghai sighed again and chose not to comfort the three tearful children. Walking away resolutely, he had no desire to involve himself in the Jia family's affairs. Upon returning home, Zhonghai was greeted by his nephew, Li Anye, who approached with a beaming smile, mysteriously pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering it to him. "Uncle, try this. It's genuine foreign tobacco," Li Anye said eagerly, his eyes fixed on Zhonghai. "Foreign tobacco?" Zhonghai furrowed his brow, examining the pack covered in unfamiliar writing. "Today, I completed my formal employment procedures at the factory, and the Foreign Trade Department gifted this to me as a congratulatory gesture," Li Anye explained cheerfully. These cigarettes were rare, Camel brand non-filtered cigarettes, reputedly favored by foreign soldiers. Even in a previous life, this brand's non-filtered cigarettes were highly sought after. Li Anye had received only one pack and immediately thought of his uncle, believing this old man had never experienced the taste of foreign tobacco and deserved a treat. Chapter 86. The Jia family runs out of supplies. Zhonghai looked at his smiling nephew and felt grateful that it would be Li Anye who would support him in his old age, rather than the dim-witted Shaju. Observing how dependable his nephew was compared to Shaju made the difference clear. Zhonghai appreciated Li Anye's thoughtful gesture. He opened the package, took a cigarette, and lit it. Upon inhaling, his eyes brightened. Indeed, it was excellent tobacco. Although Zhonghai was an 8th-level mechanic at the factory, he had never received a formal education, so he lacked the vocabulary to describe it, only able to express that it was truly good tobacco. He then returned the cigarette to Li Anye. "Just a taste for your uncle is enough. You keep the rest for yourself. I'm used to economical cigarettes. I'm not accustomed to such fine ones." To his surprise, Li Anye insisted, "Uncle, you should keep it. I brought this specifically for you. Besides, I was just promoted today, and my salary will now be 37.5 yuan. I'll make sure you enjoy good cigarettes every day." With that, Li Anye reached into Zhonghai's pocket and took out his economical cigarettes, stuffing them into his own pocket. "Uncle, don't let me catch you smoking those cheap ones. They irritate the throat." Zhonghai looked at Li Anye with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Although his salary had increased, frugality was still the order of the day. Li Anye waved his hand dismissively, wearing an expression that suggested he was a wealthy man. "Isn't the Foreign Trade Department in touch with the higher-ups? From now on, I only need to occasionally make an appearance in the countryside. Besides, the department reimburses me for 2 large meals each month." Upon hearing this, Zhonghai's face broke into a look of satisfaction. He had to admit that his nephew was indeed making a name for himself. A mere hobby had managed to secure him a backdoor entry with the Foreign Trade Department. All right, I will heed your words," Zhonghai said with a smile. "You, my boy." After returning to his room, Li Anye took out the thermos cup he had received that day, a privilege reserved for staff members at level 7 and above. He had long coveted it. The thermos was a special benefit for employees of the steel factory, and he had often watched Zhonghai carry one, yearning for the day when he would possess one himself. Without delay, Li Anye poured a packet of instant coffee into the cup, added hot water, and promptly secured the lid to prevent the rich aroma from escaping. He had longed to sip hot tea or coffee during the frigid winter months, but a porcelain cup would allow the fragrance to dissipate too easily, making it difficult to explain if questioned. Thus, he had held off until now to fulfill his desire. His small convenience store was stocked with modern items that, if exposed in this era, could easily lead to accusations of espionage. Hence, Li Anye refrained from using most of them. Sugar and tea leaves were readily available in this time, with little difference in quality, allowing him to use them without hesitation. However, cigarettes and liquor were another matter. Their production techniques were so distinctive that the modern filters would instantly give him away. Seated at his desk, Li Anye took a sip of his hot coffee while reading, quickly tightening the lid again, feeling a thrill akin to that of a thief. After finishing a pot of steaming coffee, he heard Shaju's voice from outside. "Uncle, I'm here to cook today, bringing my own ingredients." Li Anye opened the door to find Shaj standing at Zhonghai's threshold, grinning widely and holding 2 large fish strung together with straw. "Where did you get those fish?" Li Anye asked in surprise, stepping closer to examine the fish that looked incredibly fresh. "I had quite a bountiful catch today. I bought them from third uncle. No meat ration needed," Shaju replied cheerfully. "My wife wanted fish, and I remembered that Auntie also loves it, so I bought 2 for us to share." Shaju and Li Anye entered the house, and indeed, upon seeing the fish in Shaju's hands, Annie burst into a wide smile, exclaiming that they were in for a treat. She then went into the inner room to fetch some meat ration tickets for Li Anye, asking him to buy 2 pounds of meat from the market, as their supply at home was dwindling. Li Anye accepted the tickets and money, wrapped a scarf around himself, and headed out. The meat rations had already been distributed to his family, but they had not needed to use them until now, as they had sufficient meat at home. Li Anye approached the meat stall, exchanging a meat ticket worth 1 yuan and 2 tickets valued at half a kilogram each to weigh 2 kilograms of pork. The price of the stall's pork belly had remained steady at 9 jiao per kilogram, never having increased. However, as a procurement officer, Li Anye was privy to certain insider knowledge. After all, the price at which their department purchased meat was slightly higher than that of the stall, albeit only by 8 jiao per kilogram. This disparity illustrated just how low the stall's purchasing price was. Yet, to acquire the meat, not only were meat tickets required, but the pork belly was still priced at 9 jiao per kilogram, which explained why most families could not afford meat. Unlike the steel mill, the meat stall sourced its meat from the commune, operating under strict quotas, a fundamentally different nature from the steel mill's procurement. The festive atmosphere of this era was far more pronounced than in modern times, even on the 8th day of the new year. Children could be seen playing with firecrackers on the streets, often startling timid passers-by. The streets were bustling with activity, with the meat stall and supply cooperative teeming with people. After all, it was the new year, and the consensus was that one should enjoy good food during this time. Upon returning home, Li Anye was greeted by the enticing aroma of braised fish from afar, prompting him to quicken his pace in anticipation of savoring Shaju's culinary skills. At that moment, Shaju had already placed 2 braised fish on the stove, awaiting Li Anye's return with the meat. Jia Zhangshi watched eagerly as Li Anye entered the house with a marbled pork belly, her stomach rumbling uncontrollably. Their grain jar was nearly empty, and for dinner, they would only have a cabbage soup, made from wilted cabbage stems that Qin Huairu had salvaged from the market. Qin Huairu served the steaming cabbage soup at the table before taking down the steaming cornmeal buns from the stove, distributing one to each person. Banging glared at his bun, muttering that one was hardly enough. Qin Huairu sighed, urging him to eat, promising to think of a way to borrow grain the following day. Jia Zhangshi broke half of her bun and placed it into Bonging's bowl, insisting that half was sufficient for her. "Mother, why do you keep indulging him?" Qin Huairu questioned, disapproving of Jia Zhangshi's actions, believing that her previous indulgence had led to their current predicament. "He's a growing boy. He needs to eat more," Jia Zhangshi retorted, casting an exasperated glance at Qin Huairu, as if blaming her for the situation. "Very well," Qin Huairu replied softly, silently nibbling on her bun while contemplating where to procure grain the next day. Chapter 87. Qin Huairu and Zhao the next day, as Qin Huairu arrived at work. She was taken aback to find Li Anye's name listed among the newly confirmed employees on the factory bulletin board. "He has been confirmed in less than 2 months?" she murmured in astonishment. However, despite her surprise, she understood that Li Anye's promotion would not benefit her in any way. Unlike the men in the factory, he would not bestow gifts upon her simply for her affections. With a sigh, Qin Huairu made her way to the workshop, pondering which of her colleagues might be suitable to approach for a loan of grain. But after much thought, she found no suitable candidates. At this moment, a diminutive man with a mouth full of yellowed teeth approached, lewdly draping his unwelcome hand over Qin Huairu's shoulder. "Master Qin, hasn't the food been poor lately? I can see the pallor on your face." Unlike her usual reaction, Qin Huairu merely glanced at the man without pushing away his intrusive hand. This man was Zhao De, a 3rd-level fitter in the workshop, notorious for his lewdness. In the past, she would have avoided any conversation with him, as he was not the type to yield food with mere embraces or caresses. Suppressing her revulsion, Qin Huairu forced a disingenuous smile. "Zhao De, do you have any surplus grain to lend me?" Zhao De responded with a knowing grin, leaning closer to her, and she was immediately assaulted by the foul odor emanating from his mouth. "Master Qin, I have plenty of grain at home. Just come to the small grove behind the factory after lunch, and I'll give you 30 pounds of cornmeal along with 10 pounds of fine flour." After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, Zhao De audaciously squeezed Qin Huairu's soft flesh before humming a tune and returning to work. Qin Huairu shut her eyes momentarily. 30 pounds of cornmeal and 10 pounds of fine flour presented a significant temptation. Yet she understood that her rendezvous with Zhao De in the grove would be far from innocent, given his willingness to offer such a quantity. It was clear that mere embraces and touches would not suffice for him. A sense of fear crept over her. She was reluctant to submit to Zhao De. Yet she could not dismiss the allure of his offer. She had exhausted all other avenues for borrowing within the factory, and her household was truly in dire straits. Resolving to approach him, she reassured herself that they were colleagues in the same workshop, and that Zhao De would not dare to make a scene if she refused. After lunch, Qin Huairu arrived at the secluded grove behind the factory as promised. This small grove was typically deserted, providing ample privacy. Zhao was already there, eagerly displaying his yellowed grin upon her arrival. "Master Qin, you've come," he exclaimed. Straightening her collar to mask her inner turmoil, she held her head high. "Zhao, I want to take your cornmeal for free. Just a few pounds would suffice. I promise to repay you next month when the rations are distributed." Zhao leaned closer, his hand brushing against her softness. "Let us not discuss borrowing, Master Qin." Taking a deep breath, she felt an ache of discomfort on her face, raising her chin slightly, her lips trembling as if pleading for some semblance of dignity. "My household is truly in need. I promise to repay you next month." However, as she had ventured into this meeting alone, Zhao interpreted her reluctance as a coy invitation, recalling his mother's words that women often speak in contradictions. Thus, he naturally perceived her refusal as a desire. Before long, the small grove echoed with Qin Huairu's muffled cries. Afterwards, Zhao left the grove, his belt cinched and a look of satisfaction upon his face, leaving behind a disheveled Qin Huairu, her clothing and hair in disarray. She helplessly squatted on the ground, her gaze distant and her heart filled with confusion and suffering. Yet, inexplicably, there was a tinge of vengeful pleasure within her. Wasn't Zhonghai always saying that the white steamed buns she brought back were unclean? This time, they truly were unclean. Although Zhao had a rather lecherous appearance, he was a man of his word. After work, he instructed Qin Huairu to wait outside his alley, and he promptly returned home with 30 pounds of cornmeal and 10 pounds of fine flour. Zhao was a widower. His wife had passed away early, leaving him without a child, and he lived comfortably on his salary as a level 3 mechanic. He had long been coveting Qin Huairu, but she had always been shadowed by the persistent presence of Shaju. It was only after Shaju finally got married and became preoccupied that Zhao saw his chance. When Qin Huairu reached out to take the grain from Zhao hands, he stopped her. Master Qin, I must clarify something. This is the first time, so I'm giving you this much, but next time, it won't be so generous." Qin Huairu suppressed her humiliation and nodded. And only then did Zhao relinquish the grain to her. Zhao brushed his hand against Qin Huairu's waist, surprised to find that after working in the workshop for so long, her skin remained so smooth. As he spoke, a look of ecstasy spread across his face, as if he were reminiscing about the events that had transpired in the small grove. Qin Huairu clenched the grain bag tightly. "I must return. I still need to cook for the children." Reluctantly, Zhao let go of her, saying, "All right, if you want more grain next time, just come to my home. After all, it's not safe at the factory." Oddly compelled, Qin Huairu agreed. On her way home, Qin Huairu grew increasingly furious as she thought about her mother-in-law, who had tightly clutched Jia Dongshu's pension, claiming it was her lifeline. Even when the household was on the verge of starvation, she refused to part with a single penny. This had led Qin Huairu to her current plight. The more she considered her situation, the more she felt it was unjust. Were it not for her 3 children, she would have long since remade her life, but it was precisely those 3 children who gave her the courage to endure. Upon returning home, Jia Zhongshi, seeing the large quantity of grain Qin Huairu had brought back, immediately became suspicious. "You haven't been out there degrading yourself again, have you?" Jia Zhongshi glared at Qin Huairu, asking if she had been consorting with wild men. Usually, Qin Huairu would only bring home a few steamed buns, and Jia Zhongshi would turn a blind eye. Seeing Jia Zhongshi's paranoid demeanor brought Qin Huairu a fleeting sense of satisfaction, though she did not show it. She merely replied coolly, "I borrowed it from someone else. I'll repay it next month. If you think I'm consorting with wild men, then you should take some of the money you have and contribute to the household." At the mention of money, a guarded look crossed Jia Zhongshi's face. With her hands on her hips, she took on a stubborn demeanor. "Let me tell you, that money is my retirement fund. If I spend it all and you run off, what will I do then?" Qin Huairu sighed. "Then don't point fingers. Having food to eat is already a blessing. If you find it unclean, you may choose not to partake." During dinner, Jia Zhongshi seemed to be in a quarrel with Qin Huairu. After all, this daughter-in-law had always been obedient, yet today she appeared to be brimming with defiance. Thus, Jia Zhongshi did not hold back, devouring 4 steamed buns made from 2-part flour, while at the table, Qin Huairu sat silently, consuming her cornmeal dumplings, her head bowed, lost in her own thoughts. Chapter 88. Lu Xiaohua comes to collect debt today. The residents of the courtyard observed Qin Huairu entering with a cloth bag, assuming she had borrowed grain from somewhere without thinking further. Meanwhile, Li Anye was tidying up his belongings in his room when Fong Fong from the Foreign Trade Department paid him a visit. Not only did Fong deliver some documents requiring translation, but he also requested that Li Anye accompany the department to the northern port for a business trip in a few days. A shipment of steel was scheduled for export from the steel mill, and due to the considerable quantity, the buyer had sent someone to oversee the handover at the northern port, necessitating Li Anye's presence as a translator. Fong assured Li Anye that he would not be working without compensation. This journey would cover all expenses, including meals and lodging, along with a travel allowance of 50 yuan. Li Anye readily agreed, recognizing that beyond the monetary reward, he should also show gratitude to the Foreign Trade Department for assisting him with procurement tasks. Moreover, having been in this world for some time, his farthest venture had been to Beitai Commune, and he had yet to fully appreciate the breathtaking landscapes of his homeland. As it was a port, there would undoubtedly be the sea, perhaps even the opportunity to bring back some seafood. Li Anye perceived this business trip as a funded excursion, as his role would merely entail acting as a temporary translator. Once the goods were handed over, his responsibilities would cease. It is worth noting that during this era, travel was exceedingly challenging, requiring introduction letters for nearly every destination. Thus, the chance for a subsidized journey to the northern port was a rare opportunity. Just as Li Anye finished packing and prepared to reward himself with a cup of hot coffee, a cacophony erupted outside. Listening intently, he discerned that Lu Xiaohua and Jia Zhangshi were embroiled in a heated argument in the main courtyard. Previously, when Shaju struck my family as cornstalks, I had yet to settle the score with you, and now you dare to come knocking? Do you truly believe our household of orphans and widows is easy to bully? Jia Zhangshi's voice boomed as always. Li Anye opened his door, leaning against the frame to observe the commotion. Lu Xiaohua matched Jia Zhangshi's ferocity, demanding, "When will your family repay the 18 yuan you owe us? I saw Qin Huairu return today with a bag of fine noodles. You've started eating, well, yet still refuse to repay us." At this moment, others from the main courtyard began to emerge, with many from the central and rear courtyards joining in, for entertainment was scarce in this era, and no one wished to miss out on the evening's excitement. Qin Huairu stepped forward, hastily explaining to Lu Xiaohua that grain was borrowed from a colleague in the workshop. Our family is truly in dire straits. It is indeed a pity that Qin Huairu is so concerned about her dignity. When she returned with the grain, she deliberately placed the fine flour on top of the coarse grain, hoping to reclaim a semblance of respect from the envious gazes of those in the courtyard. However, Lu Xiaohua soon discovered her ruse and promptly came demanding money. Upon hearing Qin Huairu's explanation, Lu Xiaohua scoffed derisively, questioning where one could borrow a whole bag of fine flour from a colleague. Or perhaps you could enlighten me, and I shall send our foolish Jew to borrow some as well? Her tone dripped with sarcasm, prompting an eruption of peculiar laughter from the onlookers. After all, in this era, a household capable of consuming steamed buns made from mixed flour was already considered well off. Who would be so generous as to lend out white flour? Qin Huairu, the widow, truly did not understand the art of deceit, failing to prepare a credible story. Jia Zhangshi, upon hearing Lu Xiaohua's remarks, quickly grasped the implication and stepped forward to slap Qin Huairu, accusing her vehemently. I was wondering about this today. Speak. Have you been engaging in any scandalous activities outside? Jia Zhangshi was unconcerned about the potential damage to Qin Huairu's reputation in front of the crowd. In fact, she relished the thought of her name being further tarnished. The worse Qin Huairu's reputation became, the less likely she was to remarry, and as soon as she did, Jia Zhangshi would no longer have any control over her. After all, it was commonly acknowledged that one might remarry with children, but hardly ever with a mother-in-law in tow. Moreover, Jia Zhangshi had observed Qin Huairu's recent behavior and suspected she had already entertained thoughts of infidelity. With tears streaming down her face, Qin Huairu, unable to bear the humiliation, glared at Jia Zhangshi and pleaded, "Mother, how could you say such things about me? Surely you know I only brought back 10 pounds of white flour. The rest was all cornmeal. When I went to borrow grain, they only had 30 pounds of cornmeal left. I mustered the courage to ask, and they, seeing my plight, generously allocated 10 pounds of white flour to me." Yet Lu Xiaohua was not easily swayed by Qin Huairu's honeyed words. With a mocking smile plastered on her face, she stepped forward and removed Qin Huairu's hands from her face, feigning intimacy as she inquired, "So, Sister Qin, which family was so generous as to lend you 30 pounds of cornmeal? And even after you deemed it insufficient, they still provided you with an additional 10 pounds? This connection seems rather intriguing." Lu Xiaohua shook her head while clicking her tongue in disbelief. Qin Huairu forcefully pushed Lu Xiaohua's hand away, well aware that she could not disclose Zhao Da's name. After all, Zhao was notorious for his lecherous tendencies within the factory. And should anyone learn that she borrowed from him, the ensuing gossip would be devastating. It was Deputy Factory Director Li Anye wiped her tears, standing tall and defiantly confronting Lu Xiaohua. Deputy Director Li is aware that our Dongshu sacrificed himself for the factory, thus he has always shown me particular kindness. As soon as the name Deputy Director Li was uttered, the murmurs ceased. Most of the residents in the courtyard were employees of the steel mill, and they were wary of speaking ill of their superiors. Deputy Director Li is known for his fair treatment of our workshop workers. Someone immediately stepped forward in defense of Qin Huairu. Indeed, Lu Xiaohua, it seems you may have misjudged this situation. Besides, I believe Deputy Director Li is simply sympathetic towards Qin Huairu. Most of those who spoke on behalf of Qin Huairu were driven by the hope that their words might reach Deputy Factory Director Li's ears, leading him to feel pleased enough to grant them a promotion. Thus, even within the courtyard, they willingly supported him. Although Lu Xiaohua was bold and brash, she was not foolish. She understood that since Qin Huairu had brought up Deputy Director Li, she could no longer exploit the matter of the fine grain. Despite Shaju's habitual disregard for others, Deputy Director Li was, after all, an authority figure, the significant leader in her husband's workplace. Very well. Let us consider it a loan from Deputy Director Li to you, but you cannot neglect to repay the money borrowed from my family. Lu Xiaohua looked down at Qin Huairu from a position of superiority, aware that everyone was facing hard times. The neighbors were also cognizant of the considerable expenses incurred during my marriage to my husband not long ago, and our household was now on the brink of starvation. If it were not for necessity, I would not have come to demand money. At this juncture, Aunt E stepped forward at an opportune moment to support Lu Xiaohua. Indeed, debts must be repaid. I believe today we should determine, in front of everyone, when the money will be returned and how much, providing Lu Xiaohua with a clear answer. The residents of the courtyard nodded in agreement, recognizing that repaying debts is a matter of principle. Bah, that money was given to us willingly by Shaju. It was not a loan. Upon hearing the mention of repayment, Jia Zhongshi grew anxious. It was evident that Qin Huairu could no longer produce the funds, and if Lu Xiaohua insisted on repayment, it would mean extracting it from her, akin to carving out a piece of flesh, which would be quite painful. Do you have an IOU? You are merely speaking nonsense here, Jia Zhongshi retorted, adopting a posture of evasion. Lu Xiaohua smiled at this moment. Oh, that money was given to you by Shaju before marriage. I truly do not know whether it was a loan or a gift. As she spoke, she idly picked at her nails. I simply ask, was your Jia Laotai's affair with my husband prior to marriage, or was it with your daughter-in-law? Otherwise, why would a grown man give you $18 for no reason? Turning her gaze towards the room's interior, Lu Xiaohua smirked and added, could it be that he is the father of the child inside? If so, Jia Laotai, you may as well say it outright. I, Lu Xiaohua, am quite magnanimous and do not mind my husband's past flings. Who knows, perhaps if it is clarified, I might even be willing to take his child in as my own. Coughing to suppress his laughter, Li Anye nearly choked, leaning against the doorframe as he did so. Lu Xiaohua as sharp what was truly formidable, it was clear she had mastered the art of verbal sparring. After a moment of contemplation, Jia Zhongshi finally grasped Lu Xiaohua's insinuations and, in a fit of rage, attempted to grab Lu Xiaohua's hair, only for Lu Xiaohua to nimbly dodge her. An elderly woman, hunched over sewing in her home, could hardly be a match for Lu Xiaohua, who had grown up working in the fields. I'm going to fight you. You were the one who had an affair with Shaju. Jia Zhongshi's eyes turned red with fury, after years of widowhood. It was the first time she had been so openly accused of infidelity by a mere girl in her 20s. I'm married to Shaju now. How could I have had an affair? Lu Xiaohua wore a smile on her face, resolutely keeping the frenzied Jia Zhongshi at bay. At this moment, Air Dama and Sand Dama stepped forward, positioning themselves on either side to prevent Jia Zhongshi from lashing out. Li Anye cast a glance at Shaju's house. Despite the commotion outside, Shaju had yet to show his face, evidently having been thoroughly warned by Lu Xiaohua. Qin Huairu could no longer endure the situation. If Lu Xiaohua continued her tirade, she might not only forego her job at the factory the next day, but might even contemplate plunging into the city moat to end her wretched existence. Mother, I implore you, could you spare 18 yuan? I promise to repay you gradually. Jia Zhongshi stiffened her neck and turned her face away, declaring, I have no money. If you wish to repay, you must do so on your own. I do not possess a single cent. Qin Huairu trembled with rage, exclaiming, you took all of Dongshu's compensation, and when my child and I were struggling to afford meals, you refused to lend us a dime. Now that we are being bullied, You still refuse to help. Are you intent on driving me to despair? Air Dama and San Dama regarded Qin Huairu's distressed yet indignant demeanor with disdain for Jia Zhongshi's behavior. Jia Zhongshi, you ought to provide assistance. Look at what your daughter-in-law has been reduced to, they urged. Indeed, while you are Dongshu's mother, Qin Huairu is also Dongshu's wife. And those 3 children are his as well. You hoard the funds, yet it is your daughter-in-law who sustains you. The people in the courtyard began to denounce Jia Zhongshi collectively. After a prolonged silence, Jia Zhongshi relented, stating, if I am to provide funds, you must all witness it. Turning to Qin Huairu, she added, you must promise in front of everyone that you will never remarry. In life, you are of the Jia family, and in death, you shall remain one of us. Qin Huairu hesitated upon hearing Jia Zhongshi's words. As a woman raising children alone, her life was exceedingly arduous. And the thought of remarrying crossed her mind, particularly if it meant a better life for her 3 children. Observing her indecision, Jia Zhongshi slammed her thigh, exclaiming, Dongshu, look at your wife. Even before your bones have cooled, she is already contemplating another man. Madam Jia, Li Anye interjected, your son has been deceased for many years. Your use of that expression is misplaced. You. Jia Zhongshi glared at Li Anye. Enough. Qin Huairu interjected, feeling exasperated by Jia Zhongshi's continued remarks. Fine. I promise I will never remarry. I will remain a member of the Jia family in life and in death. Is that satisfactory? Upon uttering these words, Qin Huairu appeared to lose all her strength, her spirit deflated. In her heart, she understood that considering remarriage was solely for the sake of providing a better life for her children. Yet, with her current situation deteriorating, she felt compelled to acquiesce to Jia Zhongshi's demands. Should she refuse, she risked being crushed by her mother-in-law today, or later tormented by Lu Xiaohua. Jia Zhongshi, witnessing Qin Huairu's concession, reluctantly rose to her feet. She ushered the 3 little ones out of the room and firmly shut the door behind her. Afterward, she retrieved a handkerchief from the wall crevice and counted out 15 yuan to tuck into her pocket. Upon emerging, Jia Zhongshi, with a pained expression, handed the 15 yuan to Lu Xiaohua, saying, here, you promised to give Xiaodang and Huaihua yuan each as New Year's gifts, didn't you? Now that my sunbonking is out, it counts as you giving him a yuan as well. Lu Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh at Jia Zhongshi's miserly demeanor. She understood that, in comparison to the assistance Shaju had previously offered the Jia family, this sum was merely the tip of the iceberg. However, today she sought only to vex the Jia family and vindicate her own man. After all, when her man returned yesterday, he had been quite irate, and upon inquiry, she learned it was due to being blocked at the door by that rascal bonking. Observing Shaju's face filled with regret, Lu Xiaohua felt a pang of sympathy for her husband's good intentions, which had been treated like mere offal by the Jia family. Thus, upon hearing that Qin Huairu had brought in a bag of fine flour, she resolved to orchestrate this farce. Money was secondary. Humiliating the Jia family was her primary objective. Once the crowd dispersed, Li Anye noticed Lu Xiaohua's gaze shifting towards him and immediately gave her a thumbs up, mouthing the words, that feels good. Lu Xiaohua readily understood his gesture and responded with a radiant smile. Chapter 90. The assignment in the Foreign Trade Department soon. The day arrived for Li Anye's business trip. Fong Feng arrived at the alley's entrance in a small vehicle from the transportation department to pick him up, and they subsequently joined the transport team outside the city of Shijiazhuang and the steel mill. It soon became apparent to Li Anye that this was no small affair. Not only were there 5 large trucks transporting steel, but also several jeeps, and the scene was reinforced by armed personnel from the security department. The security team accompanying them was not made up of ordinary guards, but rather personnel from the factory security division, all of whom were veterans of the military. Indicating the factory's serious regard for this transaction, Li Anye rode in the same car as Fong Feng, while several leaders from the Foreign Trade Department occupied the other 2 vehicles. Given the extended duration of this trip, everyone had brought ample luggage, resulting in only 2 to 3 individuals per car. In Li Anye's vehicle, it was just him and Fong Feng. Fong Feng remarked that this was a special favor from the leaders of the Foreign Trade Department, as Li Anye was the only individual in the entire steel mill proficient in English. This arrangement would allow Li Anye to procure more goods upon his return from the northern port. Rest assured, my friend, I frequently accompany the department on trips, especially to the coast, so feel free to utilize the entire trunk for your needs, Fong Feng said with a smile, patting Li Anye on the shoulder. After all, since Li Anye was not yet officially part of their foreign trade department, they had no authority to direct him. Thus, If they wished for Li Anye to assist them long-term, the department needed to exhibit sufficient earnestness to win his allegiance. Then, I must thank you in advance. Li Anye wore a beaming smile, with Fang Feng's words in mind. He could muster all his energy upon reaching the port and return with an ample supply of seafood. The city of Sijio, not situated by the sea, lacked the convenient transportation of future times, making it nearly impossible to savor seafood delicacies. An insatiable craving had long taken root in Li Anye's heart. Unlike future eras, this time did not boast artificial aquaculture, with many struggling to grow sufficient grain. The laborious endeavor of seafood farming was deemed unworthy. After all, in this age, crabs and prawns were staples on the tables of the impoverished. In places like Zhonghai, those destitute enough to go hungry could only resort to the rampant river crabs to stave off their hunger, crabs that would command exorbitant prices in later years. The thought of indulging in pure, wild-caught crabs and seafood soon filled Li Anye with an exhilarating anticipation, urging him to hasten his journey. However, the road conditions were far from optimal. For safety's sake, the vehicles moved at a sluggish pace. Frequent stops were necessitated by various physiological needs, ensuring that the travel time would be prolonged. Seizing the opportunity during a pause, Li Anye and Fang Feng stepped aside to relieve themselves, then took a moment to enjoy a cigarette by the roadside. The air here was undeniably fresh. Li Anye stretched lazily, inhaling deeply. Although industrial pollution was not as severe as in future times, the numerous factories within Sijio made it nearly impossible to experience such freshness. Indeed, we had ventured far from Sijio, far from any large city, Fang Feng explained. It would be nightfall before we could reach the city and our first resting stop. Li Anye felt every bone in his body creak. Despite the slow pace, the road conditions were poor, and the vehicles of this era lacked any concept of shock absorption. Though they were impressive in appearance, Li Anye concluded that traveling by train would have been preferable. After everyone disembarked to stretch their limbs, the convoy set off once more. Perhaps in a bid to make up for lost time, they did not stop again until noon. Personnel from the security department disembarked to distribute lunchboxes, which had been prepared at the factory canteen. Given the speed of their journey, it was evident they would not reach the city by lunchtime, necessitating the prior preparation of meals. Upon receiving his portion, Li Anye was pleasantly surprised to find the food surprisingly decent, a simple dish of shredded pork with green peppers. This must have been an extra perk of traveling, as Li Anye had frequented the factory canteen long enough to know that meat was a rare occurrence. The meal was slightly more indulgent than the home-cooked fare he was accustomed to. Yet, for the sake of this modest treat, no one bothered to bring food from home. They preferred dining at the canteen, content with even a hint of oil in their dishes. After all, the monthly meat rations were scant, and families in greater hardship often saved their meat tickets to exchange for cash at the pigeon market to supplement their household expenses. Thus, managing to enjoy a hint of richness at the canteen was a source of satisfaction for all. Li followed Fang Feng as they alighted from the vehicle, squatting on the curb to partake in their meal. Both were unaccustomed to dining in the car, finding it replete with an odd odor that rendered the food less appetizing. After their meal, they rested for a while before gradually returning to the vehicle. Later that evening, they finally arrived at a commune, where the security officer, Director Gong, presented an introduction letter and led them to the canteen within the commune to have dinner. It was only well past midnight that the convoy triumphantly entered the city, reaching the designated guest house for rest. Among the convoy, only higher-ranking officials were afforded the privilege of single or double rooms, while others were relegated to dormitory-style accommodations or large communal sleeping arrangements, as the travel budget was, after all, limited. As a proper 7th-level clerk, Li Anye received special consideration, thus sharing a twin room with Fang Feng. A diligent junior staff member from the Foreign Trade Department even kindly brought Li Anye a basin of warm water for a foot soak before bedtime, which left him feeling somewhat flattered. Once the junior staff member departed, Fang Feng, with a smile, regarded Li Anye and remarked that it was evident he was valued by their leaders. He noted that after years in the Foreign Trade Department, he had never experienced such treatment. He had long suggested that Li Anye consider joining their department, assuring him that he would enjoy a national treasure-level status there. Li Anye chuckled at the comment, but refrained from responding. It was a jest. If he truly transferred to the Foreign Trade Department, such privileges would likely vanish. As he was not an employee there, the Foreign Trade Department would require his services just as the Procurement section relied on the Transport section. Thus, Li Anye remained acutely aware that if he wished to secure long-term benefits from the Foreign Trade Department, he should not hastily entertain the notion of a transfer. Presently, He enjoyed the comfort of not having to venture into the countryside from the procurement section. However, with Fang Feng also in the room, Li Anye chose not to retrieve anything from his belongings to supplement their meal, thinking that his thermos had been brought in vain.